Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter reborn as primordial god in Percy Jackson? Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The wind howled low through the trees, swirling crisp autumn leaves across the cobbled road. Godric's hollow was quiet, cloaked in the kind of stillness that comes just before history is made. The Potter's home, nestled at the edge of Nestlewood Lane, was brightly lit. Inside, panic and joy wrestled for dominance as Lily Potter, face pale and glistening, gripped James's hand and brought their son into the world. But Harry Potter was not the first child born that night. Hours earlier, another woman had begun labor not far from the village. Alone and afraid, she stumbled through the woods and narrow roads, a hand clutching her swollen belly, the other gripping a wand slick with sweat. Her destination was Uncle Arundel. She felt the hum of ancient wards ripple across her skin. She looked up. A house. A magical one. The woman paused at the edge of the wards, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Knowing her presence could be seen as a threat, she reached into her coat pocket and drew out a used and dirty napkin. With a flick of her wand, it transfigured into a scruffy dog that obediently trotted to the front door and scratched and howled at it. Inside, Sirius Black froze, wand mid-polish. A second later, Remus Lupin joined him at the window. The wards hadn't gone off, but there was something strange out there. They opened the door cautiously, wands raised. The dog looked up at them and barked once. Then, a voice, weak but determined, please help me." Their heads turned as a woman emerged from the shadows, slowly, carefully. She tossed her wand into the shrubbery and raised her hands. "I've been in labor for almost 4 hours," she gasped. "My magicit's unstable. I can't risk a muggle hospital. This was the only wizarding home I could find. Please." Sirius and Remus exchanged a glance, something passing silently between them. A moment later, their wands dipped. Remus stepped forward and helped the woman across the threshold. Within minutes, chaos reigned. The midwife from St. Mungo's who had arrived for Lily was now tending to a second patient. The woman was slipping fast, her magic pulsing wild and unpredictable. She barely made it to the guest room before her strength gave out. Despite their efforts, she never opened her eyes again. The healers worked frantically, and at last, a baby girl was delivered. Tiny, fragile, and impossibly calm. Her skin glowed faintly with a power not yet understood. Her hair was as black as ink, her eyes a startling ocean blue far too old for a newborn's gaze. They had Jew. Saint finished wrapping her in a soft blanket when, down the hall, Lily Potter cried out one last time. And in that moment, Harry James Potter entered the world. 2 cries echoed through the house that night: one, a boy destined to survive. The other, a girl born of sea and storm, her fate still unwritten. Hazel, daughter of Neptune, and no one yet knew what her presence meant. The night was quiet in Godric's hollow, a deep, still silence that hung heavy in the air. But inside the modest home of Lily and James Potter, chaos stirred in the form of a newborn child. Hazel Lily Potter, daughter of Neptune and sister to the boy who would become the savior of the wizarding world, had been born just hours before, her cries mingling with the dark, turbulent storm clouds gathering in the sky. It was an of sorts, an omen that would go unnoticed by most, but not by Apollo and Diana. The rules of the gods held no sway in this land of wizards. Yet when the prophecy of the one who would bring down Voldemort began to unfold, the gods knew their intervention was necessary despite the consequences. "Diana, she is the one," Apollo whispered, his golden eyes gazing through the walls of the cottage as if they were made of glass. His voice was both a song and a warning. "She is part of the weave of fate. She will be vital." Diana stood beside him, her pale hair silver in the moonlight, her expression as unreadable as always. "And her father?" she asked, her voice like cold steel. "Neptune broke his oath. She should have no part in this world." Apollo's eyes narrowed. "The Olympians may have their rules, but we have our own. She deserves a destiny of her own, one beyond the will of the gods who abandoned her." And so time passed. For a year, the 2 children, Hazel and Harry, grew, showered with love and joy from their parents and honorary uncles. Until one Halloween night, the living room of the cottage was filled with laughter. James flew Hazel through the air in his arms, playing airplane, her giggles loud and crystal clear. Lily sat on the floor, Harry in her lap, repeating colors after her. Then suddenly both adults froze. The wards had flared. An intruder had crossed the boundary. Lily sprang up, Harry clutched to her chest, and raced for the nursery. James grabbed his wand from the couch and ran after her. Upstairs, Lily gently placed both toddlers in the crib, her hands trembling. James leaned in and kissed her forehead, their eyes locking. He said nothing. He didn't need to. And then he was gone, racing down the stairs just as the front door exploded open. Curses burst from Voldemort's wand, vicious and unstoppable. James retaliated, firing spell after spell, his specialty, transfiguration. Animated furniture, flying debris, flaming decoys. But barely minutes into the fight, an exploding curse cloaked in green light tore through the transfigured barricade and the killing curse struck James square in the chest. He toppled, glasses flying, his body landing limp across the bottom step. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort sent James's body tumbling down the stairs like a discarded doll. He didn't look back, didn't blink. He ascended, silent and floating, robes swaying around him. He paused only briefly at the nursery door, then blasted it open. Inside stood Lily. Please, not Harry. Take me instead. Spare Harry, please. Step aside, foolish girl. No, please, not Harry. The killing curse, green and merciless. The same color as her eyes. Flashed. She crumpled before her children. As Voldemort raised his wand toward the crib, Apollo and Diana stood watching from a distant hill. Cloaked in moonlight and silent resolve. The Dark Lord had not yet struck, but he was close. Closer than the fates would allow. He was hunting the child destined to end him. He would not find her. Not tonight. With a single, wordless glance between them, the divine twins moved. Light shimmered around their forms like liquid starlight, magic thick in the air, as they stepped just beyond the edges of the Fidelius charm gods, slipping into a world where they did not belong, but could not stay away. Inside, Voldemort raised his wand toward Harry. Avada Kedavra. The spell hit the child and backfired. In a burst of ancient magic and divine fire, the Dark Lord exploded into black dust and ash. His scream echoed as his body was annihilated, soul torn apart. Hazel began to cry. Harry, too, wailed in confusion and pain. Apollo and Diana stepped into the nursery, unbothered by the ruined doorway. Apollo bent over Harry, murmuring a golden healing chant as he placed a hand over the lightning bolt-shaped wound. The boy quieted. The pain dulled, and sleep overtook him. Diana moved to Lily's fallen form. From around the woman's neck, she gently removed a delicate golden locket, gleaming faintly. She fastened it around Hazel's neck, fingers lingering in silent promise. The twins stood. Diana picked up Hazel, and locking eyes with Apollo, the two gods and one toddler vanished in twin bolts of golden lights. Downstairs, the door slammed open again. Severus Snape burst into the house, already too late. His black eyes took in the devastation in a single breathless moment. When he reached Lily's knees, trembling, the scream he released wasn't just grief, it was agony. He clutched her head and torso, as if holding her might bring her back. Tears streamed silently down his face as he cradled her against him. The woman he had loved all his life, gone. Moments later, Sirius Black blasted open what remained of the front door, stumbling into the smoldering wreckage of the Potter's home. Smoke and dust hung in the air, and the stench of burning magic clawed at his throat. James, he cried, voice hoarse and frantic. And then he saw him. James Potter lay sprawled at the base of the stairs, his glasses knocked askew. Wand clutched in a limp hand. His eyes stared sightlessly toward the ceiling. Sirius dropped to his knees beside his best friend. No, he whispered. Prongs. He clenched his fists, grief slamming into him like a curse. You idiot, he choked out. You were supposed to survive this, remember? You always did. A crack echoed from upstairs, a sharp sound of disapparition. Sirius's head snapped up, his instincts flared. Lily. He vaulted up the stairs, boots thudding on charred wood, heart in his throat. He shoved open the nursery door, and found Lily lying crumpled in front of the crib, her arms outstretched in vain protection. Her brilliant hair spread around her like a halo, her hand smeared in blood. Sirius froze for a second, a strangled sound catching in his throat. He crouched beside her, fingers trembling as they touched her cheek. "I'm sorry," he whispered, barely able to breathe. A soft noisy breath made him look up. In the crib, Harry slept, scarred but alive, a faint trickle of magic shimmering around him like stardust. The boy shifted slightly, his tiny brow furrowing. Sirius's heart nearly collapsed under the weight of relief. "Harry, oh, thank Merlin." He gently touched the child's hand, and Harry sighed in his sleep. But the relief was short-lived. "Hazel." The name left his lips in a whisper, and then in a shout. "Hazel." He turned, eyes scanning the room. The second crib empty. He tore through the nursery, looking behind furniture, in closets, under cribs. Nothing. "Hazel," he bellowed, panic rising. "Where is she?" He raced through the other upstairs rooms, his voice growing more frantic with every passing second. "Hazel." She was gone. Sirius stumbled back into the hallway, hands in his hair, chest heaving. He braced himself against the wall, breath shallow. The world had fallen apart. Outside, a deep voice called over the wind. "Sirius, Sirius, it's over, he's gone." "Hagrid." Sirius turned, his expression twisted in anguish. "Hazel's gone. She's gone," he murmured. Then, like a switch being flipped, his grief gave way to rage. Peter. That traitorous rat. He did this. He gave them up. There was no time to lose. He rushed back to Harry, gathering the sleeping boy into his arms, holding him close like the last ember of a fire. "Take him," Sirius said as Hagrid appeared in the doorway. "Take my bike. Get him to safety." He pressed his wand to Harry's temple, casting a soft healing charm and a deeper one of protection. Then he gently passed him into Hagrid's arms. "Keep him safe," he whispered. "No matter what." And with one last look at the wreckage of the life he once knew, Sirius Black turned away, eyes burning with tears and vengeance. Back on the hilltop, Apollo held Hazel in his arms, swaddled in moonlight and fate. She did not cry. Diana stepped beside him, eyes on the stars. "This is only the beginning," she said quietly. Apollo nodded. "The fates will spin their web, but Hazel Lily Potter will walk a road of her own." And so it was. Hazel could still remember the day the gods brought her to the Wolf House. It had been just past noon in California when Apollo and Diana arrived at the edge of the ancient grounds. From the outside, the house looked like a crumbling ruined stone walls, dark windows, the kind of place most mortals would instinctively avoid. That was the enchantment working. In truth, the Wolf House was the heart of Roman training for wild demigods not yet ready for Camp Jupiter but too powerful to remain unguarded. Inside, the first floor was a wide, open space, echoing with the clash of wooden swords or the low growls of wolves mid-lesson. Upstairs, there were sleeping quarters, a sparse dining area, and on that day, a classroom where 4 trainees, 3 boys and a girls had hunched over scrolls of Roman history. The wolves dozed below. That silence shattered when Apollo and Diana appeared before the front entrance, Diana cradling a baby in her arms. Hazel had been that baby. She had never forgotten how the wolves reacted even years later. She could still picture it. One sentinel wolf bolting upstairs to summon Lupa, the other sinking low in a gesture of respect. Moments later, Lupa entered in her true wolf form, majestic. Prudence shifted before them into a tall woman clad in a white toga clasped with gold. Her hair was long and streaked with gray. Her canines flashed as she knelt before the gods. "Greetings to the sun and the moon," Lupa had said. Diana's voice had been calm, serene. "Rise, Lupa." Hazel could still hear her words, the question that changed her life. "Would you care for this little one? Raise her, until she is strong enough to reach camp on her own." Lupa asked about her parents. "Both dead," Apollo had said quietly. "She's magical. From Britain. She is born of the sea." Diana added. "But she will be raised as our champion. Can you train her to be worthy?" Lupa had hesitated only briefly before stepping forward. "Certainly. May I hold her?" Diana transferred Hazel into Lupa's arms. She hadn't stirred, just nuzzled into the warmth, the golden locket at her neck catching the light. "She's so small," Lupa had murmured. Diana bent, kissed Hazel's curls, and whispered, "Child of tide and moonlight pale, you walk a hunter's path. With bow and beast beside your step, beware your quiet wrath." A soft silver glow had enveloped them both before fading. Then Apollo stepped forward. His fingers had been warm, his expression softer than she ever imagined it again. He kissed her forehead too, whispering, "Child of sea and stars embrace, may your light outshine the dark. With healing hands and voice of flame, let truth be your mark." A warm, golden shimmer had spilled from his touch. "We won't see you for another 6 years, Twilight," he said, just before they left. "Grow strong." Hazel had been bathed in divine blessing before she could speak a single word. Those first days at the Wolf House had been the hardest. She was barely a year old. But the wolves watched her like a pup in the pack, sniffing her scent, circling her crib. One in particular had chosen her early. A silver-gray wolf she'd later name Umbra. He slept beside her, steadied her when she walked, caught her when she fell. By the time she turned 3, she was running barefoot through the pine forest with Umbra and a younger wolf, Vex, nipping at her heels. They played like siblings. She was their cub, their own. Training began early. Lupa's house was built on routine and Roman discipline, and Hazel, no matter how young, was part of it. Mornings began with drills, running, climbing, tumbling. She learned to fight, first with wooden blades, then real ones. She handled a Roman short sword and shield like the older trainees, but it was the bow and whip sword where she truly shone. Lupa had told her, "Strike like lightning, vanish like mist." The sea was never meant to be caged. Hazel kept these words close to her soul. Her fellow trainees Rufus, Cassian, Nico, and Lucia became her siblings in all but name. Rufus showed her how to win with a smirk and a feint. Cassian shared scrolls on old emperors and war tactics. Lucia pushed her to run faster, aim straighter. But it wasn't just combat. On her 4th birthday, Lupa handed her a tome bound in leather and etched in gold, Codex Incanter Bellatorum, the songbook of warrior sorcerers. "This is not for incantations barked in panic," Lupa said. "This is for those who understand that words, like blades, must be sharpened and sung." Hazel had learned quickly. Some spells cloaked her in shadow. Others turned fire to harmless ash. When her arrows blazed with divine flame, she never questioned it. The magic sang back to her. Once, she calmed an injured wolf mid-battle with nothing but a lullaby spell. By 5, she wasn't just strong. She was dangerous, but quiet, wild, focused. She hadn't cried when she left. Hazel remembered standing straight as tall as she cold, her sea glass eyes fixed on the horizon, whip sword at her hip. Bow slung across her back. A silver cloak shimmered around her shoulders, a gift from Diana. Calira had been there, golden blue eyes watching her carefully. Hazel trusted no one more than the goddess's chosen wolf. That morning, Calira had nudged her awake and indicated that it was time. Hazel looked back on the den, at Lupa, at the only home she'd known. Then she'd said, "Let's go." She and Calira vanished into the trees. The journey had tested every step she took. Hazel remembered the Cyclops first. She'd been cornered in the forest. She needed a distraction, so she'd tossed a handful of rocks. And whispered, "Amago, mirror to the wild, reflect a sight to beguile." A shimmering clone of herself appeared, perfect in form, right down to the toss of stones. The Cyclops had gone wild, stomping after the illusion, confused and howling. She and Calira had slipped away. A few days and sleepless nights later, Elamia tried to snare her with a lullaby. Hazel barely resisted it. She cupped her hands around her mouth, let out a warm breath, and whispered. Luces. Flicker, flare, 1,000 lights. Tiny glowing orbs lit up the clearing, emerging from Hazel's cupped hands. The Lamia hissed, vision obscured. Hazel fired a spell-split arrow that rained starlight across the trees and drove the creature back into the night. Then came the serpent, coiled in an old cave south of Sacramento, where Hazel intended to rest for the night. "You reek of salt and wolf fur," the creature hissed. "But you are not prey." Hazel bowed low. "Forgive me," she whispered. She whispered a lullaby spell to conjure food for the snake's clutch. Cradle of warmth, ember and root, spark the earth with gentle truth. Gentle warmth radiated from one side of the cave. Turning to face the entrance, Hazel took a deep breath, and sung. Let prey appear in nature's flow, swift and soft, no trace of woe. One gray rabbit and 2 fat gray rats scampered into the cave. The Esser, Pent had allowed her to stay for the night. The sea runs deep in you, girl child. Be careful which tides you follow. Hazel remembered those words. 3 miles from Camp Jupiter, she had nothing left. They had eaten their last biscuits and used up all the salve. Then came the howls. 5 of them. Hellhounds. She fought hard. The first fell to a fiery arrow. The second she tripped with vines, then slashed with her whip sword. The third bit her leg. Pain exploded in her side as she fell to one knee. Go, Calira, Hazel gasped, clinging to consciousness. Calira growled and forced herself under Hazel's arm, nudging her onto her back. Hazel clung to her fur, blood trailing behind. The wolf ran. Through the hills, past startled trees, up the ridges, with hellhounds baying behind. At the mouth of Camp Jupiter's tunnel, 2 sentries stood wide-eyed. Halt! Calira surged past them, Hazel clinging tight, her cloak a silver banner in the wind. More guards tried to block them. She jumped clear over them. The river Tiber gleamed in the fading sunlight. Without hesitation, Calira dove into the water. The moment Hazel hit the surface, golden warmth wrapped around her. Wounds closed. Bruises faded. Magic cradled her like a mother's arms. Behind them, horns blared. The hellhounds met Roman steel. Behind them, shouts rang out. Camp Jupiter's sentries had taken up arms. The hellhounds never stood a chance. Hazel didn't even look back. The river swallowed them whole. One heartbeat she was clutching Calira's fur, the snarls of hellhounds behind them like fire on their heels. The next, silence. The Tiber wasn't cold, it was ancient, alive. Wrapped around Hazel like a memory brushing past her cuts, her bruises, her very soul. Magic hummed against her skin, soaking into her bones. Her breath came easier, her vision sharpened. When she broke the surface, she felt reborn. All around her, the water glowed a deep, shifting blue. And above her head, it appeared, a towering trident, blazing in emerald light, cast dancing shadows over the stunned legionnaires on the bank. It shimmered and pulsed, as if the sea itself had risen to crown her. The symbol of Neptune, Earthshaker, Stormbringer, Father of Horses, and Lord of the Seas. Gasps echoed across the battlements. Then 2 smaller symbols bloomed beneath it. A golden lyre, strings glowing with sunlight, sang a faint, lilting tune only she could hear. And beside it, a silver bow and arrow, sharp and elegant, gleamed with wild moonlight. Apollo, Diana, Calira, wet and gleaming with starlight, padded to her side, let out a proud, keening howl, and licked Hazel's cheek. Hazel threw her arms around her friend, burying her face in that familiar, warm fur. I love you too, she whispered. Calira pressed her forehead to Hazel's, golden blue. Eyes soft with something ancient and mournful. Then, without a word, she turned and bounded off back into the wilds. Back to the hunt. Hazel watched her go, alone now. The Legion didn't know what to do with her. No scroll, no explanation, just a 5-year-old half-dead girl with the marks of 3 gods floating above her. They dropped her into the 5th cohort. The leftovers, the rejects, the underdogs. A cohort so battered and overlooked that even the camp's ghosts winced at the mention. The medics patched her up. The trainers tried to test her. But Hazel did everything with the quiet NSITY of someone who had already lived through fire. She ran errands, fetched water, cleaned armor. She's Neptune's kid, someone whispered. She's a ghost, said another. Never talks, never cries, just stares through you. She never corrected them. On March 30, 1987, Hazel stood silently on the platform. The heat of the iron burned like lightning through her arm. She didn't flinch, didn't scream, just watched. When it was done, her left forearm bore the mark. SPQR, one black line beneath either first year of service. And just below, 3 divine symbols gleamed faintly. The trident of Neptune, the lyre of Apollo, the silver bow of Diana. She flexed her fingers. Her arm tingled not in pain, but in recognition. Like the marks weren't just ink, but destiny. Her first winter solstice at Olympus came on December 22, 1987. She was 7. The other legionnaires oohed an AHHED at the golden corridors, and Diamond walked forward wide-eyed, silent, clutching the leather satchel Apollo had gifted her. Apollo himself had swept her into a hug, spun her once, and planted a kiss on her forehead. My favorite little sunbeam, he grinned. He braided sunbeams into her curls and pressed a drachma into her hand. For emergencies. Or snacks. Diana hugged her like a sister returning from battle, tucking the moonlight-lined cloak around Hazel's shoulders. Neptune didn't speak to her. Didn't even look at her. He stood in the corner. A cold blue blur, eyes locked somewhere past her. Hazel stood there small, hopeful, waiting for a nod. A glance. Anything. Nothing. That night, under Olympus' glowing stars, Hazel curled beneath her cloak and stared at the silver ceiling above. Her satchel lay beside her. She waited for sleep. But first, she cried. Quietly so no one would know. Every winter solstice after was the same. Apollo's warmth, Diana's fierce pride, and Neptune's silence. Each year, the black SPQR lines grew on her arm, one in 1987. Another in 1988. 3 by 1989. 4 by the time the 1990 solstice came around. And on July 31, 1991, Hazel turned 11 years old. A full 5 years of service under her belt. The youngest legionnaire with that many lines. Her left forearm bore SPQR. 5 black lines. The trident, the lyre, and the bow. She still hadn't said a word to Neptune. He still hadn't said one to hurl. And she waited. On July 31, 1991, Hazel turned 11 years old. By that time, she had 5 SPQR lines inked onto her forearm, the most of any legionnaire her age. Impressive, right? You'd think that would earn her respect. Wrong. Instead, Hazel held the distinct honor of being the most avoided person at Camp Jupiter. Even the Lorest camp's ancient Roman house ghosts gave her a wide berth. Vitellius, the ghostly guardian of the 5th cohort, could never be spotted within 10 feet of her. And when he did appear, it was usually by accident and followed by a swift and very ghostly exit. To be fair, if a glowing 11-year-old with divine parentage and a tendency to shoot fire-tipped arrows strolled around your neighborhood, you might ghost out too. Hazel, however, was perfectly fine with all this. Despite the sideways glances and unspoken rumors, she actually liked her life at Camp Jupiter. It wasn't that the camp hated children of Neptune, more like they collectively winced when one walked by. Romans had always been a little twitchy about the sea. Unlike the Greeks, who viewed Poseidon as a chill beach dad with a trident, Romans thought of Neptune as the moody uncle who could ruin your life and your entire city with one bad wave. The paranoia peaked in 1906, when a descendant of Neptune, Shen Lun, was allegedly involved in triggering a massive earthquake. Ever since, his children had been labeled bad luck. Not great PR for the Earthshaker's kids. Still, Hazel Lily Potter found ways to enjoy herself. She enjoyed practicing her magic in any of the temples available, usually Trivia's, Diana's, or Apollo's, depending on her mood, alignment of the stars, or which deity's vibe she was feeling that day. Trivia's temple was best for spell refinement and theory, Diana's was peaceful and wild and perfect for nature magic, and Apollo's, well, Apollo's had the best lighting for dramatic spellcasting, and occasional impromptu poetry. But every now and then, she'd sneak into other temples too, just to see if their magic tasted different. For fire-related spells, she'd respectfully use Vulcan's temple after triple-checking for flammable scrolls. For earth magic or mineral-based enchantments, she tried Ceres or Pluto's. For wind and sky magic, I'd once sat in Jupiter's temple for a whole afternoon until lightning crackled in her hair. She took that as either encouragement or a polite warning. Hard to say with the King of Gods. Of course, he cleaned up before and after every session. Realigned the offering bowls. Polished the altar. Dusted the cobwebs, if any. Swept away any magical residue, like lingering sparkles or scorched flagstones. She always left a proper offering: flowers, bread, a prayer, or the occasional shiny rock with sentimental value. Hazel was nothing if not polite to gods. Especially Roman ones. You didn't want to offend a Roman god. They held grudges like champions. But her magic, that she kept to herself. Only the praetors knew. It wasn't exactly forbidden at Camp Jupiter, but it wasn't exactly encouraged either. The Romans didn't take well to magic. Too unpredictable, too unstructured. They preferred things to be disciplined, militaristic, and neatly filed into categories like swordsmanship, formations, and approved divine blessings. Hazel's magic wasn't any of those things. It sang when it should have been silent, danced into places it wasn't invited, and in more than one occasion exploded without warning. Just like everything else about her, it didn't quite fit, and around here, that kind of not fitting wasn't always safe. So, she kept it hidden quiet and close except, of course, from the Praetors. Her chores were simple enough. Caring for the unicorn enclosure easy with her horse speak and water tricks, maintaining Neptune's shrine, who else was going to do it? Offering quick daily prayers to Apollo and Diana. And occasionally subbing in for other minor duties. Usually because someone else had faked a stomach bug. Then came the rest of her schedule. Morning training with her cohort. Afternoon classes in Roman history, war tactics, and mortal subjects like math, science, and economics because nothing screams battle readiness like understanding compound interest. Evening games and events like Tactical Senate, Lupa's Hunt, and of course, the ever-chaotic Field of Mars, war games. Oh, and let's not forget mandatory dinner every night with your cohort, which, for Hazel, meant awkward silence, a few mumbled comments about the weather, and watching Rufus try to flirt with anything that moved. Hazel's unpopularity wasn't entirely about Neptune and her magic. There were other factors. For one, she wasn't great at the war games. Her best weapon's a celestial bronze whip sword and her bow weren't exactly team-friendly. The whip sword terrified most of her teammates, and the bow was evilly discouraged at the time unless you were a child of Apollo. Weapon elitism was alive and well. Also, she was just too young for most legionnaires to take seriously. Too small to assign major roles in simulations. Too quiet to command. Too polite to argue. But did Hazel care? Not really. Introverted by nature, she was perfectly happy doing the grunt work. She didn't want fame. She didn't need attention. She just wanted to do her job, blend in, and maybe may behave one normal day without someone calling her cursed. Hazel Lily Potter's wallpaper of Camp Jupiter. And proud of it. Anyway, back to the point. On July 31, 1991, Hazel Lily Potter turned 11 years old. Nothing world-shattering happened, no lightning bolts, no divine proclamations, no earthquakes thankfully. Just a surprise, say cake from the cornucopia at dinner that startled half the mess hall. It appeared with a little pop, and a suspicious puff of powdered sugar, followed by confused murmuring as everyone stared at it. For a moment, no one was quite sure whose birthday it was. Then Hazel, cheeks already starting to turn pink, reluctantly raised her hand. That was all it took. The entire Legion launched into an awkward, slightly off-key version of "Happy Birthday." She tried not to look too mortified. She mostly succeeded. As soon as the last note trailed off and someone tried and failed to start a round of "For she's a jolly good fellow," Hazel grabbed her plate loaded with a whole roast chicken and some token vegetables and a slice of cake and quietly excused herself. She made her way to Temple Hill, heading for the one place where nobody would question her presence or try to make her blow out birthday candles. Vesta's temple. The flame greeted her like an old friend. It flickered gently, casting soft shadows along the marble walls as Hazel stepped inside. The familiar warmth seeped into her bones like a cozy blanket. She could practically hear it whispering, "Welcome back, sweetheart." Rough day. She settled onto the smooth stone floor with her plate and began her quiet ritual. With careful precision, she sliced her chicken into 5 parts, like always. One piece for her father. A soft prayer and a promise to keep going, even if he'd never said a word to her. 2 more for Apollo and Diana's sunshine and moonlight, her warmth and wildness. They always got extra. Apollo liked food offerings. He once appeared mid-rhyme during a solstice to snatch a honey-glazed ham, and Diana appreciated the thought, even if she probably pretended she didn't. The 4th piece she cut into smaller chunks and offered in a series of whispered names: Jupiter, Mars, Minerva, Mercury, Fortuna, Victoria, Pluto. She'd get the rest of them tomorrow. Daily divine devotion, Hazel style. She pushed the last bite of her cake into her mouth, chocolate, of course, and leaned back with a soft sigh. In the hush of the temple, the fire crackled gently. It didn't judge, didn't speak, just existed. And for Hazel Lily Potter, on her 11th birthday, that was enough. The next day was definitely unusual. It started normal enough. She received her daily chore, clean the sauna, a task she could practically do in her sleep by now. But as she was heading into the city for her classes, something her in the face and sent her sprawling. For a split second, Hazel feared the worst, her sense of touch lagging behind her brain. She scrambled to her feet, groaning, and reached for what she thought was a feather duster. It hooted, loudly. Startled, she dropped it instantly, then snatched it up again as though the owl might take offense if she didn't treat it with some dignity. The owl glared at her, unamused, for a few moments before sticking its leg out at her with what could only be described as purposeful intent. Whoa, what? A letter? From an owl? Hazel muttered to herself, blinking. Since when was that a thing? She placed the owl in her lap, carefully untied the red string from the letter, and just as she was about to open it, another owl landed beside her. This one was calmer, a darker brown with spots along its wings, and decidedly less ragged than the first. The first owl, meanwhile, had begun preening itself, clearly feeling a little insecure about its more dignified companion. Hazel took the second letter, then held both in her hands, staring down at the two owls. Both of them stared back at her, expectantly. What, you want food or something? She asked, raising an eyebrow. To her surprise, both owls nodded. She blinked at them, then glanced around. A few legionnaires were loitering a little way off, close enough to snicker at the sight of her, sprawled on the ground, talking to two owls but far enough that they wouldn't hear her. Sighing, Hazel took a deep breath, and hummed for a moment before muttering an incantation. Let prey appear in nature's flow, swift and soft, no trace of woe. Almost immediately, two rats scampered into view. The owls darted forward in unison, devouring the rats with a level of efficiency that made Hazel think she might have just witnessed a very unsavory magic trick. Oh, okay, didn't need to see that, Hazel grumbled in her head. Anyways, Hazel said, shaking her head, mind if I read these later? I've got class. The two owls hooted, hopped closer, and stared at her with an expression that clearly said, nope. Read them now, and respond. All right, Hazel muttered, standing up and brushing off her pants. Guess I'm getting demerit points today for skipping class. She was pretty sure she could hear some of the nearby legionnaires snickering. Hazel gave them a pointed look, then tore open the first letter. After all, it looked like this was going to be a much more important distraction than anything class had to offer. The first envelope was thick and creamy, like parchment had been given a spa treatment. It smelled faintly of ink, old libraries, and something vaguely owl-ish. On the front, in deep emerald green ink, written in an elegant, looping hand was her full address. Miss Hazel Lily Potter, corner bottom bunk, 5th Cohort Ladies Section, Camp Jupiter, Oakland Hills. Near San Francisco, California, United States of America. There was no postage stamp, of course. Just a small wax seal on the back, deep red and stamped with a badger, lion, eagle, and serpent twisted around a large capital HTHE Hogwarts crest. Hazel wasn't entirely sure how the owl found her. Probably some kind of magical postal bloodhound with wings. Calira would have been mildly insulted. The envelope contained 2 parchment sheets, neatly folded. And as soon as Hazel opened the first one, the letters shimmered briefly like the magic was stretching its legs before settling into place. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Professor Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sork, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confed, of Wizards. Dear Miss Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Term begins on the 1st of September. Enclosed you will find a list of all necessary books and equipment. Please note that first-year students are expected to arrive at platform 9 3/4 no later than 11 a.m. on the day of departure. Additionally, we are aware that your current circumstances are somewhat non-traditional. Please be assured that special arrangements have been made for transportation. Your Hogwarts liaison will meet you shortly with further instructions. Congratulations, Miss Potter. We look forward to welcoming you into the wizarding world. Warm regards, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Hazel then picked out the second paper inside to see the list of supplies. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. First year supply list 1 wand. You will be receiving a wand from Ollivander's, Diagon Alley. A cauldron. Standard size 2, pewter. A set of brooms. For flying lessons, provided by Hogwarts. Books. The Standard Book of Spells Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk. History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. The Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Try. MBLE The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Tales of Beetle the Bard. Required reading. A set of robes for everyday use. A set of protective clothing, including gloves and a hat, to be worn during potions lessons. A pair of boots, for protective footwear. An owl, for communication with others at Hogwarts, or a toad frog as an alternative. Parchment, ink, and quills for writing assignments. Note: transportation will be arranged by the Hogwarts Liaison. If you have any special requests, please let us know well in advance. It's easier to avoid curses than it is to get rid of them. Warm regards, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Interesting. Next letter. The envelope is sleek and professional. W.I.T.H. The words, Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, embossed across the front in shiny silver ink. It has a modern feel. No wax seals, just the distinct, clean lines of a modern institution. T.H.E. stamp reads, North American Magical Bureau of Transportation, with a subtle image of an enchanted flying serpent curled around a set of stars. The address is written in a neat, official font. 2. Hazel Lily Potter, Camp Jupiter, Oakland Hills near San Francisco, California. The letters themselves are printed on thick, high-quality paper, crisp and white with a sleekness that feels entirely modern. No parchment here. It doesn't smell like old magic, but instead, faintly of fresh paper and a whiff of something metallic, like the tang of a lightning storm. Hazel opened the letter and pulled out a folded paper. Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Office of Admissions Headmistress Serafina Garrison, July 31, 1991. Dear Hazel Lily Potter, it is with great pleasure that we extend to you this 4-mal invitation to attend Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for your first year of magical education. We were thrilled to learn of your acceptance through your connection with the magical world and your immense potential. As a student of Ilvermorny, you will be joining a vibrant community of witches and wizards from all across North America. The school's grounds, nestled deep in the Massachusetts hills, are as enchanting as they are vast, with each of our 4 houses offering a unique approach to magical education. Your sorting will take place on the first evening of your arrival. Place. Find below a list of required supplies for your first year at Ilvermorny. As a reminder, some of the listed items may be acquired upon your arrival, though we encourage you to bring everything necessary to ensure a smooth start to your year. First year supply list. Required texts. Introduction to Spellwork, by Gwendolyn Serpens. Beasts of the Americas, by Miranda Goldfoot. A comprehensive guide to magical creatures found across North America. Some creatures you'll study live on the grounds of Ilvermorny itself. Try not to befriend any unexpected visitors. History of North American Magic, by Desmond Penn. A deep dive into the fascinating and often chaotic history of magic in the Americas. Bonus points for extra credit if you can finish this book without starting a magic duel in your head. Charms and How to Use Them, by Jeremiah Quickspell. A charms. Very straightforward, unless you're trying to charm a broomstick to make you breakfast. It rarely works. Wand Lore. The Secrets of Wood and Core, by Orville Hawthorne. This book is essential for understanding the relationship between your wand and your magic. We're not saying your wand chooses you, but it might just become your best friend. Required equipment. 1 wand. We have already notified our trusted wandmaker, Holt Pendergrass, in Salem, who will be waiting for you to select your wand upon arrival. He's known for his unique and, at times, unpredictable approach. If he offers you any strange advice about your wand choosing your destiny, don't worry, he's just being his usual quirky self. 3 sets of school robes. Black with white trim, to represent your magical potential. The color is inspired by our very own Ilvermorny house colors. Don't worry about fitting, you will get a magical resizing spell during your first week. 1 cauldron. Standard size for beginners. A simple one will do. We recommend you avoid the shiny ones they tend to distract from the actual potion-making process. 1 pack of enchanted quills. To ensure your notes are legible and well-formed even in the most stressful of lectures. They might also help you with your homework when you're running late. No promises. 1 crystal ball. Don't panic. It's mostly decorative, though it might come in handy in case you want to practice a bit of divination or just impress some new friends. 1 set of protective gloves. For handling dangerous magical ingredients and creatures. Some students use these for practical jokes, but we don't recommend it unless you're particularly good at hexes. Optional equipment but strongly recommended. 1 pocket-sized grimoire. Foe. Are the aspiring witch or wizard looking to dabble in their own spells outside of class? You never know when you might need to impress a professor or stop a magical creature from causing chaos. 1 book of enchanted recipes. Because what's magic without a little bit of food magic? We've heard good things about making enchanted cookies that float. Always impresses your housemates. Important notes. You'll receive a letter detailing your house assignment upon arrival. Please don't worry if you don't know your house yet, we have a magical system for that. We also suggest you pack a light travel bag, as you will be transported to Ilvermorny via broomstick caravan on the 3rd of September. We look forward to welcoming you to Ilvermorny. P.S. Please send a reply back if you wish to contact us for any reason. The Owl, Sarah, will wait for your reply. Yours sincerely, Serafina Garrison, Headmistress, Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hazel sat there for a long moment, blinking at the 2 letters in her hands as if they might disappear if she looked away. 2 magical schools had written to her. She wasn't sure whether to feel honored, confused, or just plain overwhelmed. A part of her wanted to laugh, of course. Her life couldn't just be normal demigod weird. No, it had to be extra. British magic school with a train that left from a fake platform. Sure. American castle with a brew. M-stick caravan and a wandmaker named Holt Pendergrass. Why not? She glanced at the owls still waiting beside her, one now grooming its feathers with theatrical pride, the other staring at her like it was silently judging her indecision. Hazel let out a soft huff of air and muttered, "Great. I finally get invited to school, and now I've got to pick which continent I want my magical trauma on." She tore 2 pages from a notebook in her bag. Addressing them by the respective names from the envelopes, she writes back, asking them to please meet with her tomorrow and the day after. The 1st of August 1991, Camp Jupiter, Oakland Hills, California. Dear Professor McGonagall, thank you for your letter and for the rather dramatic owl delivery. It certainly made an impression. I am honored by the offer to ND Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Receiving such an invitation was unexpected, and I would very much like to speak with someone from your school to understand more about what attending would entail. Would it be possible to meet with my Hogwarts liaison the day after tomorrow? Moving to a whole other country is a pain, but I'd like to know my options. Sincerely, Hazel Lily Potter. On the other sheet, she wrote, the 1st of August 1991, Camp Jupiter, Oakland Hills, California. Dear Headmistress Garrison, thank you for your kind invitation to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I'd love the chance to ask a few questions about Ilvermorny and its programs before making any decisions. Would it be possible to meet with a representative from your school the day after tomorrow? I'll be in the same place, and I'll try to provide snacks for the owl if she's sticking around. Looking forward to learning more. Hazel Lily Potter. Okay, that's done, Hazel muttered, brushing her hands together. She glanced down at the owls still watching her like they expected more. So, should I tie these to your legs or? Before she could finish the sentence, both owls promptly snatched the letters GHT out of her hands and took off into the sky with the grace of seasoned postal professionals. Hazel blinked. Rude, but efficient. She stood there for a moment, watching the specks disappear into the horizon. Then glanced at the sun's position and sighed. Welp, missed class. Again. After a moment's internal debate, she dusted herself off and turned toward the Principia. Guess I'd better go explain myself to the praetors before they think I got kidnapped by fawns or something. Hazel jogged over to the Principia, Camp Jupiter's command center and official headquarters for all things serious. The building itself looked like someone had challenged an architect to make a Roman villa scream authority without yelling. Tall columns framed the entrance, polished bronze doors glinting in the California sun. And laurel vines clung dramatically to the walls like they were auditioning for a toga commercial. She knocked twice firm but polite and stepped inside. The interior was just as intimidating. Cool marble floors stretched across the room, with imperial purple banners hanging from the ceiling and flickering torches casting golden light on the stone walls. A massive map of the Roman territories hung on one side, enchanted so that little golden figures moved across it like they were reenacting a very strategic game of tag. The centerpiece was a raised dais with a long table behind it, where the praetors sat like judgmental demigod royalty. And of course, everything smelled faintly of leather scrolls, weapon polish, and the kind of incense that made you feel like confessing to crimes you hadn't committed. Inside, as expected, were the praetors, the two people in camp you did not mess with unless you had a really good reason, like a monster attack, a prophecy, or, say, two magical owls dive-bombing you with acceptance letters to rival schools. Praetor Marcus Kutcher sat at the long table like he'd been born to lead a Senate meeting. He was 16, already taller than most of the legionnaires, and carried himself like a marble statue that had just been asked to run a war. A son of Victoria, the goddess of victory, which explained why he always looked like he was mentally winning something. His purple-lined toga was, of course, perfectly creased, not a wrinkle in sight. Hazel wasn't sure if that was a power of his lineage or if he just ironed it every morning while plotting winning battle strategies. Next to him lounged Praetor Junia Smith, a 17-year-old descendant of Mercury with the smirk of someone who could either rob you or promote you depending on how well you answered her next question. Her dark eyes flicked up from the silver coin she was flicking between her fingers. Click, spin, catch, repeat. She was all sharp edges and quicker comebacks, especially when stressed. Hazel respected her, feared her just a little, and maybe once tried to figure out if she was actually telepathic, because Junia had an annoying habit of knowing exactly when you were about to lie. Hazel GD tried to look like she hadn't just skipped class because of surprise owl mail. Which, to be fair, sounded a lot less believable out loud. Marcus looked up from a stack of reports. Hazel, you're late for class. Quote. Junia, lounging behind the reports, raised an eyebrow. Unless you've discovered time travel and already gone to class in the future. In which case impressive. Hazel gave them both a sheepish shrug. Not quite. I got interrupted. Marcus exchanged a quick glance with Junia. Is this a demigod emergency or a Hazel's definition of normal emergency? Hazel stepped forward and placed her envelopes on the table. Two magical owls delivered letters to me. One from a school called Hogwarts. The other from Ilvermorny. Apparently, I've been invited to both. Junia sat up straighter. Wait, owl mail, like British-style wizard schools? Hazel nodded. Yup. Full-on magical institutions, invitations, supply lists, sorting ceremonies. One of them offered broomstick caravans. The other practically sent a Victorian-era scroll. Marcus raised an eyebrow and picked up the Hogwarts letter, unfolding it with the care of someone handling a minor curse. Junia G'd the Ilvermorny one before Hazel could offer it, already scanning the clean white paper with practiced speed. Okay, Junia muttered as she flipped the page. This one has a crystal ball on the supply list and a wandmaker named Holt who sounds like a used car salesman. Hazel locked her hands behind her back. To be fair, I think that's part of the charm. Junia leaned back, flipping her coin into the air. You didn't say yes to anything yet. No, Hazel said, but I sent replies asking to meet with their liaisons. Tomorrow and the day after. Marcus leaned forward. Good, at least you're thinking things through. You're still Legion. We don't just vanish without warning. Even for magical academia. Hazel hesitated, then added, I'll go to the meetings. Ask questions. If it turns out Avenue to go, I'll make sure the fifth has time to adjust. Junia's coin stopped mid-spin in her palm. She smiled, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. You're not getting rid of us that easily, Hazel. Marcus stood, straightened his toga, and nodded solemnly. We'll mark your absence tomorrow and the day after as special diplomatic leave. But we want a full report. And if one of those owls shows up again, send it to Junia. She's always wanted to interrogate a bird. Hazel smirked. Thanks. I'll try not to defect to a castle without saying goodbye. See that you don't, Marcus said. Dismissed. Hazel turned to leave, already feeling the weight of what came next. As she pushed open the door, Junia called after her, and if either school gives you a sword, make sure it has a return policy. A few moments later, Hazel popped her head back through the doorway, one hand still on the frame. So, do I get permission to skip class today as well? Junia let out a long-suffering sigh. Yes, fine. Go light a candle to trivia or whatever it is you do. But you are not getting out of chores or homework. I'll have someone bring it over. Yes. Hazel grinned, already halfway turned around. Bye. After a quick detour to grab her camp-issued offering key to little satchel that smelled faintly of old incense and ash, Hazel made her way up the stone path that wound behind the Principia to the small temple complex nestled in the trees. Camp Jupiter didn't believe in flashy shrines unless you were a war-related god and or some of the 12 major gods. Everyone else got quiet, whether were altars and a whole lot of ambiance. Which, honestly, suited Hazel just fine. She preferred a little quiet over all the drama and celestial spotlight anyway. First stop. Trivia. Hazel knelt at the triple-faced statue, placing 3 lavender sprigs on the offering dish. Hey, Lady Trivia. Thanks for the owl mail, I guess. You've always had a flair for timing, and I'm gonna assume this is part of your mysterious but well-meaning aesthetic. The incense sparked to life, which she decided to take as a "you're welcome." Next, she headed to Apollo's sunlit column, already warm with afternoon light. She ed down a small scroll of handwritten song lyrics. He appreciated originality, and murmured, "Just in case I need healing from exploding cauldrons or overly dramatic British professors. You know, the usual." Finally, Diana's shrine cooler. Tucked into a moonlit grove even at midday, Hazel placed a silver coin and a feather she'd found near the owls. For guidance, and strength, and maybe a little extra patience if I end up rooming with broomstick-obsessed 11-year-olds. She stood, dusted off her knees, and slung her bag over her shoulder with a sigh. All right, she muttered to herself. Gods consulted, chores next. And then homework. Because apparently magical destinies don't come with free periods. The next day dawned bright and warm, with a breeze that smelled faintly of eucalyptus and summer. Hazel waited on a tree at the entrance to Camp Jupiter, where the gravel road melted into wilderness and mist. She wore a short-sleeved blue shirt tucked into cream jeans, her shoes SCUF. Fed from running up and down the cohorts. A simple blue braided hairband kept her shoulder-length dark hair out of her face, and she swung her legs absently from the low branch of a nearby tree, CG. Green eyes scanning the treeline with the patience of someone used to weird things happening, just not always on time. Then, precisely at 10 a.m., the air shimmered like heat off asphalt. A sharp crack echoed through the woods, and a tall man in a tailored dark coat and polished boots stepped through the shimmer as if walking out of an invisible doorway. His salt and pepper hair was combed neatly back, and he wore square glasses that gave him the perpetual look of someone unimpressed by everyone and everything. "You must be Miss Hazel Potter," he said, adjusting the cuffs of his coat. His voice was deep and clipped, the kind that could hush a room full of rowdy magical teenagers. "Jackson Rivers, Ilvermorny. I'll be accompanying you today to acquire your academic materials." Hazel hopped down from the branch and offered a small, polite smile. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Rivers. I'm Hazel Lily Potter." He gave her a once-over, then nodded stiffly. "Right, let's not dawdle." Hazel gripped the brass door knocker as Professor Rivers gave a quick warning. A sharp tug yanked her off her feet, and the world spun wildly around her. Colors and sounds blurred together, a dizzying rush that made her stomach lurch. Just as quickly, everything snapped back into focus. She landed hard on the cobblestones of a modern magical street in Salem, disoriented but steady. Rivers was already moving, unaffected by the portkey's disorienting effects. "I understand you're staying at some orphanage," he said, glancing at a scroll he produced from his coat. "Jupiter Orphan Initiative. Odd name. And stranger still, your funding isn't coming from the usual North American Orphan Support account. Your name was marked for a Vault 003 access." He raised an eyebrow at her, clearly fishing for answers. Hazel just smiled a little too broadly. No clue what that means. Maybe it's a legacy thing. Jackson Rivers frowned but said nothing more. When they reached the wand shop, an austere little building with smoke gently curling from a chimney, Hazel stopped at the threshold. "I'm gonna wait on the wand," she said. Jackson Rivers turned, clearly puzzled. "Excuse me, I got another invitation. From Hogwarts. British school. Their liaisons coming tomorrow. I just want to weigh my options before committing to a wand." "Seems like kind of a big deal." Rivers narrowed his eyes. "Miss Potter, wands are not toys. They are essential conduits of magical focus and power." "Yeah, which is why I'm waiting," she replied evenly. "Just until tomorrow." He looked like he wanted to argue, but after a tense pause, he simply sighed. "Very well, I'll inform Mr. Pendergrast to hold your session. I assume your Hogwarts liaison will be equally thorough." Hazel gave a tight smile. "I'll let you know." The seekas jarring. In an instant, the world twisted. And Hazel felt herself yanked through a blur of motion. She hit the ground hard at the entrance to Camp Jupiter, dizzy but on her feet. Professor Rivers gave a brief nod and turned to leave. Hazel took a steadying breath, the familiar sight of the camp gates grounding her. "I trust you'll keep us informed of your final decision," he said. "Of course. Thanks for everything." Once he shimmered away into the mist, Hazel adjusted the strap on her bag and made her way straight to the Principia. Junia and Marcus were inside, as always, surrounded by maps, scrolls, and enough paperwork to choke a minotaur. Hazel dropped her satchel on the table. "Mission report. Ilvermorny edition." Marcus raised an eyebrow. "Well." Junia leaned forward, spinning her coin on the table in front of her. "Was there a test? Did they make you ride a Sasquatch to prove you're magical?" Hazel grinned. "Nope, but I met a guy teacher who looked like he hadn't smiled since the invention of brooms. We picked up supplies, uniforms, books, the whole lot. But I didn't get a wand yet." "Why not?" Marcus asked. "I told him I got a Hogwarts invite too. Waiting to hear what they offer before I pick anything permanent." Junia's coin stopped and fell with a clatter. "Smart. Make them compete for you." Marcus nodded. "Just make sure no one brainwashes you into a house you can't escape from." Hazel smirked. "I'll let you know if I get sorted into house, not a cult." Junia held out her hand for the shrunken supply satchel. "We'll catalog this with your cohort quartermaster. Anything weird happen?" Hazel hesitated. "Just one thing. They took me to a special vault in their bank. Vault 003. He said it wasn't the normal orphan account. Oh, and the bank had human tellers, but everything was clearly run by goblins. Little angry-looking grumpy things like someone had given a porcupine a tie and a bad attitude." She added, "They're not to be harmed, by the way. Apparently, if even one goblin is killed, the entire magical economy of America collapses because they go out to seek revenge. They've got their own language too, lots of hissing and clicks, but they speak English just fine when they want to threaten you with legalese." Quote. Marcus and Junia exchanged a glance. "Noted," Junia said. "We'll look into it. Good work, Legionnaire." Dismissed. Hazel gave a small salute and turned to leave, heart thudding just a little faster than usual. Tomorrow would be Hogwarts, and she had a feeling things were only going to get stranger. The next day, Hazel was back at her favorite spot in the tree, munching on nuts and absently watching the flow of the river Little Tiber. It was a perfect morning, the breeze gently rustling the leaves and the sun casting dappled shadows across the camp. She didn't know how long she'd been sitting there when, suddenly, a figure appeared before her with no warning. Hazel blinked, her mouth half full of nuts. The man in front of her was tall, with long, silvery hair and a long, flowing beard that made him look like something out of J.R.R. Tolkien's books. In fact, if you added a staff or a walking stick, he would look exactly like how she pictured Gandalf. He wore deep blue robes adorned with golden stars that sparkled faintly in the sunlight. His half-moon glasses perched precariously on his nose, and his eyes twinkled with a knowing, mischievous glint. "Ah, Miss Potter, I assume. Albus Dumbledore, at your service," he said with a soft voice, bowing slightly. Hazel stared down at him, slightly awestruck but also wondering how he'd managed to find her so easily. Yes, that's me," she managed, jumping down from her perch and dusting off her jeans. I was expecting to be taken to Hogwarts, though. Dumbledore chuckled softly, a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Ah, I understand your eagerness. But, unfortunately, we're not quite heading to Britain today. I thought, instead, we might enjoy a quieter chat, just you and I. If you'll come with me. Before she could say anything, Dumbledore flicked his wand with a quick motion. A large rock near the tree shimmered briefly, and in the blink of an eye, it transfigured into a Aussie little patio area complete with a small table, 2 chairs, and a stone bench. Hazel blinked, impressed. She couldn't help but notice how peaceful it looked, the nearby trees giving the scene a natural, serene feel. Please, sit, Dumbledore offered graciously, already settling into one of the chairs. He gestured for Hazel to join him, and she hesitantly took the other seat, still absorbing the strange but welcoming sight. She wasn't quite sure what to expect, but she was beginning to feel more comfortable in his presence. With another flick of his wand, a teapot appeared, pouring a steaming, reddish tea into 2 cups. Dumbledore conjured small plates with delicate pastries, light, fluffy scones, biscuits dusted with powdered sugar, and little fruit tarts, their fillings bursting with color, with a little whipped cream on top. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his voice softening. I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, and a Transfiguration master. Hogwarts is an ancient school, founded over 1,000 years ago by 4 remarkable witches and wizards. It's where young witches and wizards are trained in magic, whether they're the brightest minds or those seeking a path toward mastery. He smiled, his eyes twinkling. At Hogwarts, you'll study transfiguration, potions, defense against the dark arts, and care of magical creatures. But it's more than that, it's a place of discovery. You'll explore magic as old as the world itself, uncover forgotten spells, and learn how to live with magic, not just cast it. Dumbledore leaned back. There's also astronomy, herbology, charms, even divination, where you can learn to glimpse the future. But beyond the magic, it's the friendships, the challenges, and the experiences that make Hogwarts so special. Hazel stirred her tea, unsure what to make of the conversation. I know a bit about magic, she interrupted, not wanting to be talked down to. I had a pretty informative meeting with the Ilvermorny liaison yesterday. Dumbledore smiled kindly. Ah, of course. The magical world is a large place, and you've only just begun to scratch the surface. I imagine you weren't looking forward to a long journey all the way to Britain, though. Hazel shook her head, picking at the rim of her teacup. No, I wasn't. Maybe when I'm older. For now, I think I'll stick with the American schools for now. Ah, wise, Dumbledore hummed in response. But I'm curious, Miss Potter, what kinds of magic are you familiar with? What have you learned so far? Hazel paused for a moment, a faint smile tugging at her lips. She wasn't sure how to answer. But she'd never been shy about her abilities. Well, I can talk to horses and snakes. I don't know why, but it's just something that's always been there. She hesitated, then added, I can control the flow of water, sometimes. And, occasionally, I set my arrows on fire. I haven't tried competing outside the camp because of it. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. That's impressive, Miss Potter. A fine range of talents. Hazel didn't meet his gaze, shifting her eyes to her cup. I also know a few small incantations from a grimoire. It was passed down to me by someone from the Jupiter Orphan Initiative. But, I'd rather not show you the grimoire. It's kind of personal. She sipped at the tea, which wasn't too bad. It tasted slightly of chocolate and was sweet, since she had added a lot of cream and sugar to it. Dumbledore nodded, as if understanding completely. Very well, but might I see one of these incantations, if you're willing to share? Hazel hesitated, then nodded. All right. She set her teacup down and drew a slow breath, her hands lightly brushing the stone of the table as she began to speak the words of the first spell. Shadows shimmer, figures flare. Split myself upon the air. For a moment, nothing happened, but then, in a ripple of shadows, a hazy figure appeared next to Hazel. It was an exact mirror image of Hemance, perfectly synchronized but translucent and flickering like a wisp of smoke. Hazel let out a small breath, impressed by her magic. The figure's not real, she added, but it can help confuse people or draw fire away from me. It's a good trick when I want to distract somebody. Dumbledore looked impressed, his eyes widening. Fascinating. I did not expect such a spell. Could you show me another? Hazel took a deep breath, preparing for the next one. She spoke the words with more confidence. From root and leaf, from claw and caul, let green arise and heed my thrall. The ground at her feet trembled slightly, and from the earth sprouted a brown root. It slithered along the floor and reached out to grab one of the teacups, pulling it up before the root began to absorb the tea, as if tasting it. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows even higher, clearly intrigued. Very unusual, a bit more than what I would expect from your standard spellbook. Hazel nodded, feeling a little self-conscious now. I've found it useful in the wilderness, but, no. I didn't read about anything like this in Ilvermorny's books. Dumbledore hummed thoughtfully, staring at the root as it slowly retreated into the ground. That's very interesting, indeed. Something quite unique, Miss Potter. Hazel shrugged, sipping her tea. Guess I got lucky, she said with a small smile. Dumbledore smiled, his expression warm but tinged with an unreadable depth. I believe it's much more than that. Miss Potter, your potential is remarkable. Your understanding of magic will evolve in ways that even you can't yet foresee. Hazel raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in her eyes. Why even bother sending me an invitation, Professor Dumbledore? You should have known there was a very low chance I'd accept. Seems like a lot of trouble. Perhaps I hoped for a higher chance of acceptance. Dumbledore replied, his tone both amused and earnest. You see, just the day before yesterday, I received an acceptance letter for a certain someone named Harry James Potter. Your twin brother. He paused, his eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. He's coming to Hogwarts. He has been living with his aunt and uncle in Britain, and he was very eager to find out that he might have a twin sister. Hazel blinked, her breath catching. What? I had to come here for certain matters, which is why your letter was delayed, Dumbledore continued. Originally, we intended to send it on the 1st of July. As for your parents James and Lily Potter, they were tragically killed on Halloween night, when you and Harry were just babies. Harry was placed at his aunt's place for safety. But at the time you were declared missing, presumed to be dead, since we could find nothing to prove your continued existence. It's been a long road, but now you and your brother are set to meet at Hogwarts. So, I have a twin brother, Hazel said, processing the information slowly, and I'll only get to see him if I go to Hogwarts. Hazel's hand drifted to the small golden locket around her neck. She hesitated for a moment before gently unclasping it. The locket was oval-shaped, its chain and clasp charmed unbreakable, always secure. It had always been that way, ever since she could remember. She held it in her hands, running her fingers over the smooth surface and the ingrained design of the fleur-de-lis, and then carefully pressed the button on top. With a soft click, the locket opened. On one side was an old, non-magical photo of two young, smiling faces, whom she knew guessed were James and Lily Potter. They were vibrant, happy, their love clear even in the stillness of the image. Hazel had never known them, but their faces were familiar, etched into her memory like a whisper from another life. The other side showed a more recent photo, likely her twin brother, Harry. His image had changed over the years, from a small baby to a growing child, and now, in the most recent version, a young boy with the same messy hair and eyes that mirrored her own. I don't know them, Hazel said quietly, her voice soft as she glanced at Dumbledore. But this locket, it's been with me for as long as I can remember. And the picture of Harry changes. I've always wondered about him, but I didn't know who he was until now. She closed the locket with a small click, pressing it tightly in her hand. It's one of my most prized possessions, she added, looking at Dumbledore with a mix of uncertainty and determination. Dumbledore's eyes softened as he watched her, understanding the significance of the locket. I believe it's a connection to your past, Miss Potter. A reminder of who you are and where you come from. You'll meet him soon, and when you do, you'll have a chance to learn more about your family, about who you both are. Hazel nodded, still holding the locket close to her heart. All right, I'll go. I need to meet him. But I can't leave right away. Dumbledore gave a small, understanding smile. Of course, I will return for you on August 25th to gather your supplies. You'll leave for Hogwarts on the 1st of September, and that is when you will meet your brother. Hazel glanced at the locket again before tucking it back under her shirt, out of sight. Thanks, Professor. That works perfectly. Dumbledore gave her one last knowing look. Until then, Miss Potter. And with that, he left, his figure vanishing with a soft shimmer of magic. The patio and table also turned back into the rock when Hazel finally got up and walked out. Hazel walked back to the Principia, her mind spinning with the whirlwind of revelations. She couldn't quite shake the image of Harry, her brother. Living an entire life without her. She'd have to meet him. There was no other choice. Arriving at the Principia, she took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Marcus and Junia were sitting at the large table. Papers scattered across it, but they both looked up as soon as she entered. "Well?" Junia asked, her tone casual, but there was a gleam of curiosity in her eyes. Hazel stood a little taller, her expression firm. "I'm going." Marcus raised an eyebrow, folding his arms across his chest. "Going where?" "To Hogwarts," Hazel said, voice steady. "I have a twin brother. His name is Harry. He's been living with his aunt and uncle in Britain, and he's coming to Hogwarts too. I need to meet him." Junia's eyes widened slightly, but she kept her cool. "Wait, you have a twin, and you didn't know?" Hazel nodded. "I had no idea. Dumbledore just told me. He's coming to Hogwarts, and if I want to meet him, I have to go too." "Wow," Junia muttered, then glanced at Marcus. "What's the plan?" Marcus sighed and leaned forward. His gaze steady. "You're going to Hogwarts, but we'll need to make sure everything is arranged for your absence. You can't just leave without a word." "I'm not abandoning Camp Jupiter," Hazel assured them. "I'll be back in time. Dumbledore is coming on August 25th to get my supplies. The train leaves for Hogwarts on September 1st, so I'll be catching it then." "All right," Marcus said, nodding. "We'll mark it as your education. You're still part of the Legion, and we expect you to check in often by MSS, all right? Sometimes, this takes the form of a literal payment, but more often, he'll show up in person, asking for snacks, a favor, or some other form of compensation, leaving you with a small sense of unease." Hazel smiled. "Understood. I'll report back after I meet him. I'll also get the holiday schedule and let you know then." "Thanks, Marcus." Junia gave a small, teasing grin. "Don't forget about us, okay? You're a part of this too, no matter how far away you go." "I won't forget," Hazel said, smiling back. With that, she turned and left the Principia, her steps a little lighter now. She wasn't sure what awaited her at Hogwarts, but one thing was certain. She had a brother to meet. On the morning of August 25th, Hazel was packed and ready for Britain. She had one large suitcase with a few sets of clothes she adamantly refused to bring. Along a togan the textbooks she'd purchased with the Ilvermorny liaison. She returned the uniforms and other equipments. Of course, she paid them back. In US dollars, no less. She had also sent a letter to Headmistress Serafina Garrison, explaining that she needed to attend Hogwarts due to unavoidable circumstances. Still, she wrote, she didn't want to lose touch with Ilvermorny. Could she please receive a list of assignments throughout the year? She wanted to keep learning in her free time, just in case her path ever circled back. A letter had arrived the very next day. The headmistress had admired her tenacity and enclosed the complete list of coursework. If Hazel submitted all assignments by next July, she'd be eligible for Ilvermorny's correspondence course, practical exams included. If all went well, she'd be earning credit at both schools simultaneously. Hazel also carried a small backpack with toiletries. Unfortunately, the bow and arrow set gifted to her by Apollo was deemed too dangerous to travel with since it couldn't be disguised as something else. But her whip sword, with the help of the only child of trivia in New Rome, had been cleverly illusioned into a braided silver belt. Safety regulations satisfied, barely. She looked at her bags with a mix of anticipation and longing. This was it. She was leaving her home of 5 years. And even though she was excited, her heart tugged just a little. With time to spare, Hazel decided to say her quiet goodbyes. She made her way up Temple Hill with a stack of novels cradled in her arms. Today's offerings. Jacob Blackthorne would meet her at the border later. Pretending to be her guardian for the day, Jacob was the very picture of effortless multitasking. A son of trivia, graduate of Ilvermorny, and current financial accountant in New Rome. He somehow juggled jobs in the mortal, magical, and demigod realms. With 4 personal assistants, probably blessed by Mercury himself. Hazel smiled faintly. Some people juggled swords. Jacob juggled tax codes from 2 different governments. At the summit of Temple Hill, the air was cooler, quieter. Hazel exhaled slowly and unslung her satchel. She'd packed it with books and letters, each offering carefully chosen, each wrapped with a little prayer. She approached the first shrine, her boots crunching softly on gravel as the early morning light brushed over the altars and the spoils of war hung all over the walls. Mars Ultor. She placed a steak meal from the dining arena, still warm thanks to the enchanted wrappings. She bowed her head and muttered, "Hope this earns me some points, sir." The ground didn't shake, which she took as a good sign. Jupiter Optimus Maximus. She offered a steaming cup of espresso and a Thanksgiving turkey leg, artfully arranged like she was bribing a celestial judge. For clarity. And, you know, not turning me into a ferret, she said under her breath. Trivia. Now here, Hazel slowed down. She knelt at the shrine and carefully placed a worn copy of The Girl Who Drank the Moon on the stone, along with her folded letter. Magic shimmered faintly from her fingertips as she touched the book, just a whisper, just enough. "For you," she said softly. "It reminded me of you." When she opened her eyes, the book was gone. In its place, a dark, leather-bound grimoire edged in silver moonlight. She gently picked it up, reverent. Its title shifted. Like mist. Mystica Minora, the spellbook of the crossroads. "I'll treasure it forever," she whispered. Lupa. For the wolf goddess, she laid down her old Codex Incantaire Bellatorum, her battle sorcerer's codex. For the next demi-witch, she said aloud. She hesitated, then added, "Make sure she's weirder than me." Apollo. She placed her old bow and arrow set that she received from him as a gift, along with the crossover, at his shrine and smirked. "It rhymes, it's intense, and it's got swagger. You'll love it." The book and bow vanished. In their place, a golden bow appeared, gleaming like sunlight made solid. Hazel reeled back. "No, I can't take this with me, it's too." A breeze swept past her, curling around her like a whisper. "Pick it up." She did. The bow hummed in her hands. She pulled the string, and a golden arrow formed out of light itself. When she let go, it vanished. And then, with a little click, the entire bow shrank into a slender golden string, now wrapped around a white stone. Pendant etched with a golden bow and arrow. She slipped it over her neck, heart pounding. "Thanks, Apollo." "Diana." "Here." Hazel left the wild robot book in her silver cloak. "You know I hate giving up gear," she muttered. But this one felt right. The cloak shimmered, twitched, and became a gray jacket with a hood. "Okay," she said, cautiously slipping it on. When she pulled the hood up, the world fell into a hush. Her steps were silent, her breath silent. Later, she'd learn even Lupa couldn't sniff her out in this thing. Victoria. Hazel left Matilda on the stone with a small grin. For clever girls who win, even when the odds say they shouldn't. There was a warm flutter in her chest as the book disappeared. Pluto. Coraline went here. Dark, eerie, and brave. "I think you'll like this one, Uncle," she said. Her voice softer now. "It's weird, but it's got guts." Fortuna. Fortunately, the milk landed here. She offered it with a grin. Chaos. Coincidences. Go wild. Neptune. At this shrine, she didn't even get the chance to set her offering down. A carved stick already lay there. "Huh," Hazel muttered, reaching for it. The second her fingers touched the wood, the air shifted. Salt wind whipped around her, smelling of sea spray and storms. The clouds above dimmed, then parted. Light pierced through. The stick pulsed in her palm, growing warm. A soft sound like the rush of a distant wave filled her ears. Magic curled around her fingers, into her veins, deep into her chest. The wand recognized her. It was bound to her. The wood was rowan dark and streaked with silver, as if forged in moonlight. Etchings of waves and ripples spiraled along its length. The tip glimmered with a pale moonstone, and when she tilted it, she thought she saw a flicker of light pulse inside. The hilt was wrapped in cool silver, etched with symbols of protection and Neptune's trident, glowing softly under her touch. Hazel blinked, awe swelling in her chest. "You've gotta be kidding me." The wand hummed in her hand, like it was alive, like it had been waiting. Still in a daze, she gently placed Song for a Whale by Lynn Kelly, a tale of water, connection, and communication across great distances into the offering bowl. The metal rang softly beneath it. Then, without a word, she turned and walked out. Vesta. At the final shrine, Hazel knelt again and laid Anne of Green Gables on the stone. She lingered here. For belonging, she said. For home. The book shimmered and transformed into a plate of chocolate chip cookies. 6, to be exact. She stuffed them into her satchel and immediately ate one. It tasted like warmth and safety and sunlight in early spring. She'd save the rest. One a day. Hazel stood slowly, brushing her hands off on her jeans, then looked out over the hill. The wind tugged at her jacket. Her pendant gleamed against her collarbone. The wand pulsed at her side. She'd come up the hill with offerings. She was leaving it with blessings. And suddenly, she didn't feel like she was leaving Camp Jupiter behind. She felt like she was taking it with her. Still a bit dazed, Hazel tucked the wand into the inside pocket of her jacket and slung her satchel of divine gifts over her shoulder. She jogged downhill toward the Cohort barracks, brushing wind-tangled hair out of her eyes to pick up her stuff. At the camp gates, she found Jacob Blackthorn waiting, sharp in a char. Coal coat and that effortlessly competent air of his. He greeted her with a grin and immediately launched into a story and description about his days at Ilvermorny. Somehow, mid-story, he got her to pee. Remise she'd teach him any new Hogwarts spells she learned that he didn't already know. She suspected he was keeping score. When she pulled out Mystica Minora, the spellbook of the Crossroads, his eyes lit up with recognition. Classic. Every one of her kids gets one when trivia claims, then her hand over the deep violet cover, the silver triple moon gleaming faintly. The leather was soft and strange, like it remembered being touched before. The whole book buzzed with quiet, sleeping magic. Inside were spells for protection, elemental work, and the kinds of rituals only a child of trivia would know. The book was organized into chapters like Lumen Lossolite spells, night vision charms, and shadow tricks. Defensum et Sigillum held protective wards and home circle enchantments. Vacatio Nocturne was all about invocation rites for trivia, and her sacred creatures. There was a whole section on magical dogs. Anime Tangere had ghost talk spells, which she was both fascinated by and very much not ready to test. Verba Potens covered spoken spells and the power of true names, which felt way too ominous. And Elementa Prima was elemental magic: wind, fire, water, dirt. All the good, occasionally explosive stuff. The margins were crammed with centuries of advice, half-tested tweaks, and passive-aggressive warnings like, moonward sea salt. Bad idea. It wasn't just a spellbook. It was an archive, alive in its own way. When you whispered to it, it listened. When you didn't want to share something, it kept secrets. When you did, it passed it along spell by spell, ink by ink, color-coded by lineage. It could fetch what you needed with a few muttered keywords, or just know what to show you when you flipped the page. Hazel had barely cracked the surface, but already she felt like it knew her. That's where Dumbledore found her. Gleaming black suitcase, black backpack, black jeans, red t-shirt, silver-gray jacket zipped halfway, brown crossbody satchel, a gold locket at her neck, Apollo's bracelet on her left arm. Tiny gold heart studs in her ears, shoulder-length hair pulled into a half ponytail. Blue trainers that had seen better days. Dumbledore chatted with Jacob for a moment, something about Ilvermorny versus Hogwarts. She only half listened, more focused on memorizing Jacob's features one last time before leaving. "Shall we get going, then?" Dumbledore asked. He had already shrunk her suitcase and backpack to fit in her pocket. "We shall." Hazel turned to Jacob, smirking. "Thanks for everything. All right, you and Marcus and Junia. Once a week, minimum. I swear on the little Tiber." Right on cue. A breeze kicked up from the river, rustling the trees. A single coin clinked against a rock. Camp's version of a magical pinky promise. She grinned. "See, witnessed." And with that, Hazel touched a finger to the bracelet Dumbledore held. Pan the Portkey yanked her right off her feet. 1 second she was standing steady, the next she was spiraling through space like laundry in a magical washing machine. Wind rushed past her ears, her stomach flipped, and thud they landed. They were in the British Ministry of Magic's International Office. It smelled faintly of parchment, coffee, and bureaucracy. Dumbledore strode out like he owned the place, nodding and greeting what felt like half the wizarding population by name. Hazel just trailed behind him, trying not to look like a deer in headlights. They appeared in a narrow alley that looked almost the same as the last, except this one had fewer people and more chimney smoke. The air was damp and heavy, the sky an overcast gray that soaked everything in a kind of cold drizzle. Hazel pulled her jacket tighter. She wasn't used to this kind of chill. Back in California, the worst you got was fog or beach wind, not whatever this soggy soup was. Dumbledore guided her through a brick archway into a dimly lit pub that looked older than time itself, the Leaky Cauldron. It smelled like firewood, butterbeer, and something fried. The floors creaked, the walls leaned, and a balding man behind the bar looked up and grinned with all the ease of someone who'd seen worse. "Evening, Tom," Dumbledore said warmly. "Room for one." Tom nodded and passed over a brass key. "Top floor, far left. Quiet up there." Dumbledore handed it to Hazel. "All right, Miss Potter, you've had a long day. Your room's good for the next 5 nights till the morning of September 1st. Tomorrow we'll explore Diagon Alley and handle your school shopping. For now, get some rest. The rooms are safe, but I'll also ward yours for extra protection." True to his word, he murmured a few spells at the doorframe, tracing light with his wand. Then he nodded, bid her good night, and disappeared with a soft pop. Hazel stepped into her room and dropped her bags. Jet lag had her wide awake still. The room was small but cozy. A single bed with a patchwork quilt, a window overlooking an alley, and just enough space not to feel trapped. She didn't even try to sleep right away. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the floor, pulled out her codex, and decided to try a few spells for practice and security. The first one she tried was a lyrical English ward: sleep, thief of threat and foe. Let none but peace come near this door. The air shimmered, and she felt it settle into the wood like a sigh. Anyone who tried sneaking up now, out cold. Then she tried a second spell. Umbraclus Shadow Call Incantation. Umbri Audient, Venient et Monstrant. It took several tries, even though her Latin is practically fluent thanks to her demigod heritage. The first time, nothing happened. The second time, her shadow flickered like it was annoyed. The third time, it practically laughed at her. She was sure of it. But Hazel wasn't the quitting type, especially not with magic. She squared her shoulders, focused harder on the corner where her backpack's shadow pooled, and whispered the words again. The shadow twitched, stretched, then curled around itself and waited. "All right," she whispered. "If someone gets knocked out by the sleep ward, wake me up." Politely. The shadow rippled once like a nod. "Cool," she muttered, grinning. "And people say jet lag's useless." She climbed into bed after that, her wand tucked beneath her pillow and a magical shadow on the unofficial night shift. But sleep didn't come easily, not right away. Instead, she spent another hour flipping through Charms and How to Use Them, by Jeremiah Quickspell. Clever title, suspiciously enthusiastic tone, and History of North American Magic, by Desmond Penn, which was dry, dense, and quietly fascinating. Eventually, with notes scrawled in the margins and one hand still resting near her wand, Hazel drifted off to the sound of London rain. She woke to a sharp knock on the door. Hazel sat up fast, heart thumping. The shadow spell had faded something to figure out later, but the sleep ward still pulsed gently across the doorframe. No alarms, no unconscious intruders. So, probably safe. Stretching, she yawned and shuffled to the door just as another knock came, more insistent this time. She sprinted to the door and pulled and immediately regretted it. The door stuck for half a second, then gave way so fast she nearly fell flat on the floor. "Hi, sorry, I think the door was stuck," Hazel blurted, brushing her hair out of her face. The woman standing there looked like she hadn't smiled since the inn opened. Tall, thin, and cloaked in dark green tartan robes, she had her gray-streaked hair pulled back in a tight bun and her square spectacles perched low on her nose. Her sharp EYs didn't miss a single thing. No, Hazel's disheveled state, not the lingering aura of defensive spells around the room, and definitely not the nervous bounce in Hazel's voice. The woman spoke with a crisp, unknown accent. "No issue, Miss Potter. I'm Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts and your Transfiguration instructor. Are you well enough to accompany me for school shopping this morning?" Hazel blinked. Cold. I maybe have, like, half an hour. I just woke up, and I'm pretty sure I still have morning breath. McGonagall's expression didn't change much, but Hazel swore. She saw the faintest twitch of amusement in her eyes. Very well, I shall be waiting for you downstairs. And with that, the professor swept off like a judgmental breeze. Hazel took just over 30 minutes because pulling her hair into submission took Sirius down the stairs 2 at a time, dressed in dark jeans and a red full-sleeved t-shirt. Her satchel was slung across her chest, wand in an inside pocket, and golden locket resting over her heart. She spotted Professor McGonagall at a corner table, sipping what looked like very bitter tea. Hazel skidded to a stop beside her and beamed. Sorry, Professor, I didn't introduce myself properly earlier. I'm Hazel Lily Potter. I lived in California in the US, and I'm really excited to meet my brother and get the full British magical school experience. McGonagall set her teacup down, regarding her over the rim of her spectacles. A pleasure, Miss Potter. Shall we? Outside the leaky cauldron, the London morning was cool and damp. Gray clouds stretched across the sky like someone forgot to color them in. The air smelled like rain and old bricks, a far cry from California's sun-drenched mornings and warm ocean breeze. McGonagall led Hazel to the back courtyard, tapping a specific brick on the old stone wall. 3 up, 2 across, she murmured. Keep that in mind. With a low rumble, the bricks rearranged themselves, revealing a hidden alleyway that buzzed with energy. Cauldrons steamed in windows. Owls hooted from perches above shop doors. Kids leaned into glass cases full of chocolate frogs and exploding bonbons. The entire place shimmered with magic. Chaotic and alive, Hazel's jaw dropped. Whoa, okay, this is what I signed up for. Hazel stepped into Diagon Alley like she'd tripped into a dream powered by a rainbow and caffeine. The cobbled street stretched ahead, packed with wizards, witches, excited first years, and more floating objects than should legally be allowed in public. Shop signs swung above storefronts, some singing, some spitting sparks, and one blinking in Morse code for reasons Hazel didn't want to unpack. The air smelled like parchment, sugar, and faintly of something on fire. Professor McGonagall kept a steady pace, composed, immune to the chaos, while Hazel practically spun in circles trying to look at everything all at once. First stop, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. The moment they stepped inside, the noise of the alley dropped away, replaced with the echo of footsteps and the occasional clink of coin. Goblins hunched behind high counters, their sharp eyes flicking over parchment and people with equal suspicion. The chandeliers glittered ominously. Hazel might have been impressed if she wasn't so immediately and viscerally aware that any of these guys would hesitate to eat her soul if she filled out the wrong form. At the check-in desk, a grim-faced goblin looked over her paperwork, then narrowed his eyes. Vault 003, he said. McGonagall stepped forward. All accompany. You will not, the goblin interrupted. Vault 003 is under bloodline protection. The girl goes alone. Hazel glanced nervously at the professor, but McGonagall only nodded. You'll be fine. Just follow the goblin's instructions. I'm sure this is fine, Hazel muttered, because clearly she hadn't said anything jinx-worthy yet today. The goblin who escorted her was named Grimhollow, charming, and led her through winding marble halls to a small cart that looked like it should come with a waiver and a seatbelt. It did not. Please keep your hands inside the cart, Grimhollow said dryly as they launched into the deep. Calling it a roller coaster would be generous. It was a magical rocket built by someone who hated bones. Hazel clung to the sides, wind whipping through her hair, teeth rattling. They spiraled past waterfalls, vault doors larger than houses, and a passing dragon who watched them with deep suspicion. When they finally screeched to a halt, Hazel was very ready to kiss solid ground again and possibly file a formal complaint about the state of magical transportation. Instead, she found herself staring at an enormous stone vault door. Carved deep into the stone, woven between the runes, was the triple moon of trivia. Vault 003. Gods and demigods access only, Grimhollow said, voice lower now, almost respectful. Few were allowed entry. Hazel blinked. Right, no pressure. The goblin produced a silver needle and, with the air of someone following very old, very important instructions, pricked her finger. Not unkindly but with a healthy distance. A drop of blood sizzled as it hit the carved symbol at the center of the vault. The lines pulsed once gold, and the door groaned open like it hadn't moved in centuries. It likely hadn't. Grimhollow stepped back, giving her a respectful nod. Not quite reverence, but close. The kind of caution reserved for beings who might just be more trouble than treasure. Inside, treasure, but not the kind Hazel expected. Sure, there was gold, a lot of it. One section was stacked with galleons, sickles, and nuts, all perfectly sorted. To the far right, she spotted neat piles of denarii, Roman silver and gold coins marked with imperial seals. To the left, another type of currency glinted under the magical lights, slightly thinner, and about the size of a Girl Scout cookie, with Greek letters and images etched into the surface. Drachma, she guessed. Camp Half-Blood must use these. Strictly speaking, Hazel wasn't supposed to know Camp Half-Blood even existed. But, well, gods weren't exactly tight-lipped after a few ambrosia shots, and he'd spent just enough time on Olympus to overhear things she definitely shouldn't have. She didn't know where it was, exactly, so maybe that made it fine. Technically, look, it's not her fault certain immortals had zero volume control. There were also bundles of old letters, tied with wax seals. A shelf filled with trinkets. A compass with no needle, a broken silver circlet, a vial of something tea. Hat glowed when she looked at it sideways. Hazel itched to look closer, but settled for grabbing a few handfuls of each coin type and letting the enchanted pouch provided by the goblins sort it out. She did pick out extra magical currency. Though, she turned to leave, her mind still spinning. The return trip on the vault cart was mercifully faster, though still full of unnecessary loop-the-loops. And when Hazel stumbled back into the Gringotts lobby, she was flushed, wide-eyed, and clutching her pouch like it might try to escape. McGonagall arched one brow. Eventful. Hazel exhaled. Let's Jew. Saints say I might have enjoyed it if I had some warning, so maybe next time. Robes were next. Madame Malkin's was a swirl of floating measuring tapes and fabric bolts that snapped at Hazel if she fidgeted. McGonagall insisted on full school robes, winter cloaks, and dress robes. You'll need them eventually. Hazel picked a variety of colors and didn't comment when the enchanted needle began sewing designs on the edges of her robes. Stars, clouds, waves, corals, they were all pretty. Apparently, they had to be resized to her size, so they decided to pick them up last. Books were more her speed. Flourish and Blots was stacked floor to ceiling with tomes, many of which looked like they'd bite if you asked the wrong question. Hazel was handed the Hogwarts required list, but somehow also walked out with Magics of the Western Wilds by Elspeth Varelian because she wanted to argue with it. Practical Hexes for Clever Witches by Clara Greaves, shockingly useful, despite the sassy title. And something called Dark Curses and Dubious Counterspells by Mortimer Snagg. McGonagall glanced at the extra selections, raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Instead, she quietly added Hogwarts, a history to the pile, as if to say, balance in all things, Miss Potter. Potions were less fun. Hazel wrinkled her nose as they stepped into the Slug and Jigger's apothecary. It smelled like pickled feet and depression. She picked out a basic brass cauldron and a standard ingredients kit, but also added extra valerian root and some dried lavender, good for sleep. Potions and clearing weird vibes. The clerk warned her not to get the powdered bicorn horn wet unless she wanted to dissolve her furniture. Hazel took that personally. Outside again, McGonagall paused in front of the magical menagerie. The windows were crammed with azels, puffskeins, and rats and toads attempting yoga poses with alarming grace. You were permitted one pet, McGonagall said. An owl, a cat, or a toad. Hazel pressed her hands to the glass, eyes tracking a baby griffin batting at a hanging feather toy. Every single one of them is adorable. But no, thank you. I have a habit of attracting chaos, and I'm not about to drag something fluffy into that. McGonagall raised a brow. You seem certain. Hazel nodded. Yeah, besides, I already have enough magical newness in my life. One more companion might tip the balance. The professor gave her a rare, approving smile. A wise decision, Miss Potter. Hazel grinned. Don't tell anyone I said something wise. It'll ruin my whole brand. Ollivander's was exactly how Hazel imagined it, dusty, crammed with boxes. And somehow way bigger on the inside than it looked from the street. A small bell rang overhead as they entered. The air smelled like ozone and wood. An elderly man with wild white hair and silver eyes that looked like they could see into next week stepped out from behind a stack of shelves. "Minerva," he greeted, his voice papery and amused. "Still using the fur and dragon heartstring, I assume." Quote, "Indeed," McGonagall replied. "It continues to serve me well." He nodded approvingly. "Excellent for transfiguration. Very loyal wood." Then his gaze landed on Hazel. He blinked, then narrowed his eyes slightly, like someone trying to read very fine print. Without a word, he flicked his wand and a measuring tape sprang to life, zipping around Hazel's head, arms, and fingers while he started pulling boxes from the shelves. The first wand Ollivander handed her was a thick, gnarled thing, like the root of an ancient tree. Hazel barely touched it before a cloud of smoke erupted, filling the room with a burning scent. Ollivander took it back with a soft tut and reached for another. "Ah, this one should suit you better," he muttered, handing her a slender wand of shimmering silver ash. The moment she grasped it, a stack of nearby papers flew into the air, spiraling like leaves caught in a breeze. She barely managed to prevent the pile from toppling over the counter. Ollivander raised an eyebrow, intrigued, but quickly swapped it for another. "This," he said, presenting a wand of twisted blackthorn, "is a fine choice for anyone with a taste for dark magic." Hazel's fingers brushed it, and immediately a high-pitched, wailing note filled the room like a flute being played in distress. She pulled her hand back quickly, and Ollivander took it away, muttering about the wrong temperament. Quote, "Next came a pale oak wand with a silver streak running through it, and as she held it, the room darkened. Shadows began to stretch unnaturally across the walls, creeping toward the corners. Hazel felt a chill run down her spine, and the shadows retreated almost as quickly as they'd come, leaving Ollivander looking impressed but perplexed. "Not quite right for you either," he said. But his eyes sparkled. "A fine wand for someone attuned to the darker arts, shadow manipulation, curses perhaps, but you, Miss Potter, have a different energy." By wand number 5, a smooth piece of yew. Hazel had caused a gust of wind to blow through the shop, sending a few wand boxes crashing to the floor. The wind died almost immediately, and Ollivander just shook his head with a wry smile. "Ah, a bit much again. It seems you do like to make an impression." The next wand, crafted from elderwood, was elegant, almost delicate. Hazel held it carefully, but as soon as she did, the shop filled with a sharp, electric crackle like thunder. A bolt of light shot out of the tip, narrowly missing a hanging crystal. Ollivander smiled, impressed but cautious. "A bit more control next time, Miss Potter." Wand number 6, a soft birch with a bright amber core, didn't cause any accidents, but the moment she took hold, her skin tingled, and her vision blurred. It was almost like the wand was drawing her into itself, as if trying to show her something far off. Hazel pulled back sharply. "That feels wrong," she muttered, handing it back quickly. McGonagall gave her a pointed look as she checked the time, excusing herself to go check on her robes. With the professor gone, Ollivander took a long, thoughtful look at Hazel. He reached for the 8th box, pausing just long enough to make sure she was watching. When he handed it to her, he didn't say anything at first. Hazel opened it, a little hesitantly. "Enough theatrics," Ollivander murmured, his voice suddenly quieter, almost reverential. "Show me your real wand." Hazel blinked. "You know, I know that nothing in this shop matches you," he said softly, his voice almost a whisper now. "And I know the weight of divine craftsmanship when it walks through my door." Wordlessly, Hazel reached into her jacket and drew out the wand her father had gifted her, its dark rowan wood gleaming faintly with the moonstone tip. Ollivander took it, his fingers gently caressing the silver hilt, and he turned it slowly in his hands. Rowan, moonstone tip, phoenix feather fox, Nolasond siren scales, with a silver hilt. Fascinating. He let the wand catch the light, examining it with growing awe. "This wand doesn't just sing. It listens too." Hazel smiled wryly. "Sometimes it argues." Ollivander looked up, his gaze intense. "It has a mind of its own, then." "It definitely has opinions," Hazel said, her tone a little dry. "But it listens when I need it to." "Impressive," Ollivander murmured, still studying it. "I've never seen a wand quite like it. Its magic is complex. I suspect it will grow with you." He placed it back in her hand carefully. It doesn't need to be coaxed. It will find its own way with you. Hazel looked at the wand for a moment, running her thumb along the silver hilt. Yeah, I think it will. Take care of it, Ollivander said softly, almost like a prayer. It is unlike any wand I've crafted before. Its powers are not just magical, they're personal. With a final look at the wand, he handed her a care kit polishing cloths, oils, and a small vial of moonwater. A wand like this needs proper care, Miss Potter. And here's your box. He handed her a plain wooden case that felt solid and dependable, nothing like the delicate, magical wands inside the shop. Remember, it has no trace. So be cautious when and where you use it. And if anyone asks, just tell them it's a phoenix feather core. It's safer that way. Hazel tucked the wand box carefully under her arm, nodding. Thanks. And if anyone asks, I'll just say it's a phoenix feather. That's all they need to know. As she stepped out, McGonagall appeared from the alley with a bundle of freshly boxed robes. Everything sorted? She asked. Yep. 1 wand. 0 explosions. I call that a win. They ended the afternoon with ice cream at Florine Fortescue's. Hazel got sea salt caramel and ate it way too fast. McGonagall had a black tea affogato. Her arms were full of packages, her head full of magic, and for the first time since stepping into this world, she felt almost ready. Back at the leaky cauldron, she kicked the door shut behind her and flopped onto the bed. Wand box tucked safely under her arm. The next 5 days passed in a blur of shopping, sightseeing, and the occasional magical mishap. Hazel traversed both the magical and non-magical sides of Britain, her days filled with enchantments, shopping lists, and the occasional dash of chaos. She made sure to get plenty of extra supplies at the apothecary for her ritual practices. In the non-magical world, she found herself relying heavily on her enchanted rune card to make her way around unnoticed. The card, a thin rectangular piece of paper the size of a credit card. On the front, it bore scribbled Roman runes and concentric circles that pulsed with faint energy. On the back was a simple silver ink outline of a human figure, almost abstract in its simplicity. The card's magic was versatile enough to catch anyone's attention when activated. Card ritual. Effigium fragile, the fractured effigy. Upon this shell my will is drawn. Shape of man from HE had to do was whisper the activation spell. Tear the card in half, and voila, an illusionary humanoid figure appeared beside her. It shimmered slightly, silent, and always managed to draw attention, especially ally from nosy mortals who couldn't fathom why a child was wandering around alone. The figure could follow basic commands, like, stand guard, or, walk beside me, or, distract, in the rare moments she needed a little help. It lasted for a few hours or until it was physically struck. Then, it would dissipate into drifting silver dust. Hazel could only carry a few of these cards at once, as Crafton. Them was draining both mentally and magically. But the fact that it worked as a decoy. Very useful. Despite the magic, things were relatively quiet. Maybe it was the distance from the center of Olympus. Or maybe the monsters were just taking a vacation, but Hazel barely encountered any real trouble. Sure, there were 2 hellhounds, foul-smelling beasts the size of garbage trucks that she had to deal with. But even they didn't put up much of a fight. A very lost minotaur was the only other excitement, and it managed to run straight into an incoming train at King's Cross Station, where it exploded into a cloud of yellow, sulfurous dust. That had certainly turned a few heads. In between the occasional creature attack, Hazel ate her weight in pasta at the small Italian place near the leaky called Ron and indulged in far too much ice cream at Florine Fortescue's magical shop. She could never resist trying the new flavors, and the enchanted ice creams were a highlight. The unicorn-flavored ice cream shaped like a moving unicorn's head tasted like caramel and chocolate and was nearly too perfect to be real. The unicorn was also enchanted, so it didn't feel pain when Hazel accidentally bit one of its ears off. She'd had to ask twice if it was really enchanted and confirmed that it didn't feel any pain, just to be sure. But, with the indulgence and the quieter days slowly passing by, it was finally 1st September, the day she'd been both dreading and looking forward to. Hogwarts. Harry. Hazel woke up early on the morning of September 1st, dressed, checked her trunk twice, tucked her wand into its box. Then double-checked her enchanted cards. She was out of her room at the Leaky Cauldron by sunrise, slipping into the bustle of London with a single card tucked in her coat pocket, the effigium fragile. She hailed a cab outside. And when the driver raised an eyebrow at the sight of a kid traveling alone, Hazel flashed a quick smile and gestured to the shimmering figure that had appeared beside her just moments earlier. "This is my dad," she said confidently. "He's mute, so I'll be doing the talking for both of us." The driver, an older man with a soft Cockney accent and kind eyes, blinked at the illusion. "Ah, well, all right then, love. Bit early for the station, innit?" Hazel shrugged. "Better early than late. We don't want to miss the train." As they drove through the quiet streets of London, the cabbie chatted amiably, telling her about his daughter, who'd just started secondary school. Hazel nodded along, asking just enough questions to keep him talking. He said she reminded him of his daughter, got the same sort of clever eyes, and refused her tip at the end of the ride. "Tell your dad he's lucky," the cabbie added as she got out, giving the shimmering illusion one last glance. "You've got good sense." Hazel gave him a wave and led her illusionary dad through the crowd of confused nomads at King's Cross Station. Once she reached the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, she didn't hesitate, just walked forward and vanished through, just as McGonagall had told her to do. She arrived at platform 9 and 3/4 nearly 2 hours early. There was no one else in sight. The Scarlet train sat there, quiet and gleaming, with no steam and no passengers. Hazel stood awkwardly for a moment, then picked a compartment at the back of the train, quiet, facing the countryside, and hauled her trunk inside. She locked the door with a whispered word, and with the privacy in place, she set down her pack and knelt on the floor. She drew 3 silver threads and 3 white stones carved with tiny runes from a small pouch. A quiet ritual, not magic in the Hogwarts sense, but old magic, Roman magic, one the augurs at Camp Jupiter had taught her. One the PERCY wouldn't mind. She laid the threads out carefully on the seat beside her. One for Nona, who spun the thread of life. One for Decima, who measured it. And one for Morta, who cut it. She whispered, "O sisters 3, weavers of mortal paths, guide my thread to the one who shares it. By fate, by blood, by magic and bond. Let him find me. Let him know where to go." Then she whispered a name, Harry James Potter. The threads shimmered faintly, the stones glowed, and Hazel felt a soft tug at the invisible string tethered to her chest, like a heartbeat, mirrored elsewhere in the world. The spell had taken. Wherever he was, the thread that linked Hazel to Harry was now gently active, waiting for its other end to draw near. She cleaned up the stones and thread, packed them back into her bag, and then sat back on the bench, legs swinging idly as she waited. Time crawled. Students began to arrive. Laughter, trunks, owls hooting, and people moving past her compartment window. None of them was Harry. The train was nearly ready to leave. Steam hissing, the whistle about to sound. Then she felt it. A tug, a faint pull on the string tied to her heart. Not painful, not urgent. Just present, real, like someone was reaching for her, even if they didn't know they were doing it. Hazel closed her eyes, smiled softly, and gave the thread a gentle tug. "Just a little. This way, Harry." The door slid open with a soft click. Hazel looked up from her book, heart already thudding even before she saw him. He stood framed in the doorway like something out of a photo, slid black hair, thin frame, round glasses, and those unmistakable green eyes. Her green eyes. Well, close enough. He blinked at her, uncertain. "You're Harry, right? Harry James Potter?" she asked, even though she already knew the answer. The name felt strange on her tongue. Familiar and brand new all at once. Yes," he said. Hazel didn't wait another second. She launched herself across the compartment and pulled him into a hug. "I'm Hazel Lily Potter," she said into his shoulder, her voice muffled but sure. "Your twin sister." For a second, Harry just stood there, stiff with surprise. Hazel didn't blame him. That was a lot to drop on someone before the train had even left the station. "My what?" She pulled back, grinning, and gave him a once-over like she was still convincing herself he was real. "Twin sister. I know, right? Total plot twist. But I promise it's not some weird prank." Harry stared at her like she'd grown 2 heads. How do you know?" "Long story," Hazel said, flopping back into her seat and gesturing for him to sit across from her. Long story. I'll explain later. He sat down slowly, still looking at her like she might explode or vanish or both. I didn't know is this even possible. Hazel ached behind her neck and pulled out a small golden locket, oval-shaped and warm from being pressed against her skin. It was smooth on one side, but the other was engraved with a tiny fleur-de-lis, elegant and old-fashioned. I don't have all the answers, she said, unhooking the clasp. But I've got a few clues. She opened the locket and turned it toward him. On one side was a photograph, clearly non-magical, of a young couple laughing together. The man had wild black hair and glasses askew. The woman, red-haired and radiant, leaned into him like she'd found the sun. James and Lily Potter. On the other side was another photo. A smiling photo of a boy and girl, both with black hair and green eyes, wearing white-collared shirts. Clearly, Harry and Hazel Potter. That was just you, before, Hazel said softly. Even this morning. But sometime after I got on the train, this side changed. Harry stared at the picture, jaw slack. How? Probably Sazzle said. Old magic. Family magic. I'm not sure, but I think it shows us how the other looks if we are apart. Outside, the train lurched and began to move. Hazel glanced out the window, then back at him, her smile softening. Oh wait, I still have something to do. Go on, take a seat. Then, she stood, stepped over to the sliding door, and pulled another small metal card from her jacket. It was pale gray, with tiny curling runes that she mmered faintly in the flickering train light. She whispered, "What you see is not what stands, this woven mask obeys my hands." She touched the card to the doorframe. The runes rippled once and then vanished. So did the window. To anyone walking past now, their compartment would look full, maybe with noisy second years or a snoring older student and a cage with an angry owl or cat. Uninviting, uninteresting, forgettable. Hazel sat back down and stretched her legs. Harry blinked at the now frosted over glass. What did you just do? Just a little illusion, she said, tucking the card away. People skip over this compartment without thinking too hard about why. We can still see out, but no one sees in. Or if they do, it's something they'd rather avoid. Harry looked mildly impressed. That's handy. It is, Hazel agreed, propping her chin on her hand. Now that we won't be interrupted. She smiled at him, a little nervous now that the moment had arrived. Tell me about yourself. I want to get to know you. You know my brother. Harry leaned back slightly, clearly still adjusting to that word. Right. Okay. Well, I live with my aunt and uncle. And cousin. The Dursleys. They're not great. They don't talk about my parents. Or magic. I didn't even know any of this existed until, like, a month ago. He rubbed the back of his neck. Then Hagrid showed up, told me I was a wizard. And that I was going to Hogwarts. Just like that, Hazel asked softly. Pretty much, he said with a wry smile. Oh, and apparently, I defeated a dark wizard as a baby and now everyone knows my name. Hazel snorted. Low-key entrance. I thought I was just a normal kid. Turns out I'm a famous orphan with a lightning scar and mysterious destiny baggage. Twinsies, Hazel murmured, her grin crooked. Except I got a few extra layers of weird stacked on top. Harry looked curious. Like what? Hazel hesitated, then said, we'll get into that. Let's stick to you for now. Harry looked at her for a long moment. Then said, honestly, I was really scared coming here. I didn't know if I'd fit in. Or if I'd be rubbish at magic. Or if people would only like me because of he pointed vaguely at his forehead, and not because of me. Hazel's smile turned gentler. People are going to like you, Harry. For you. But if they don't, she leaned forward. I'll hex them. Gently. Creatively. That pulled a laugh out of him. Thanks, he said, a little more relaxed now. She nudged his foot with hers. So, do you like to read? Favorite food? Weirdest thing you've seen since learning magic? Harry blinked. I think I'm going to like having a sister. Hazel grinned. I'm impossible not to like. Hazel hesitated, tugging a lock of her hair. Well, there's still a big secret I'm not allowed to tell you yet. He tilted his head. That sounds ominous. Not ominous. Just complicated. And it's not mine to spill. Not yet. She glanced at him, and something settled in her gaze. Harry frowned slightly, but didn't press. Hazel moved on quickly. I don't remember much from before I was 1 year old. Most of what I know, I only learned on our birthday last month. This Ray, LLY old guy Dumbledore came to my home with a letter. Sat me down and explained everything. Or at least, enough to set me spinning. Harry's eyebrows lifted. He came to see you. Yeah, said it was important I hear it from him. She tucked a leg beneath her. And then, when I got to Britain last week to buy supplies, that's when I found books. About you. He blinked. Books. Historical ones. Magical history texts, news clippings. And this is the wild part, an entire series of children's novels about you. Some of them read like knockoff Nancy Drew mysteries, except with broomsticks and more explosions. Harry looked utterly baffled. That, what? Hazel laughed. I know. I had to double check it wasn't fiction. But yeah, you're kind of a big deal, apparently. Harry flushed and looked down at his shoes. Anyway, Hazel said, her voice softening, I've been really looking forward to this. You're the whole reason I even came to Hogwarts. I was all set to attend the American school Ilvermorny. You changed schools just to meet me. Well, yeah, she said, like it was obvious. Twins stick together. That made Harry smile again, even if he looked a little stunned. They lapsed into a comfortable quiet for a few moments. Just the hum of the train under them. Eventually, Hazel stood and went to the door. With a murmured word, she lifted the illusion. The frosted glass shimmered, then cleared. And almost immediately, a red-headed blur burst in. Can I sit here? My twin brothers are driving me mental. Hi. He looked at Harry, grinned, and plopped into the seat across from him like he belonged there. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry, said Harry, still catching up. The Harry. Ron leaned forward, eyes wide. Wicked. Knew I'd spot you. Fred and George said you'd be covered eye. And lightning bolts and dragons or something, but you look normal enough. Hazel cleared her throat gently. Ron blinked at her, clearly just realizing she existed. Oh, hi, Hazel, she said, raising an eyebrow. Right, Hazel. He nodded once, already turning back to Harry. So have you really never been on a broom? Hazel leaned back into her seat with a sigh and an amused glance at Harry, who looked halfway between overwhelmed and deeply entertained. The rest of the train ride was chaotic, in the best possible way. Ron chatted like a wind-up toy someone had forgotten to switch off. He was funny, though, and so enthusiastic Hazel couldn't help enjoying his stories, mostly wild tales of his older brother's pranks and catastrophes at Hogwarts and home. When the trolley witch came by, Ron tried to act cool about not having much money, but Harry, bless him, bought 3 of everything and shared the lot. Hazel politely declined the chocolate frogs but accepted a peppermint wand and a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, which quickly devolved into a roulette of either delight or despair. Grass, she said after chewing thoughtfully. Better than sardine, I guess. Ron, meanwhile, was squinting at his wand. Scabbers balanced awkwardly in his lap. Ron opened his mouth to try the spell his brothers taught him when the compartment door slammed open. A frantic, round-faced boy stuck his head in. Has anyone seen a toad? I've lost mine. Behind him came a girl with bushy brown hair, very intense eyebrows, and the gait of the camp's augur, someone with a whole lot of attitude. I've checked every compartment from the back, the girl announced briskly, pushing the door open wider. We're running out of time. Oh, hello. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Hazel blinked at her. Aren't you 12? I'm nearly 12. Hermione replied with a prim lift of her chin. And this is Neville. He's misplaced his toad. Again. Oh, are you going to do a spell? Let's see it, then. Ron straightened, puffing up slightly as if challenged. Right, yeah, watch this. He held up his wand with dramatic flair and recited, Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid, fat rat yellow. A loud pop, a puff of smoke and absolutely no change. Scabbers blinked once, unimpressed, then curled back up like none of it had been worth waking up for. That was tragic, Hazel said, biting back a grin. Hermione gave a curt nod. You're doing it wrong, by the way. That's not even a proper incantation. Ron looked like he'd just been personally insulted by a library. Harry choked on a laugh. Hazel didn't even try to hide hers. I like her, she whispered to Harry. Then aloud, I have another S if I borrow your rat. Ron hesitated, then reluctantly handed over Scabbers. Don't worry, Hazel added, cradling the rat gently. I won't hurt him. She cupped Scabbers in one hand and hovered her other hand above him, chanting in a sing-song voice. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, kindly make this gray rat yellow. As she slowly moved her top hand across his fur, it shimmered and shifted, turning a bright, daffodil yellow from nose to tail. Ta-da, she said, grinning as she handed the rat back to Ron. Don't worry, it fades in a day. Ron gaped. Wicked. Even Hermione looked grudgingly impressed. Well, she said, that wasn't bad. Hazel winked. I'm impossible not to like. You might as well stay, Harry offered. You've checked the whole train, right? Hermione hesitated for a fraction of a second, then sat down decisively. I suppose we'll just wait here until we arrive. No use getting stepped on by trunks in the corridor. Neville nodded and slid into the seat beside Ron, who was still turning Scabbers over and marveling at his neon rat. They hadn't been sitting low. When the compartment door slid open again. A pale, pointy boy with slicked back white blonde hair stood in the doorway, flanked by two beefy shadows who looked very alike. He gave Harry a long, assessing look, eyes flicking briefly to his scar before shifting to Hazel, who sat with the peppermint chocolate wand in her mouth. So it's true, he drawled. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. And with quite the entourage. Hazel raised an eyebrow. You always enter rooms like you're introducing yourself at a ball. The boy smirked. Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. And these are Crabbe and Goyle. His gaze swept over the compartment again. Pausing on Ron. Red hair. Hand-me-down robes. You must be a Weasley. I hear your family's got more children than galleons. Ron flushed and stood up, fists clenched at his sides. Draco turned to Hermione next, looking faintly amused. Who even are you? Hermione stiffened. Neville opened his mouth, but Hazel beat him to it. You missed one, she said lightly. Draco turned to her and paused. Hazel met his gaze with an unreadable smile. Not smug, not kind. Just calm and terribly, dangerously composed. His smirk faltered for half a second. Then he gave a small, almost reluctant nod acknowledging her. And with a glance toward Neville, giving him the barest show of respect. And then, back to Harry. You'll soon find some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. Harry frowned, fingers curling slightly on his knee. Hazel leaned forward, just enough to be noticed. You're standing in front of the wrong sort, actually. If you were trying to make a good impression. Draco's jaw tightened, clearly caught between irritation and something he couldn't quite name. Hazel still hadn't looked away. Harry spoke, cool and confident. I think I can tell who the wrong sort are for myself, thanks. Draco's lips curled into something that wasn't quite a smile. Suit yourself. Enjoy the ride. He turned sharply, retreating down the corridor with Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him like obedient furniture. Ron exhaled loudly. What a prat. Hazel casually unwrapped another toad. I'd like to see him try that in my neighborhood. He'd get turned into a lawn ornament. Neville gave her a grin. Hermione still looked a little stunned. Harry just stared at her, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. They spent the rest of the ride laughing and sharing stories. Hazel told a few carefully edited tales of life in America, skipping over monsters and divine blessings, but keeping the flavor of W. Airedness intact, like the time her science project accidentally shorted out 3 city blocks, or the raccoon she may or may not have taught to pick locks. Harry told her about the cupboard, the stairs, and the zoo glass disappearing, his voice uncertain, like he wasn't sure if it all happened or if he was supposed to have imagined it. Hazel listened closely. There's more magic in him than even he realizes, she thought. Ron jumped in with a tale about the time Fred and George turned his teddy bear into a giant spider just to toughen him up, earning a collective wince. Hermione recited a story about winning a reading contest at her school, then being politely asked not to enter the next year so the other children had a chance. Neville, blushing, admitted that his great-uncle once tried to throw him out a window to see if he'd bounce. He had, miraculously earning a round of shocked laughter that made even the rattling train car feel warm and familiar. The rain hit them the moment they stepped off the train, soft at first, like mist, and then harder, soaking through their cloaks in moments. Hazel blinked up at the darkened sky as thunder rolled in the distance, low and lazy, like the heavens were still waking up. The platform was lit only by the glow of lanterns, flickering in the wind as a massive shape loomed at the end of the corridor. "Furs years, follow me," Hagrid called out over the sound of rain and chattering voices. Lantern held high, his massive form led the group away from the train and down a steep, narrow path. Cold wind whipped through their robes, and Hazel held her uniform robes tighter around her shoulders, trying not to slip on the muddy ground. "No more in 4 to a boat," Hagrid shouted once they reached the edge of a vast black lake, the water smooth and gleaming under the night sky. A fleet of little boats bobbed gently beside the shore. Hazel climbed into one with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, careful not to tip it over. Neville was ushered into the next boat with a quiet blonde boy and 2 twin Indian girls, all equally wide-eyed. "Right the end forward," Hagrid called, and the boats moved all at once, gliding silently over the still, inky water. Hazel let her hand trail along in the lake and wrapped her fingers around the tentacle that touched her palm. Not a sound could be heard but the gentle lapping of the lake and the occasional sniffle from someone trying not to shiver. Then, as they rounded a bend in the rock, Hazel gasped along with half the boatload of first years. There it was, a vast castle perched on a high mountain, its turrets and towers rising into the sky, with windows glowing warmly like scattered stars. Hogwarts. It looked impossibly large, like something dreamed rather than built. "No way," Ron whispered, as all 4 of them craned their necks. Hazel grinned, rain on her face. "That's where we're going." They sailed closer, the reflection of the castle rippling on the water's surface. Hazel took advantage of the darkness to shoot a jet of water right at Draco Malfoy's gleaming hair. As they neared a cliff, Hagrid called, "Heads down," and everyone ducked just in time to avoid banging into the low tunnel carved through the rock. The boats glided through the darkness beneath the castle and came to a small underground harbor with a pebbled shore. One by one, the students climbed out, some unsteady on their feet. "Oi, whose toad is that?" Hagrid asked, pointing toward a soggy creature sitting miserably on a rock. "Trevor," Neville cried and scooped him up, overjoyed. They followed Hagrid up a passageway lit with torches, winding through the stone. The air was damp, and Hazel caught the faint scent of moss and earth. Her heart pounded with every step. Finally, they reached a pair of massive oak doors, towering and ancient, bound with iron and carved with strange, shifting symbols. Hagrid raised a meaty fist and knocked once. The sound echoed like a thunderclap. Moments later, the doors swung open. Standing there, stern and statuesque, was Professor McGonagall in emerald robes. She had black hair with silver streaks pulled back in a tight bun, square glasses, and a stern face and pursed lips. "The furs, years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid, I will take them from here." Hagrid gave them a nod and walked through a side door. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly. But before you take your seats in the great head into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will cost your house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours." Professor McGonagall's eyes lingered for a moment on Neville's cloak, which was fastened under his left ear, and on Ron's smudged nose. Harry nervously tried to flatten his hair. "The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. I shall return when we are ready for you," said Professor McGonagall. "Please wait quietly." She left the chamber. Harry swallowed. "How exactly do they sort us into houses?" he asked Ron. "Some sort of test, I think." Fred said it hurts a lot, but I think he was joking. A test. In front of the whole school. Really? Hazel squinted at the doors ahead like they might burst open and reveal a riddle on a flaming scroll. That's dramatic even for wizards. Maybe it wasn't a magical test. Maybe they had to solve a logic puzzle or a practical challenge, something bizarre but intellectual. Hazel's mind flipped through possibilities like flashcards. Maybe if you stab the problem, you go to Gryffindor, negotiate with it, Slytherin, write a poem, Ravenclaw, offer it a snack, Hufflepuff. No one else seemed to be having any fun with the idea. Hermione Granger was whispering at lightspeed about all the spells she'd memorized. Hazel could practically see the sparks coming off her brain. Harry looked like he was trying not to throw up. Neville was practically vibrating, and even Ron and Draco Malfoy had their faces fixed in a kind of dignified dread. Boys, so dramatic. Then someone screamed behind them. Hazel jumped, hand twitching to Orar. Her belt on reflex only to realize the room was now full of ghosts. About 20 of them. No explanation. Just whoosh transparent people drifting through the back wall, mid-conversation, as if they hadn't just spooked a bunch of 11-year-olds into temporary paralysis. I say we forgive Himon more chance, said a jolly-looking, round ghost in monk's robes. Oh come on, Friar, said a snooty one in a ruff and tights. Clearly at the end of his spectral patience. Peeves isn't even a real ghost. He gives us all a bad name. Then the snooty one noticed them. New students. About to be sorted, I suppose. The fat friar beamed at them, hands clasped like he was presenting a buffet. A few first years nodded wordlessly. Hope to see you in Hufflepuff. My old house, you know. Hazel gave him a polite nod. She'd liked him already. A sharp voice sliced through the air like a knife. Move along now. Professor McGonagall had returned, expression brisk as ever, robe swishing like a statement. The ghosts melted away through the far wall, and the first years were left to fidget under her watchful gaze. Now, form a line, she said, and follow me. Hazel lined up behind Harry, with Hermione just ahead of him and Ron and Neville at her heels. Her feet felt unusually heavy, like her boots had been hexed with bricks. This was it. They were actually doing this. Sorting into magical houses at an ancient boarding school. Her life really had taken a hard left turn into storybook lately. They followed McGonagall back through the entrance hall, which echoed around them like they were marching into destiny, and then through the massive double doors. The great hall hit Hazel like a punch of candlelight and gold. Thousands of floating candles hovered above 4 long tables filled with students. The candlelight flickered off goblets and plates of actual gold, sparkling like treasure. The ceiling, Hazel had to pause, was enchanted to look exactly like the night sky, complete with rolling clouds and rain flickers. Stars, moonlight, magic. She didn't breathe for a second. Just stared. At the far end of the hall was a long staff table where the teachers sat, watching. Dumbledore sat in the center, twinkling like a human lantern. McGonagall led them all the way up to the front, where a stool sat alone, solemn and mildly threatening. A patchy, wrinkled, ancient wizard's hat sat on top. Hazel blinked. Seriously, that's it. That's the sorting hat. She was about to ask Harry if this was all part of the charm when the hat moved. A rip near the brim opened like a mouth, and it began to sing. Oh, you may not think I'm pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hats sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none, for I'm a thinking cap. After the song concluded, the sorting hat gave a little bow, well, as much of a bow as a sentient piece of headwear could. Managathan fell still. For a moment, The hall was hushed, as though everyone had been holding their breath. Then, all at once, the students burst into a raucous round of clapping, cheers echoing from every table. Hazel clapped too, eyes fixed on the hat, heart thudding. Sorry about that, first-time author here, I'm still learning the ropes of FFN. Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a long roll of parchment and the kind of posture that made Hazel stand up straighter without even meaning to. She cleared her throat and began to read names off one by one, each student stepping forward to sit on the stool like it was a guillotine made of tweed. The Sorting Hat flopped over their heads humming, sometime. Outright yelling, and then declared their house. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Hazel watched intently. Some kids took seconds. Others sat there so long you could practically see them sweating through their robes. The hat was clearly opinionated. Loud, too, and it apparently had no shame in debating its decisions aloud in front of the entire school. Lovely. Potter. Harry. Hazel straightened up, heart thudding. Whispers buzzed across the hall. Did she say Potter? That's Harry Potter. But Hazel didn't care what they thought. Her eyes tracked Harry all the way to the stool. He sat down, and the Sorting Hat dropped over his eyes. There was a long pause. Longer than most. Then, Gryffindor. The table on the far left erupted in cheers. Hazel clapped furiously, relief washing over her like a warm tide. From the Gryffindor table, a pair of identical redheads jumped to their feet. We got Potter. They yelled and danced arm in arm. Harry looked stunned but happy as he made his way to the Gryffindor table. Hazel smiled, already feeling the tightness in her chest ease. Then, Potter. Hazel. Her stomach flipped. She took a steadying breath and walked forward, aware of every eye following her. She sat, the Sorting Hat slipping over her head like a velvet curtain. Well now, said the hat immediately, voice rich with amusement. It's been centuries since I've had one of your kind under my brim. Hazel froze. Thoughtful. Demigod. It's been a long time since the Romans sent someone to Hogwarts. Hazel sat still, letting it read her like an open scroll. Protective. Clever. Bold. You carry the weight of old oaths and newer promises. Slytherin could sharpen you into something dangerous, calculated. You'd know when to strike. She frowned. Not Slytherin. Ah, but it would help you. You've got a goal. Keep him safe. Whether he's in your house or not, Slytherin would give you the tools. I don't need to win. I need to keep him alive, Hazel murmured. I'm here to stand between him and whatever's coming. Noble. Foolhardy. Even. The hat chuckled. That's Gryffindor talking. Fierce loyalty. Charging into danger with no backup plan. You've already made your choice, haven't you? I have a hunch, she said softly. A hunch, the hat repeated. Ah yes. A seer would know. Well then, better be Gryffindor. Hazel yanked the hat off and grinned as she hurried toward the cheering table. Fred and George Weasley were still going strong. Fred and George jumped to their feet and yelled, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" while clapping Harry and Hazel on the back as she made her way over. They didn't subside until McGonagall shouted for them to stop. Hazel slid into the seat next to Harry, who turned and gave her a dazed but happy grin. Told you we'd end up together, she said, elbowing him lightly. Harry nodded. Wouldn't have it any other way. The rest of the ceremony passed in a blur on and Hermione joined them soon after, thankfully, Neville too. Looking like he couldn't believe his luck. And once, Zabini, Blaise, was sorted into Slytherin, Professor Dumbledore stood up. He looked exactly like he did when he came to America, only his robes were somehow even flashier now. But when he spoke, his voice was warm and mischievous. Welcome, he said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Hazel blinked. That's it, she muttered to Harry. He's mad, Ron chirped. Brilliant, but mad. Then came the Hogwarts school song sung to whatever tune you fancied, which, of course, meant total chaos. Half the hall was crooning a solemn hymn, while the other half had launched into something that sounded like it belonged in a rowdy tavern. Hazel, naturally, picked a sea shanty. She belted it out with all the gusto of a sailor 3 mugs deep, drawing a few wide-eyed glances from nearby first years. Hermione looked mildly horrified. Ron looked impressed. Fred and George, meanwhile, were solemnly chanting the lyrics to the tune of a funeral dirge. When Hazel finished her verse, she slid right into their tempo, singing with them in perfect harmony and perfect pitch. By the end of it, even Professor McGonagall looked like she was regretting her life choices. Dumbledore, on the other hand, was clapping along like it was the best concert he'd ever attended. Eventually, the feast ended. Dumbledore gave another short speech about forbidden items and the Forbidden Forest. Plates vanished, candles dimmed, and the prefects led them through miles of hallways and trick staircases until they reached the Gryffindor common room, warm, cozy, full of red and gold and soft couches that looked like they'd eat you in a friendly sort of way. Zelle's dorm room was up a winding staircase. Somehow, her trunk had already made it there, parked neatly at the foot of the bed farthest from the door. She liked that. Room to watch, to wait, to dream. Somewhere in the room, someone whispered, "Good night." Hazel smiled at the ceiling. "Yeah, good night." And she drifted off to sleep with the sound of crackling fire and distant laughter wrapping around her like a second blanket. Hazel's dream began with silence. Not the comforting hush of sleep, but the deep, resonant stillness that felt like the calm before the storm. A breeze brushed against her cheek, warm, dry, smelling like sun-dried clothes, and when she opened her eyes, she stood in a field of sunflowers beneath a sky painted in amber and violet. A lyre's soft melody drifted through the air. And then he was there. Apollo, dressed in white and gold, radiating light so bright it made the stars above shy away. His eyes were twin suns, his smile heavy with something ancient and knowing. "Hello, Hazel," he said, voice like music and thunder at once. "You've done well to reach this far. But your path, as ever, splits in many directions." Hazel opened her mouth, but he held up a hand. "There will be time for questions. But first listen." His voice deepened, the melody of the lyre swelling behind him. As he spoke, his words fell like notes on parchment, inked in rhythm and rhyme. "The fate you chose is sealed in flame, and 7 nights shall speak your name. What might have been will pass in dream, where silent threads unwind and gleam. But stir not fate nor shadow's breath, until the herald comes from death. Then shall your burden rise anew, and paths once closed will open true." Hazel blinked. 7 nights. Apollo nodded. "Visions of the path your brother would have walked, had you not arrived. Watch, learn, do not interfere, not yet." And then Hazel averted her eyes as he turned into his true form and vanished from her dream. Hazel awoke to the first rays of the morning sun, dreading, yet looking forward to nightfall. After a blur of classes, most of which she could barely pay attention to since she was focused on going to bed every night. The first night. That night, Hazel dreamed. She walked unseen through cold, winding corridors, where the castle breathed secrets through every stone. A boy with glasses wandered those halls alone, smaller than he should have been. Brave enough to face monsters but too young to carry such weight. A troll, a trapdoor, a riddle of logic. In the heart of it all, he stood before a mirror that shimmered with longing. His reflection held a family he could never touch, ghosts smiling back at him with eyes he barely remembered. He faced the final test, not with strength, but with heart. He succeeded, holding a shining red stone in his hand. And yet, when the danger passed, there was no one waiting. No laughter to welcome him back. There were smiles and hugs for the house cup, but none specifically for Harry. First class of the day, potions with Slytherin. The dungeon classroom was dimly lit, with shelves lined with jars containing mysterious ingredients. The air was thick with the scent of herbs and something more pungent. Professor Snape stood at the front, his black robes billowing as he addressed the class. His gaze lingered on Harry longer than necessary. "Ah, yes," he said softly. "Harry Potter, our new celebrity." Harry felt a flush rise to his cheeks. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," Snape began. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." He paused, letting his words sink in. "Potter," Snape snapped suddenly. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry blinked. A simple start to a sleeping potion. More ingredient. S will determine what kind of sleeping potion, sir. Snape blinked, clearly not expecting that. All right, let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Harry hesitated. Stomach of a goat or a sheep, sir. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry hesitated. I don't know, sir. Snape's eyes narrowed. Pity. Clearly, fame isn't everything. And why isn't anyone noting this down? Other Potter. Do you know the difference? Hazel stood up. I believe they are two names of the same plant or two species of the same genus with very slight difference. Hermione's hand had been in the air throughout the interrogation, but Snape ignored her. The rest of the class proceeded with the brewing of a simple potion to cure boils. Despite the straightforward instructions, Neville managed to melt his cauldron, and Seamus's potion exploded, singeing his eyebrows. By the end of the lesson, Snape had deducted points from Gryffindor and Harry thanked Hayes L for reminding him to study the first 2 chapters the night before. The second night, the dream was colder this time. A hiss echoed beneath the castle. A monstrous slit-pupilled eye opened in the dark. One by one, students fell silent, unmoving, forgotten in the rush of fear. In the depths of the ancient chamber, he faced the serpent with only a phoenix's tears and a centuries-old sword. He fought well, he won, but the cost was carved in the way he clutched the fallen girl, a diary dipped in black ink beside her. The one with red hair who woke up traumatized. The one with bushy hair who had stayed frozen too long. And the boy with freckles had nearly broken himself in the rescue. They survived, but barely. The door to the Transfiguration classroom creaked open with uncanny timing, just as Hermione let out a worried gasp. They're late, she whispered. They're going to miss everything. Neville shifted nervously beside her. Hazel, sitting on the bench in the entrance hall, tapped her fingers on her knee and muttered. They'll make it, probably, maybe. Before any of them could spiral further, Professor McGonagall appeared in the doorway, her lips pressed into a thin, impatient line. Inside, please, she said briskly. The class filed in, minus Harry and Ron. McGonagall stood tall before them, robes sharp as her voice. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. She began, pacing slowly in front of the desks. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. Hazel leaned forward slightly, listening with the same reverence she might give to an oracle. Transfiguration is the art of changing the form and appearance of an object. It is not illusion, nor is it easily reversible when done wrong. Bones have grown where tails should be, and worse, all because of reckless incantations and an impatience to prove one's skill. That will not happen in my classroom. She paused, letting the gravity of her words settle. For now, I expect you to read the first 2 chapters of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, and answer the review questions at the end of Chapter 2. Before the student TS could so much as reach for their quills, McGonagall took 2 steps back and transformed into a tabby cat, tail twitching and all. Neville made a squeaking noise. Hazel blinked. Hermione, predictably, looked thrilled and a little smug. Oh right, she mentioned that McGonagall had come to take her to Diagon Alley. So she likely saw this transformation before. The students opened their books and began reading, scribbling notes in the margins as instructed. Perched atop her desk in feline form, Professor McGonagall sat like a silent sentinel, her tail twitching slightly as she kept watch over the class. Just then, the door creaked open again. Ron and Harry stumbled in, red-faced and breathless. Thank goodness McGonagall isn't here yet, Ron muttered. The cat leapt gracefully from the desk, and in a blink, the transformation was complete. Professor McGonagall stood before them once more, robes billowing slightly as she crossed her arms. Both boys jumped, clearly not expecting that. Sorry we're late, Professor, Harry panted. We got lost. Then perhaps I ought to transfigure one of you into a map and the other into a pocket watch, she said coolly. Take your seats. They slid into the only 2 chairs left. Heads ducked low, and class resumed. Professor McGonagall moved down the rows, handing out small wooden matchsticks to each student. We will begin with something simple, she said crisply. You are to attempt to transfigure this matchstick into a needle. The incantation is Vero Vero. Enunciate clearly, and do not rush the magic. Hazel took her matchstick, turning it over in her fingers as if it might whisper secrets. She closed her eyes, murmured the spell under her breath, and let her magic rise. Only it wasn't just the spell. The mist curled around her fingertips, a faint shimmer of divine magic that melted into the air. When she opened her eyes, her matchstick gleamed like polished steel. "Excellent work, Miss Potter," Professor McGonagall remarked as she passed by. "Very precise transfiguration on your first try. You may well have inherited your father's talent for this." Hermione's head snapped around toward Hazel's desk. Her own matchstick remained stubbornly wooden. She frowned, tightened her grip on her wand, and repeated the spell, this time just a little louder. Hazel didn't notice. She was still staring at the needle-looking match, the mist retreat ing back beneath her skin like a shadow, remembering its shape. The class continued with varying levels of success. Neville's exploded into splinters. Ron nearly set his on fire. Seamus actually did set his on fire. But eventually, the lesson ended with homework reminders and the promise of trickier transformations in the coming weeks. That evening, the Gryffindor common room hummed with post-dinner energy. Hazel sat cross-legged on her bed, curtains pulled closed, a pile of matchsticks and a handful of real needles beside her. The mist was calmer now, more cooperative. Each time she cast Faro Vero, she could feel its influence nudging the spell toward perfection, but she wanted to do it without it. Just her. Just the magic. She failed 5 times. The 6th try turned it shiny and metallic. The 8th was sharp but still wooden. Then 3 perfect needles in a row. A chime in the tower reminded her. Astronomy at midnight. Hazel picked up her bag and walked to class with the rest of the Gryffindors. The class entirely too easy for the champion of Diana. Then, as she lay back on her pillow, sleep tugged her down into the 3rd dream of 7. The 3rd night. The dream whirled like a storm caught in a clock. Time folded over itself. Shadows of the trio darted through memories and moments, trying to right what fate had tilted. A great black creature soared free. An innocent man ran toward hope on all 4s. But at the lake's edge, when the creatures came faceless and cold, the boy stood alone again. His magic rose not from joy, but from desperation. His shield was brilliant, but wild. He never learned to believe in the light. He only learned to chase it. The day began with a breakfast far too cheerful for the chaos that would follow. The Gryffindor first years were buzzing with excitement. Today was their first flying lesson. Harry had never been on a broomstick before, not properly, and Ron spent most of the morning boasting about his older brother's flying feats, which, as usual, somehow morphed into complaints about Percy. Midway through breakfast, Neville received a gift from his grandmother, a remembrall. He explained that it would glow red whenever he forgot Something heirloom, apparently. The moment he picked it up, it turned an angry crimson. Neville frowned, unsure what he had forgotten, until Hazel pointed out that he was missing both his tie and his robes. Without a word, Hazel grabbed a plate of turkey sandwiches and headed off with Neville toward the dorms. She spoke the password aloud, and they stepped into the quiet warmth of the Gryffindor common room. While Neville dashed upstairs to get his uniform in order, Hazel knelt by the fireplace. From her pocket, she pulled a small letter opener and nicked her little finger just enough to draw a few drops of blood. That was all she needed to temporarily bind the Gryffindor hearth to Olympus, ensuring that her offering reached the gods instead of going to waste. Muttering a quiet prayer for Zeus not to smite her on the spot, she slid the sandwiches into the flames. She added a few prayers for Apollo, Diana, Neptune, and trivia for strength, wisdom, and guidance. By the smoke curled up the chimney, Neville came bounding back down the stairs, fully dressed and slightly breathless. Together, they hurried down to the grounds. They made their way out to the grounds, where the Slytherins were already waiting. 20 broomsticks were lying on the ground in neat rows, but they looked anything but trustworthy. Most of them were old, some had twigs sticking out at odd angles, and several were twitching as if they had minds of their own. Madame Hooch, their instructor, arrived with a whistle and eyes as golden and sharp as a hawk's. "Stick out your right hand over your broom," she barked, "and say, 'Up.'" Most of the brooms didn't react at all. Hermione's rolled off toward Hufflepuff territory like it had somewhere better to be. Neville's broom sprang up and smacked him right in the face. Hazel winced on his behalf. But her sand Harry snapped into their hands with crisp obedience, like well-trained hounds. Madame Hooch gave an approving grunt, which for her was basically thunderous applause. Simple enough. Only, not for Neville. Before the whistle had even touched Madame Hooch's lips, Neville kicked off and shot skyward like a bottle rocket. "Come back, boy," she shouted, but Neville had lost control the moment he left the ground. The broom twisted beneath him, bucking like it resented him, and with a sickening jolt, Neville let go. He fell fast. Hazel didn't think. He dropped to her knees, dug her fingers into the grass, and whispered, "Let moss rise and stone sink low." The spell was small, old, and Roman. Just enough to coax the ground to remember how to be kind. Neville hit the earth hard but not bone-breaking hard. He lay curled on the slightly softened ground, clutching his wrist, pale and shaking. Madame Hooch knelt beside him, inspecting the damage with practiced efficiency. "Sprained," she announced. "Everyone, stay off your brooms. If I catch anyone in the air before I get back, you'll be expelled faster than you can say Quidditch." And with that, she marched off with Neville in tow, leaving 20 children behind with 20 unattended brooms. The silence lasted, maybe 25 seconds. Then Draco Malfoy decided he was in charge. "Did you see his face?" He snorted. Maybe he should have used that Remembrall to remind himself how not to fall like a sack of trolls. Hazel narrowed her eyes. The Remembrall was lying a few feet away, catching the sunlight like a signal flare. Malfoy strutted over, plucked it up like he'd earned it, and turned back toward them with the smug satisfaction of a peacock who thought he'd won a duel. "Give it here, Malfoy," Harry said, low and steady. Malfoy grinned. "Want it, Potter? Come and get it." And then he was in the air-clean takeoff, perfect balance, insufferably smooth. "Show off." Harry didn't wait. 1 second he was on the ground, and the next he was flying like he was born on a broom. Hazel groaned. "Oh, God's damned boys." She threw a leg over her broom not nearly as gracefully and kicked off. The wind hit her like cold adrenaline. Exhilarating and sharp. For a moment, she forgot to be annoyed. The sky was open and wild, and she flew. Malfoy faltered slightly when he realized he was outnumbered. He hurled Remembrall high into the air with all the grace of a toddler flipping a table. Hazel and Harry dove. Harry got there first, of course he did, snatching the Remembrall inches before it could shatter against a castle window. He pulled up fast, skidding to a stop midair. Hazel hovered below him, grinning. The two of them touched down just as the Gryffindors burst into wild cheers. Then, "Harry Potter." McGonagall's voice cracked across the field like a whip, slicing the celebration clean in half. Hazel winced. That tone did not promise cookies. The professor stormed across the lawn, robes billowing, jaw tight. Even the birds above seemed to quiet down in fear. "Follow me, Potter. You too, Miss Potter." Harry handed the Remembrall to Hermione, who looked like she was having a crisis between awe and horror, and jogged after McGonagall. Hazel walked beside him, calm on the outside, but already planning how she'd explain this to the Roman Senate if they decided to disown her for broom-related expulsion. Harry, on the other hand, looked like he was being marched to the gallows. They didn't go to the headmaster's office, or the dungeon, or even to Filch. Instead, McGonagall swept into a classroom and yanked out a very startled boy. "Wood," she said, "I've found you a seeker." Wood blinked. "A what?" "2 seekers," she corrected. "First time on a broom, and he caught a Remembrall after a 50-foot dive." And she nodded at Hazel. "Kept pace and didn't flinch. I've never seen anything like it." Hazel raised an eyebrow. That was a compliment. From McGonagall, Harry looked like someone Dee just handed him a dragon egg and told him it was now his. "We're not getting expelled?" Hazel asked, just to be sure. "If you're as good as she says, you're getting recruited," Oliver Wood said, still trying to catch up. "Tryouts are this weekend," he added, excitement growing. "I want to see both of you fly." Hazel tilted her head. "Can you keep it a secret?" "About who'll be playing Seeker?" Wood frowned. "Why?" She shrugged. "Strategy. Let the Slytherins spend a month training for the wrong flyer." McGonagall gave the ghost of a smirk. "I'll allow it." "Done," Wood grinned. "But if either of you wipe out midair, I'm blaming your idea." "Fair," Hazel said. As they stepped out of the classroom, Harry still looked like he hadn't processed half of what just happened. Hazel elbowed him gently. Well, she said, at least it wasn't detention. The fourth night, the dream twisted into darkness. The number 3 fell away to reveal 4 in the darkness. Flames, water, thorns in a maze, screams swallowed by hedges, a huge angel statue in a cemetery, a spherical shield of blue-silver light. Then the boy with the scar emerged from the dark, dragging a limp figure. He told the truth, and the world looked away. Whispers grew. Headlines screamed. The woman in pink smiled with her teeth. He bore a truth so heavy it nearly broke his back. He was a hero but nobody believed him. The first Defend CE against the Dark Arts class should have been exciting. A new subject, a dramatic title, and a chance to maybe learn how to defend oneself against something useful for a change unlike, say, matchstick transformation. Instead, the classroom smelled like garlic. Strong, awful, nose-burning garlic. Professor Quirrell stood at the front, nervously wringing his hands. His turban a great purple thing look. Ed like it might topple off at any moment. Hazel took a seat beside Harry, who was already scowling at his timetable like it had insulted his lineage. Ron slid into the seat behind them and whispered. Think he wears the turban to hide something. Maybe he's got a third ear. Maybe he stuffed it with garlic too, Hazel muttered, fanning her nose. Can't tell if it's meant to ward off vampires or first years. Quirrell gave them a watery smile and launched into a lecture, voice trembling with every sentence. Apparently, he had faced some terrible creature in Albania and had been so unlucky as to have picked up a stutter along the way. He also brought up vampires about 6 times. Hazel began to suspect he hadn't actually met one and was desperately hoping no one would ask follow-up questions. DD defense, he stammered. Writing the word with an extra F on the blackboard is as much a matter of PP preparation as it is CC courage. Hazel zoned out, not out of disrespect but because, it quickly became obvious that no one was getting to do any spellwork today. This was more of a long, garlic-scented monologue about his travels, the threats of the world, and why smelling like AC. Orst Pizzeria apparently counted as protective magic. Next to her, Harry shifted uncomfortably in his chair. You all right? Hazel asked under her breath. Yeah, he said, but pressed his fingers to his forehead. Just sudden headache. It happened again 5 minutes later, when Quirrell turned and looked straight at the class. Harry rubbed his scar again. Hazel frowned. Coincidence? Maybe. Or maybe not. Doubt it. Ron whispered back. But I think he knows every species of garlic in Europe. By the time the class ended, Hazel had half a page of notes and Harry had rubbed his forehead raw. When Quirrell turned away, Harry seemed fine, but whenever the professor's gaze lingered near him, his face tightened in discomfort. As they left the classroom, Hermione chattered on about the difference between Romanian and Transylvanian vampire traditions, completely missing Harry's pale expression. You're sure you're okay? Hazel asked again, low enough that Ron couldn't overhear. Yeah, Harry said, not meeting her eyes. Just weird. Hazel nodded slowly. She didn't say it out loud, but something about Quirrell's presence set her on edge too. And she had a gut feeling she'd seen weird. This was worse than weird. The 5th night, the dream cracked like glass to reveal an all-encompassing hot pink outfit. A room full of spinning prophecies. Shadows of students fighting side by side. He led them angry, hurting, determined. Streaks of light, blood red, deep purple, viridescent green lit up the room. The man's fall came suddenly. Final. The scream that followed hollowed the world. He shattered furniture with his hands. Grief burned hotter than any curse. The girl tried to speak gently. The round-faced boy stood his ground. They stayed, scarred but true. But they were not enough. Not quite. Something startled Hazel awake. A creak of the door, perhaps. Hazel, wake up. Tryouts, hissed Angelina Johnson, who was crouched by Hazel's bed and whisper yelling like a professional spy. It's 5:30. We're meeting in 20 minutes. Hazel blinked. 5:30. In the morning. What did you expect? Wood said he wants to see how you fly when you're not fully awake. Something about instincts. Hazel groaned and rolled out of bed, barely managing to brush and change into jeans before being frog marched down the stairs. Across the common room, Oliver Wood was doing the exact same thing to Harry, who looked half asleep and fully horrified. "Morning," Hazel mumbled as they passed. Harry blinked blearily. Is it even legal to be awake right now? Fred and George Weasley were already downstairs, dressed in full Quidditch gear, lounging like kings of old. "Look at them," Fred whispered theatrically, nudging George. "So young, so innocent, so doomed." George sighed dramatically. "Gone before breakfast. Tragic. Do you two ever sleep?" Hazel muttered, stepping over George's outstretched legs. "We nap in class," Fred said cheerfully. "Now go onwards, got cones." "That's how you know it's serious." The pitch was dewy and nearly empty except for Oliver, pacing with a clipboard like he was about to command a military assault. Harry and Hazel stood shoulder to shoulder as Wood gave a speech that might have been stirring if either of them were fully conscious. "I want to see precision," he said, eyes gleaming. "I want instinct. I want focus. Potterio are on classic seeker duty." "Hazel, we're trying something new." "Interfering seeker. You join the chasers, act as a fourth chaser if necessary. Block, dodge, distract. Think beater without a bat. And don't forget your main goal is to catch the snitch. After a while we'll practice the other way around as well." Hazel blinked. "I'm sorry. You want me to be annoying?" "Exactly." Wood beamed. "Think you can handle that?" She smirked. "I was born for it." Tryouts began. Harry shot into the sky like his broom was answering a personal challenge. Hazel followed, cutting sharp turns and weaving through mock BL Udgers and cones like she was racing against a storm cloud. Angelina tossed practice snitches. Fred and George hurled commentary. "Ooh, close one from Hazel." She nearly took out Fred's left ear. "Beautiful form. And look at Harry. That kid's got lightning in his bones." Wood shouted things like, "Yes," and turn, noise, and scratched wildly on his clipboard. By the end, both Hazel and Harry were winded, sweaty, and grinning. Oliver was practically vibrating with excitement. "That was brilliant, both of you." "Harry, you're playing seeker for the first match." "Hazel, you're on second rotation." Hazel grinned. "Interference. Sounds almost illegal." "It probably is in several countries," George said proudly. Fred clapped Harry on the back. "First years on the team. McGonagall's gone mad." "She's gone brilliant," George corrected. Wood checked his watch and clapped his hands. "All right, get out of here before the rest of the castle wakes up. You're our secret weapons." Back through the castle they crept, Hazel rubbing a sore shoulder and Harry still gripping the broom like he wasn't sure he was allowed to let go. The corridors were still dim and quiet. By the time they slipped back into the common room, no one was awake. Hazel flopped onto the couch. "I'm not waking up this early again unless the gods themselves demand it." McGonagall," Harry said, already dozing off in the armchair. Hazel grinned. "Same thing." Quote, after a day filled with exploring and finishing up homework, Hazel crashed into bed. The sixth night. This dream stung like winter rain. In a stone bathroom, silver spells cut too deep. Shadows trembled behind locked doors. The tower waited, tall and silent. The scene shifted to a dark lake that smelt of death even in a dream. Lightning struck twice that night, once in the sky, once in his heart. The old man fell. The traitor vanished. And the blonde boy stood still, a green locket clenched in his fist, eyes wet. He gathered pieces of books, of memories, of lives lost. But not of himself. He would walk forward, but always alone. The next day, Sunday, was soaked in golden sunlight and a complete lack of anything responsible. No classes, no homework, just one long, glorious day to explore the castle, and Hazel intended to use it well. Fred and George, ever the walking encyclopedias of mischief, had promised her a proper Gryffindor education. Which, naturally, began with snacks. "All right, Lady Potter," Fred said, slinging an arm around her shoulder as they strolled down a corridor Hazel was pretty sure didn't even exist on the official maps. "You're about to witness the most important location in Hogwarts. It's not Hagrid's hut," George added. "It's not even the Quidditch pitch." Fred leaned in dramatically. "It's the kitchens. Know where they are." George clutched his chest like she'd insulted his honor. "Hazel, we practically live there. It's a 5-star, elf-run miracle bakery, and you've been surviving like a muggle this whole time." Fred leaned in with mock solemnity. Tragic, really. But don't worry, we're here to rescue you from running back and forth from the Great Hall with food. They stopped in front of a still life painting of a large bowl of fruit. Fred wiggled his eyebrows. Observe, he said, and tickled the pear. The pear giggled, squirmed, and turned into a green handle. The portrait swung forward, revealing a doorway and a rush of warm, buttery-smelling air. Hazel gaped. You tickle the fruit to get in. Only the pear. Bananas are terrible conversationalists, said George. The kitchens were tucked behind a painting of a giant fruit bowl. Fred tickled the pear, which actually giggled before turning into a doorknob. Inside, Hazel found a warm, bustling chamber that smelled like every comfort food ever dreamed up. Dozens of small figures hurried about the space, each one barely reaching Hazel's waist. They had bat-like ears, enormous eyes, and wore neatly folded tea towels-like uniforms, each bearing the Hogwarts crest. Some were chopping vegetables faster than Hazel thought was physically possible, others stirred pots twice their size, humming as the ladles spun on their own. One elf PPED up in front of her with a tray of warm chocolate tart. Miss would like a snack. It squeaked, eyes wide with devotion. Hazel blinked. Usser. In seconds, a plate was in her hands, complete with cutlery and a folded napkin shaped like a swan. They live to cook and serve, George whispered. Hazel glancing one of the elves to cartwheel past balancing 3 pies. This place is insane. Fred grinned. Welcome to the good life. The 7th night. The dream burned. 3 teenagers ran away from safety, towards utter darkness, with only a few small blue will-o'-the-wisps to guide them. The castle roared with fire and defiance. 2 teenagers escaped from a snowy cemetery just as a snake lunged at them, venom dripping from its fangs. 3 teenagers dressed in odd clothes flew away on a blind white dragon. Giants smashed through stone, castle behind them. Friends became soldiers. Children became legends. In the forest, the boy walked without hesitation. He closed his eyes and fell. And then he rose. Victory laughter was lost. Time passed. The boy smiled. But Hazel saw the shadow behind his eyes of battles survived but never shared, of a story written in singular pain. Hazel woke with tears in her eyes on the 7th morning, her hand curled tightly around the golden locket beneath her collar. The morning sun cut through the curtains of the Gryffindor dorm, but it couldn't quit. He reached the place in her chest that ached with prophecy. Well, that's one heck of a burden. Hazel had woken with the first blush of sunlight creeping through the window. For a solid half hour, she just sat there blank-eyed, silent. No thoughts, no panic, just stillness. Right, first things first. Time to report in. She'd used the MSS before twice, actually. Once after her day trip to Diagon Alley. And again on her first night at Hogwarts, before the dreams started rolling in like storm clouds. This would be her third. And definitely the most serious. To the honored Praetors Junia and Marius, Sav. I hope this letter finds you in peace, though I have no doubt you're both in the middle of managing a half-dozen crises at once. I won't take up more of your time than I have to. I'm writing to Foe. R. Malley report an event of prophetic significance. Over the course of the past week, I have received 7 consecutive dreams visions, more accurately each one delivered by divine instruction. They concern Britain, Hogwarts. And most importantly, Harry. I am not permitted to speak of the contents. Not because I don't trust you, but because Apollo himself placed restrictions on what I can reveal. I ask that you trust me in turn. These dreams are not random. They are consequential, and they have made it clear that my presence here is not a temporary posting. I will not be returning to Camp Jupiter until next summer at the earliest. There are things I need to do here. Threads I must follow. A burden I now carry that can't be set down without causing more harm than good. From this point on, I request that all matters related to my mission remain strictly between the 3 of us. I don't say this lightly. You know I value our cohort, our familia, but this path is not one I can share. Even when you one day retire as Praetors. That confidentiality stands. As for communication, from now on, I'll send reports via OWL. Slower, yes, but less expensive in every way, and less likely to end up in divine recycling. Unless there's something important that I feel you need to know immediately. I'll continue to update you as I can. Thank you both for trusting me, for training me, and for believing I can carry this. With loyalty, Hazel Lily Potter, Centurion of the 5th Cohort Legionnaire of the 12th Fulminata, still not used to British breakfasts. Classes felt a little confusing now. A lot of terms were new. She noticed a lot more now than she ever did before. Not wanting to fall behind, Hazel worked harder. Convinced Harry to study too. And by extension, with a lot of whining and grumbling, so did Ron. That's not to say they didn't have fun. For a while, it seemed like nothing would come of the great flying incident. No howlers from home, no professors bearing expulsion letters, and certainly no drama from Malfoy. Hazel and Harry, keeping to the well-worn path of teenage mischief, had let it quietly slip that they'd been given a proper dressing down and were now on broom shed. Cleaning duty for the foreseeable future. Tedious, humiliating, character building. In truth, McGonagall and Madame Hooch were training them like they were the last two Seekers alive in Britain. Every evening after dinner, Hazel and Harry would go serve their punishment, and return with grass in their hair and slightly smug smiles. Fred and George had their suspicions. Hermione definitely had her suspicions, but no one said anything, and that was fine by Hazel. But of course, Draco Malfoy couldn't let anything lie. 3 days after the broom incident, just as Hazel was beginning to think that why might actually survive this semester without hexing anyone, Malfoy sidled up to Harry in the corridor. Crabbe and Goyle flanked him like matching troll bookends, which meant he was about to say something particularly stupid. "So, Potter," Malfoy said, voice pompous as ever, "I heard you're a natural on a broomstick. What's the matter? Afraid to take on a real wizard in a real duel?" Hazel blinked. Was he serious? A duel? Harry asked, clearly startled. "Midnight. Trophy room. Unless you're too scared, of course." Malfoy's grin stretched thin. "Crabbe'll be my second." Ron, who had ARED beside them like a red-headed poltergeist of poor decisions, immediately puffed up. "He's not scared. I'll be his second." Hazel leaned back against the wall, arms crossed, eyebrows raised. "Oh, we're doing this. We're actually doing this." Malfoy sneered at her. "You're not invited, Potter's shadow." She gave him a slow smile. "I'm always invited when Harry might do something potentially stupid." "Midnight it is," Draco declared with a dramatic toss of his hair. Then he turned and stalked off with his backup dancers in tow. Hazel sighed. "You realize this is obviously a setup, right?" Harry looked a little pale but determined. Ron looked positively gleeful. "Yep," Harry said, "and I'm still going." Hazel pinched the bridge of her nose. "Gods give me strength." That evening in the common room, Hazel had just pulled on her cloak when she heard Ron hiss, "Come on, quick." From across the room, she glanced over just in time to see Harry slipping through the portrait hole like a particularly determined raccoon. "Oh, for the love of," Hazel muttered, grabbing her wand. She hadn't even touched her backup sandwiches yet. Outside the portrait, Neville was curled up in the corridor like a sad lump, clutching Trevor and looking cold and miserable. "I forgot the password," he whispered, jumping as Ron nearly stepped on him. "I've been out here for hours." "Well, it's open now," Harry said, already halfway down the corridor. "We're going to duel Malfoy." Neville blinked. "What? We're making poor life choices tonight," Hazel said dryly. "Might as well have some company." Neville looked unsure but followed them nervously down the corridor since the portrait hole had closed, trailing behind like a very small, very anxious balloon. They'd barely reached the end of the hallway when OICE cut through the quiet like a fork through cheesecake. "You can't go out, you'll get caught." Hermione, of course. She climbed out of the portrait hole like it personally offended her, clutching her dressing gown shut with righteous fury. "You'll get expelled. You'll lose us all house points, and..." "Neville," Hazel cut in sharply. "Back in, now." Neville startled, turned, and bolted for the portrait hole just as it closed behind her. Too late. Neville skidded to a stop, nearly crashing into the portrait. The fat lady was already gone, off on her usual nighttime gossip rounds along with the violet lady 2 frames down. Neville stood there, stuck. Hermione, meanwhile, looked like she had just bitten into a particularly sour book. Hazel let out a slow sigh. "Well, that went well," Hermione huffed. This is completely irresponsible. We could be caught, or worse, expelled. Ron muttered. Hazel didn't even look back. Welcome to the Hogwarts Midnight Criminal Syndicate. Membership is clearly not optional. And just like that, they were 6. Harry, Ron, Neville, a growing sense of doom. I should have gone to Ilvermorny, Hazel said under her breath. Their monsters at least come with warning labels. The trophy room was empty. Like, echoey empty. The kind of empty that made you instantly suspicious of your life choices. Hazel leaned against a dusty glass case, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. Well, this doesn't feel like a trap at all, she said flatly. Ron was practically bouncing on the balls of his feet, wand out like he expected a dramatic wizard duel to break out any second. Harry kept glancing around, adjusting his grip on his wand, more nervous than eager. Neville looked like he might faint from the sheer anxiety of standing near expensive glass things. Hermione was still muttering about rules. Hazel didn't listen. She was too busy scanning the room. Trophies glinted in the moonlight, each etched with names of students long dead or famous or both. There were LDS and plaques and some very aggressive-looking goblets. But more than that, there were snakes. Not real ones, but painted into the borders of portraits, slithering across the edges of tapestries even. Coiled around the bases of some of the more antique awards. It was subtle, almost stylish. Hazel didn't think much of it, yet. Then came the sound, click, footsteps, and the soft, wet mew of a cat that had seen too much. Hazel's head snapped up. Oh no, Ron cursed under his breath. Filch, Hermione squeaked, as though naming him might make him vanish. It didn't. Run, Harry whispered urgently, and that's exactly what they did. The group bolted, robes flapping, feet thudding against cold stone. Neville knocked over a suit of armor. Hazel grabbed his sleeve and yanked him onward before the crash finished echoing. Filch's furious voice echoed down the hall behind them, getting louder by the second. Hazel risked a glance behind them. We're gonna get caught, she hissed. We might already be caught. Ron wheezed. And still, they ran. Around corners, down unfamiliar halls. Hazel caught sight of more painted snakes flickering past in portraits, their eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. A whisper of scales brushing canvas. Definitely something to unpack later. But for now, survival. Third corridor on the left. Hermione gasped. I think he's this way. Hazel didn't question it. She grabbed Neville and followed the world's bossiest prefect in training down the darkened passage. She didn't know where they were headed. She didn't know if they'd escape. But she did know one thing. Malfoy was dead meat. Hazel skidded around a corner, yanked Neville with her, and promptly ran into Harry's back. He'd stopped dead in front of a large, ominous door. That's locked, he whispered. No, it's about to be unlocked. Hermione snapped, pulling out her wand with grim determination. Alohomora. Hazel made a mental note. Hermione Granger was definitely one of those kids who claimed to follow the rules but secretly had a personal cheat sheet for breaking them efficiently. The door clicked open. They pushed through and slammed it shut behind them. Filch's footsteps echoed a corridor away, fading. Safe. Except, they weren't. It hit Hazel first. The smell. Like a kennel crossed with death and moldy socks. Then the growl. Low. Deep. Too many echoes. Ron said. Don't panic, Hazel muttered. But might be about to die. There was a dog. Correction. There were 3 dogs. Dog heads. On one body. One massive, hulking, panting body. 3 heads, each the size of a beach ball. And all of them currently turned toward the students with unmistakable interest. Hazel instinctively reached for her wand and then realized there was absolutely no spell she had learned that could hand Cerberus Jr. over here without breaking her cover. What is that? Neville squeaked, half sobbing, half whimpering. Bad news, Hazel replied. The beast didn't lunge right away. No, it stared, all 3 heads drooling in stereo. Mouths opening, teeth gleaming like kitchen knives. I think it's standing on a trapdoor, Harry whispered to Hazel, eyes darting downward. It's guarding something. Not us, hopefully, Hazel said. Already backing up. But of course, that's when the middle head snapped forward with a low growl. The other 2 followed, their eyes locking onto Hazel like she was a particularly suspicious chew toy. The beast lunged not to maul, but to sniff, pressing its massive snout against Hazel's stomach, snuffling insistently at her hoodie pocket. Sandwiches. Of course. Okay, Hazel muttered, fishing out the crumpled pack of pre-wrapped sandwiches she'd stuffed there after dinner. She tossed them gently across the room like a peace offering. All three heads turned instantly, tails thudding against the floor as they scrambled after the airborne snack. That was their cue. Ron and Neville had finally gotten the door open somehow and flung themselves backward through it. Hazel grabbed Harry's sleeve and yanked. They stumbled out into the hallway and slammed the door behind them, backs braced against it, limbs trembling with leftover adrenaline. Bang! The door shook in its frame. A low thump echoed through the walls like distant thunder. For a few long moments, they just stood there, gasping for air. Hazel pressed her spine to the cold stone wall, trying to convince her heart it was not, in fact, auditioning to escape her chest. The third-floor corridor, Hermione managed between gulps of air. It's that corridor. The one Dumbledore warned us. Yes, thank you, Hazel said hoarsely. We gathered. Ron wiped sweat from his forehead. What the bloody hell is a school doing with a three-headed dog? Nobody answered. Harry stared at the closed door, expression unreadable. Hazel didn't need to ask what he was thinking. That creature wasn't just roaming the halls by accident. It was guarding something. Something Hogwarts didn't want people getting to. Hazel exhaled slowly and looked around at the group. Because really, was there ever a normal day at this school? They climbed through the portrait hole in silence, all breathing hard, faces damp with sweat and terror. Neville nearly tripped on the carpet. Hermione's hair was frizzed in about 6 directions from sprint-induced humidity, and Hazel was absolutely rethinking her entire Hogwarts enrollment. The common room was dark and quiet, thank the gods. No Percy, no nosy prefects. Just a dying fire and the collective buzz of 4 students who had very nearly been eaten. You are all completely irresponsible, Hermione burst out. As soon as they were clear of the fat lady's frame, Hazel winced. Yep, there it was. The explosion. Do you even realize what could have happened? Hermione continued, voice rising with every syllable. We could have been caught by Filch, or Mrs. Norris, or expelled, or mauled by a literal monster, Hazel offered dryly. Don't forget the charming canine of carnage. That was a 3-headed dog. Hermione snapped, which was standing on a trapdoor. Did no one else notice the trapdoor? I noticed it, Harry said quietly, eyes unfocused. Ron looked over at him. You all right, mate? Harry didn't respond immediately. His brow furrowed as he stared into the fire, as if it held answers. That package, he said slowly. The one Hagrid took from Gringotts, the day I met him. Hazel's eyebrows lifted. The grubby little bundle he said was school business. Harry nodded. He said Dumbledore wanted it kept safe. And then that same day, Gringotts got broken into. So whatever was in the vault is now sitting under a trapdoor guarded by a monster with more heads than sense, Ron finished, still pale from the memory. Hermione crossed her arms, clearly annoyed that the conversation had shifted from Eeyore all reckless lunatics to let's play junior detectives. You're not seriously going to go looking for it, are you? She asked, hands on hips. Because I will not be part of any more sneaking around. Hazel raised an eyebrow. You say that, but statistically speaking, I give you 2 days before you're back in the tunnels with us. Hermione huffed in a very futur prefect kind of way and stalked off Towery. Ron collapsed into an armchair. Well, that was almost the worst night of my life. Hazel flopped beside him. Almost. I once let Fred and George give me a haircut. Quote. Fair. Harry didn't sit. He stood by the fire a while longer, deep in thought. Whatever this thing was, whatever was under that trap door, it was important. Dangerous, probably. But more than that, it was protected. By something alive. And Hazel couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. Later that night, after Hazel fell asleep, the air shimmered like moonlight on water. One moment Hazel was in bed, curled up under her Gryffindor blankets, and the next, she was running barefoot across a sunlit meadow. Apollo, she shouted, laughing as a tall figure turned an O. Pened his arms just in time for her to crash into him. He caught her easily, spinning her around like she was a child and not a Roman demigod who could body slam a manticore's on a good day. You're getting faster, Apollo said fondly, setting her down. He looked around 20 now, golden and glowing like a sunrise with a bow slung lazily across his back. And stronger, came another voice. Diana stepped out of the trees. Her form that of a 15-year-old huntress, poised and timeless. She swept Hazel into a firm hug, one that made her feel both safe and terribly missed. "We don't have long," Apollo said, tilting his head. "Let's make it count." They walked toward the edge of the meadow where a river glittered, threads of silver weaving through the grass. "The fates are weaving," Apollo began. "There are certain points in the tapestry of life, fixed events, anchor scenes. Things that are meant to happen, must happen. Those scenes are ready, waiting to be tied to the right threads, the right people." Hazel frowned. "So I can't stop things. Can't warn them. Can't change the outcome." "You can change some things," Apollo said gently. "The path to the fixed point can shift. You just can." She ripped the fixed point out of the design. "Not yet." Hazel blinked. "That makes no sense." Diana stepped in, calm and clear. "Think of fate as a large river," she said. "Any changes you make are like throwing stones into that river. Most stones small don't change the flow. A splash here, a ripple there. But," Apollo added, "if you throw a big enough stone, you could divert the river entirely," Diana finished. "But doing that risks making your visions inaccurate. And you'll be flying blind." Hazel nodded slowly. "That made sense. Sort of. So I shouldn't throw the giant rock unless I'm really, really sure." "Exactly," said Apollo. "Play it smart, Hayes." They both looked at her with so much care that she almost wanted to cry. It wasn't just a visit. It was a reminder. She wasn't doing this alone. Diana stepped forward and gently tapped Hazel's forehead. "You must save the unicorn. In the Forbidden Forest," Apollo said, voice solemn now. "You'll know when. But tread carefully. The price of failure is too high." Hazel opened her mouth to ask more, but the meadow shimmered. And she woke up, staring at the ceiling of her dormitory, heartbeat loud in her ears, and absolutely no idea what unicorn they were talking about. Back home, this day would have been a fun evening, when all the younger kids from camp would wear costumes not related to Romans and knock on the doors of the residents of New Rome, and get chocolate, candies, and snacks. In Hogwarts, Halloween was just a regular school day, with a feast waiting for them at dinner time, just like every other dinner time. Profe. Zer Flitwick's classroom glittered with tiny enchanted bats and glowing jack-o'-lanterns floating near the ceiling. Hermione Granger once again nailed the Wingardium Leviosa charm on the first try. "She's a nightmare, honestly," he muttered, just loud enough for a few students to hear. "No wonder she doesn't have any friends." Hazel had been about to compliment Hermione's technique. It was impressive, after all, but stopped short. She caught the flicker of something in Hermione's face. Not anger, not pride, just hurt. It disappeared quickly as Hermione gathered her things and left the classroom in a rush, head down, eyes fixed on her shoes. Hazel watched her go, lips pressing into a thin line. She didn't follow. "She probably just needs a moment," Hazel said quietly when Harry glanced at her. "I'd be cranky too if I had to be perfect all the time." Then she turned on Ron. "Seriously," she snapped. "Did you have to say that out loud?" Ron blinked. "What? I was just joking. She's always acting like she knows everything." "Because she does," Harry said, glaring at him. "She's brilliant, Ron. You don't have to like her, but you didn't need to humiliate her in front of everyone." Hazel crossed her arms. And maybe if people treated her like a friend instead of a punching bag, she wouldn't be trying so hard to prove herself. Ron looked defensive, but his ears were turning pink. "I didn't think she'd hear me." "Well, she did," Hazel said. "And she's not here anymore, is she?" Ron mumbled something neither of them caught and kept his eyes on his parchment for the rest of the day. Even though Hermione didn't come to class for the rest of the day either. Hazel sighed and shook her head. She didn't try to find Hermione, even though part of her wanted to. "She probably just needs some space," she said again. But now, it didn't feel like enough. That evening, the great hall was positively glowing, candlelight flickering above enchanted bats and golden pumpkins, platters of food appearing in glorious waves. But 3 seats at the Gryffindor table remained empty. An hour before the feast began, Hazel and Harry stood outside Professor McGonagall's office, shifting awkwardly in the corridor. "You're sure you want to go through with this?" Hazel asked. Harry nodded. It just feels wrong. McGonagall had raised an eyebrow when they asked to be excused from the dinner celebrations. May I ask why? She'd said, not unkindly. Hazel took a deep breath. It's just, this is the first Halloween since we found out who our parents really were. How they died. I don't think either of us feels like celebrating. There was a pause long enough that Hazel wondered if they'd overplayed it, but then McGonagall gave a solemn nod. Very well. You may spend the evening as you wish. But do eat something. They both promised they would, though neither of them had much appetite. As they wandered back toward the common room, Hazel glanced sideways at Harry. You know, I didn't think I'd care about Halloween this much. Yeah, Harry said softly. Me neither. And that maybe, just this once, it was okay not to pretend they were fine. Hazel and Harry had spent the early evening in the common room, curled up near the fire with the picture book Hagrid had gifted them. It was filled with wizarding photographs of their parents, some grainy, some blurred with age, others so vivid Hazel almost expected Lily to speak or James to jump out from the page. Hazel had a notebook open, scrawling names, faces, and notes beside each person. This one looks like she's holding a baby Harry, she whispered, tapping a photo with a woman in lilac robes. Harry nodded, a little more solemn than usual. We should write to them. The others in the photos. Ask what they remember and can tell us about our parents. They didn't notice the sky darkening, or the castle shifting into full feast mode. Eventually, the photos grew heavy in their hands and their hearts, and Hazel closed the book. Let's go for a walk, she said softly. Just a quick one. Clear our heads. They wandered the halls, careful to avoid the Great Hall and the smell of pumpkin pasties. Hazel claimed she needed the loo, and Harry said he'd wait outside. But when she stepped inside the girls' bathroom, she nearly ran into Hermione Granger, red-eyed and dripping water from her face. Oh, sorry, Hermione muttered, avoiding her gaze. Hazel stepped aside but didn't leave. You all right? She asked quietly. Hermione stiffened, wiped at her cheeks, and said, fine, which was code for not at all. But Hazel didn't push. She remembered old it in, to try not to care. All right, just don't stay in here too long. There's enough to cry about at Hogwarts without adding mildew. Hermione huffed out a tiny laugh. Hazel smiled and turned toward a stall. That's when Harry burst in, looking wild-eyed and panicked. There's something huge outside. Stinks like a troll. Hermione went pale. Hazel's stomach dropped. There wasn't even time to argue. A bone-rattling thud echoed outside the bathroom, then another. Hazel grabbed Hermione's wrist and yanked her into a stall. Harry ducked into the next one. They barely had time to lock the doors before the entire room shuddered. The troll burst in. 12 feet of warded, gray, lumpy terror dragging a massive club that knocked over the sinks like they were paper cups. Hazel swallowed hard. Brilliant. The creature lumbered closer, snuffling and grunting, club dragging in the tiles. And the knock all times Ron and Neville ran in. Oh come on, Hazel muttered. Neville took one look at the troll, screamed, and bolted. Hazel made a mental note to thank him if she lived. The distraction was enough. Hazel unclipped her belt and let it drop into her hand. The moment her fingers closed around it, it shimmered into its true form. A blessed silver blade, pulsing faintly with moonlight. She could have turned it into a whip sword with a flick of her wrist, but the room was too small, too tight, and Hermione was right there. Instead, she crouched and dashed forward, slashing at the troll's legsham strings, knees, the backs of its calves. The sword met flesh, and the troll bellowed. Not enough to bring it down, but enough to slow it. Hazel gritted her teeth. You really picked the wrong bathroom. Harry was pulling Hermione toward the door, calling out for help, and the troll turned with a roar. Ron, to his credit, looked like he was about to faint but still pointed his wand and yelled, Wingardium Leviosa. The troll's club Rosathan crashed down on its own thick skull. The impact was disgusting, and effective. The troll dropped like a felled tree. Silence. Hazel exhaled shakily and took a step back from the body. Her sword shimmered back into a leather belt with a soft snap, and she clipped it around her waist like nothing had happened. Footsteps pounded toward them. McGonagall, Snape, Quirrell, and even Dumbledore. Neville must have really outdone himself yelling. Hazel didn't hesitate. She bent down near the splintered door, picked up a long piece of wood, and transfigured the memory of the moment, twisting it in everyone's minds using the mist. A soft click of her fingers, and the spell spread like fog. By the time the teachers rushed in, all they saw was a stunned troll, Ron with a wand in the air, Hermione looking shaken, and Hazel holding a jagged piece of broken stall D. Orar turned into a large silver needle like a spear. "You stabbed it with that?" Snape asked, looking incredulous. Hazel nodded solemnly. "Yes, sir. I figured a sharp object might stop it before it hurt anyone." McGonagall looked from her to Ron to the unconscious troll. She said nothing for a full 10 seconds, then exhaled through her nose. 5 points each to Gryffindor for sheer dumb luck, she said stiffly. "And for Merlin's sake next time, run and find a teacher." Hazel didn't correct her, she just smiled. Let the mist do its work. Later that night, back in the common room, the 5 of them sat huddled near the fire. Ron kept staring at his hands like they might disappear. Hermione handed him a chocolate frog without a word. Hazel stretched her legs out and nudged Ron's knee with her foot. Well, she said with a grin. "Look who finally managed Wingardium Leviosa without mangling the Latin." Ron flushed. Yeah, laugh it up. "I'm just saying," Hazel smirked, "you almost took out the ceiling with it last week. This time, you only knocked out a troll. Progress." Hermione gave a little snort behind her hand, and even Ron cracked a reluctant grin. Hazel leaned back, arms behind her head. "At this rate, you might even levitate a feather properly by Christmas." Harry looked over at Hazel while everyone was laughing and teasing Ron. "You didn't have to lie. Didn't I?" she said lightly. "You want the teachers asking where I got a blade that slices through troll hide. I might have been sent back to the States." Harry blinked. "Right, no." Hazel leaned back and smirked. "Then I stabbed it with a broken piece of bathroom door. Works just fine for me." And just like that, something unspoken shifted. Not just between her and Harry, but with Hermione, Neville, and Ron too. They weren't just classmates now. They were a team. November blew in like an angry hippogriff, all sharp winds, freezing stone floors, and a healthy dose of wet socks. Hazel had taken to layering every sweater she owned under her cloak, and even then, she still half considered transfiguring herself into a blanket. Mornings were the worst, especially the ones where Oliver Wood decided that 6 a.m. was a reasonable time for practice. "I'm going to haunt him if I die of frostbite," Hazel muttered one particularly brutal morning, tugging her hat lower as she and Harry shuffled out onto the pitch. "He'll wake up to broom splinters in his shoes and Quidditch balls with teeth." Harry just yawned in reply, eyes still half closed. To be fair, Oliver meant well. And the practices were working. Harry was getting sharper on his broom, dodging bludgers like he'd been born doing it. Hazel, who didn't even have a position officially and still didn't want one, just zoomed around as the interfering seeker, occasionally shouting things like, "You're too polite, Harry. That bludger was trying to kill you." After one particularly cold practice, Katie Bell slipped Harry a book from under her cloak, Quidditch Through the Ages. "Best one," she told him with a grin. "Just don't let Snape catch you with it." Which, naturally, meant Snape caught him with it. They were on their way back into the castle, Hazel having just conjured a sad excuse for a warming charm, when Snape rounded the corner like a bat with a purpose. "What's that, Potter?" he snapped, his eyes narrowing in that lovely, soul-crushing way of his. Harry tried to hide the book behind his back. No use. A library book, on Quidditch. Snape's lip curled like he'd just sniffed something foul. "Confiscated." "But," Harry started. "It's not even from the restricted section," Hazel added, baffled. Snape ignored both of them, tucked the book under his robes like a trophy, and limped off down the hallway. Was he limping? Harry asked, blinking. Hazel frowned. He was. Left leg. They didn't say anything else, but the third-floor corridor popped into both their minds at the same time. Later that week, back in the common room, Harry brought it up again while they were all trying, and mostly failing, to finish their potions essay. "I think Snape tried to get past whatever's guarding that trapdoor," he said, dipping his quill. "He was limping, and it's not just a coincidence that he's suddenly being nosier than usual." Hermione rolled her eyes. "That corridor is off limits for everyone." If Snape was injured, it could have been anything. Sure, Hazel said, just like how Norbert the dragon is definitely going to stay a secret forever. Neville blinked. Who's Norbert? Hazel patted his head. Nobody. Yet. Harry leaned over his parchment, eyes distant. Something's going on with that corridor. I just know it. Hazel didn't disagree, but she also didn't say what she was really thinking, that things were starting to feel like one of her dreams. Fragments of something bigger, just a little too familiar. Like a riddle she'd already solved, but couldn't quite remember the answer to. Harry had been acting twitchier than usual all morning. He barely touched his toast at breakfast, kept tugging at his sleeves like they were trying to strangle him, and looked like he might vomit the second someone mentioned the word broom. Hazel had seen demigods before their first monster hunt look more relaxed. She didn't push him, though. Just walked with him as far as the locker rooms, hand pockets. You'll be brilliant, she said simply, stopping short of the entrance. Just catch the snitch and don't fall off. Harry gave her a weak laugh, half nerves, half sarcasm. Comforting. Hazel grinned and flicked his forehead lightly. You're a Potter. You've got a Quidditch legacy and weird broom-related instincts. Just don't die. Great. No pressure. She watched him disappear into the changing rooms, then made her way to the stands. Slipping into a spot between Neville and Hermione just as the rest of the school began to filter in, all bundled in scarves and jumpers and roaring house colors. I didn't know Harry was into Quidditch, Hermione said, scanning the field. Where is he, anyway? Hazel shrugged innocently, probably sneaking off to avoid Malfoy. Speak of the devil, Malfoy was already slouching 2 rows up, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle and making himself thoroughly unpleasant. Potter too traumatized to even look at a broom. Malfoy called, loud enough to earn a few snickers. Bet he fainted when they handed him a bat. Hazel didn't dignify it with a reply. She just tilted her head and smiled at him sweetly, then turned back to the pitch without a word. That smug grin on his face. Oh, it was going to be so satisfying to watch it melt off. Because even Ron, sitting on Hermione's other side, didn't know the truth yet. Harry Potter was Gryffindor's seeker, and Malfoy was in for a surprise. The stadium buzzed like a beehive hit with a confundus charm. Hazel could feel the tension vibrating in her bones as she joined the river of students flowing toward the stands, everyone bundled up in scarves and hats like a sea of house colors. Hermione walked beside her, clutching her program so tightly it was crumpled in the corners. Ron trailed behind them, muttering predictions under his breath, none of which were optimistic. As for Harry, well, the boy was in the air now. Literally, on a broom, in front of the entire school. The moment he shot out with the rest of the Gryffindor team, a collective gasp rippled through the stands. Even Hazel, who knew, felt her heart stutter. It was one thing to be told your brother had made the Quidditch team. It was another to see him streak across the sky like a meteor in scarlet robes. Wind whipping through his hair like he belonged up there. He's the seeker. Ron exploded, loud enough that 3 rows turned to shush him. Hazel grinned. You didn't ask. Lee Jordan's voice crackled to life over the enchanted megaphone. Welcome, one and all, to the match of the century, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Brought to you by me, obviously. I'm the on. Lee won mad enough to shout this loudly for 2 hours straight. McGonagall gave him a sharp look from the professor's box, and Lee cleared his throat quickly. And by that I mean, here comes the Gryffindor team. Look at Potter fly. Didn't even crash on takeoff. That's promising. Hazel laughed, but the amusement didn't last. Because right behind the Gryffindor team floated the Slytherin sneers. And sleek brooms, and the referee, Madame Hooch, with her salt and pepper hair and tawny eyes, blew the whistle for the game to start. For a few brilliant minutes, everything went well. Gryffindor was holding its own. Lee Jordan was doing his very best to make it sound like they were winning by a landslide, even though the score was tied. And then, Harry's broom twitched. Hazel sat bolt upright. The broom twitched again, and then it jerked, a sudden, violent movement that almost threw him off. Gasps erupted across the pitch. Harry clung on, knuckles white, as the broom began to buck and dip like a wild beast. He's cursed, Hermione breathed. Hazel felt her stomach twist. That's not cursed. That's deliberate. She scanned the stands frantically, heart pounding, trying to find the source. Her instincts were screaming, Something was wrong. Something was. Snape, Hermione hissed, pointing. Look at him. Not blinking. Staring right at Harry. Hazel didn't hesitate. I'm going down. What? Ron grabbed her sleeve. You can't just jump onto the pitch. I'm not jumping onto the pitch, Hazel muttered, already moving. I'm doing something smarter. Smarter was debatable, but STANDING still wasn't an option, not when her brother was spinning in midair like a top about to be snapped in half. Hazel's eyes weren't on Snape anymore, because someone else was muttering too. At first, she thought it was nerves, someone talking to themselves, clutching their scarf, but then she caught the subtle shift of the lips. A twitch in the fingers. A flick of the wand hidden in the folds of a robe. Quirrell. He looked as pale and sweat-drenched as ever, but he was whispering. Focused. Intent. Like a completely different person. Hazel froze. She knew this. This moment. This scene. Apollo had warned her during one of those fractured flashes of dream prophecy she still couldn't shake. Fixed points, he had called them. Moments that are set, that must happen, no matter how it hurts. This was one of them. Even knowing it, even feeling it in her bones, knowing she couldn't interfere, made her teeth clench in frustration. But that didn't mean she was going to stand around and do nothing. Hermione, she hissed. Hermione was already moving, her face a storm cloud of worry and determination. She darted away from the stands, disappearing into the crowd. Hazel didn't follow. She turned and sprinted down to the pitch, wand drawn. Harry was barely hanging on. His broom was flipping and rolling and now diving dangerously close to the ground. The entire school was on their feet, shouting and screaming. McGonagall looked like she might faint. Hazel didn't even look up as she skidded to a halt near the center of the field. She fell to her knees just outside where the pitch started, and IED her fingers into the grass and dirt in the Quidditch pitch and murmured under her breath, "Let moss rise and stone sink low." A faint shimmer rippled across the grass beneath Harry just in case. If he fell, she wasn't about to let the earth break him. Hazel glanced back. Hermione had reached the professor's box. She saw her dart behind Snape, slip under the stands, and the next moment, his robes were on fire. A shriek went up in the stands. Smoke. Snape leapt up, yelping and stamping. The muttering stopped. Harry's broom stilled. Hazel let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Then, without warning, Harry dove. A free fall, straight down. Hazel's heart stopped, but he wasn't falling. He was chasing something. And then Harry slammed into the ground, rolled, cawed and came up retching. With the snitch in his mouth. The stands exploded. Gryffindor students screamed and waved scarves and tackled each other in celebration. Lee Jordan was shouting something barely coherent about, caught the snitch in his mouth, people. In his mouth. Hazel stared, mouth open, caught somewhere between hysterical laughter and disbelief. Then she did laugh. Loud, wild, undignified laughter. She whooped, fist pumped, and ran toward the forming Gryffindor huddle. "Harry James Potter," she yelled over the roar of the crowd, "do you ever plan on winning things like a normal person?" Harry just grinned, panting, hair askew. Snitch still buzzing faintly between his gloved fingers. Hazel hugged him, hard. Maybe she couldn't change fixed points, but she could still catch him if he fell. The win-wah's still echoing through the halls the next day, scarves tied around stair rails, Fred and George leading spontaneous, Harry Potter caught it with his face. Chance, and Lee Jordan reenacting the dive at least a dozen times over breakfast. So when Hermione suggested they all visit Hagrid for tea that Saturday, Hazel agreed. The little hut at the edge of the forest was the perfect place to talk, where no portraits could overhear them, and no prefects would scold them for fanciful theories. They trudged through the crisp leaves, Harry and Ron kicking stones as they went, and Fang the boarhound barked wildly when he saw them coming. Hagrid let them in with his usual booming welcome and promptly tripped over a copper kettle. Inside SME damp socks. "I still can't believe he caught it with his mouth," Hagrid laughed. Pouring tea into cups that were more like beer mug sized. Hazel accepted hers with both hands and took a seat beside the roaring fire. "Yeah, well, I'm less impressed by that and more concerned about who was trying to kill him." That quieted the room instantly. Ron, mid-bite of one of Hagrid's rock-hard treacle toffees, blinked. "What?" Hermione straightened her skirt. "You think it was Snape, don't you? Obviously, said Harry. He hates Harry, and in his first match against Slytherin, Harry's broom goes haywire, Ron added. Hazel let out a slow breath, then set down her tea. I did see Snape muttering. But I also saw Quirrell. That made them all blink. Quirrell, Harry repeated. Yes, same muttering, same intensity, same wand fidgeting. He was practically sweating through his turban again. But he wasn't watching the match. He was watching Harry. Hazel looked at each of them. Like he was timing something. They all looked politely skeptical. Ron furrowed his brow. But he's a jelly. Scared of his own shadow. And Snape's a greasy dungeon bat, but we think he tried to murder Harry. Hazel crossed her arms. Just because Quirrell stutters doesn't mean he's harmless. But Snape had the limp, Hermione pointed out gently. That's proof he tried to get past whatever's guarding the third-floor corridor on Halloween. Hazel frowned. Or proof he tried to stop someone else and got hurt. The silence stretched. Then Ron, predictably, rolled his eyes. Well, maybe you should have set Quirrell's robes on fire too. Hazel didn't answer. She just looked into her tea. The steam curling like smoke above it. No one believed her. Not about Quirrell. Maybe this is what Cassandra of Troy felt like watching everyone around her ignore the fire on the horizon. Hagrid, entirely unaware of the storm cloud hanging over the tea table, clumsily poured more into Harry's cup and said, "It's nothing to worry about. Hogwarts is the safest place there is." Dumbledore. He wouldn't have left Fluffy alone if he thought it weren't. That got all of them looking up. Hazel blinked. Fluffy. Hagrid went pink. I shouldn't have said that. Hermione sat bolt upright. Fluffy. Yeah, well, that's what I call him. Three-headed dog. Mine. Guardin' the trapdoor. Ron choked on his toffee. You have a three-headed dog guarding something under a trapdoor. Neville leaned back. And he's called Fluffy. Hazel pinched the bridge of her nose. You're telling us the castle has Cerberus 2.0 guarding a mystery object and you named him Fluffy. He's a good boy, Hagrid protested. Good boys don't try to bite off people's heads, Ron muttered. Harry leaned in, eyes sharp. So what is he guarding? Oh, can't tell ye that, Hagrid said hurriedly, reaching for the kettle again. That's top secret, that is. Matter between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Hazel's eyes snapped to him. There it is, she thought. The name echoed in her head like it had weight. A turning point. Something from her dreams. Just out of reach. Pieces were moving. Faster now. Hazel had never really gotten the fuss about Christmas. Back home. Well, back at Camp Jupiter there wasn't much in the way of holidays unless Jupiter himself declared one, and even then it usually involved drills and goat stew. Thanksgiving was a slightly bigger deal than Christmas, at least for the sake of Those who had more family outside of New Rome and Camp Jupiter. But Hogwarts did Christmas right. 12 trees. 12. Hazel was genuinely unsure how so many fit into the Great Hall, but she had a working theory that the castle just sort of rearranged itself like a very accommodating grandmother. The ornaments twinkled on their own. Icicles shimmered without melting, and Hagrid had to securely wrestle a couple of stubborn pine trunks into place. Perched among the branches were tiny glowing fairies, their wings catching the candlelight like spun glass. They flitted lazily between the ornaments, occasionally dusting the needles with a sprinkle of shimmering snow. They're either conjured or enchanted, Percy told her, noticing her watching one. You can buy them from a shop in Diagon Alley. But only during Christmas season. They vanish within a week. Hazel blinked. Wait. Vanish. As in poof vanish, Percy confirmed, rather smugly. They're designed to expire. Safer that way. There was an incident once with a fairy colony that refused to leave the Ministry's tree and started a glitter mutiny. Hazel raised her eyebrows, then looked back at the trees, watching one Airy do a very aggressive pirouette near a gingerbread reindeer. Yeah, that tracked. Snow piled up outside the windows, soft and powdery and everywhere. Naturally, Fred and George weaponized it. Target acquired. George shouted one morning, launching a perfect snowball into Quirrell's turban as he scurried across the courtyard. Fred howled with laughter, loading and launching another. Hazel wasn't sure whether to cheer or feel slightly bad. Mostly she just enjoyed the show. But by lunch, things escalated. Battle lines are drawn. Percy declared with mock solemnity, dragging Harry to his side and roping Fred in. Hazel gave him a toothy grin. You sure you want to start a snow war with me? Ron and George immediately flanked her. It was an epic showdown. Snowballs flew like enchanted cannon fire. Hazel, very discreetly, whispered a lyrical command and watched an entire row of snowballs neatly assemble beside her. By icicle bite and frozen cheer. Let snowballs rise and enemies fear. Cheating, Percy called. Resourcefulness, Hazel called back, launching a triple volley at once. One hit Percy in the face. Worth it. By the end of it, everyone was soaked, freezing, and sore from laughing too hard. Even Percy cracked a smile. Hazel couldn't remember the last time she'd had this much fun during the holidays. Ever. Hazel was up before the boys. Not on purpose, just a habit from years of living around monsters and other legionnaires who disliked her. She padded softly into the common room, arms full of a lumpy, awkward bundle, a brand new Muggle backpack stuffed to the seams. She placed it beside Harry's pile of gifts and sat down cross-legged by the fire, watching the flames curl like they were dancing to a silent song. Inside the backpack were 5 sets of Muggle clothes, actual proper ones. Not cousins hand-me-downs, along with 2 new pairs of trainers. Hazel had asked Jacob Blackthorne to pick them out and send them to her via owl mail. It had only arrived yesterday morning. And at the very top, inside a velvet pouch, sat the locket. Her locket, golden, with a faint fleur-de-lis engraving, protective spells on it for luck and victory, and 2 tiny portraits tucked inside, James and Lily on one side, and her and Harry on the other. She'd carried it for 10 years, since the day she'd arrived at the Wolf House. Today onwards, it was Harry's turn to protect it. She left a note inside the pouch. I've used this well for 10 years. It's your turn now. Take care of it, Hazel. A minute later, she heard feet thumping overhead. Harry's. By the sound of it, he burst down the stairs, still in his pajamas, waving a silvery shimmering cloak and grinning ear to ear. Hazel, he said, breathless. Look, it came with a note, said it was my dad's. Left in someone's care before he died. Hazel's eyes widened as she took the cloak, running her fingers over the shimmering weave. Whoa, that's invisibility magic. She handed it back reverently. Looks like this year, Christmas came with plot devices. Harry laughed, still riding the wave of wonder, when Hazel nudged the backpack toward him. Yours. He blinked. What? This huge thing. It's not that big, she said. It's 5 outfits, 2 pairs of shoes, a new backpack, and a locket I've been dragging around since I was 4. Harry pulled open the bag and tugged out a hoodie. You got my size. Magic, Hazel replied, and a tape measure. When he reached the locket, his fingers paused. He turned it over in his hands, gentling, then opened it. The quiet hit like snowfall. He stared at the pictures for a long moment as parents, smiling and waving. And then the 2 of them as babies, squinting at the camera. Thanks, he said quietly. Really? Hazel just smiled and nudged him again. Happy Christmas, Harry. Well, you've got yours waiting too, Harry said, suddenly rummaging behind the couch. Hang on, Hedwig helped me order these. A moment later, before Harry could hand over his gift, Ron stomped down the stairs in a haze of hair and flannel. Merry Christmas, he grunted. Then, blinking blearily at the pile of gifts, his eyes lit up. Blimey, there's loads. The next 10 minutes were a flurry of unwrapping, chocolate smudges, and shouts of, "Oi! That was mine," interspersed with laughter and chaos. Wrapping paper littered the floor like festive battlefield debris, and the Gryffindor common room buzzed with early morning joy. Hazel, sitting cross-legged in her oversized soft pink sweater, was already hoarding a tin of Mrs. Weasley's homemade fudge like it was a Class 4 magical artifact. The sweater soft, hand-knitted, and pastel pink had a deep blue H stitched into the front, and it was possibly the coziest thing she'd ever worn. She looked down at it fondly, wondering if it was enchanted or just made of pure maternal love. Ron tossed her a grin and a handful of chocolate frogs. Told Mum you liked sweets, he said, watching one frog attempt to hop across the couch. Hazel caught eye. Tea with reflexes honed by years of dodging monsters. 5 frogs, she said. You're spoiling me. From Percy, Hazel unwrapped a second-hand but well-preserved book on the history of Diagon Alley. It still smelled faintly of ink and dusty parchment, and she couldn't help but grin at the tidy notes scribbled in the margins. Very Percy, she muttered. Fred and George's gift came wrapped in enchanted paper that refused to tear until she said the magic word, mischief. Inside, she found a well-worn book of simple magical pranks. Hazel flipped through a few pages and smirked. These are more than simple. These are borderline illegal in the mortal world. Hermione's gift was a beautiful hardcover copy of prominent magical artificers and enchanters of history. Hazel's fingers traced the gilded letters on the spine. Neville had sent her a tidy little box tied with a green ribbon. Inside was a lovely set of satin hair ribbons in soft jewel tones and a neat note. Gran says hair ribbons make a strong impression. Hazel giggled and tucked the note into her pocket. Hazel had planned her gifts carefully too. Hermione got 6 sugar quills and a parchment-bound notebook perfect for obsessive note-taking and even tastier in moments of stress. Neville's gift was a set of ink samples and owl feather quills, all nestled inside a handcrafted wooden box with compartments that clicked shut with satisfying finality. Harry's backpack gift had already been unwrapped, and he was currently wearing the hoodie like it was sacred. But there was more. Hazel had caught him off guard with the golden locket tucked safely in its velvet pouch. He hadn't said much, just a soft, thanks. Really, and that had been enough. Harry hadn't forgotten her either. He handed Hazel a neat parcel that turned out to be several rolls of fancy parchment. Colorful bottles of ink, and a beautifully feathered eagle quill, clearly secondhand, but polished and cared for. You got me office supplies, Hazel said, trying to sound unimpressed. But she was already in love with the inks. I figured you go through quills faster than Ron goes through bacon, Harry said. Yeah, especially since I've never used them before, and they're so delicate. Speaking of, Ron was now frantically checking under the tree for his own presents. Aha, he crowed, holding up a small box from Harry. Inside was a Chudley Cannon's badge that lit up with miniature fireworks when tapped. In return, Ron gave Harry a box of 5 chocolate wands. Hazel and Harry made eye contact. No words were needed. In a synchronized sleight of hand, she slid her frogs his way while he swapped her wand chocolates into her pile. Ron never noticed. Harry's haul was impressive. From Hermione, he got the darkest wizards in history and how they were defeated, and she'd bookmarked Voldemort's chapter. Naturally, Neville sent him a surprisingly elegant necktie, courtesy of Gran, and from Hagrid, both Harry and Hazel received the same gift. A lovingly assembled to album of their parents filled with moving pictures and a simple handcrafted bamboo flute. Hazel flipped through the album quietly, her thumb brushing the image of her mother and father dancing at a wedding. In the photo, Lily laughed while James tried to spin her and tripped over his own feet. They looked so alive, so real. She swallowed the lump in her throat and hugged the book to her chest. It was perfect, and for once, Hazel didn't feel like an outsider in someone else's story. She was home. Hazel knew something was off with Harry the morning after Christmas. His hair, normally a permanent disaster, looked like he'd tried to tame it and given up halfway through. He barely touched his breakfast, staring into his porridge like it might blink back. And worst of all, he kept dozing off mid-sentence. Even as Ron chattered away about chocolate frog card collections. Did you even sleep last night? Hazel asked, nudging him gently under the table. Harry blinked, like he'd only just noticed her voice. Yeah, he said, sort of. Just had a look around. Hazel narrowed her eyes. That evening, when most of the castle had gone quiet and even the portraits had settled into snoozing. Harry dragged her and Ron out of the Gryffindor common room with a whisper and a grin. Come on, you have to see this. See what? Ron groaned. I'll show you. And the NC looked in shimmering invisibility and moving through the castle like half-excited, half-terrified shadows they wandered into the night. The trip started well enough, some hushed laughter, a near miss with Peeves, and a wild detour down the wrong corridor that nearly got them caught by Filch. By then, they'd given up on the invisibility cloak altogether. Trying to squeeze 3 sets of feet under one shimmering sheet had proved more chaotic than covert. Hazel barely noticed Harry break into a run until she and Ron were chasing after him blindly, turning corners without direction until they stumbled breathless and panting into a room she was sure hadn't existed the week before. It was cold and still, the kind of quiet that made you speak in whispers even when no one was listening. Silver moonlight spilled in through high, dust-veiled windows, turning the air to something soft and unreal. And in the center of the room stood the mirror. Hazel froze. It towered above the measly twice her height, its frame carved from gold. En filigree that shimmered faintly in the light. Twisting vines and arcane symbols ran up its sides, curling into a delicate arch at the top. At its peak, a phrase had been etched in flowing script, Ised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. Hazel squinted at it, head tilted, sensing something backwards and clever about the words. But it wasn't the size or the script that stole her breath, it was the glass itself. It gleamed like water, but didn't reflect the room behind them. Instead, the surface shimmered with a kind of knowing light. When she stepped forward, she didn't see the cold stone or her tousled reflection, she saw something else entirely. The mirror didn't just show a reflection. It reached into her heart and pulled out the one thing it knew she longed for most. Harry was already in front of it, stepping closer like in a trance. Hazel didn't say anything, she couldn't. Because when she looked into the glass, her heart did a strange, aching flip. Her reflection stared back, but she wasn't alone. On one side stood Lily and James Potter, smiling like they'd always known her. James had a mischievous tilt to his grin that reminded her of Harry. Lily's hand rested on his shoulder, proud and warm. Harry stood between them, eyes lit up like they did woolly wonderful. He looked so at home that it made Hazel's chest ache. On the other side of Mirror Hazel stood the three Ds whose opinions mattered most to her, had always mattered, even when she told herself otherwise. Apollo stood radiant and golden, his smile the kind that could chase away nightmares. He looked like a protective older brother. Sunlight made human. Diana was beside him in her youthful, ageless form, silver-eyed and serene, her calm gaze full of quiet pride. And then there was Neptune. He stood a full head taller than the others. Dressed in the same sharp, relaxed business casual clothes she remembered from Olympus, pressed blue shirt with rolled sleeves, salt and pepper stubble, tanned skin like sun-warmed bronze. His sea-green eyes were the same exact shade as Hazel's, though his were colder, more distant, in real life, anyway. But in the mirror, those eyes were softened, kind. He looked down at Mirror Hazel with something like fierce affection, like he saw her, not just as a demigod or a pawn or an obligation, but as his daughter. He bent low and placed a gentle kiss on her head, and when Mirror Hazel threw her arms around him, he hugged her back without hesitation, without limits. Hazel watched herself cling to him like she had never had the chance to. Because in truth, Neptune hadn't held her like that when they met. He had worn the same clothes, business casual, like he'd stepped out of a mortal office, and had spoken the same polished words of divine duty. But there'd been a chill behind his smile, a practiced detachment in every gesture. He hadn't looked at her, not really. Not once had his gaze rested on her like she mattered. He never said her name, never asked how she was, ever even acknowledged her existence during the 5 long years she went to Olympus. She'd sat through audiences with other gods where he stood only feet away, as impassive and unreachable as the sea during a storm. Like she was someone else's responsibility, a mistake someone else should fix. The mirror version of him, one who bent down, kissed her hair, and held her like he meant it was a dream. A beautiful lie, but still, Hazel couldn't stop looking. The mirror didn't show the truth. It showed desire. And in Hazel's heart, that moment her family whole, her gods proud, her father truly lovin'. GWAS, the thing she wanted more than anything else in the world. Hazel didn't say anything for a long time. She couldn't. The longing in her chest was too raw, too tangled to explain. Tearing her eyes away, she paid more attention to what Ron was saying. He didn't see his family. He saw himself holding the house cup, grinning ear to ear with a prefect badge and Quidditch robes so clean they had to be magical. Hazel smiled for him. He deserved that moment, even if he didn't quite understand what the mirror truly was. Because it clearly didn't show only family. Resolving to think it over another time, she sat down beside Harry to stare into the mirror. At her family. They could only leave at dawn the next day, when Ron's stomach grumbled loudly enough to distract everyone. On the third night, Zell only followed because she didn't trust him not to fall asleep in the mirror if left unsupervised. They didn't get more than a few minutes before the quiet was broken by a soft cough. Curious, came a familiar, calm voice behind them. Hazel turned, guilt freezing in her spine like frost. Professor Dumbledore stood there, somehow looking both ancient and amused, as if he'd been expecting them all along. Harry stammered an apology, but Dumbledore waved it off with a kind, wrinkled hand. "This mirror shows us nothing more or less than the deepest desire of our hearts," he said, his eyes not on them, but on the glass. "That is why men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they see. It offers neither knowledge nor truth." Hazel swallowed, still staring at her reflection. Her gods, her parents, her brother, a world where they all fit together. Dumbledore finally turned toward them. "You, Miss Potter." Hazel hesitated, but met his gaze. "Family," she said quietly. Harry echoed her. "Me too." There was a long pause. Hazel didn't know why she asked, but the words slipped out anyway. "What did you see, sir?" Dumbledore smiled faintly, not looking at the mirror. I see myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks. Everyone just gives me books for Christmas." Hazel squinted at him. "You're lying." His beard twitched. "Partly. Family. And socks." Hazel raised an eyebrow but said nothing more. Later, as they crept back through the castle, Harry was quiet. Thoughtful. Hazel didn't press him. They'd both seen too much to speak. But as they climbed into their dorms, Hazel glanced back once at the corridor behind them. The mirror would be gone by lunch. And maybe that was for the best. Returning to regular classes after the holidays felt like closing the last page of a warm, comforting book only to be handed a scroll full of unsolvable riddles. The castle had shed its enchanted snow and fairy lights, and in their place returned the gray skies, drafty corridors, and an absolutely unreasonable amount of homework. Hazel had stayed behind over break, just her and Harry, wandering the castle's quiet corridors, sharing peaceful breakfasts, and reading in front of a fire that always seemed to crackle just for them. But now, with everyone back, Hogwarts felt louder, fuller, and somehow, lonelier in a way she couldn't quite name. Professor McGonagall certainly didn't believe in easing them back in gently. Their very first transfiguration lesson of the term, she paired Hazel with Ron. Again, clearly fate had a sense of humor and had them working on transforming parchment into wooden planks. Ron's attempt went about as well as a wet sparkler. His parchment stiffened around the edges into brittle wood, but the middle remained stubbornly papery until it caught fire. Hazel doused the tiny flame with her own transfigured board and raised an eyebrow. "Well," she said dryly, "at least it's warm." Ron groaned, rubbing his singed fingers. "Tell McGonagall I invented the wizarding hand warmer." Later, back at the Gryffindor common room, things had settled into their usual rhythm. Hazel sat curled in an armchair, flipping through a book that might have been about Wandless Maw. Jakor, possibly just a Muggle poetry anthology she'd smuggled into her stack. Harry paced nearby, grumbling about Snape's glares. Hermione rattled off textbook passages like she'd swallowed an index. Neville gnawed on his quill, watching Trevor do backflips in his teacup. And Ron was complaining about homework like it was an ancient curse someone had flung at him for sport. But underneath the usual noise, one mystery had tied them all back together: Nicholas Flamel. "We've searched through every book we could access in the restricted section," Ron declared one afternoon, dramatically flopping onto the rug beside Hazel. "Which we absolutely shouldn't have done," Hermione muttered, clutching her bag as if it might leap up and tell McGonagall everything. Hazel flipped another page, not looking up. "You'd think if someone created immortality and literal gold, they'd at least be listed under dangerously brilliant lunatics." Hazel had found an old marking in one of the lines in her Mystica Minora, the spellbook of the Crossroads Codex, something along the lines of, "I'll be the first to get the elixir of immortality and turn lead into gold, you blasted Nicholas Flamel." They were stuck again. The trail had gone cold. Until the mirror came up. They were all in the common room, half-heartedly discussing the Mirror of Erised and how Dumbledore had moved it, probably to prevent more emotionally volatile children from camping in front of it forever. When Neville unwrapped a chocolate frog, he offered it to Hazel, who waved it off. "I'm still emotionally recovering from the last 5. They jumped me." But the card fluttered to the floor. She didn't notice it, but Hermione did. She picked it up, turned it over, and let out a tiny gasp. That's it. Everyone jumped. Ron dropped his transfiguration homework in surprise. Here Dumbledore's chocolate frog card. It says he worked with Nicholas Flamel. Hazel blinked. Wait, the card. The same one we've gotten, like, 5 times. Hermione was already out of her chair. Come on. They bolted for the library. Neville panicked and scooped up the rest of the frogs. Don't want them melting. Hazel jogged behind Hermione, not at all winded. I just want to point out. The fact that he was hiding in plain sight on a sweet wrapper is both hilarious and deeply annoying. Hermione led them straight to a thick, dusty book near the end of a high shelf. She dropped it with a thud on a table nearby, flipped it open and read aloud. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. Hazel leaned in. Stone that turns any metal into gold. And gives the elixir of life. Sucks to be you, Onyx Garcia. Even if you succeeded first, that's not how magical history remembers it. Neville let out a soft, whoa. And it's what's being guarded. Harry added, voice low. By Fluffy. That's what Snape's after. No, Hazel said softly, tracing the ink on the page with a finger. That's what someone is after. And Dumbledore knows it. Soon after came the day of Hazel's surprise first match. The sky over the Quidditch pitch was the color of bruised parchment. Dull, gray, and a little bit annoyed looking. Which felt appropriate, considering Snape was refereeing again. Hazel wasn't nervous, not really. Not like Harry used to get pale and pacing and muttering about wind speed. Her own nerves came in quiet waves, like ripples before a storm. But she'd flown through worse. Literally. Never trust Oliver Wood's early morning practice sessions, the weather is nearly always terrible. Harry was likely getting pelted WITH questions from the Gryffindors on why he wasn't in the pitch. It was only when Lee Jordan's voice rang out through the stadium that it hit her she'd never played in a match like this before. And it's a surprise switch up today. Looks like it's Lady Potter's turn this time. That's right, Hazel Lily Potter is on a broom. Playing. Is she playing Seeker? Wait, no, she has taken the quaffle and thrown it at the goalposts. Oh, she missed, but wait. Angelina has taken it back and she scores. What is going on in the Gryffindor team? Hazel gave him a cheeky salute from the sky. Interfering, she mouthed. The Hufflepuff team was already confused, and honestly, she didn't blame them. Their seeker Cedric Diggory, tall, focused, with a jawline that could cut glass, was flying textbook patterns, eyes sharp and disciplined. Hazel, meanwhile, was doing loop-de-loops and passing quaffles when no one expected her to even be near the scoring zone. She wasn't following any official playbook. She was chaos with a broomstick. Fred and George, absolute menaces, dropped one of their beater bats midair with a wicked grin. She caught it one-handed, flipped it once, and used it to slam a bludger clee. And across the pitch right into Cedric's path. Whoops, she said innocently. Lee's commentary was nearly hysterical now. And Potter Hazel this time is apparently doing whatever she wants. She's scored again. That's weight and more points to Gryffindor. Was that legal? Does it count if the Seeker is also playing whatever position she's inventing as she goes? Cedric had just spotted the snitch when the quaffler directed midair by Hazel with a beater's batcam spiraling at him. He ducked with a curse, and that was her window. Hazel stood upright on her broom. Yes, stood, like a surfer, balanced, arms out, wind in her hair. No hands on the broomstick. Someone in the stands screamed. She locked eyes on the snitch as it darted lower, just above the pitch. With a push of her heel and a sharp breath through her teeth, she jumped. 2 stories up, no wand, no plan, just instinct. She fell fast, slicing through the air like a cometan snatched the snitch out of the sky with both hands, knees bent. And boots thudding into the turf in a perfect landing. The stadium exploded. Even before her boots hit the grass, the scoreboard had barely been tilted in Gryffindor's favor, only 40 points ahead. Just 4 goals. But that snitch, that changed everything. Hazel straightened, tossed her hair out of her face, and held the golden ball up like a trophy. Interfering Seeker, she shouted, grinning. Told you. Snape looked like he'd swallowed a lemon as he signaled. Gryffindor's victory. The Hufflepuffs were stunned. Lee Jordan was breathless. And Harry, somewhere in the stands, was laughing like He couldn't believe she'd actually pulled it off. Neither could she, really. But then again, she'd never played by the rules anyway. It was more fun this way. Hazel didn't even make it 10 steps off the pitch before she was engulfed by a roaring crowd of red and gold. Gryffindors poured out of the stands like fizzy Coca-Cola, grabbing her by the arms, clapping her back, shouting her name. Someone tried to hoist her up on their shoulders twice, and she very nearly introduced her boot to their face out of reflex. She tried to find Harry in the chaos, but he'd vanished. Not that she could blame him. He wasn't one for crowds. She figured he'd just gone ahead to the common room, probably already halfway through a stolen cauldron cake, and didn't think too much of it. Until he stumbled into the party nearly half an hour later. Wide-eyed and wild-haired, like he'd sprinted back from a ghost sighting. "Harry," Hermione asked, halfway through pouring pumpkin fizz into a teacup. "Where were you? We were about to send out a search party." "Are you okay?" Hazel added, frowning. "You look like someone let Peeves style your hair." Harry didn't answer at first. He glanced around to make sure none of the older students were too close. Then pulled the 4 of them, Hazel, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, into a quieter corner near the fireplace, where the celebration noise dimmed just enough to talk. "I saw Snape," Harry said in a low voice. "In the forest, after the match." Hazel blinked. "The Forbidden Forest." He nodded. He wasn't alone. Quirrell was with him. They were arguing. Snape was. I think he was threatening him. Ron straightened. Snape threatening Quirrell? What for? He was saying something about how Quirrell has to cooperate this time. That he knows Quirrell's trying to protect it. He kept saying, "You know what I mean." Single quote. Hermione's eyes widened. He must mean the Philosopher's Stone. Harry nodded again, breathing quickly. Snape's trying to get Quirrell to help steal it. He has to be. Neville gave a quiet, worried squeak. Hazel, however, didn't react right away. She was too busy staring into the flames, thinking. Something didn't add up. Quirrell hadn't looked particularly brave in class. He could barely hold a wand without flinching. And yet, Snape hadn't hexed Harry's broom. Hazel was certain of it. She'd seen Quirrell muttering too, back then, but no one had listened to her. And now here Harry was, all but repeating what she'd tried to say. "I don't know," Hazel said slowly, dragging her eyes from the fire. "What if it's not that simple? Snape might be awful, but what if he's trying to stop someone else? What if?" Ron scoffed. "Snape, trying to help. Hazel, come on." "Honestly," Hermione said gently, "I know you don't like jumping to conclusions, but this seems pretty straightforward." Hazel leaned back against the cushions, arms folded, and stared up at the ceiling while cheers and music swirled around them. She didn't say anything else. But in the back of her mind, a quiet thread of dread tugged tighter. This was starting to line up with her dreams. And if she knew anything about the fates, it was that when things began falling into place too neatly, it was almost always a trap. If there was one place in the castle Hazel would never call cozy, it was the library. Sure, it smelled like old books and ancient magic, and yes, sometimes you could see pools of sunlight on the armchairs during quiet afternoons. But Madame Pants was basically a skeleton with a library card, and today Hazel was wedged between 2 teetering book towers, trying not to sneeze on volume titled Notable Magical Substances and Their Practical Applications in Alchemy. Ron muttered beside her about bloody flannel. Neville was halfway asleep on the table. Hermione flipped Ed through pages like she was trying to invent time travel, and Harry looked as restless as a caged eagle. Hazel rubbed her eyes and looked up just in time to catch a very large, very bearded figure speed waddling past the library window. Shoulders hunched and guilt practically radiating off him. "Was that Hagrid?" she asked, squinting. Harry twisted in his seat to see the tail end of his coat vanish around the corner. "Definitely Hagrid," Ron confirmed, now awake enough to be nosy. "And definitely up to something." Hazel raised an eyebrow. "He yanked his coat shut when I asked what he was hiding earlier." It squeaked. "Maybe it was Fang," Ron offered. "Unless Fang suddenly became pocket-sized, it wasn't him. That sealed it." They abandoned the library like it was on fire and headed straight for Hagrid's hut. He looked like someone had caught him hiding a cake, a secret, or a small illegal creature, possibly all 3. He opened the door only halfway and immediately tried to close it again. It did not work. "Course I'm fine," he said, voice a bit too high. Never better. Just been busy. You lot don't need to worry. The kettle shrieked. Something clanked. Something else gave a very clear, high-pitched chirp. Hazel slowly turned toward the fireplace. Something large and black sat nestled in the coals like a particularly lumpy enchanted rock. It wiggled. Hermione's voice dropped to a whisper. Oh no. Oh yes. Hazel muttered. A dragon. Harry gasped. A dragon egg, Hermione corrected, already halfway into a panic. Hagrid, that's illegal. Hagrid puffed up, beaming with pride. Won it in a card game. Down at the pub. Couldn't leave the little fella, now could I? Ron nearly exploded. That's mental. Do you know how many wizarding laws you just broke? Neville was pale. You live in a wooden hut. Hazel eyed the egg. It looked like a badly enchanted bowling ball. You do realize it's going to hatch, right? This isn't just a display. Peace. Hagrid waved them off. It's just temporary. I'll find a proper home for once he's born. Because fire-breathing monsters are famously easy to rehome, Hazel said dryly. On the table was a massive book, Dragon Breeding for Pleasure and Profit. Hagrid didn't even try to hide it. Hazel gave him a long look. That a new bedtime read. Bit of light readin', he said sheepishly. Just in case. Then, right on cue, the egg gave a loud crack. They all jumped. Hagrid, however, looked like he'd just been told he won the lottery. Oh, he's moving, he whispered, eyes shining. Wonderful, Hazel muttered. Should we start digging a dragon-sized hole in the forest now, or? Sure enough, the cracks spread. With a final shudder, the shell broke apart and out spilled a scaly, spiny, smoky little beast, hiccuping tiny spaw. RKS and squawking like a kettle with wings. Hagrid's face split into the widest grin Hazel had ever seen. Ain't he beautiful? He breathed. He looks like a winged teapot with rage issues, Hazel said, inching her chair backward. I'm gonna name him Norbert. Of course you are, Hermione sighed. Norbert immediately bit the leg of the table, set a nearby blanket on fire, and attempted to climb into Hagrid's beard. Hazel exchanged a look with Harry and Hermione, the kind that said this is going to go terribly wrong and we are all going to get detention or singed eyebrows or both. Because of course Hagrid had a dragon egg. Because this year clearly wasn't dramatic enough already. For the first 24 hours, Norbert was a novelty. Sure, he belched smoke and tried to eat Hagrid's curtains, but at least he was small. Bite-sized, even. By the end of the week, he was the size of a poodle, had chewed through 2 kettles, and had taken a passionate interest in setting things on fire, including Hagrid's own boots. Hazel wasn't exactly surprised when she heard the shouting from halfway down the path to Hagrid's hut. I've had enough o' the table, thank ye very much. Hagrid bellowed inside. You'll eat what I give ye or I'll know. No, don't you dare I. Not the couch again. The next time they visited, the hut smelled like scorched meat, sulfur, and desperation. Hagrid looked like he hadn't slept in 3 days. Norbert was now barely squeezable into the fireplace and hissed like a teapot possessed whenever someone came too close. I think he likes me, Hagrid said proudly as Norbert attempted to snap at Harry's shoe. Hazel muttered, pulling her robes out of tail range. He has a funny way of showing it. Then came the incident. Ron, because of course it had to be Ron, got too close while trying to feed Norbert a dead rat. The dragon bit him right on the hand and refused to let go for a full 15 seconds. By the time they dragged Ron back to the castle, his hand was purple, twice its normal size. And giving off smoke. Madame Pomfrey took one look and said, "Venomous tentacula," in the same tone someone else might say, "Your dog ate your homework." They claimed it was an accident in Greenhouse 3, involving an unfortunate scrape and an aggressive sapling. Hazel stood beside them nodding sympathetically, but Ron could feel the weight of her stare the entire time. Once Pomfrey was gone, he muttered, "You're going to say, I told you so, aren't you?" Hazel leaned back against the wall of the hospital wing and said, perfectly pleasantly, "No. I'm going to say it. It's funny how venomous tentacula leaves very dragon-shaped teeth marks." Hermione groaned. "We have to do something. This is getting out of control." Harry nodded. "He's too big. Hagrid won't admit it, but he's not safe. We can't keep pretending this is fine." Even Neville agreed, and he looked like he wanted to cry at the very idea of disappointing Hagrid. Hazel sighed. We've passed. Bad idea. D are rapidly approaching. Weekly visits from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. She rubbed her temples. We need a plan. And probably dragon-proof gloves. Because Norbert wasn't just a dragon anymore. He was a problem. And problems at Hogwarts always exploded eventually, usually literally. Hazel flipped a page in her potions notes, doodled a tiny fire-breathing dragon in the margin. And muttered under her breath, "Why can't we just go to Kettleburn or Dumbledore?" She answered herself without missing a beat, "Because then we won't get detention. And we need that detention." Which was, frankly, ridiculous logic, but they were past logic now. They were so far past logic they'd circled back around to raising an illegal dragon in a flammable hut and covering for it with strategic lying. So here they were. A Gryffindor, a Gryffindor, a Gryffindor, a Gryffindor, and Hermione. Hazel had been sent out from already that week for a spontaneous and absolutely justified, "That's it. We're doomed," declaration. So naturally, they chose a table in the darkest, draftiest part of the stacks to regroup. Ron had one hand bandaged and elevated like he was preparing for a gunslinger duel. Hermione had 3 books open, of which were remotely helpful unless they planned to legally adopt the dragon or dissect it to get parts. And Harry looked like he was serious. Why considering moving to Italy just to avoid the whole thing? Hazel tapped her quill against her notes, which were supposed to be on Bezors but currently said, "Problem. Dragon. Solution." She added a frowny face. "We can't keep stalling," Hermione whispered, glancing over her shoulder like Madame Pants might accuse them of dragon trafficking on principle. Hagrid refuses to see reason. Norbert is getting bigger every day. And Ron's arm is probably venomous by now. "Thanks," Ron muttered. "What if we tell Dumbledore?" Neville offered hopefully. Hazel snorted. "Yes, I'm sure that'll go well. Excuse me, sir. Our friend has illegally acquired a fire-breathing monster in his wooden house, and we've just been sort of watching it happen." "Charlie," Ron said suddenly, "you're hallucinating again." "No, Charlie, my brother." Ron leaned in, lowering his voice. "He works with dragons. In Romania. He'd know what to do." "Do you think he'd actually take Norbert?" Harry asked. "Well, he's mental about dragons," Ron said with a shrug. "He'd probably love it, and he could get someone who could fly over and collect him." "I'll write him tonight." Hazel sat up straighter, finally feeling the first whisper of relief. "That's okay. That's actually clever. I vote yes. Send the letter before Norbert burns down the hut in the forest." Hermione frowned. "We'd still need to sneak the dragon out without anyone seeing." "That's a futurist problem," Hazel said, holding up her quill like a toast. "Right now, we focus on get dragon gone. The rest comes later. And our potions homework. They all Ned over as Ron began scribbling on a bit of spare parchment. "Dear Charlie, hope you're well and haven't been eaten by a Hungarian horntail. We've got a tiny problem. Hagrid's won a Norwegian Ridgeback in a card game and is raising it in his fireplace. His tiny for a dragon fireplace. In his wooden hut. Please send help. Ron." Hermione snatched it and added some tact and actual punctuation. "Harry Oaf. Read to sneak it to Hedwig in the Ollery that evening." Hazel leaned back in her creaky chair, letting out a long breath. "Right. That's step 1. Step 2 is keeping Hagrid from naming it, Flamey Wommy, before they arrive." Hagrid wasn't exactly convinced so much as emotionally outmaneuvered. Ron's infected arm had been the final straw. Hermione's barrage of wizarding law citations helped, too. But it was Neville's quiet, awkward, "He'll be safer in Romania," that finally got through to him. That, and the fact Norbert had just sneezed fire on one of Hagrid's curtains. Again, now the group stood inside Hagrid's smoky, scorched hut, carefully pretending not to notice that the half-giant was crying into a tablecloth-sized handkerchief. Norbert, fat, size of a full-grown German shepherd, and snow. Ring inside a crate that smelled like brimstone and burned sausages, kicked a clawed foot in his sleep. "I packed his little teddy," Hagrid mumbled, dabbing at his eyes. "And his blankie, just in case the journey's rough." Hazel gave a solemn nod. "He'll grow up big and fiery. Postcards will be sent." The others murmured agreement while checking the straps on the reinforced crate. Just as Hermione double-knotted the last latch, Ron froze mid-rap and squinted at the window. I swear I just saw Malfoy's head, he whispered. Hazel turned fast, stepping lightly to the glass. She peered out through the streaked pane. Just missed, curling around the trees like lazy ghosts, and moonlight stretching pale over the grass. No Malfoy, no one, nothing now, Hazel muttered, frowning. Still, something shed at the back of her neck, the kind of itch that meant trouble wasn't far behind. Best to move, and fast. They'd worked out a system. The crate was too large for just one person, even empty Norbert IGHED as much as 3 small suitcases, and smelled like a barbecue accident in a chimney. Hazel took the lead, wrapped in her invisibility jacket, steps light and ears sharper than a niffler in a vault. Harry followed next, one hand on his wand, eyes scanning the corridor. Then came Hermione and Ron under the invisibility cloak, both gripping the crate's reinforced rope handles like it might wake up and bite, which, considering Norbert's temperament, wasn't an unreasonable fear. Neville brought up the rear, doing his best not to tread on invisible heels and keeping an eye out behind them. They moved in sections, sneak up one corridor, freeze behind a statue, hold breath when misses. Norris or Filch or Peeves or any of the other ghosts slinked past. Hazel narrowly avoided Filch once by pressing again, Saint a tapestry, and letting the mist glamour make her look like part of the faded embroidery, possibly the best performance ever given by a fake medieval lady-in-waiting. Neville, though, made an art out of jumping into the broom closets alone at the slightest sound. Why are there so many broom closets in a magical castle anyway? The climb to the astronomy tower was the worst part. The staircase spiraled like an architectural prank, and hauling a snoring baby dragon in a crate up those narrow steps should have counted as a form of wizarding punishment. Whose idea was this again? Ron hissed from somewhere under the cloak. Yours. Hazel and Hermione hissed back in perfect sync. At last, they reached the top. The wind was sharp and cold, tugging at cloaks and sleeves. Hazel's curls whipped into her face as she pushed back the hood of her jacket and stepped into view. The crate was set down behind the battlements, Norbert still dozing like a fire hazard with wings. Then 4 broomsticks broke through the clouds above, flying low in tight formation. The riders swooped in, boots thudding against stone in practiced arcs. The first to land was a tall girl with dark skin, and mirrored flight goggles pushed into her dark hair. She swung off her broom and strode forward with purpose. Evening. You must be Ron. Yeah. We're friends of Charlie's. And the lot of you, Hermione, Hazel, Harry, and Neville. Can't remember which is who. The next broom touched down with a rider who looked like winter itself had punched him in the face, freckled, red-nosed, and cheerful. I'm Leo, he said with a grin. That's Yara, and those two, he added, nodding toward the last pair, a blonde guy in a fur-lined jacket and a pale girl bundled in robes, are Bram and Suki. Dragon handlers in training. Is that the Ridgeback? Yara asked, crouching beside the crate. Hazel gave a nod. That's Norbert. He's very attached to his teddy. Norbert hiccuped just then, letting out a curl of smoke that smelled distinctly like burnt socks. Leo let out a low whistle. Charlie wasn't kidding. He's a little furnace already. The team got to work fast. Suki cast Featherlight and Quietus on the crate, and Bram levitated it carefully off the ground. Yara and Leo secured the harness designed to suspend it safely between 2 brooms. The other 2 would fly alongside for balance and windbreaking. Hazel held the crate steady as the charms settled into place. Hermione stood blinking into the night air, probably wondering how the dragon crew wasn't getting detention for broom flight after curfew. Ron hovered protectively near Norbert, still nursing his bandaged hand and looking somewhere between proud and mildly traumatized. All set, Bram called, giving a thumbs up. We'll fly low over the forest, then climb and portkey once we're clear. Leo tossed a 2-fingered salute. Charlie'll right when Norbert's settled. You lot handled this like pros. Harry nodded, voice mostly swallowed by the wind. Thanks. The 4 Iders mounted up and took off into the night, the crate suspended between them like some strange, floating chest of cursed treasure. In seconds, they vanished, broom trails fading into the stars, the DGE back officially out of student jurisdiction. Hazel watched the sky until nothing but clouds remained. A breath slipped out slowly, like it had been stuck in her ribs the whole time. It should have been over. The dragon was gone. The broom team had cleared the airspace. Norbert was officially someone else's magical liability. Halfway down the stairs, Ron stopped short and slapped a hand to his forehead. The cloak. We left the invisibility cloak. Every head turned slowly back toward the tower. Too late. A wheezy sniff echoed up the stairwell like doom on a leash. Students out of bed, came the voice of Argus Filch. Rasping and full of triumph. Out of bounds, and I smell dung bombs and smoke. Which, in fairness, was not an inaccurate observation. They bolted. No plan. No stealth. Zhu. Cheap pure panic echoing down Hogwarts' loudest staircase. Hazel ducked into a shadow and half-shifted with the mist, trying to throw off any direct line of sight. But Filch wasn't alone. "Thought I'd catch you," came a shrill, smug voice. Draco Malfoy. Of course. He'd been shadowing the group, lurking like a nosy albino rat with too much personality. He probably had no clue what anyone was doing, just wanted to catch the Gryffindors doing anything remotely rule-breaking. Next thing, 6 students were being marched through the castle like a lineup of criminal masterminds. Draco kept glancing at Hazel like he expected a medal. Hazel kept glancing at him like she was calculating the exact angle required to, accidentally, trip and break his shin. Filch was practically vibrating. Wait till Professor McGonagall hears about this. Out of bed, out of bounds, 6 of you. There was a moment where Hazel considered pointing out that if Malfoy had been in bed like a normal person, there would have only been 5. And none of them would have been caught. But somehow, it didn't feel like that kind of math would help the case. Professor McGonagall was waiting, wrapped in a tartan dressing gown and a scowl capable of curdling milk. Her hair was still in its usual bun, which somehow made her look more dangerous than if she'd come storming in with bedhead and slippers. "What?" she asked, voice colder than the astronomy tower winds. "As the meaning of this?" Silence. Ron and Harry stood frozen. Hermione looked like she wanted to both apologize and debate the entire situation into submission. Neville turned pale. Draco looked as smug as a cat that found cream, a feather boa, and a full confession all at once. Hazel stepped forward. "Professor," she said, calm as falling snow. "There's a reasonable explanation for all this." One eyebrow rose. "I'm listening, Miss Potter." "We were delivering a dragon." A beat of silence. There it was, the faintest flicker in McGonagall's eyes. Disbelief, care, fully masked behind professional detachment. Her voice stayed smooth. "A dragon. Yes. In the middle of the night. Yes. Without notifying a single professor. We did leave a note," Hazel said helpfully. "For Charlie Weasley. He's a dragon expert." McGonagall closed her eyes and inhaled slowly, as if dragging patience from another dimension. 10 points, she said through clenched teeth, "from each of you." Neville whimpered. "Detention. Tomorrow night. With Mr. Filch." Even Draco's face fell at that part. And frankly, considering he hadn't technically helped with the dragon at all and had only been lurking to get others caught, the cosmic fairness of his punishment felt deeply satisfying. "But Professor," Hermione began, voice earnest and crushed, "we were only trying to help." "No buts, Miss Granger," McGonagall snapped. "Out of bounds is out of bounds. And I will not tolerate wild tales about dragons as an excuse for wandering the castle after curfew." Harry opened his mouth, probably about to say something noble. Hazel kicked him lightly in the ankle. The job was done. Norbert was gone. Hagrid could stop crying into dragon-sized teacups. And yes, there would be punishment. Probably involving toothbrushes and centuries of grime, but a Romanian dragon rescue was worth it. Well, probably. That verdict might change after a few hours of scrubbing the trophies with a toothbrush. The Forbidden Forest didn't wait to be spooky. It started spooky. The trees loomed like they'd been hired specifically to menace students. Twisted branches blocked the moonlight, and the wind made them creak in ways that strongly hinted someone was going to die tonight. Hazel tightened the sword-turned belt around her waist and resisted the urge to turn invisible just for moral support. "This is detention," Ron whispered, voice too high. "This is child endangerment." "Quiet," hissed Filch, with a sneer that could sour pumpkin juice. "You're lucky it ain't the thumbscrews in the dungeons." Hazel strongly disagreed. At least in the vast plains of the states, monsters didn't usually stalk. Forest monsters stalked. Hagrid appeared a moment later, lantern swinging and crossbow strapped across his back like he expected to need it. which, knowing the rumors of the Forbidden Forest, was extremely likely. Evenin, he said, trying for cheerful and landing somewhere between tense and forced optimism. Right, listen up, there's a unicorn hurt in the forest. Been hurt bad, maybe worse. Hazel felt something cold settle in her ribs. A unicorn, one of the purest, gentlest creatures in the magical world. And something out there had injured it. What would hurt a unicorn? Hermione asked, eyes wide. No idea, Hagrid admitted, which was not at all comforting. But this is what we're here to find out. The group was split. Hagrid grouped Ron, Harry, and Draco, which was honestly the worst buddy cop team ever imagined, and took Fang along with them. Hazel went with Neville and Hermione, forming the much less explosive, marginally more competent squad. Stay on the path, Hagrid called over his shoulder, disappearing into the trees. If ye see anything unusual screamin', shadows, signs o' blood send up red sparks. Comforting, Neville muttered. They moved slowly under the trees, lantern light flickering over gnarled roots and glinting spiderwebs. Hazel kept one hand near her SWO, road and another ready to mist her from at the first sign of danger. Somewhere deeper in the woods, an owl hooted like it had just watched a horror film and wanted to share the vibes. Hermione whispered, "Don't unicorns avoid humans? Why would one be this close to the edges?" "Maybe it couldn't run anymore," Hazel said quietly. "Maybe it's trying to hide." That shut everyone up for a while. Minutes passed, maybe hours. Time in the forest didn't behave. It twisted and sagged like the moss-covered branches above them. Then up ahead a glimmer. Not moonlight, not lantern flame, something silver. The group froze. Hagrid stepped forward, heavy boots thudding on the forest floor. But before Hazel could move, a movement caught her eye not in front, but above. A branch bent gently with no wind. A slender, bark-textured hand curled from the trunk of a nearby tree. Fingers like carved roots, pointing. Not threatening, not beckoning, just directing. A dryad. Hazel looked back once to make sure Hermione and Neville were still focused on the silver glow, then slipped sideways into the shadows. "Wrap me close in dusk's own song, hide me where the brave belong." The mist welcomed her like an old friend, softening her outline, quieting her steps. The dryad moved, barely disturbing the branches as she drifted tree to tree, guiding Hazel through the dense undergrowth. No sound, no words, just that silent urgency. Then the forest opened. A small, moonlit hollow. Too quiet. The unicorn was there but not alone. A hooded figure knelt at its side, bent low, its mouth pressed to the creature's gaping, bleeding silver wound. The unicorn's sides barely moved. Its blood shimmered in the grass like spilled stars. Across the clearing, Harry stood frozen, wand loose in his grip. Ron was pale beside him. Draco hovered half behind Fang, face twisted in disgust and horror, unsure if he wanted to run or faint. The triangle had formed. Hazel behind the hooded figure, the others in front. Caught, surrounded. The thing had not yet noticed. Until Draco screamed. The hooded figure turned, its face or what passed for one was hidden, but the presence was unmistakable. Cold, hungry, wrong. It hissed, louder this time. No words, just fury and hatred. Then it ran. No steps, no motion of legs, just the horrible glide of something that didn't belong in the world of living things. Draco shrieked again and bolted. Fang tore after him, tail tucked and whining. Hazel emerged from the trees without hesitation and fell to her knees beside the unicorn, her leggings soaked in the silver blood already spilled. Her voice cut through the night, low and commanding. "Turn around. Watch the forest. Someone else might be out there." Harry flinched at Hazel's voice but obeyed. Ron turned too, wand trembling in his grip. Then finally Ron raised it and fired the red sparks. They tore through the canopy in a jagged line, a flare of warning and desperation. The unicorn still lay motionless. Hazel didn't wait. There were only minutes, maybe less, before Hagrid arrived, and if something could be done, it had to be now. She dropped the unicorn, already humming under her breath. The air around her pulsed faintly with the rhythm of old words. Words that weren't just spells, but lullabies of healing half-remembered, half-gifted. Cradle of warmth, ember and root, spark the earth with gentle truth. A circle of soft light bloomed around her wand, sealing the clearing with a quiet hum. A protective barrier, not strong enough to block something truly dark, but enough to keep the unicorn safe while she worked. Creature fierce and spirit bright, lay your wrath and walk in light. The unicorn stirred faintly, still breathing, barely. This spell was to slowly, gently restore energy, although it would have been like poo. Wring water into a broken pot if the unicorn isn't healed soon. Moonlight, gleam and glow, let your powers shine, make the clock reverse. Bring back what once was thine, heal what has been hurt, change the fates, design. Save what has been lost. Bring back what once was thine, what once was thine. The last notes hovered, clinging to the air like mist. When Hazel opened her eyes, they glowed a clear, unnatural green. Brighter than any lantern flame. The magic had taken root, pulling from her, through her. The small tattoos of the bow and lyre on her left arm burned fiercely. Pain throbbed behind her ribs, deep and old. As the forest responded, vines curled softly at her back. The wind held still. The forest watched. Anthenat answered. Leaves rustled without wind. Roots shifted beneath the soil. The trees lent their strength, not much. Not enough for miracles, but enough to keep one small life from slipping quietly away. The unicorn's breathing steadied, weak, but no longer fading. Hazel let go of the spell. She dropped back, careful not to disturb the creature, and collapsed to the side. Her limbs felt hollow, as if everything inside had been scooped out and poured into the ground. The unicorn turned its head. It nudged her side with its nose, eyes wide and wet. Hurts, it said, voice tiny and cracking like frost on bark. Pain. Help, please. Hazel blinked through the exhaustion, raised a hand, and gently stroked the blood-matted fur along its snout. Hush, she whispered, voice steady despite the burn in her lungs. I know it hurts, but you'll get better. I promise you that. The unicorn closed its eyes again, curling slightly beside her, trusting. And that was how Hagrid found them. Hazel lying limp in the grass, barely upright. The unicorn breathing, alive. The trees utterly silent. There was a sound, a new one. Hooves. Not Fang's frantic scrambling. Not Hagrid's heavy boots. Something swift, rhythmic, measured. Hazel stirred just enough to lift her head. Hagrid tensed, crossbow notched. The four teenagers turned sharply, shielding the unicorn's body. Draco had already run off with Fang. Even the trees seemed to hold their breath. A centaur burst through the undergrowth in a blur of golden hide and moonlit hair. He landed in the clearing with a thunderous halt, arms raised high in the universal gesture of peace. Hazel didn't move, couldn't, really. The Centaur stepped forward with elegance that felt older than the forest itself. His coat was pale as sand, eyes a striking, almost eerie blue. Firenze, Hagrid said, as he lowered his crossbow. Oh good, this is someone safe. He approached the unicorn's side, kneeling just enough to check the creature's breath. Then he lifted his head and let out a low, melodic whistle, almost a call, almost a command. Moments later, other centaurs emerged, silent and solemn, slipping between trees like mist. Not a single leaf crunched underfoot. Together, two of them moved forward and lifted the unicorn gently, reverently, between them. They didn't speak, but their presence was a promise. The unicorn would be safe now. Protected. Hazel let herself fall back again, breathing shallow and slow. Then Firenze was at her side. You have done more than most would dare, child, he said gently, voice like wind through ancient branches. But you must leave this place. Now. He knelt and, with unexpected care, lifted Hazel onto his back. She didn't resist, couldn't. Harry opened his mouth to protest, but Firenze shook his head. She is spent. The forest has touched her. Let her rest. Hagrid gave them one last look, worried, but trusting. He nodded to Harry and Ron, gesturing for them to follow. Draco had already fled, somewhere back in the trees, running like his own shadow might eat him. The other students followed Hagrid, their path lit by soft lantern light. The centaurs with the unicorn slipped away in another direction. And Firenze turned. His hooves struck the ground like drums, steady and sure, as he read Hazel and Harry deeper through the winding path back toward Hogwarts. The trees thickened, then parted. I am sorry you saw what you did, Firenze said to Harry, voice still low. That was no beast of the forest. That was something worse. Something fallen. Harry clutched the back of Firenze's bare shoulder. It was drinking its blood. Yes, Firenze said. The blood of a unicorn will keep you alive, even if you are inches from death. But at a terrible cost. Hazel stirred at that, her brow furrowing. You have slain something pure and defenseless to save yourself, and you will have but a half-life. A cursed life. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Who would do that? He asked. Firenze looked over his shoulder, gaze piercing. Do you not know what is hidden in the school at this very moment? Hazel's breath caught. Voldemort wants to come back to life, and he intends to use the Philosopher's Stone to do so. Mars is bright tonight, Firenze murmured. And blood magic always leaves a trail. The rest of the ride passed in silence. The castle gates came into view, dark against the moonlight. Firenze slowed, then knelt gently, allowing Hazel to slide off his back with shaky legs. Harry followed, eyes still wide and stunned. Firenze offered Hazel a last nodone that felt like respect. You walk strange paths, young one. Be cautious. The stars do not always speak kindly of your kind. But we will welcome you once. Quote. And then he turned, hooves pounding softly against the grass as he galloped back into the shadows of the forest. Hazel stood a moment longer, swaying just slightly, and stared after him. She wasn't sure what haunted her more, what she'd seen in the clearing, or what might still be watching from the trees. Back in the common room, everything felt too warm. Too safe. The fire crackled like it hadn't nearly been snuffed out by something ancient and awful just hours ago. Hazel sat cross-legged on the rug, wrapped in a blanket she didn't remember grabbing. Her hair was damp from the fog and sweat, her wand still clutched loosely in one hand. Harry sat nearby, his face pale but steady, like he hadn't been carried through a nightmare on the back of a myth. Ron and Hermione leaned in, eyes wide, waiting. Neville hovered close too, still shaken from detention, but clearly unwilling to be left out of whatever truth had nearly killed them. Hazel spoke first, quiet, but certain. The unicorn was alive when I found it. Barely. Hermione gasped. Something was drinking its blood, Harry added. It turned and looked at us. I've never seen anything like it. Not human. Not even close. Ron flinched. That thing, was that what's been killing unicorns? Hazel nodded. Yes. And Warsade wasn't hunting for sport. It was dying. Feeding to stay alive. Hermione's hands flew to her mouth. But that's dark magic. Consuming something that pure, curses you. Hazel finished for her, voice even. Half-life. A cursed life. Neville sat down, slowly, like his knees had given out. Why would anyone do that? Harry's eyes darkened. To survive. Hazel glanced at him, then at the others. Firenze's the centaur. He told us it's someone who's lost everything, with nothing left but the need to live. Someone who doesn't care what price they pay. There was silence. Ron stared into the fire like it might explain things. Hermione was already reaching for books she hadn't even opened yet. Then Harry said it. Voldemort. The name Hughes. He's not dead, Harry continued. Not really. Not if he's hiding in the forest, feeding off unicorns. And he's trying to come back. Firenze said. Something is hidden at Hogwarts. Something he wants. The stone, Hazel said quietly. The Philosopher's Stone. Hermione nodded, slowly, connecting the dots faster than the rest. That would let him come back fully. Body, power, everything. Ron looked up sharply. So, he's trying to steal it. Hazel's fingers tightened around her wand. That's the theory. And Snape, Harry added, his jaw set. Snape's trying to help him. He's after the stone. We've seen Ithy's always near when something goes wrong. Hermione bit her lip. But Dumbledore doesn't see it, Hazel interrupted. Or maybe he does and isn't acting. Either way, it's down to us. They sat in silence again, 5 first years with more secrets than they had socks. Hazel finally exhaled and leaned back against the couch, still listening to the wind beyond the windows. Something was moving, plotting, feeding. 2 nights later, long after curfew, the dormitory was dark. Hazel lay still in bed, waiting. Breathing quiet, listening to the gentle snores around her, the shifting of blankets, the occasional pop of cooling embers from the common room fire below. Fenzlolish whispered, "What you see is not what stands. This woven mask obeys my hands." Her wand traced a slow curve through the air. In her bed, Her own image shimmered into view, a perfect illusion of sleep, chest rising and falling, arm curled beneath the pillow. It wouldn't hold up to scrutiny. But with luck, no one would look too closely. Hazel sat up, silent as a breath. She slipped on her boots, pulled Diana's gift, the enchanted jacket, over her shoulders, and zipped it up to the chin. The moment the hood was drawn over her head, the air shimmered around her, and she vanished from view. The castle's entrance was watched. Always. So she didn't use it. Hazel crept to the far side of the corridor, where the ancient windows overlooked the sloping lawn. She cracked one open inch by inch, winced at the groan of old hinges, then slipped through like wind. The fall wasn't short. She rolled when she landed, breath catching, but didn't stop. A heartbeat later, she was swallowed by the tree line. Only when the castle lights disappeared fully behind her in the canopy did Hazel stop among the gnarled roots and moss. She cupped her hands as though collecting river water, pressed them to her lips, and whispered, "Lumen orbis, lucer mihi." Warm breath kissed her palms. When her hands fell open, a light hovered between them, small, glowing blue, soft as starlight. It flickered like a will-o'-the-wisp, then pulsed gently at her next words, "Centaur." Firenze. The little orb darted forward. Hazel followed. The forest welcomed her now. No rustling branches, no whispering threats. She moved with the quiet reverence of someone entering a temple, not woods. After several turns along hidden paths, the orb came to a halt in a moonlit glade. Then it popped and vanished. There they stood. Firenze was unmistakable, tall and regal, his coat a shining palomino gold. His blue eyes striking and calm even under the weight of stars. Beside him stood another, this one darker both in color and demeanor. Black as the night sky, his frame more muscular, his expression colder. His gaze flicked toward Hazel like she was being measured, not welcomed. "Bane," a voice whispered in her head. His eyes were fierce, old, and not entirely friendly. "You return, child of man," Bane said. Voice like hooves against stone. "Foolish, bold, perhaps both." Hazel pulled her hood back slowly. "The unicorn. I wanted to see if it was healing." Firenze inclined his head. "He remembers you. You burned yourself half hollow to save him. He calls you Silverhand." A flicker of warmth rose in her chest. "Is he here?" Firenze gestured to the far end of the grove. There, nestled among ferns and moss, lay the unicorn Hazel had saved. He was smaller than she remembered, but stronger, steadier. His silver-white coat gleamed faintly in the moonlight. One ear twitched at her scent. He lifted his head. Hazel stepped forward slowly. "Hey," she whispered, "you're looking better." Before she could kneel beside him, the grove stirred. From the shadows came others, graceful, radiant unicorns. Their coats shimmering in hues of pearl and moonlight for the adults, and shades of gold and silver gold for the younger ones. They emerged like mist, solidified, hooves silent on the moss. 2, 4, then more. A whole herd. Hazel froze, stunned. They surrounded her in a loose, protective circle. The air shimmered with quiet magic, something old and wordless, but she understood it. Somewhere in her blood, Neptune's gift stirred. Unicorns were a kind of horse, after all, and horses were his domain. She understood them. "You are the silver-handed one," came the thought, not spoken aloud but clear in her mind. The one who called moonlight to mend what death had claimed. The unicorn she'd healed pressed against her gently. A taller unicorn, older, her mane a cascade of pale silk, stepped forward. "You saved my son," the matriarch said. "That debt we cannot ignore." The elder lowered her head. From her brow, a spiraling horn gleamed like frozen starlight. With a low whinny, she moved to offer it. Her entire horn. Hazel's eyes widened in alarm. "No, no, please," she said, hands raised. "I'd never ask for that. Never." The unicorn paused, tawny eyes steady. Hazel softened her voice. "Just a few shavings. The kind that fall naturally. That's all I need. That's all I want." There was silence for a breath. Then, slowly, the matriarch nodded. From beneath her jacket, Hazel pulled out a small glass bottle she'd brought for just this reason. With practiced care, skills learned from the unicorns at Camp Jupiter, she used her knife to gently trim the tiniest shavings from the tip to middle of the horn, where it would not hurt. Gathering them like snowfall into the bottle, other unicorns stepped forward, one by one, brushing her with their muzzles, manes trailing silk. She ran her fingers through their silken hair, and they willingly let long strands fall into her hands. She tucked the silver hairs away into her pouch enough to weave wand cores, sew protective charms, or braid into a new bridle of magic. More than enough. You walk between two worlds, a young unicorn told her. One of blood, one of light. Be careful, Silverhand. The forest remembers kindness, but so do shadows. Hazel looked around at the herd, her chest tight with a kind of gratitude she didn't know how to speak. Behind her, Bane muttered, "This is unnatural." "She is unnatural," Firenze replied, voice almost reverent. "And perhaps that is what we need." Hazel knelt at last beside the unicorn she had saved, brushing her fingers through his mane once more. "I'll come back," she whispered to him. "But don't try getting into trouble again." He snorted quietly, something close to a laugh. Above, the stars turned. Below, the forest waited. And the centaurs stepped forward. "Back home," Hazel began, trying to ease the silence between her and the ring of centaurs. "I never met centaurs I didn't have to kill." The effect was immediate. Hooves shifted, ears twitched. A few of the warriors tensed, hands hovering near quivers. Hazel paled. "Oh no, that came out wrong. I meant the only centaurs I've met before were the kind that, tried to kill my group of people. It was only in self-defense, I swear." A few uneasy snorts broke the stillness. The tension lessened, just slightly. Firenze glanced at her with a raised brow. Bane, however, muttered something that sounded suspiciously like barbarians. Hazel gave a sheepish smile and, scrambling for something safer to talk about, spotted their bows. "Oh, I have a bow too. Would you like to see it?" One of the younger centaurs, a colt with a dark coat and wide amber eyes, nodded eagerly. Encouraged, Hazel tugged at the charm bracelet on her wrist, unclipping a tiny golden bow and arrow. As soon as it left her fingers, it expanded and shimmered red, becoming a gleaming full S what looked like pure sunlight. There was a collective intake of breath. The younger centaur stepped forward cautiously, drawn by the light. Hazel turned to a patch of trees, deliberately facing away from anyone human or horse-bodied. "May I?" An older centaur nodded gravely. Hazel settled into her stance. Her fingers found the familiar groove of the string, and an arrow formed between them. Glowing and weightless, its shaft made of sunlight and its fletching a glimmer of starlight. She let it loose. Then another. Then 4 more. The arrows struck with a quiet thunk thunk thunk, each one precise. When the last one embedded itself in the bark, Hazel stepped back. The tree now wore a goofy, glowing smiley face. 2 arrows for the eyes. 4 for the mouth. She grinned sheepishly. A few of the younger centaurs burst into laughter and galloped over to inspect the tree. One tugged at an arrow and whooped in surprise before prancing away with it in his hands. Another grabbed 2 and bolted. "Ah, careful," Hazel called after them. "Those arrows are made of imperial gold. They can grievously injure magical beings. I'm not entirely sure if your kind would be affected." More laughter. Even Bane looked vaguely amused, though it might have been a trick of the moonlight. Before things could devolve into impromptu target practice, Firenze cleared his throat and motioned for Hazel to follow. She did, quietly, bow back in its charm from on her wrist. They approached a bonfire-ish area where the elder centaurs stood. Tall, ageless, marked with starlight in their manes and wisdom in their gazes. The head centaur stepped forward. His coat was silver gray, and his eyes looked as old as constellations. "You walk with stormwater in your blood," he said. "We have felt you in the earth. You are Neptune's, yet the sea is silent." Hazel frowned. "Silent." He nodded solemnly. "The sea is rarely quiet in times of war. And yet he does not stir. Not even for his daughter." "Strange." Hazel shrugged. It wasn't like she expected her father to care anymore. Another elder added, "Mars is bright. Too bright. The sun stands still, the moon lingers, the stars whisper secrets they should not know." The head centaur murmured, "This forest is not only stirred by shadows but by destiny. And you, child of the sea and stars, you are in its eye." Hazel swallowed, unsure what to say. She'd been through enough prophecies to know one when she heard it. And this one, it was still brewing. Firenze stepped forward again, bowing his head respectfully to the elders. "She has done what few have ever done," he said. "She gave more than she took. The head centaur gave Hazel a long, unreadable look. Then he nodded. Take her back. Firenze inclined his head and gestured for her to climb onto his back. As she did, Bane gave a loud HMPH behind them. We'll be letting horses ride centaurs next, he muttered. Hazel glanced over her shoulder and smirked. Well, you're half horse, aren't you? That's halfway there. Carry your children next time. Several centaurs actually laughed. Firenze took off at a graceful trot, then a gallop, carrying her through the trees in silence. The stars blinked through the branches above like watching eyes. When they reached the Hogwarts grounds, Firenze circled to the edge of the castle. Hazel directed him to the open window, her window still cracked just as she'd left it. He knelt slightly. She slid off and landed softly on the ledge. Thank you, she whispered. For everything. Firenze looked up at her, his eyes reflecting starlight. You will return to the forest. I have seen it. The winds carry your name. Then he turned and disappeared into the shadows. Hazel slipped back into the tower and into her room. Her illusion still slept in her bed, snoring faintly. With a snap of her fingers, the image vanished. She flopped into bed, still in her jacket, hair full of leaves, heart full of strange prophecies and starlight. She had maybe 3 hours until sunrise. Better get some sleep. Exams were supposed to feel like the final boss level, the sprint after the marathon. But instead, it all felt like a very elaborate distraction. One by one, the tests passed like fog. Charms was mostly fine aside from when Ron's hover charm made his pineapple float straight into Seamus's ink bottle, splattering half the class. Flitwick sighed, conjured napkins, and muttered something about first years being overly enthusiastic. While Ron scrambled to mop up ink with his sleeve, Hazel calmly flicked her wand and finished her charm perfectly. Her pineapple bobbing gently in place. Not that hard, she said dryly, making it spin in a graceful loop like a pro ballerina. Transfiguration had Hazel sweating over a hedgehog that absolutely refused to turn into a pincushion. After 3 failed attempts and a minor identity crisis, Hazel's, not the hedgehog's, she looked it dead in the eye, whispered, please, and gave it a little tickle under the chin. Right in front of Professor McGonagall, the creature shimmered and transformed into the prettiest pincushion of the day, gold-trimmed, velvet-like, and embroidered with what looked like tiny stars. Hermione's was functional, Hazel's was decorative. Even McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Potions was, potions. Snape loomed like a vulture, eyes fixed on Harry, and the cauldron next to theirs exploded with such enthusiasm it nearly scorched Hazel's sleeves. She sighed, yanked her sleeve under the tap, and kept brewing. Her potion still came out nearly perfect. She gave it a smug swirl when Snape walked by. Neville's herbology, on the other hand, was glorious. He beamed his way out of Greenhouse 3, announcing that Professor Sprout had actually clapped when his Flutterleaf N.O.T. only danced in sunlight but did a backflip. He hadn't stopped smiling since. Hazel's moved only when she hummed, so she got a pretty good score by humming consistently. And Hazel's astronomy, perfection. She charted Mars, tracked Venus, and confidently predicted a minor celestial alignment that wasn't even on the test. She was almost certain she'd get an A, maybe even a high A, if the professor had snacks while grading. By the time they staggered out of the last exam, defense against the dark arts blinking at the sunlight like people re-emerging from a bunker, their brains were soup and their limbs were spaghetti. I can't feel my brain, Ron said, leaning dramatically against a pillar. Is it still in my head? If it is, Hazel muttered, it's humming, staying alive. I thought that one was all right, said Harry, running a hand through his hair as they trudged down the corridor. Even the practical part, that Lethifold scenario was kind of fun. Only because you said, I'd throw a Patronus and a chair at it, and the examiner actually wrote that down, Hermione replied, still clutching her exam booklet like it might explode. Honestly, the poor man blinked 3 times before moving on. Hazel was still giggling. To be fair, you remembered exactly what creature it was, the right spell to use, and the best real-world strategy. I'd say that's full marks. Improvised furniture and all. It wasn't even attacking a person, Ron added. It was just a shadow on the screen. How was I supposed to know it wasn't a Dementor? Well, Hermione huffed, Dementors glide and Lethifolds slither. One eats you, the other just makes you wish you were eaten. Context clues, Ronald. Hazel slumped onto a bench outside. The sun was too bright. The castle too peaceful. Something was off. A twinge. A silence in the wrong frequency. That's when Neville came sprinting out of the great hall like a howler on legs. "Dumbledore's gone," he wheezed. "Got a message urgent, flew off to the ministry less than an hour ago. Took Fox and everything." Hazel froze. "Who sent the message?" Neville blinked. "Dunno. Said it was from the ministry." Professor McGonagall looked worried but didn't say much. Hermione's book slipped from her hands and hit the floor with a thud. "It's happening," Harry said quietly. "The stone. Someone's going to steal it tonight." Hazel's heartbeat roared in her ear, felt all weak. It hadn't been peace. It was the kind of stillness just before a predator pounced. "We have to stop it," she said, standing up so quickly Ron flinched. Hermione stared at her. "But we don't even know where." "Yes, we do," said Harry. "We've known the whole time. We just didn't want to believe it." He looked up at the castle. The trapdoor. The third-floor corridor. "Someone's going after the stone tonight." Hazel's hand dropped to her pocket, already reaching for her wand. They stormed straight to Professor McGonagall after dinner, nerves stretched thin and hearts pounding like war drums. Harry led the charge, words tumbling out in a rush. "Professor, we think someone's going to try and steal the stone tonight." "You don't understand," Hazel said urgently. "Dumbledore's gone, and we think Snape is trying to stop whoever is trying to steal it," McGonagall cut in sharply. "Professor Snape is doing exactly what he should be doing. I'm not in the habit of taking advice from RST years who've let their imaginations run wild. But we," Hermione started. "No," McGonagall said, her voice firm as stone. "This conversation is over. Your children. Go back to your tower." The door shut with a heavy click, leaving them fuming and breathless. "We have to do something," Hazel said, voice low and determined. "I'll check Snape's office," she added immediately, turning on her heel before they could stop her. "If he's not behind this, maybe he's trying to stop it too." "I'll go to Flitwick," Hermione said. "He always listens to reason." "Ron, Neville old Dumbledore," Harry ordered. "Tell him it's urgent. Use Hedwig." Quote. They split up. Hazel crept through the dungeon corridors, ears straining for any sign of Snape. His office was locked. The classroom, empty. His quarters, nothing. The man had vanished like mist in a storm. Meanwhile, Hermione was turned away at Flitwick's door, was in the staff room preparing exam results and not to be disturbed under any circumstance. At the Ollery, Neville scribbled while Ron dictated, smudging ink in his rush. "Dumbledore, someone is going after the stone tonight. Please come back immediately. We're trying to stop them." Harry, Ron, Hermione, Hazel, Neville. Hedwig soared into the sky with the letter clutched tight. But the sun had already dipped low. Twilight crept across the grounds. And as they met back in the common room, breaths shallow and shoulders tense. They all knew the truth before anyone said it out loud. They were on their own. They regrouped under the invisibility cloak, nerves steeled and faces set. "We're really doing this," Ron whispered. Voice slightly squeaky. "No turning back now," Hazel murmured. "Dumbledore's not here. McGonagall won't believe us. The stone's not going to protect itself. First stop, the kitchens." But before they could move, Neville stepped into their path, fists clenched and face pale. "You shouldn't go," he said, voice shaking. "You'll get caught or worse. Just let the professors handle it. They're already looking into everything, right?" Ron gave him a sharp look. "We don't have time for this. You're either with us, or against us." Neville flinched. "That's enough, guys," Hazel cut in, stepping between them. Her voice was firm but kind. "Neville, you don't have to come if you don't want to. No one's forcing you," she softened as she turned to him. "But we'd like you there. Really. You're brave even if you don't always feel like it. And if things do go wrong, someone's going to need to run for help. That could be you." Neville swallowed hard, looking at each of them. Hazel gave a crooked smile. "Besides, I don't think it's going to be dangerous. Cerberuses are actually pretty easy to get past. I'll show you." She extended a hand. "Come with us." Neville hesitated. Ed then gave a jerky nod and stepped under the cloak with them. And together, they slipped through the portrait hole and into the shadows. First stop, the kitchens. Hazel led Harry to the painting of tea. He fruit bowl and tickled the pear until it giggled and turned into a doorknob. Inside, the house elves nearly fell over each other in their eagerness to help, but Hazel kept it quick. She asked for bread, cheese, dried sausages, and anything that would keep a massive, terrifying dog busy for at least 10 minutes. By the time they returned to the common room, Hazel and Harry had a full satchel of snacks strapped over Hazel's shoulder. Hermione looked like she might faint. "You're feeding it?" she asked, blinking at the smell of sausages. "Cerberus," Hazel said, already reaching into her bag. Are the bamboo flutes Hagrid had gifted her and Harry, is the guardian of the gates to the Underworld. The Greek version, anyway. Giant, three-headed, almost impossible to sneak past. She held up the 2 flutes like they were sacred instruments. "There are only 3 recorded myths where someone got past him." Ron raised an eyebrow. "Please tell me one of them involved snacks." Hazel grinned. "Sort of. Hercules got through by using brute strength. Basically wrestled him into submission. Psyche fed him bread soaked in wine, made him drowsy. And Orpheus, he played music so sad, even death held its breath to listen." "So we're going with, what?" Neville asked, voice tight. "Option B and C." Hazel gave a grim smile. "All of the above, just in case. He might be enchanted or more aggressive than usual. But he's still a creature with rules. That's the thing about mythological beings, doesn't matter how old the stories are, the patterns hold true. If we respect the myth, we can work with it." Hermione looked impressed. "You really think he'll respond to the flutes?" Hazel nodded. "I've used music to calm worse." Then she hesitated. "Okay, not worse, but definitely just as loud. And large." Ron gave a nervous chuckle. "Brilliant. Let's hope he's got good taste in tunes." Hazel glanced down at the flute in her hand, fingers tightening around the worn bamboo. "Let's hope he remembers the old ways," she murmured. Then she paused, just long enough to whisper a quiet blessing under her breath, half prayer, half ritual, her voice barely audible. "Wrap me close in dusk's own song, hide me where the brave belong." A shimmer rippled faintly across her jacket as the magic settled in. And with that, they moved deeper into the castle toward the 3rd-floor corridor, and whatever waited beyond the trapdoor. Beneath the invisibility cloak, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville crept in a tight, breathless knot, shoulders bumping, feet muffled on cold stone. Hazel walked just ahead of them, cloaked by her own enchanted jacket. Invisible and silent as moonlight. Together they slipped down staircases, past empty corridors, weaving through shadows like whispers from an old tale. Hazel led the way, gripping her satchel like a lifeline, senses sharp and heart hammering. At last, they stopped, hearts pounding in unison before the door that marked the threshold of the forbidden 3rd-floor corridor. Behind the door was Fluffy, and beneath him, the trap door gaping, dark, and waiting. "Snacks first," Hazel whispered. "Then flutes. Then we move fast." They pushed open the door. 3 massive heads snapped up. 3 pairs of eyes gleamed. 3 throats rumbled low and dangerous. Hazel stepped forward without flinching and tossed the first sausage. One head caught it midair and blinked slowly, chewing. "Hi there," Hazel said, calm and low, like she was speaking to a storm. "No Underworld guard duty tonight, big guy. Just a few heroes passing through." She tossed the rest, evenly between the heads. One by one, they began munching. The rumbling quieted. Then Hazel raised the flute to her lips and played. The first notes trembled soft, uncertain, but quickly steadied into something gentle and ancient. A lullaby not just for a beast, but for something older. A guardian of borders, a creature that answered to music and myth. Cerberus blinked, yawned, and slowly, each of his heads drooped until his massive body slumped sideways. 6 nostrils flaring gently with sausage-scented snores. Hazel kept playing as she stepped forward, nudging aside upon her lee. It slid off the trapdoor with a soft thud. They gathered around the wooden hatch. "You sure about this?" Harry asked, voice barely above a breath. "No," Hazel admitted, "but we're doing it anyway." One by one, they dropped through. Hazel followed last, pausing just long enough to tug the trapdoor shut behind them, still playing as she vanished into the dark. The landing was a lot softer than they expected. Soft, springy, and slightly suspicious. Neville sat up first, blinking. "It's Devil's Snare," he yelped, just as tendrils slithered up around his ankle. Don't struggle. 2 Lateran thrashed and kicked, only getting more tangled. Hermione started reciting facts in a panic. Hazel, who'd landed awkwardly with her satchel twisted under her, tried to sit up and found green coils curling around her wrists. This is the worst sleeping bag ever, she muttered. It likes the dark and the damp. Neville shouted. It hates sunlight. Then someone make light. Harry barked, already half wrapped like a human burrito. Hazel stilled, closed her eyes, and reached for her wand. Apollo, she whispered, god of light, of music and truth, lend me your fire. Her voice steadied as she chanted. Sunbound chariot, golden ray, banish night and bloom the day. With flame divine and warmth undone, summon now a newborn sun. From her wand tip, light shimmered. A small, glowing orb sparked to life, no bigger than a golden apple, but bright as dawn. It hovered above them like a miniature sun, spinning gently, radiating warmth. The devil's snare hissed. It recoiled, it writhed, and then it let go. Ron tumbled sideways with a thump. Hermione scrambled out, hair wild. Neville beamed with relief. Hazel let the little sun float for a moment longer before it fizzled softly and vanished like a soap bubble. Well, she panted, brushing plant bits off her jacket, that was exciting. Quote, that was incredible, Hermione said breathlessly. Harry clapped Hazel on the back. You conjured a sun, an actual sun. Hazel shrugged. Just a little one, still counts. They looked toward the dark passage ahead, vines still wriggling behind them. One obstacle down, Hazel said, gripping her wand. Who's ready for the next one? Unsurprisingly, no one raised their hands. The door from the devil's snare room creaked open into a chamber that was somehow colder and brighter than expected. The light streamed down from high stained glass windows, painting the stone floor in fragmented colors, but it wasn't the windows that made them all stop in their tracks. It was the keys, hundreds of them, Nothausens, glittering, fluttering, darting through the air like mechanical dragonflies, each with tiny wings of metal and glass, zipping in and out of reach. Well, this looks easy, Ron said flatly. We just have to guess the one right key out of a billion murder fairies. Hazel tilted her head. Or maybe we could just pick the... But her voice trailed off as she spotted the door at the far end. Old, heavy, and above all, keyhole equipped. Locked, Harry confirmed as he reached it. Properly locked. Hermione scanned the ceiling. The key must be up there. One of those has to fit this lock. Ron squinted. They all look the same. Not quite, Hazel said. Some are bronze, some silver. That one's got a skull on it. Harry's eyes narrowed as he looked at a weathered old broom leaning against the wall. Guess it's time to be useful. Hazel blinked. Wait, I do have experience in lockpicking, if you give me a second. But Harry was already in the air. He moved like he was born there, weaving through the storm of buzzing wings, ducking and looping. And ignoring Ron's running commentary from below. There, Hermione shouted, pointing. That one silver with a bent wing. Hazel had already spotted it too, hovering near the top like it had something to prove. Harry sped toward it, dodging 2 keys that tried to dive bomb him on the way. His hand stretched out. Clink. He caught it. The key squirmed in his grip, but Harry was faster. He shot back down, breathless and grinning, and slammed it into the lock. Click. The door creaked open. Hazel, who had been standing by with her wand half lifted, let out a long sigh. I literally had a charm for that. Ron patted her on the shoulder. But then we wouldn't have gotten to see Harry do broom ballet. Remind me to let you get eaten by the next plant we meet. The keys whirred louder overhead, clearly annoyed. Let's move before the angry horde notices, Harry muttered. They stepped through the door into shadow. Hazel glanced back once as the door closed behind them. 2 down, she murmured. And something tells me the next one won't fly. The door swung open with a heavy groan, revealing a chessboard. A massive one, each square big enough to stand on. The pieces towered above them, carved from solid stone, gleaming like ancient warriors waiting for a command. Knights' horses pawed the ground restlessly. Bishops clutched staffs tipped with crystals. The queens were regal and terrifying. Hermione exhaled. It's wizard's chess, but life-sized, and I think we have to play. A disembodied voice echoed around the chamber, cool and commanding. Only those who know the game may pass. With a thunderous clatter, the stone chess pieces shuffled and spun, assembling into ranks. The white side stood waiting silent, unmoving, and unmistakably hostile. Ron stepped forward, eyes flicking veer the board with a mixture of awe and grim determination. "We'll have to take the place of some of the black pieces," he said, voice steadier than expected. "I'll go as knight." The stone knight bow. Eden trotted off the board with a clunk of hooves on marble. Hazel was mildly disappointed she wouldn't get to see Ron riding a warhorse into battle like some dramatic Arthurian reject. "Hermione, Bishop," Ron continued. "Already calculating." Hermione nodded and stepped onto the square. One of the tall, robed bishops slid aside to make room, drifting backward like a shadow. "Neville, Rook, strongest defense we've got." Neville straightened with surprising confidence and took his place, squaring his shoulders. Then Ron turned to Hazel. "You Queen." The Black Queen, a towering statue with an elegant, impassive face, extended her massive stone sword toward Hazel. The gesture was both regal and ominous. Hazel hesitated only a second before stepping forward and wrapping her fingers around the hilt. It was heavier than her sword belt by far, but it felt right in her grip. Solid, grounding. Of course she was the queen, she thought wryly. That was her role, wasn't it? To clear the path, to fight the battles Harry couldn't. His protector, his storm front. It was fitting she stood ahead of him, blade in hand. That had always been her destiny, make it easier for him to survive. "Well," she muttered, adjusting her stance as the weight settled in her arms, "at least I'm dressed for drama." Harry walked to the king's square. "Safest piece on the board. You of all of us need to go ahead." The massive statue of the Black King bent slightly and removed its crown, which shrank in its hands until it fit Harry perfectly. It held it out, and Harry took it. The moment he placed the crown on his head, the board trembled. The game had begun. The board came alive, literal clashes of stone on stone, brutal and unrelenting. Every move carried weight and danger, each capture a thunderous collision that echoed through the chamber. When a piece was taken, it was destroyed, shattered into jagged marble shards. Hazel moved with the precision of divine training, keeping an eye on the board and calling out moves with startling clarity. She struck with force when commanded, her demigod strength cleaving enemy pawns and pieces alike in two. Her presence alone made the black side feel like it had a fighting chance. Ron played masterfully, calling out tactics even as he dodged rubble. "Queen to e5, he barked, and Hazel obeyed, stepping diagonally into the square, where her blade swung through a pawn mid-attack. When the White Queen advanced toward Hermione's bishop square on d3, Hazel leapt from f4 to intercept. Blade fshe drove her sword through the queen, shattering it in a storm of stone. "Nice one," Ron muttered. He adjusted their formation. "We're close, but we're going to be boxed in if we don't make space." Neville held his rook position on h8, unshaken, while Hermione maneuvered precisely as a bishop on c1, creating openings and shielding Hazel with subtle charmwork. Then the tide began to shift. White brought its remaining rook to f1, pressuring Hazel's file. Their bishop was gone. The opposing king had castled to safety. The next few moves would decide everything. Ron's eyes swept the board. "I have to clear the diagonal," he said, pale but certain. "If I move to e5 and take the pawn, Hazel can reach d6. From there, Harry's path is open." Hazel took a step forward, her sword still glowing faintly. "No, I'll find another way." "You won't," Ron said, already climbing into position. "You're the queen. This game falls apart without you." He glanced at Harry. "You'll get him in 2 moves. Right?" Harry, standing near the king's square on e1, nodded tightly. "I see it now. If you open the path, I can." Ron forced a grin, mounted the knight, and charged across the board. He took the pawn, but the white rook was waiting. There was a tremendous crash as Ron's knight was struck down, the piece exploding in a burst of light. Ron collapsed beside it, unmoving. Hazel clenched her fists but didn't falter. She stepped into d6, towering over the board. Harry made his final move, king to e2. "Checkmate," he said softly. The White King hesitated, then gave a solemn bow. A heartbeat later, it crumbled into rubble. Silence settled across the chamber. The game was over. The path ahead opened. Hazel was the first to reach Ron, dropping to her knees beside him. She pressed 2 fingers to his neck and leaned close. "He's alive," she said after a moment, voice tight with relief. "Breathing. But his pulse is fast. He might have a concussion." Neville knelt beside her, pale. "Go," Hazel said, glancing up at him. "Find a professor. Any professor. Ron needs help." Neville hesitated only a second. Then nodded sharply and bolted back the way they came. Hermione gently brushed a bit of dust from Ron's fringe. "You reckless, brave idiot," she murmured. Hazel stood, gripping the heavy stone sword tighter. She looked to Harry and Hermione. "Let's finish this." They stepped forward, toward the next challenge. The next chamber was dark, the air thick with a sour, sweaty stench. Hazel wrinkled her nose as they stepped inside, Harry just behind her. Hermione lit her wand. Lumos. The light caught on something massive slumped in the middle of the room. A troll. An absolutely enormous, mountain-sized troll lay sprawled across the floor, snoring loudly. It was even larger than the one they fought in the girls' bathroom on Halloween. Its club was discarded nearby, cracked in half like a twig. The floor beneath it had cratered from the force of its fall. One of its boots was still twitching. "As that?" Hazel whispered. "A mountain troll," Hermione confirmed, peeking around her. "The same kind that got loose on Halloween. Except this one's already been dealt with," Harry added, stepping carefully around the massive arm. "Do you think Snape took it down to get past? Or to slow someone else down?" Hazel muttered. She eyed the troll warily, but it didn't move. It just let out a deep snore that rattled dust from the ceiling. "Well, I'm not waking that up," she said, and tiptoed past. Hermione and Harry followed suit, careful not to make a sound. As the door closed behind them, the troll gave a tremendous sneeze and rolled over but didn't wake. The next chamber was cooler, dimmer. A narrow stone table stood beneath a low archway, lined with 7 glass bottles of varying shapes and sizes. As soon as the door shut behind them, black flames leapt up, sealing the doorway ahead, and a wall of purple fire flared to life behind them. 7 bottles. One way forward, one way back, and several, unmistakably, were poison. A folded piece of parchment rested beside the bottles. Hermione picked it up, her eyes narrowing as she read aloud. "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for: first, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end. But if you would move onwards, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size, neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight." Hazel squinted at the bottles. "It's a logic puzzle." Hermione's eyes lit up. "Exactly. This isn't Magicit's logic. A lot of the greatest wizards haven't got an ounce of logic. They'd be stuck in here forever." She moved to the table, scanning each bottle carefully, examining height, color, spacing. The flames flickered around them, silent but menacing. After a moment, Hermione pointed to a small, clear bottle at the end. "This one will take you forward through the black fire," she said, voice calm but firm. "And this one," she gestured to another bottle, darker and rounder, "will take someone back through the purple fire." Hazel gave a low whistle. "Not bad, Granger. Just reasoning," Hermione replied, though a faint blush touched her cheeks. "Now let's not waste time." Harry nodded grimly and picked up the forward-moving potion. "I'll go first. If something happens," Hazel held up a hand. "If something happens, we deal with it. But go on. You're meant to face him." He took a deep breath and downed the potion, stepping through the black fire. It didn't even singe him, just shimmered around his silhouette. Hermione grabbed the second potion. "I'll go back. I need to help Ron, make sure he's okay." Hazel nodded. "Tell him we'll be fine." Hermione smiled tightly. "Be careful." She drank, vanished through the purple flames. Hazel stood alone in the quiet chamber. The black and purple fires hissed. She pulled up the hood of Diana's cloak and murmured, "Vulcan, Lord of Forge and Flame, grant me passage through fire untamed. The silver lining of her jacket shimmered faintly, and the flames before her rippled like silk in a breeze. Invisible, protected, Hazel took one step forward and ran straight through the fire. No burns, no pain, just a whisper of heat and a sudden silence. On the other side Harry was waiting. The final chamber stood ahead. Hazel drew her wand and held her breath. The final chamber was eerily silent, dimly lit by blue flames that flickered unnaturally against the stone walls. Harry was already there but not standing. He was tied to a thick column in the center of the room. Ropes coiled tightly around his chest and arms, his wand nowhere in sight. His glasses were slightly askew, but his eyes were burning with disbelief. Across from him stood Professor Quirrell. Hazel slipped in unseen, hood raised, heart hammering. She froze behind a pillar, listening, and holding a bow in her hands, 2 fingers. On the bow string, Professor. Harry's voice was a rasp of shock. You. Quirrell turned slowly, adjusting his turban with fingers that no longer trembled. His usual stammer was gone, replaced by calm, cold certainty. Me, he said softly. I wondered how long it would take you to piece it together. Not long enough, it seems. Hazel's breath caught. This wasn't nervous, stuttering Quirrell. This was someone else entirely. You thought it was Snape, Harry said, struggling against the ropes. We all did. Quirrell smiled without warmth. Severus Snape. Always so dramatic. Always so protective of you. If only you'd looked closer. He was trying to stop me, of course. Snooping around, muttering counter curses during your little Quidditch mate, as always. Hazel crept closer along the wall, silent as moonlight, heart hammering like a war drum. Harry was bound, helpless and alone. If Quirrell had his way, if she could get just a little nearer, she could cut him free. Maybe, if she didn't do something incredibly stupid first. Why? Harry asked, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. Why the stone? Quirrell's smile deepened. Why else? Immortality, power, and to return my master to life. Hazel's fingers twitched near the hilt at her side. Master. That word rang in her bones like a warning bell. He must mean Voldemort. Quirrell turned slightly, hands clasped behind his back as if giving a lecture. I was a foolish man. Thought I could learn a bit of dark magic and control it, but he found me. He's very persuasive, you know. Possession is a kind of partnership. He stepped toward the mirror of Arised and gazed into its depths, frowning. This mirror is the key, he muttered. I see myself presenting the stone to him. But it's not in my hands. Hazel's brows furrowed. The mirror, she'd seen it once, but the images she'd stared at for a whole night appeared in front of her eyes, almost tempting her to look into the mirror again. Quirrell's voice dropped, tight with frustration. I've been looking into it for hours. But the stone here is it. Then, a voice spoke, not Quirrell's. Use the boy. Hazel's blood ran cold. The voice was high, sharp, and cold. It echoed like wind through a crypt. Quirrell flinched, then turned to Harry. Yes, he knows how it works. He's seen the mirror before. Tell me what you see. Hazel shifted again, inching closer in a crouch, hands ready to draw. The room smelled faintly of ash and decay. Magic was thick in the air. Harry narrowed his eyes, stalling. I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. I've won the House Cup. Hazel rolled her eyes. Subtle, Potter. Quirrell hissed. Liar. He reached for and held Harry's chin in his hand and was blasted back by something unseen, arms smoking, face contorted in pain. I can't touch him, Quirrell gasped. It burns. That voice again. Let me speak to him. Face to face. Hazel froze, bow still unnotched. The back of her neck prickled. Quirrell raised trembling fingers to his turban. He is here. He is always with me. One layer peeled away. Hazel took a slow step forward, disbelief curling in her gut. Another wrap fell, then another. Finally, Quirrell turned, and Hazel saw it. The back of his head was no longer human. A face had fused itself into the back of Quirrell's skull. Pale and waxy, like candle drippings shaped into cruelty. Red eyes burned from beneath heavy lids, slitted like a serpent, and when it spoke, its voice was colder than a tomb. Harry Potter, we meet again. Hazel inhaled sharply, teeth clenched. She didn't know what that thing was. or why it was like that. But one thing was clear. Voldemort was in the room with them. He was evil wrapped in flesh. He was rot that had kept itself alive. "Harry Potter," came the whisper. A voice so dark and cold Hazel felt her magic recoil. At last, Harry didn't look away. Voldemort. In the flesh, the face hissed. Hazel's heart pounded. Her hand twitched toward her sword belt still invisible under her cloak. She would only get one chance. Unfortunately he was still too close to Harry for comfort. Hazel's hand trembled near her sword hilt as she stared at the thing sharing Quirrell's body. It wasn't just a possession, it was emerging. A parasite clinging to life through another man's flesh. "See what I have become," the face on the back of Quirrell's head whispered, eyes gleaming like coals. "Mere shadow and vapor. I must share another's body, but there are ways to return. Ways I will soon reclaim." Quirrell turned again, slowly, so Voldemort's voice could face Harry directly. "Now, the stone. I know it is here. You saw it, didn't you? In the mirror." Hazel spotted it now just behind Quirrell, the mirror of her eyes, its gilded frame casting strange reflections in the dim light. Harry was still tied up, but he wasn't looking at the mirror. He was staring into Voldemort's eyes. "I saw myself shaking hands with Dumbledore," Harry said flatly. "I didn't see any stone." Hazel narrowed her eyes. He was lying. He had seen it, and she could tell he was stalling. Her fingers pulled back the bowstring, invisible hands notching an invisible arrow on an invisible bow. "Liar," Voldemort snarled. "Tell me the truth, what did you see?" Harry swallowed. "If you want the stone, I don't have it." Quirrell raised a hand, but Voldemort's voice cut through him. "Use the boy," he commanded. "If he's seen the stone, it will come to him." Again, Hazel realized what they were doing, trying to use the magic of the mirror, of Harry's desire, to draw the stone out. And if it worked, she crept closer, nearly within striking distance now. Her invisibility cloak still held. Her breath slowed, muscles tensed. "I said, get the stone," Voldemort hissed. Quirrell turned, facing the mirror now. He stepped closer, hands shaking, staring deep into the glass. But nothing happened. "It's not working," he shouted. "I see myself giving it to you, I'm presenting it, but it's not there." Hazel allowed herself a tiny exhale. "Good." The mirror was resisting him. "Let me speak to the boy," Voldemort whispered. Quirrell obeyed. He stepped back to Harry, his entire body shivering with tension. Voldemort's face twisted in a mockery of kindness. "Harry, look into the mirror. Tell me what you see. Be a good boy. I can give you anything. Power, glory, your parents. Yes, we can bring them back." Hazel gritted her teeth. Lies. Always the same temptations. But Harry, brilliant, reckless, brave Harry, met that gaze and said, "They died protecting me. You'll never understand that." For a moment, the chamber was deathly still. Then Hazel noticed the briefest shimmer of magic around Harry's pocket. The stone, she realized. He has it. And Voldemort hadn't seen it. Yet. Quirrell turned and lunged. His hands grabbed Harry by the wrist just as Harry tried to twist away, and the effect was immediate. Smoke rose. Quirrell screamed. His flesh blistered where it touched Harry's skin, hissing as if burned by acid. He staggered back, clutching his hand, and Harry, eyes wide, gasped in pain as the touch had seared him too, like fire under the skin. Voldemort shrieked from the back of Quirrell's head, a high, inhuman sound. "Fool, try again." Quirrell, shaking, reached again. "He's killing me," he cried, desperation in his voice. And then Harry screamed too. His scar looked like it was splitting open again, fresh blood dripping. Hazel lunged forward, hood falling off her head as she made herself known, arrow notched with divine light. "Get away from him." Quirrell turned too slowly. Hazel let go of the arrow. Not at his head, not even at his chest, but at the floor, right in front of him, sending a shockwave that knocked him back off his feet. But Voldemort was already moving. Not walking, rising. A black mist, howling like a banshee, tore free from Quirrell's body. The corpse collapsed in a heap, already crumbling to ash. The smoke thing rushed at Hazel. She immediately pulled the bowstring back, notching another arrow. Then felt it pass through her, cold as death. Voldemort didn't stay. He fled, a dark shadow, retreating through the stones like smoke on the wind. Gone. Hazel dropped to her knees beside Harry. He was barely breathing, pale and limp, his skin clammy. Her bow clattered beside her, forgotten. No, 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 she muttered. Not like this. I'm sorry. She knew he would live, but watching him pale with every passing second felt terrifying. She gripped his hand, placed her other palm against his chest, and whispered, voice trembling but clear. Creature fierce and spirit bright, lay your wrath and walk in light. Golden warmth pulsed from her fingers, sinking into Harry like a gentle sunbeam. His breathing hitched then evened. His scar still burned red, but the lines of pain on his face eased slightly. He was still unconscious, but his magic, which had felt dim and faintly again. Hazel slumped beside him, trembling with exhaustion but overwhelmed with relief. You stubborn idiot, she murmured, brushing his sweat-drenched fringe gently aside. Her fingers hovered for a heartbeat over the scar. I'm sorry I couldn't help. This was one of those battles I wasn't allowed to interfere in. She swallowed hard, voice thick with guilt and fury and something dangerously close to a promise. But I swear on the river Styx, next time, nothing is going to touch you. Not while I still draw breath. Behind her, the mirror of Arise stood, silent and still bearing witness to the end of a war neither of them had been ready for. And far above, the castle was waking. Help was coming. A few days later, Hazel found herself toe-to-toe with O.L. Everwood in the corridor outside the hospital wing. The Gryffindor captain looked 1 second away from throwing himself to the floor in anguish. I need you to play, he begged. Ravenclaw's got Chambers back from injury. We'll lose if you're not in the air. Hazel crossed her arms. Harry's still unconscious, Oliver. He's stable. Madame Pomfrey said so herself. That's not the same as awake, Hazel snapped. He nearly died, and now you want me to go chuck balls at hoops while he's in a coma. Oliver threw his hands up. Hazel, it's Ravenclaw. If we lose this, Slytherin might take the cup again. Do you want that? This is the whole reason we even have a reserve seeker. She narrowed her eyes. Are you emotionally blackmailing me with house pride? Yes, he said immediately. Absolutely. Hazel scowled. She hated that it worked. So she made a deal. As soon as the match was done, she was going back to Harry. And she meant it. The crowd barely had time to finish the cheer before Hazel shot upward like a rocket unleashed. The moment the whistle blew, she looped around the Ravenclaw beaters, snagged the quaffle, and hurled it straight through the center hoop before the keeper even blinked. Cheers erupted, but Hazel didn't stop. She twisted midair, scanning there. The snitch, just past the Ravenclaw chaser's ear. Hazel leaned into her broom. The wind screamed. The pitch blurred. One dive. 2 inches from the grass and she had it. 5 minutes and 10 seconds. The fastest match in Hogwarts history. Lee Jordan hadn't even gone past announcing the players' names yet. Before the crowd could process what had happened, Hazel was already gone. Her broom zipped up toward the high windows of the hospital wing, and she rapped twice smartly, insistently. Madame Pomfrey opened the pane, looking scandalized. Miss Potter, quote. Hazel was already shimmying inside, peeling off her Quidditch cloak to reveal jeans and a long-sleeved shirt underneath. She folded the cloak neatly and set it on the nearest chair. I've fulfilled my stupid bargain, she said. Now I'm back where I belong. She took her seat beside Harry's bed and gently laid her hand on his. She didn't speak, didn't need to. Outside, the crowd was still roaring in confusion. Inside, Hazel waited in silence for her brother to wake up. She'd stayed in the chair beside Harry's bed every night, wand in her lap, ready to hex anything that so much as looked threatening. Madame Pomfrey had tried to shoo her out once, but Hazel stood her ground. The nurse didn't try again. Now, it was morning. The sunlight streamed in through the tall windows, casting gentle gold across the hospital wing. Hazel balanced a plate of pancakes in one hand, should sneak them out from the great hall, and tiptoed toward Harry's bed. And then, Hazel, a voice croaked. The pancakes hit the floor with a tragic splat. Hazel nearly tackled the bed. Harry, she gasped, clutching his face like she wasn't sure he was real. You're awake. Oh, thank heavens. I'm okay, Harry said hoarsely, though he looked very much like he'd gone 3 rounds with a hippogriff and lost. What happened to the Quidditch finals? Hazel blinked back tears. I'm never listening to Oliver Wood again. I hope he gets hexed by a bludger. A familiar chuckle from across the room made her look up. Professor Dumbledore stood beside the next bed, hands folded over his long robes. His half-moon spectacles glinting in the morning light. "Miss Potter," he said mildly, "I trust the abridged Quidditch match 2 days ago was to your satisfaction." Hazel flushed. "Won it in 5 minutes. Left before the cheering even started." "Indeed," Dumbledore mused, his eyes twinkling. "I believe Madam Hooch is still arguing whether it counts as a proper game. And I'm told Professor McGonagall is bitter about missing the entirety of it, considering it's the finals won by Gryffindor." "She'll live," Hazel muttered, still watching Harry's face. "Not like I stayed for the celebration either." Dumbledore stepped closer, giving Harry a quick once-over and nodding to himself. "You were quite a pair," he murmured. Then, with a slight bow, he turned to go. "Oh, and if either of you find a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean," he added, spying the bedside tin, "I advise caution. I once had the misfortune of encountering a vomit-flavored one in my youth and fear little has changed since." With that, Dumbledore plucked a single Bertie Bott's every flavor bean from the box on the nightstand, inspected it with vague suspicion, then shrugged. Alas, bravery comes in many forms. He popped it into his mouth, chewed once, and winced. "Earwax," he announced solemnly, then swept out of the hospital wing in a swirl of robes. Hazel blinked. "He's so weird," she muttered affectionately, and turned back to Harry. Hazel waited until the door clicked shut before slumping into the chair beside Harry's bed. "You scared me," she whispered. "I thought I was going to be alone." Again, Harry reached out and took her hand. "I'm not going anywhere, promise." Hazel squeezed back. "He said the stone's gone," Harry muttered, eyes fluttering closed again. "They destroyed it." "Good," Hazel said, with conviction. "I never liked the idea of immortality anyway. Seems like it attracts the worst people." There was a long silence, the kind only siblings could share. Then Harry said, "Did you really drop pancakes on the floor?" Hazel groaned, dragging a hand down her face. "I made a deal with a house elf, Harry. There was syrup involved." She jabbed a finger at him, mock offended. "And really, the RST thing you ask after days of magical exhaustion is how the match went. Not how the rest of us are doing. Not, hey Hazel, did Voldemort melt your eyebrows off?" Harry blinked, sheepish. They both started laughing, soft and tired and real. For the first time in days, Hazel felt like the sun had finally come back. The great hall sparkled with end-of-year splendor, the enchanted ceiling mirroring a dusky sky streaked with orange and gold. Tables buzzed with chatter and clinking cutlery, and the 4 house hourglasses gleamed along the far wall, Slytherin's emerald stones almost overflowing. Hazel slouched slightly between Hermione and Neville, arms crossed, pretending not to care as Professor McGonagall stood up to announce the House Cup results. In 4th place, she began crisply, Hufflepuff, with 312 points. Polite claps. In 3rd place, Ravenclaw, with 356. A few whoops from the Ravenclaw table. Slytherin, with 407. Y2, the Slytherin table erupted into smug cheers. And tied with them, McGonagall added, her mouth twitching as if she disapproved of something, Gryffindor, with 472. Percy Weasley leaned down the table toward them, voice just loud enough to carry. "Well, we wouldn't even be tied if it weren't for Hazel and that 5-minute Quidditch match. Fastest snitch catch in decades." Oliver Wood, a few seats away, crossed his arms with a grunt. "We were 1 goal away from being top on our own. One more." He shook his head. "Next year, I'm drilling the chasers twice as hard." Hazel blinked. "Wait, we are winning." Quote, "We're in the lead, but tied with Slytherin," Hermione whispered. "That's almost worse." "Barely," Ron grumbled. "Might as well hand Malfoy a crown." Dumbly, the hall fell silent. "There are many kinds of bravery," he said warmly, his eyes flicking toward the Gryffindor table, "and while the House Cup reflects academic success and good behavior, there are moments when courage, wisdom, and heart must be acknowledged above all." He raised a long, thin hand. "To Miss Hermione Granger," he said, "for the use of cool intellect and sharp reasoning when others panicked 5 points." Hermione gasped. The Gryffindor table burst into cheers. "To Mr. Ronald Weasley," Dumbledore continued, his smile deepening, "for the most remarkable game of chess Hogwarts has seen in a century, 5 points." Ron's ears turned scarlet. Hazel leaned forward, mouth slightly open. "To Miss Hazel Lily Potter," Dumbledore said, and Hazel's heart jumped, for quick thinking, unwavering resolve. And for quite literally bringing light into darkness. 5 points. Her hands tightened on the edge of the bench. Around her, the Gryffindors whooped and clapped, but Hazel just sat frozen, flushed with quiet pride. "To Mr. Harry Potter," Dumbledore said next, for courage beyond measure in the face of great evil. 5 points. Hazel elbowed him lightly as the applause roared louder. "And lastly," Dumbledore said, his voice soft now, "to Mr. Neville Longbottom, for standing up to and for his friends. A very rare kind of bravery." 5 points. The silence that followed that announcement was shocked, then shattered by a deafening eruption of cheers. Gryffindor's hourglass exploded with rubies, pouring down like a waterfall. "We've done it," Hermione screamed, jumping up. "We won." Hazel sat back, grinning as red and gold banners unfurled above their heads and the Gryffindor lion roared to life in a flash of magic. Malfoy looked like he'd bitten into a lemon. Hazel leaned toward Harry and whispered, "Best House Cup ending ever." He smiled back, eyes shining. "You didn't bribe Dumbledore with syrup too, did you?" Hazel just winked. The Hogwarts Express gave a long whistle as students flooded the platform. Trunks rattling behind them and owls hooting indignantly from their cages. Steam hissed around Hazel's boots as she stood just outside the open train door, arms crossed tightly to keep her emotions from spilling all over the platform like ink from a cracked bottle. She was trying to be brave. Really, she was. Sure, there were still a couple of hours of company before they reached London and had to part ways, but Hazel didn't want to leave Hogwarts. She'd been one of the last to board the Hogwarts Express at Hogsmeade Station, dragging her feet the whole way. The train ride was louder than usual. Ron had launched into another dramatic retelling of their adventures complete with sound effects and had taken it upon himself to teach everyone how to play Exploding Snap. He won the first few rounds, of course, but once Hazel got the hang of it, she began dropping the cards just before they exploded in her hands. They'd been well fed, too. Along with the packed Mail boxes handed out that morning at breakfast, Hazel had slipped into the kitchens with Fred and George to sneak out extra snacks. So the 5 of them spent the trip stuffed and laughing, surrounded by wrappers and crumbs. A little before they reached the London station, Hermione dragged a protesting Neville and a groaning Ron out of the compartment, claiming they needed to stretch their legs. Hazel remained behind, sitting quietly by the window, watching the countryside blur past. Harry stood nearby, fidgeting with the strap of his trunk. His glasses had slipped down his nose again, and he kept glancing around. Like he was hoping Hazel would change her mind. "You could come with me," he offered, for what had to be the 4th time. The Dursleys wouldn't. Well, they'd complain, obviously, but they'd have to deal with it. Hazel gave him a sad little smile and shook her head. "I can't. Not yet." Harry scowled. "Why not?" Hazel hesitated, then stood and lowered her voice. "There's stuff I need to settle at the orphanage. Loose ends. People who think I just vanished. And someone has to talk to Mrs. Fenwick about the state of the plumbing before the whole wing floods." "That sounds fake," Hazel snorted. "It's very real. And very damp." Harry didn't laugh. He looked down at his shoes, then back up at her. "You'll come back next year." Hazel nodded without hesitation. "You think you're getting rid of me? Not a chance. We're siblings, Harry. You're stuck with me." He blinked, and for a moment it looked like he might cry, but he clenched his jaw and hugged her instead. Hazel held him tightly, memorizing the feel of his skinny frame and the cold metal of his glasses pressing into her cheek. "I don't think I can write," she murmured. "Why not?" "I'll probably be too busy sorting everything out. But I'll definitely get you something for our birthday. Just wait till we're back at Hogwarts. Or if I manage to get things sorted early, I'll come find you." Number 4. Privet Drive, Surrey, right. They pulled apart, but not too far. She straightened his collar, then reached into her pocket and pressed something into his hand, a small, slightly squashed chocolate frog. Harry blinked at it. "You hate these." "I do," Hazel said. "But I had to. And I figured this one might give you a Dumbledore card to replace the one you lost to Filch." He smiled faintly. "You're such a sap." "Yup." The whistle blew again as the train finally slowed into London. Hazel leaned forward, kissed his forehead, and gave his trunk a gentle push toward the open door. The train gave a final screech of brakes as it slid into platform 9 3/4, steam billowing out around the wheels like a sigh of farewell. The hum of conversation grew louder as trunks were hauled down from racks and students spilled into the corridor like excited bees from a hive. Hazel grabbed her knapsack and her suitcases and nudged Harry gently toward the exit. "Come on," she murmured. "Let's go find the chaos." They stepped down onto the platform, where golden sunlight filtered through the haze of steam and anxious parents clustered like mismatched puzzle pieces. Harry, Hermione, Mrs. Weasley came bustling through the crowd like a living whirlwind, nearly colliding with a luggage trolley before she threw her arms around Ron, squeezing the breath out of him. "Oh, Ronnie, we got your Olar, you all right? What's this about a giant chessboard and a troll and why are you so thin?" "Mum," Ron groaned, ears already turning crimson. "Not in front of everyone." "Fred, George, Mrs. Weasley said, turning to the twins. "Did you even try to brush your hair this term? And Harry, dear, there you are. And you must be Hazel, Hermione and Neville." Hazel blinked in surprise as Mrs. Weasley pulled her into a firm, a Tronley hug that smelled of flour and warm wool. He almost felt empty for a second when Mrs. Weasley let go to pull Harry into a hug. "We heard all about you from Percy's and Ron's letters," she said kindly. Fred and George flanked Hazel with identical grins, each dragging a trunk behind them. "Come home whenever you'd like." While the Weasleys laughed and caught up, a sharper voice pierced the cheerful din. Neville, an elegant older witch, strode through the steam, her high-collared green robe impeccably pressed, her vulture-topped hat bobbing with authority. Her cane tapped rhythmically on the ground as she made her way over. Students instinctively gave her a wide berth. Neville straightened up as if a wire had been pulled in his spine. "Gran," he said, stepping forward nervously. "These are my friends Hermione, Ron, Harry, and Hazel." Mrs. Longbottom gave each of them a brief, evaluating glance. Her eyes lingered on Hazel, sharp and appraising. Mrs. Longbottom raised a gloved hand. "Lovely to meet all of you. I'm afraid we have to get going now, I'm nearly late for an appointment." "Come along, Neville." Neville shot his friends a helpless look and trotted after her, his Toad's tank wobbling in his arms. Hermione tugged Hazel gently toward the station's magical barrier, and the group followed, dragging their trunks and bags behind them. "There's my parents." A couple stood toward the far end of the platform, waving brightly. Mr. Granger was a tall man in a gray jacket, camera bouncing against his chest. Mrs. Granger wore a sun hat and carried a thermos like she was prepared for a picnic in the Sahara. Hermione ran up to hug them both. "Mum, Dad, this is Harry. And this is Hazel." Mr. Granger extended a hand to Harry. "Ah, the famous Harry Potter. We've heard quite a lot about you." Harry gave a shy smile and shook his hand. "Nice to meet you, sir." Mrs. Granger beamed at Hazel. "And you must be the girl with the sword. I must say, you're very brave. Hermione's told us all about you." Hazel gave an awkward laugh. "Hopefully not all." Hermione turned to Hazel, a little businesslike now. "You still need to get to the Leaky Cauldron, right? You mentioned Meaden, GA Ministry official for the International Portkey." Hazel nodded. "Supposed to meet them by 3 o'clock. We can give you a lift," Hermione offered. "Dad's car's just outside." Hazel smiled, touched. "Thanks. That means a lot." But before they could move off, a nasal, unpleasant voice rang out across the platform like a foghorn. "Boy, there you are." Hazel flinched. "Oh no, the Dursleys." Petunia looked like she'd smelled something foul, clutching her handbag like it was a shield against contamination. Uncle Vernon's face was puce and glistening, his mustache bristling with barely contained rage. And Dudley stood squinting into the crowd as though afraid a wizard might leap out and hex him. "Oh joy," Hazel muttered under her breath. "The whales have beached themselves." Harry gave a weak laugh, then sighed. Time to face the music. As they approached, Uncle Vernon's eyes bulged at the sight of Hazel beside Harry. "And who's this?" he demanded, tone dripping with suspicion. "Don't tell me we're bringing home another one of you people." Hazel raised an eyebrow. "Excuse me, she's not coming with us, is she?" Aunt Petunia said sharply, already stepping backward as if Hazel might bite. "No," Hazel said, sweetly but firmly, "I'm not staying with you. Merlin forbid." "Good," Uncle Vernon grunted. "We've got no room for more freaks." Quote, "Vernon," Petunia hissed, glancing nervously around at the nearby families. Behind Hazel, Hermione had frozen in place. She turned toward her parents and, in a low but fierce voice, began whispering rapidly. "They locked Harry in a cupboard for years. He barely got fed. They treated him like dirt. Mum, Dad, this is them." Mr. Granger's smile faded into a frown. Mrs. Granger's eyes narrowed as she gave the Dursleys a glance that could curdle tea. Hazel, meanwhile, stepped squarely between Harry and his relatives. Her voice was calm, but dangerously cold. "Right, listen up. I'm not staying with you, and neither are my standards. But I will be checking in on Harry." She smiled, all teeth. "My lawyer will be in magical contact. If Harry doesn't reply promptly or if he gives even the faintest hint that things are going wrong, well, we'll be making a surprise visit. And I promise, you won't like the questions we'll be asking." Uncle Vernon turned a deeper shade of purple, his mouth working like a dying fish. Aunt Petunia made a choking noise. "Just something to keep in mind," Hazel added lightly. Harry looked stunned, then visibly comforted. The Dursleys, thoroughly cowed, turned and began waddling off toward the exit, Dudley dragging his feet. Harry lingered a second longer. "You'll show up," Hazel smiled softly, "like I'd miss our birthday." Then, as he hoisted his trunk and started to walk away, he glanced back over his shoulder. "We're siblings. Stuck with each other," Hazel replied, her voice thick with emotion. "No matter what," he nodded, then turned to follow the Dursleys, his back a little straighter than before. Hermione came up beside Hazel. Watching the Dursleys go, "That was amazing," she whispered. "Do you actually have a magical lawyer?" "No," Hazel said, "but they don't know that." Hermione grinned. "Brilliant." And with that, the two girls turned toward the Grangers' towered warmth, questions, and the promise of next September. The car ride was mostly quiet at first, the hum of the engine filling the silence between occasional bursts of chatter from the Grangers. Hazel sat in the back beside Hermione, watching the buildings roll past through the window. After a few minutes, she leaned closer and spoke softly. Her voice almost lost beneath the sound of the tires on the road. "Hermione," she murmured, "I know I don't really know where you live, but could you do me a favor this summer?" Hermione turned to her at once. "Of course." Hazel fiddled with the hem of her sleeve, suddenly uncertain. "Could you please find a way to check in on Harry? I mean, if you can't go in person, maybe you could hire someone to pretend to be the lawyer I mentioned. Just to make sure he's okay. Keep notes or something." Hermione's brow furrowed, but she nodded slowly. I can't pay you in British currency," Hazel added quickly, cheeks flushing. "But I'll figure out how to pay you back in magical money. I was planning to ask the goblins at Gringotts to send someone occasionally too, but someone from the Mort," she winced. "Muggle world might be able to do more without drawing attention." Hermione caught the slip but said nothing, only gave her a firm nod. "Don't worry," said Mr. Granger from the front seat, glancing at them in the rearview mirror. "We'll take care of it. I know a few people who do that sort of work. I'll make sure someone checks in on Harry regularly." Hazel exhaled, some of the tightness in her chest easing. "Thank you," she said, and quietly gave them the address to number 4, Privet Drive. When they finally pulled up near the leaky cauldron, the car bumping gently to a halt, Mr. Granger got out and helped Hazel lift her trunk and bags from the boot. "I'll arrange for someone to visit at least once a week," he promised. "Unannounced, so they can't fake being polite. And I'll go myself once a month. Make sure the boy's doing all right." Hazel looked up at him, eyes shining. "That means more than I can say." He smiled kindly. "You just take care of yourself, all right?" "I'll try," Hazel said, gripping the handle of her trunk. "Good luck keeping Hermione out of magical mischief all summer." Hermione huffed. "I'm very responsible." Hazel stood outside the leaky cauldron for a moment, watching the Grangers' car disappear into the London traffic. Her hand lingered on the handle of her trunk before she turned back toward the pub. Inside, the air was warm and dimly lit. Tom the barkeep gave her a toothless grin as she entered. "Need a place for your things, miss?" he asked. Just for a while, Hazel replied, offering a small smile. I have some business at Gringotts. He took her luggage behind the bar with a nod, and she stepped back out into the alley, wand ready. A few taps on the bricks later, Diagon Alley unfolded before her. The goblin guards at Gringo. TTS barely had time to register her entrance before a familiar figure stepped forward. Grimhollow. He gave her a stiff, formal bow more than courtesy, not quite reverence, and gestured silently for her to follow. Hazel offered a polite nod in return, matching his pace as he led her through the gleaming marble hall and into a private conference room. Once the door shut behind them, Grimhollow turned to her with a sharp-toothed smile. I had a feeling we'd be seeing you again, Miss Potter. Hazel sat down across from him. I need help with something delicate. He inclined his head as they sat on opposite sides of a lovely marble table. She folded her hands atop the polished table. I want someone to check up on Harry. Regularly, quietly. Someone who knows magical law and can take action if anything goes wrong. Surveillance and legal recourse, Grimhollow said, steepling his clawed fingers. On the Muggle family, yes. Hazel nodded. They're not good people. I've arranged for someone in the Muggle world to look in on him too. But if anything serious happens, I want your firm to act. Press charges, claim magic takes. And where would the boy be placed, in such a case? I've already spoken to a few people. Lady Longbottom or the Weasleys are both willing to take him. Even the Grangers in the Muggle world, if necessary. Hazel replied firmly. But only if things go badly. Grimhollow's eyes glittered, intrigued. And payment. Hazel slid a small pouch across the table heavy with galleons. Everything in there first, and only if absolutely necessary, she added, her voice lowering. You may draw from the Potter vaults. But only in the worst-case scenario. The goblin took the pouch without opening it, his movements precise and respectful. It will be arranged, he said solemnly. You have our word, Miss Potter. Young Mr. Potter will be looked after, most thoroughly. Hazel stood, and Grimhollow rose with her. Thank you, she said. For everything. The goblin gave a slight bow. We at Gringotts are familiar with ancient bloodlines, and older pacts. You may not speak your heritage, but some of us see more than others. Hazel hesitated, then nodded once. Then I'm glad it was you. She stepped back into the marble hall, the doors swinging shut behind her. The light outside had dimmed, casting long shadows along the cobblestones as she walked out into Diagon Alley again, her path quiet but steady. She had done all she could. Now she just had to wait. Hazel jogged back through the leaky cauldron's door, heart thudding with a strange mix of anticipation and relief. Tom had kept her luggage safe behind the bar, and with a grateful nod, she hefted the strap of her knapsack back over her shoulder and grabbed her suitcases. At the far end of the pub, a Ministry official stood waiting, a tall wizard in crisp navy robes, holding a pocket watch-sized silver disc between gloved fingers. He barely glanced at her before speaking. Miss Potter. That's me, Hazel said. Your portkey, he said brusquely. Holding out the disc, Hazel took a breath, then took it. The familiar lurch yanked her off her feet and she vanished. When she landed, it was with a soft thump onto a polished marble floor. Hazel wobbled for a second, catching her balance as the portkey blinked out of her hand. The scent of antiseptic air and enchantments hit her nose. She was standing in the inn. Ternational Arrivals Hall of the Makusa, quiet, clean, and humming faintly with magic. Welcome to the Magical Congress of the United States, said a warm, clear voice. A smiling blonde witch stood nearby, her robes deep burgundy and embroidered with the Makusa crest. I'm Miss Kinsey. Please gather your belongings and follow me through customs. Hazel nodded, gripping her suitcase handles once more. As they walked, Miss Kinsey gestured to a glowing archway set into the wall. Just a quick magical scan, she explained. Standard international procedure. Hazel stepped through. The arch pulsed green. No alerts. No problems. Excellent, Kinsey said brightly. Now if you'll follow me, your next portkey is waiting. They wound through polished hallways and down a magically extended corridor till they reached a brass pedestal holding a sleek obsidian tile. Hazel reached out, barely touching it before she was swept away again. This time, the landing was familiar concrete under her feet, the air dry and warm, tinged with the scent of pine and distant seawater. Hazel straightened slowly, blinking against the dim glow of fluorescent service lights. The Caldecott Tunnel, California. She let out a long breath, almost a laugh. Ah, she murmured. Home. The distant hum of mortal traffic buzzed behind the concrete walls. But ahead down a worn side path, past a concealed gateway and into the wild, protective boundaries of Camp Jupiter's safety, was where she belonged. And so, with her trunk in tow, Hazel walked down the tunnel and disappeared into the shadows of the Legion's hidden sanctuary. It was high noon when Hazel landed at the Caldecott Tunnel in a flash of portkey light. The sun beat down with merciless glee, and the concrete shimmered with heat. She gritted her teeth, hefted 2 bulging suitcases, slung her backpack over one shoulder, and adjusted the strap of her satchel. The backpack alone probably weighed more than most demigods could carry, but she was a daughter of Neptune, in Camp Jupiter. She'd dragged more out of the unicorn stables. Previously, Hazel had only met up with the Liaisons of Hogwarts and Ilvermorny past those boundaries. This time, as she stepped foot into the borders of New Rome, she prepared herself to unpack almost everything, because of the notoriously picky god of boundaries, statue, Terminus. The service tunnel was blessedly cool. She crossed the invisible threshold into New Rome and winced. Right on cue. Halt, barked a familiar voice. Hazel sighed. Hello, Terminus. The statue of the Roman god of boundaries popped into XC. Stents like a glorified garden gnome fired from a cannon, all marble shoulders and no arms, his granite head practically vibrating with cheerful authoritarianism. Hazel Potter. Back so soon. Oh, how. Time flies when you're enforcing strict territorial regulations. Now then, identification. Already unpacking, Hazel muttered, kneeling to unzip the first suitcase. Excellent initiative. Efficiency is a virtue. Let's begin inventory, shall we? One by one, she laid her gear on the trays that appeared beside him. Her blessed silver whip sword in full sword form, her potion vials with both potions and ingredients sealed with wax and labeled in Roman shorthand, her gold bow bracelet with the charm, her wand gleaming faintly in the sun, and the backup set of blessed silver and imperial gold knives from her boot. Dangerous, dangerous, definitely dangerous, Terminus chirped approvingly. Oh, is that moonstone at the tip of the wand? Quite illegal in some provinces, though here, I'll allow it. Hazel raised an eyebrow. Appreciated. He conjured a second tray with a pop. Now the books. All of them. Hazel groaned, eyeing the tightly packed satchel. Knowledge is power, Terminus said solemnly. And therefore potentially explosive. Especially magical history. I've heard about that Bathilda Bagshot character. Unstable energy. Hazel muttered something in Latin that would have made Augustus, the current augur, clutch his pearls. And started stacking. A concise history of magic, magical drafts and potions, a guide to wand cores and conductive metals, even her ancient runes for Roman minds workbook. Terminus sniffed every spine. No unauthorized grimoires. No cursed diaries. Acceptable parchment quality. Very well. You may proceed. Really? Hazel asked, raising a brow. You don't want me to declare my socks? I trust you've had the sense not to charm them this time. They don't sing anymore, Hazel promised. He gave her a regal nod. Then you are clear to enter. The moment the boundary shimmered and allowed her through, the trays vanished, leaving Hazel and her belongings in a haphazard sprawl across the stone path. Of course. So Hazel sat cross-legged in the sun, sweat rolling down her back as she packed everything again. Slowly, with extra care, because if she had to do this twice, she'd personally curse a statue. At least, she thought, Harry had taken the broom ahead of her. Between his trunk and the Dursleys' lingering aura of magical contamination, they might need 2 more brooms next term. Hazel lugged her newly repacked suitcases through Camp Jupiter's winding streets, drawing more than a few curious glances from passers-by. Her clothes stuck to her back, her arms ached from dragging her suitcases halfway across the city, and her wand had started buzzing. Faintly from being too close to her potion ingredients. But none of that mattered, not yet. Not until she reported in. The Senate building loomed ahead, all gleaming white marble and carved banners fluttering in the summer breeze. Hazel squared her shoulders and strode in, heading straight to the command chamber. Praetor Marcus Kutcher looked up from his scrolls as she entered, his brow furrowing. Hazel. Junia was already on her feet. You're early, she said, flipping the silver cut looking at it. Click, spin, catch. I had to use a portkey, Hazel replied. And then Terminus made me unpack everything. I think he smelled moonstone. Marcus gave her a dry half-smile. You survived the customs inspection, so I'm assuming you didn't bring the apocalypse with you. Not this time. Hazel stepped forward and saluted properly. Just long enough for protocol, before dropping it and pulling Junia into a one-armed hug, then Marcus. It's good to be back. Glad you made it. Junia ruffled Hazel's hair without warning, earning a glare. Now, talk. We've got the weekly scrolls, but they're vague as mist. What happened this past year? Hazel dropped into the chair across from them, finally letting her bags rest. Where do I even start? Okay, so you remember the Sorcerer's Stone situation. Junia's eyes narrowed. The cursed rock that grants immortality and attracts every megalomaniac with a god complex. That one. Yeah, so, we figured out Voldemort was after it. You figured it out, as in, you weren't told? Marcus asked, steepling his fingers. Hazel nodded grimly. Harry and I did some poking around. Turns out he was already inside Hogwarts, possessing one of the professors. Junia's coin paused mid-spin. He what? Yeah, Quirrell. Seemed all twitchy and harmless. Actually, Voldemort's face was stuck to the back of his head under a turban. Disgusting, by the way. Marcus muttered something under his breath that sounded distinctly like a Latin curse. Hazel took a deep breath. We figured he'd try to steal the stone before term ended, so we laid a trap. Ratherway walked into the school's trap first. Junia sat in the sofa beside her. Elaborate. There were enchantments guarding the stone. 7, actually. Devil's Snare. A plant that's afraid of light, so naturally I conjured a miniature sun. Flying keys. Harry flew after one and caught the key before I could perform a spell to unlock the door. Ron played a life-sized game of wizard chess, nearly got a concussion. Oh, I was the queen in that one. Then there was a troll, already knocked out, so, someone else took care of that first. Junia frowned. A troll, yup, huge thing, a little smaller than a teenage cyclops, and far, far stinkier. Just lying there like it had been whacked with a divine mallet. Charming. Then came a logic potion riddle. Hermione solved it. She went back for help. Harry and I went forward. There was a mirror of Arised. It was the last test. Dumbledore had hidden the stone in the mirror somehow. Only someone who wanted it but won't use it could retrieve it. Marcus blinked. Wait, Potter got the stone. Hazel nodded. He didn't even know how. But Voldemort tried to kill him for it anyway. And you? Junia's voice was quieter now. I couldn't interfere, Hazel admitted. Not at that moment. It was something he had to face himself. But I was there when he collapsed. Got him out before the teachers arrived. The room fell silent. Junia let the coin fall into her palm and kept it there. Gods. You two are 12, 11 3/4, Hazel said dryly. Marcus finally sighed and pushed a scroll aside. We'll want a full written debrief. Tonight. Already halfway written, Hazel said. I didn't trust Owl Post to carry half of this. Junia gave her a long, unreadable look. Then, finally, she cracked a grin. You're lucky I like you, Hazel. You just made next term wildly more complicated. Hazel smirked. You're welcome. Hazel hesitated before standing again. There's something else. Junia's eyebrows rose. More than facing Voldemort, are you trying to win most exhausting 12-year-old of the year? Hazel didn't smile. I've been having dreams. The kind that don't feel like dreams. They're visions, same message, over and over again. A voice keeps calling me to death. I think it's Apollo. That got Marcus's full attention. He leaned forward, eyes narrowing. As in a prophecy. I don't know. Not in words. But it feels like a summons. Hazel gripped the edge of the table. Like I'm being called to start something. Something big. I think it's a quest. Junia's coin froze midair again. Caught between two fingers. Gods. You've barely left one battlefield, and now another one's calling. Marcus sighed, scrubbing a hand down his face. Report to Augustus first thing tomorrow. If it's from Apollo, he'll know. Hazel nodded. And tonight, Marcus added, you're off duty. No war games, no reports, nothing. You look like you got hit by a centurion's chariot. Hazel gave a tired half laugh. I feel like I did. Portkeyed from Hogwarts at 7 in the evening and landed here at 11 in the morning. Haven't slept. Junia winced. Go. Sleep. Beef. Or your soul tries to crawl out of your body. Hazel hauled her luggage back through the streets of New Rome, making a final turn toward the 5th Cohort barracks. The place was quiet. Most Legionnaires were likely at training her out in the city, but her bunk was exactly as she'd left it. Untouched. Not surprising. Everyone still thought it was cursed. Daughter of Neptune, raised by Lupa's wolves, w.i.t.h. inexplicable stuff happening around her from childhood. Yeah. People gave her space. She dumped her suitcases beside her bunk, grabbed a change of clothes, and trudged off toward the baths. An hour the sauna melted the stiffness from her shoulders. A long shower washed away most of the school year. And by the time she crawled into bed, everything hurt less. Except for the part of her mind still stuck on those dreams. Hazel sat cross-legged on her bunk and pulled out her wand. Just one spell, one request, a dream she could control, a message she could finally understand. She whispered, low and steady, "Let what I seek through shadow gleam, guide me true within the dream." Then she lay back against her pillow and let sleep take her. Not that the dream helped much, at least not at first. Hazel found herself floating, weightless and silent, somewhere between sleep and shadow. Her astral self drifted along an invisible path, pulled by instinct more than intention. Below, the sprawling HTS of Los Angeles flickered through a ghostly haze. She recognized the outline of the city, its jagged skyline, the distant Pacific shimmer, but her destination was something older. Hidden. She dead toward a nondescript building that flickered into view like a bad memory resurfacing, DOA Studios. The moment her feet touched the dream ground, the scenery shifted. Without warning, she was swept into a darkened room. Silent and echoless, shadows clung to the walls like cobwebs. Hazel didn't know where she was until a flicker of movement caught her eye. A figure stood in the corner, tall and thin, his back to her. His hair was so pale it glowed, almost silvery, reflecting light that wasn't there. He reached up, fingers ghosting over the spines of countless ancient tomes, until he pulled free a thin leather-bound notebook. Unremarkable in size, wrapped in worn black leather, it radiated quiet importance. Hazel stepped closer, heart hudding, but the man turned away before she could see his face. The light dimmed further as he walked into the darkness, the book held tightly in his arms. Then the dream warped. The air turned sticky. The walls melted into something that pulsed like breathing skin. Hazel stumbled backwards into a nightmare of torn teddy bears, plush stuffing scattered like snow, except the stuffing writhed. Red eyes blinked from inside them. Standing among the destruction was Augustus, the augur of Camp Jupiter. Only it wasn't him. His face twisted, mouth splitting into a grin far too wide, packed with sharp teeth. His eyes burned a venomous red, slit like a serpent's. In his hands, he held a teddy bear by the head and slowly, joyously, tore it open with a hiss of fabric and a wet pop. Hazel screamed. She awoke with a gasp, drenched in sweat, heart thundering in her ears. Her wand was still clutched tightly in one hand. Whatever Apollo was trying to tell her, he really needed to work on his delivery. To wash off the residue of that disturbing dream, Hazel what any demigod with access to clean water and mild wheat swimming. Leaving her weapons, wand, and anything remotely dangerous locked in her cohort's cupboard, bless the Legion for never touching her stuff, she threw on her swim clothes. The only exception was the imperial gold bracelet on her wrist, the one that transformed into a bow, but she surrendered even that to Terminus at the New Rome entrance. Absolutely no enchanted jewelry, he sniffed, eyeing the bracelet like it might bite him. I'm aware, and I'm handing it to you before I enter, Hazel argued. Rules are rules, he said with smug finality of a god whose entire existence revolved around boundaries. So, she handed it over with a sigh and promised not to shoot anyone with sunbeams. An hour and 100 laps later without you. Sing any of her Daughter of Neptune tricks. Hazel finally climbed out of the Olympic-sized pool, feeling like she might actually be human again. A shower helped rinse the chlorine and tension off her limbs, and by the time she left the city, she had a cream cheese bagel in one hand and a steaming tumbler of hot chocolate in the other. Breakfast of tired champions. She was nearly at the border, already planning what to say to Augustus. When she froze mid-step. Sacrifice. Damn. She spun on her heel and zipped right back into the city. The first shop she found had a bin of stuffed animals near the door. Hazel didn't dare look too closely. She grabbed the first doll. Her fingers touched something vaguely bear-shaped with pink ears and stuffed it into a bag before her brain could attach emotions to it. The shopkeeper gave her a knowing smile, not unkind. Graveyard of plushies. Hazel winced. Yeah, sorry. He waved her off with a shrug. Not the first plushie I've buried. Doubt it'll be the last. Hazel laughed despite herself. Fair enough. Keep the change. Hot chocolate in one hand, bag with plushie in the other. She turned back toward Temple Hill, ready to face the augur and whatever cryptic, not at all terrifying revelations awaited her. The path to Temple Hill was steep, and Hazel took it slow. Not just because of the climb, or the lingering ache in her shoulders from all that swimming and suitcase lugging, but because it felt wrong to rush. The hill was dotted with shrines and marble columns, surrounded by whispering laurel trees and offerings left behind by hopeful demigods' rings, locks of hair, half-melted candles, and occasionally, very confused squirrels. Apollo's temple stood near the top, gleaming like an overpriced concert venue. The columns were gold-veined and ridiculous. The steps were spotless, either from divine upkeep or obsessive Roman interns. And inside, as always, it was quiet. The kind of quiet that stretched. Augustus, Camp Jupiter's augur, was already there. He stood near the altar, staring blankly at the polished floor, fingers twitching at his sides like they were halfway through playing a harp no one else could hear. His watery blue eyes barely moved when she entered, though she could feel him tracking her anyway. His hair was nearly white fine, silvery strands that caught the sun through the oculus above. Hazel thought of her dream. Of the man with the leather-bound book. No, not romantic, not even close. Augustus wore a deep purple toga, cinched like it was the only thing keeping him from unraveling. His feet were bare. Of course they were. Hazel cleared her throat. Augur Augustus, I've come to request a reading. He said, the syllable drifting like fog. You brought a sacrifice. She held up the stuffed bear. The altar was cold and smooth. Hazel placed the plushie at its center, beside a few sun-bleached olive branches and a melted wax bird. Then she stepped back. Augustus raised his arms. His eyes rolled back. For a second, Hazel thought he was about to fall, and maybe he did, into some other space, some other time. Because when he spoke, it wasn't in his voice. Not really. His mouth moved, but the words came like a current cold, echoing, ancient. When water stirs and shadow wakes, a sister lost the silence breaks. From fang and flame and wolf she came to death's cold gate, she speaks her name. Let Roman law not bind her path, for empire yields to older wrath. The daughter of storm must walk alone, and bargain deep in death's own home. The air trembled, the offering crumbled to ash. Hazel let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. Cool, she said faintly. Love that. Augustus blinked, eyes slowly returning to focus. He swayed, looked right at her, and whispered, you should pack denarii. Hazel gave him a flat look. You want me to bribe death? He shrugged. I never said bribe, I said bargain. Hazel stood before the praetors again that evening, this time holding the weight of prophecy like a stone in her chest. She recited Augustus's words carefully, watching Junia still mid-coin flick and Marcus's jaw tighten with every line. Junia muttered something under her breath that might have been a curse. Of course it's death. Because when has your life ever been easy? Marcus frowned, fingers steepled. We'll consult the archives, but if the augur says go, you go. Morse hasn't been called on in a long time. Hazel nodded. I'll leave in the morning. I just need the night to pack and rest. Junia stood and put a hand on Hazel's shoulder. No training tomorrow. No watch. You get 1 day to prep. And you better come back. Marcus added, and try not to bargain away your soul. Just the usual. Bargain with death. Routine. Hazel snorted. I'll try. That night at the dinner cornucopia, the news was shared aloud. Praetor Marcus's voice echoed through the forum. By the word of the augur and the will of the gods, Legionnaire Hazel Lily Potter has been chosen to undertake a quest. She will depart tomorrow for the House of Death. Gasps followed. A few knowing nods. Whispers flew through the cohorts. Hazel sat calmly, arms folded, her bowl of stew steaming in front of her. Junia gave her a nod of respect. Even the members of other cohorts looked uneasy. When the meal was nearly over and plates had begun to empty, Marcus rose again, voice steady. If there are any who would volunteer to accompany Centurion Potter on this quest, speak now. The silence stretched. Utensils paused mid-scrape. Eyes flicked down. Hazel stood, her tone sharp as a blade. Don't bother, honored Praetor. None of the people who bullied a 5-year-old girl will dare step into her uncle's realm. A few legionnaires flushed red. Some looked away. One muttered something and earned a sharp elbow from Junia, who stared down the first cohort like she was ready to eat them alive. Marcus didn't smile, but something in his posture eased. Noted, he said simply. Then she walks alone. Hazel sat back down and finished her stew. She lingered a little longer, waiting until most of the cohort had dispersed, then slipped back toward the kitchens. A few knowing staff members looked the oath way as she nicked a steaming beef Wellington off a tray and wrapped it carefully in parchment. It wasn't just a snack. Later, under the stars, Hazel made her way to the quiet garden behind the Temple of Vesta. She knelt before the fire altar, unwrapped the beef Wellington, and set it down as an offering. I know I've missed a few, she murmured. Hogwarts is chaos, but I'm still yours, still Roman, still trying. She stared into the fire with a quiet prayer, watching as the flames danced and smoke curled toward the heavens, carrying her offering and her unspoken hopes. Then, with her soul a little steadier, Hazel returned to her cohort. That night, she packed a small travel bag with essentials: clothes, charms, a spare canteen of nectar and unicorn draft, a lunchbox of ambrosia. She set her weapons near her bunk, ready to grab in the morning. And then she lay down on her bunk, still cursed, still blessedly untouched, and pulled her blanket over her shoulders. Hazel had held the title of Centurion for a year now, and for two simple reasons. She had more service marks on her arm than anyone else in the 5th cohort. She had thoroughly trounced every other legionnaire who dared challenge her for the role. Yet SH position willingly before leaving for Hogwarts last year. So while she still slept in the 5th cohort barracks, she wasn't exactly of it anymore. A daughter of Neptune, yes. A legionnaire of the 12th Legion, always. But Hazel Lily Potter no longer belonged solely to Camp Jupiter. That was why the night before her departure, she quietly packed her belongings and stored them in the Praetor's quarters, one of the few places in camp where her things would remain untouched. Everyone, including Marcus and Junia, understood that Hazel had outgrown her old station. She might have started here, but her path no longer ended with the Legion. She had gone out into the world and made new bonds, ones as strong and sacred as her ties to the Legion. She would still defend Camp Jupiter with her last breath, but now her loyalty had widened its reach, and it was to protect one of those new bonds, her brother, her anchor in the storm, that Hazel Potter prepared to travel into the Underworld. So it was no surprise that, 2 mornings later, when her departure came, she didn't receive a full cohort farewell. There was no grand send-off, no banners or chants. Just a small gathering of those who mattered. The Praetors, Junia and Marcus, stood side by side with their usual contrasting expressions, Junia leaning casually on her staff, trying not to look worried, and Marcus upright and still, like he was mentally writing a eulogy he refused to give. The 2 current centurions of the 5th cohort had shown up as a formality, offering crisp nods and murmured well wishes. It was more about respect than affection, but Hazel took it for what it was. Jacob Blackthorne was there, leaning against his pickup truck, arms crossed and sunglasses perched on his head despite the morning mist. He'd offered to drive her to Los Angeles, saying he had business there. Hazel didn't ask for details, and Jacob didn't offer them. Augustus, the augur, stood off to the side, dreamy-eyed and barefoot. His robe slightly askew as if he'd just woken up from a nap. Or a vision. His gaze flicked toward Hazel with a faint, unreadable smile. And then there was Tiberius, of course, who insisted on counting out the exact amount of currency she carried: denarii, galleons, and US dollars. Twice. Hazel endured it all with quiet patience. When everything was accounted for, she hoisted her bag over her shoulder, adjusted the strap of her sword belt, and climbed into the passenger seat of Jacob's truck. As the engine rumbled to life, she rolled down the window and waved not to the cohort, but to the handful of people who had shown up. Who had cared enough to see her off? It wasn't a grand farewell. But it was honest. And for Hazel, that was more than enough. The trip to Los Angeles was, unsurprisingly, not smooth. Jacob's pickup truck was fast, battered, and inexplicably smelled like rosemary. He drove like a man who'd bartered away his fear to Mercury for better tires. Hazel spent the 5 hour clutching the armrest while he played war music, actual Roman war chants, remixed into synthpop. "You like the vibes," he shouted over the drums as they hit 70 on a winding mountain road. "They feel like I'm about to be catapulted into the underworld early," Hazel yelled back. Jacob grinned. "That's the spirit." Somewhere outside Bakersfield, a pair of Empowsi attempted a rather theatrical ambush. One disguised herself as a sweet-looking girl at a roadside lemonade stand, smiling innocently beneath a hand-painted sign that read "Fresh Squeezed." $1 denarius. The other took a.m. or direct approach. She hurled a traffic cone at the windshield of their car with enough force to crack the glass. The battle that followed was swift but chaotic. Jacob leapt out of the car mid-roll, gladius and wand in hand, and dispatched the first Empisa in a blur of spells and stabs that left scorch marks on the roadside. The second barely had time to shriek before Hazel's whipsword snapped forward, slicing through the air like lightning. It coiled around the Empisa and her entire lemonade stand, crushing and ripping into both in a single brutal strike. The monster dissolved with a hiss, releasing a cloud of yellow, sulfurous powder, a parting curse common to monsters. Unfortunately, Hazel inhaled most of it. She spent the next half hour doubled over by the roadside, coughing like a dying lawnmower. While Jacob stood by offering water and muttering, "You'd think monsters could die politely." Outside Ventura, a Telkine gave chasing angry sea weasel in a toga with a trident. It skated across the asphalt on clawed feet, howling about tide rights and Neptune's taxes. Jacob floored the gas and shouted, "I hate ocean monsters." "No offense. None taken," Hazel shouted, torso out the window, blasting it with a focused jet of water pressure from her wand. The creature tumbled backwards into a roadside billboard for organic toothpaste and left a wet yellow stain right on the teeth. Neptune's gifts, indeed. In downtown LA, the chaos took a more ridiculous form. Near a crowded plaza, Jacob started a game. 3 points if you spot a monster pretending to be a tourist. Hazel nodded at a woman in a floppy hat. "Hasn't blinked once." Jacob squinted. "That's just Botox." 10 minutes later, a man feeding pigeons turned into a harpy, shrieked, and flew off with someone's baguette. They both screamed, then burst out laughing. Further into the city, a cursed billboard glitched to life and roared, "You answer the riddle or be trapped forever." On-screen flashed, "What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 at night?" Jacob groaned. "Seriously, that old thing." Hazel didn't hesitate. She replied in crisp Latin, "Homo." The billboard fizzled, sparked, and groaned, "You may pass." Like an off-brand Sphinx. Jacob whistled low as he drove off, humming to the tune of "Vision of Love." They kept going until the skyline of Los Angeles came into view, all smog and glass and the faint hum of too much ambition. Jacob pulled us into the valet circle of a 5-star hotel like he belonged there. The valet took one look at the truck, blinked, and handed Jacob a priority ticket without question. Hazel didn't ask how he had a suite waiting. Probably a Mercury kid, things lead of hand, silver tongue, endless favors owed. "This one's for you," Jacob said, handing her a keycard. "You've got about 2 hours before your appointment with the Lord of Death." "How thoughtful," I said. A shower before doom. Inside, a suite waited. Gold trim, marble flooring, a bed too soft to trust. Hazel used none of it except the shower. She changed into clean clothes, packed up her travel bag, and filled her water bottle with cucumber mint spa water. She checked her wand and tucked away her spellbook, then descended the gilded elevator like someone about to walk into the lion's den. Jacob stood in the lobby with a bottle of overpriced orange juice and a small, fond smile. "Tell the Lord of the Underworld I say hi." Hazel rolled her eyes. "Wrong God. But I'll see if death takes messages." "Come back breathing," he said, pulling her into a tight, brief hug. Hazel stepped out onto the crowded LA sidewalk. Her boots hit the pavement like thunder. In her hands, a travel pack and a worn city. Map. Red ink circled her next destination. DOA Studios. Hazel's walk through Los Angeles toward DOA recording studios was anything but uneventful. The city's late morning haze clung to the sidewalks, casting a golden sheen over the smog-streaked skyline. Her boots tapped a steady rhythm on the pavement, each step bringing her closer to the Underworld's entrance. Passing through a bustling plaza, Hazel's attention was drawn to a street performer, a man in a glittering gold suit juggling flaming torches. As she watched, one of the torches slipped from his grasp, landing harmlessly at her feet. "Apologies, miss," he exclaimed, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Sometimes they have a mind of their own." Hazel chuckled, handing the torch back. "No harm done." The performer winked and resumed his act, the crowd's applause echoing behind her as she continued on her way. Atmosphere shifted. The air grew thick, tinged with the scent of sulfur. From a nearby alley, a creature lunged a Dracine, its serpentine lower body slithering swiftly, twin swords gleaming in its clawed hands. Hazel reacted instantly, drawing her wand. With a swift incantation, she summoned a burst of light, and dodged the creature's initial strike. The battle was fierce, but Hazel's agility and precision gave her the upper hand. With a final, decisive blow, she vanquished the Dracine, which dissolved into a cloud of sulphurous powder. A nearby pedestrian sneezed violently. "Pollen allergies," Hazel offered with a shrug, quickly moving on before any questions could be asked. As she approached her destination, a familiar storefront caught her eye, Krusty's Waterbed Palace. The garish sign and lurid window displays were just as she'd heard described. A shiver ran down her spine at the thought of what had transpired there 2 years ago. She quickened her pace, leaving the unsettling shop behind. She had heard stories from some of the older Legionnaires. Disturbing ones. Finally, she stood before DOA recording studios. The building's sleek facade belied the ominous reality within. Taking a deep breath, Hazel stepped through the glass doors, ready to face whatever awaited her in the realm of the dead. The lobby of DOA recording studios hadn't changed much since its last demig. OD visitor, still marble floors slick with a sheen that screamed artificial glamour, still a sharp scent of industrial lemon polish, and still that faint, unmistakable undertone of decay. Muzak played awfully overhead, something ancient and vaguely insulting to good taste, while the receptionist's desk stood at the far end, manned by none other than Charon. Charon was in his Wall Street phase, early 90s edition. His double-breasted suit was navy with thin chalk stripes, the power shoulders still clinging to the ghost of the 80s. His tie was a crime against pattern coordination, and a Motorola pager blinked ominously at his hip like a cursed relic. He looked like the spirit of dead stockbrokers come to life, sunglasses perched where his eyes used to be. He looked up from a stack of scrolls turned contracts as Hazel approached. Her boots echoing through the marble hall. "Another appointment without management approval," he drawled. "Look, sweetling, unless you're bringing me a soul or a certified platinum album, I'm going to have two." Hazel plopped a hefty bag of imperial gold denarii on the counter. The coins clinked like tiny bells of authority. "I'm not here because I want to be," she said, firm. "I have a quest. I need to see Morse." Charon tilted his skull. "There are easier ways to meet death, you know. Messy ways. Quick ways. More efficient." Hazel crossed her arms. "I'm quite attached to my semi-mortal body. Thank you. And that," she jabbed a finger toward the bag, "isn't a payment for passage. That's a bribe. Push me to the top of the list. When I come back, I'll give you more." Voluntarily. The skull actually looked pleased. "Voluntarily given money," he mused, fingers clinking through the coins, "always shines a little brighter. You Legion kids always were the polite ones. Fine, I'll pencil you in, now." He pushed a button. A sliding panel hissed open at the back wall, revealing an elevator so old it probably predated both Otis and the Roman Empire. Hazel stepped in, gripping the rail as the doors closed behind her. The elevator lurched downward, and elevator music warbled into something more sinister, notes stretching like they were being pulled through taffy. With every floor they passed, the lights flickered from sterile white to sickly green to smoky black. The air grew colder. The walls of the shaft became transparent, revealing vast underground caverns, spiraling shadows, and shades drifting listlessly past. The elevator eventually jolted to a halt, and the doors slid open to reveal the banks of the river Styx. The Styx itself glistened like oil and sorrow. A black ribbon winding through a vast, echoing cavern. Screams whispered along its surface like mist. Hazel stepped onto the dock, where Charon had already arrived, reclining dramatically. In a gondola that hadn't seen a fresh coat of paint since the fall of Constantinople. "Your ride awaits, Miss Quest," he said, offering a dramatic bow. Hazel stepped into the boat, her jaw tight, wand slung at her side. Hair wind must and eyes alert. The boat glided smoothly into the current, shadows curling around the prow. She wasn't alone on the boat, there were shades with her, but they were so silent, Hazel felt utterly alone. She sat still, watching the pale shapes of the dead drifting just below the water's surface. Ahead lay the deeper dark. The House of Death. The shoreline of the Underworld loomed into view, craggy volcanic rock and black sand stretching inland like a bleak welcome mat. The terrain was harsh and uninviting, as if the place itself were trying to remind all newcomers that they weren't expected to leave. The boat scraped against the shore with a whispering hiss, and the gloom pressed closer. 50 meters ahead, a towering stone wall stretched endlessly in both directions, massive and unmoving. Somewhere beyond it, a low, bone-deep howl echoed through the haze, a sound like a dying storm tangled with rage. It bounced off the stone and the river and the skin. "Old Three Faces hungry," Charon said cheerfully from the prow, his skeletal grin glowing green in the sickly light. "Bad luck for you, my lady. Would you like tips?" Hazel landed lightly on the black sand. The faint crunch beneath her boots the only answer he got. "No thank you," she said. "I'm set." Charon gave a knowing shrug and began herding the next batch of souls onto the dock. Hazel took a steadying breath. Her dreams hadn't included a proper floor plan of the Underworld, and the map in her pack, while excellent for Los Angeles, was pretty useless down here. So, lacking better options, she fell into step behind the slow-moving trail of spirits. The dead moved in silence. A man clutching a little girl's hand. An old couple, arms entwined, hobbling forward with a dignity that made Hazel's chest ache. A boy in gray robes shuffled alongside them, eyes vacant, as though already halfway dissolved into the mist. Up ahead, the Underworld's main gate loomed. It looked like someone had merged airport security with a toll plaza from Tartarus. A colossal black arch stretched above 3 separate entrances, each with signs, cameras, and metal detectors that buzzed faintly even in the absence of metal. "You are now entering the Underworld," the sign above read. Very welcoming. The first entrance was labeled EZ Hand. True to its name, the line moved at a disturbingly brisk pace. Spirits floated through it without fuss, barely pausing. Occasionally, however, a black-robed ghoul would step in and yank someone out of the line, redirecting them to one of the other 2 entrances. Those were labeled attendant on duty, and the pace there was anything but easy. The ghouls manning the booths looked like they'd been trained by the DMV, slow, surly, and somehow always chewing something invisible. Meanwhile, that howling had grown louder. The unmistakable sound of Cerberus, 3-headed guardian of Hades's realm, rattled through the air like thunder wrapped in hunger. But Hazel couldn't see him. No sign of fur or fang or drool. Still, the sound made it clear, he was close. And very much awake. Hazel squared her shoulders, eyes scanning the archway ahead. The howling stopped as suddenly as it had begun, replaced by a low, rhythmic thump. Footsteps, each one deep enough to make the black sand tremble. From beyond a jagged ridge of stone, Cerberus emerged. The 3-headed guardian of the Underworld padded forward with the grace of something that knew it couldn't be challenged. Midnight fur rippled over his hulking frame. Each paw was the size of a chariot wheel. His eyes gleamed in 3 different shades: bronze, silver, and stormcloud gray, and each of his 3 mouths dripped with an alarming amount of drool. The crowd of spirits scattered without the sides of the path like spilled shadows. Cerberus didn't pay them any mind. All 3 heads turned toward Hazel. The left one growled, deep and low. The right one gave a curious huff, steam puffing from its nostrils. And middle one, sharp-eyed and intelligent, leaned in close. Hazel stood her ground as the dog's enormous snout pressed to her torso. One massive breath ruffled her hair. Then the right head nudged her backpack. The left sniffed loudly near her boots. His tail wagged. Hazel beamed. "Yes, I met your puppy." Cerberus gave a happy rumble that might have registered as an earthquake on the surface. The middle head tilted, ears perking. His eyes gleamed with an unmistakable question. How is he? Is he well? Hazel reached up and scratched behind the middle head's jaw, fingers threading through fur that shimmered faintly like polished obsidian. He's healthy, she said gently. Big paws. Very protective. Loves the forest. She rubbed the right head too, who promptly flopped his tongue across her entire arm in thanks. A friend of mine named him Fluffy, Hazel added, amusement flickering in her eyes. Seemed fitting. The left head gave a proud little woof. Hazel chuckled. He's safe, I promise. I left him with dryads who know what they're doing. Next visit, I'll bring him with me. Let you see how much he's grown. That got a full-on tail wag, sweeping gusts of wind across the sand and knocking over two surprised spirits who had ventured too close. Hazel reached into her bag and pulled out a small cloth satchel embroidered with Camp Jupiter's insignia. The scent of smoked meat, honeycakes, and roasted marrow wafted through the air. Treats, she said, offering the bag. Don't ask where I got them. Let's just say the cornucopia is very generous when no one's looking. Cerberus delicately took the bag in his middle mouth. No fangs. No biting. Just the practiced grace of a proud dad receiving gourmet snacks. He sat back on his haunches, looking incredibly pleased with himself. Hazel gave him one last pat on his paws. Good boy. Cerberus rumbled again, and this time, the pathway ahead cleared of ghouls entirely. A few even gave her cautious nods, wisely recognizing that anyone on speaking terms with the three-headed gatekeeper was probably best left undisturbed. With a final wave to the Underworld's proudest parent, Hazel stepped through the final archway, her boots striking stone as the gates of the dead opened before her. Just as the final stone arch faded into the gloom behind her, a black-robed ghoul stepped directly into Hazel's path. No words, just a skeletal hand raised in a silent command, pointing down a narrower trail branching away from the obsidian palace. The path snaked alongside the river Styx, its surface slick and mirror-like, but rippling beneath with shapes that should not be named. It wasn't silent. The Styx hummed, a low, steady murmur like a heartbeat made of whispers. Every so often, it groaned, as if the river was dreaming. Hazel walked quickly. In divine realms, time had a habit of slipping sideways. One blink and a century might pass, one breath too long and she'd be meeting her great-great-grandchildren. Better to move like she had a schedule, even if that schedule involved meeting the anthropomorphic divine personification of death. Eventually, the grand towers of Hades's palace fell away behind her. No more black spires or endless staircases. No more bureaucratic tollbooths or judging spirits. Only stillness. She came to a cave. It wasn't dramatic. No archway. No runes. No decorative skulls. Just a simple hollow carved into the rock where the shadows pooled too deeply and the air turned unnaturally cold. A cave half drowned in the shadow of the Styx, with veins of obsidian glinting faintly along the walls like threads of fate. This place didn't feel like Hades' domain. It was older, quieter, more absolute, and from the darkness, a figure emerged. At first, Hazel thought it was a shadow given form. Then it stepped into the half-glow of the Underworld's dim light. And the details sharpened. He was heartbreakingly beautiful, not in the soft, mortal way of statues or sonnets, but in the terrifying, inevitable sense of an eclipse. Tall, lean, and still as a painting. His skin shimmered like dusk, warm mocha even in the greenish light of the realm. His hair and eyes were the color of a raven's wing. Midnight black, yet reflecting a depth that pulled at something ancient in her chest. His eyes met Hazel's with the quiet intensity of a library's silence, unreadable and bottomless. And the wings, two of them, vast and decadent, rose from his back like a raven's cloak unfurled. Each feather was as dark as grief, edged in silver like candlelight's last flicker before it dies. They rustled faintly as he moved, not because they were heavy, but because the very air seemed too reverent to disturb them. He wore robes that drank in light, stitched in starlight and shadows, and as he stepped fully into view, even the Styx's eternal current dimmed to a murmur. Hazel, who had faced gods and monsters and bureaucratic hotel receptionists without flinching, stopped walking. Morse, the god of death, tilted his head slightly curious. His presence made the Underworld feel like a chapel, not a place of worship, but of understanding, of endings. He regarded her with the stillness of a star that had watched empires burn. "You are early," he murmured, voice as soft as falling ash. "Yet you arrive with purpose." A gust of wind stirred the edges of the river, and the Styx hissed louder, its green-black waters glinting. Morse extended a hand, and one of his wings folded forward slightly, separating her from the underworld behind them like a curtain of night. "Then step forward, Hazel Lily Potter," he said, "and hear what the end of all things requires." Hazel stepped into the circle of his shadow. He did not raise his voice. He didn't need to. 7 soul fragments twist the thread. The firstborn child and his sister, led. 3 years swifter 7 slow. The serpent's debt must meet its woe. In Isle of Mist, where death first failed, the sundered soul remains unveiled. Ring, diadem, cup, and chain, a piece in flesh, and one arcane. For each you burn in ash or flame, a soul returned if earned by name. Yet should all 7 reach death's hand, then Hallows New shall heed your stand. Choose your path, but tread with care else fade like smoke in stagnant air. When the words faded, Hazel exhaled slowly, the weight of the prophecy settling into her bones like ancient iron. 7 pieces of soul, Morse said in the same deep melodious tone. 6 scattered fragments, and the last the whole that still wears a face. Someone has cheated death, that debt must be repaid. Hazel nodded, listening. Each soul piece taken was paid for with innocent blood. 5 newborns died at his hand, souls I reclaimed and placed with better fates. They live now, each blessed with one chance to defy death as compensation. But the crime remains. The soul must be made whole, so it can be judged. And you want Harry and me to find them, Hazel said. Older sister of the firstborn child, Morse confirmed. You are bound by fate and blood and fire. Together, you must find the fragments. One by one, I will come to you when it is time to claim each piece, and I will show you how to return it to me. He tilted his head. In exchange, for each piece returned, one boon. A soul restored. If death came minutes ago, and the body still unharmed, then the soul may return. Hazel's breath hitched, but she said nothing. And when all 7 are reclaimed, Morse continued, you shall receive a new set of deathly hallows. The old ones will lose their power. This is the price of your vow. She held his gaze. Then I accept. The corners of Morse's mouth curl. Ed something that might have been a smile if it didn't feel so much like a tomb door closing. Then it is sealed. He stepped closer and, to Hazel's surprise, swept her effortlessly into his arms. A full Princess Carrie, as though she weighed nothing more than a shadow. Forgive the theatrics, he said coolly. Your next destination is she could protest, his massive wings unfurled, dark as starless skies. With one beat, they took off soaring over the banks of the Styx, past the lines of the dead and the toll booths, past Charon still counting coins in his gondola, past the Cerberus watching her with wagging tails. They soared over the iron gates of Hades, palace, and glided straight into the throne room through an arch of onyx and fire. Morse landed gently on the obsidian floor and set Hazel down. Her cheeks flushed, but she did not stumble. He turned to the god on the throne, a dark-robed figure crowned in black jade, and bowed, the movement smooth and sharp as a guillotine's fall. Lord Pluto, Morse said. Then he vanished in a swirl of feathers and dark energy. Hazel was left alone before the Lord of the Dead, still a little pink in the face. She turned and looked up. The throne loomed above her, forged from layers of obsidian, polished bone, and hardened volcanic glass. Every edge gleamed like the blade of a guillotine. The base was ringed with petrified laurels, while the steps were carved with the faces of emperors long since judged. Behind it, a curtain of smoky crystal shifted with unseen spirits passing through. Atop it sat Pluto. He was massive, broad-shouldered and tall, that he seemed carved to match the throne. His armor was deceptively simple, blackened bronze over deep gray robes, elegant in design, without ornament or vanity. A polished black helm rested beside him, shaped like a Roman warlord's but crowned with a circlet of iron laurels. It bore the stylized image of a skull across the brow. His face was pale and stern, with angular features that could have belonged to a statue, had they not been so alive with controlled power. His eyes, like deep volcanic glass, regarded her with the patience of centuries. A single black-gloved hand rested on the arm of the throne. Hazel dropped to one knee, bowed low. Greetings, uncle, Lord of the Underworld. Rise, niece, Pluto said, his voice deep and cultured, every word weighted, like a judge pronouncing sentence. I am aware of what brought you here. The Reaper, he added, with a faint nod toward the now empty space Morse had occupied, takes such defiance as a personal affront. He does not forgive those who mock the balance he upholds. He raised the gloved hand and gave a casual flick of his fingers. 2 amulets shimmered into existence and dropped neatly into Hazel's palms. They were forged of Stygian iron, cold enough that mist curled from them where they touched her skin. Each one was shaped like a military dog tag, heavy and serious, etched with Pluto's own crest, a skull encased within a helm. The same helm, she noticed, that sat beside him. For 1 hour only, Pluto said, these shall render you unseen, unfelt, and wholly imperceptible to both mortals and demigods alike. They do not block monsters, gods, or fate, only those beneath your station. Use them wisely. Hazel nodded, clutching the tags. Thank you. Pluto inclined his head, regal and final. You have my favor. Now, begone. The floor trembled beneath her boots. Without further ceremony, it vanished entirely. Hazel dropped, just for a second. And then, she landed lightly on her feet in front of the doors of DOA Studios. The mortal entrance to the afterlife. Again. Well, that was more attention than my father ever showed me. She took a moment to catch her breath, then turned, slung her bag over one shoulder, and strode up to the glass doors. The lobby inside hadn't changed. Charon was still there behind the desk, lazily flipping through a magazine that didn't exist in the mortal world. He raised an eyebrow at her as she approached. This time, Hazel didn't hesitate. She rummaged through her bag, pulled out her last sack of denarii, and plopped it onto the counter with a solid clink. Thanks, Charon, she said. He gave her a slow blink of approval, then went back to his magazine. Hazel turned and walked away, the heavy weight of prophecy and dog tags colder than death tucked into her pocket. Time to get back to the land of the living. It had been over 2 weeks. 15 days, to be exact, since Hazel had walked into the Underworld, and time had passed differently down there. Long enough for the stars to shift a little. Long enough to come back above ground and feel like the world had kept spinning without her. Unfortunately, the Underworld also didn't come with a return portal. No subway to Camp Jupiter. No handy chariot of fire. Hazel, ever practical, did what any semi-magical, emotionally exhausted demigod would do. She found the nearest office building, waited for someone approachable, and put on her best, small child in distress, face. Excuse me, she said, wide-eyed and sniffling as a young man in a tan windbreaker exited the building. Too lost my group. Could I use your phone? The man blinked at her. She looked about 12, dressed a little oddly, and clearly upset. A quick swirl of mist and a touch of divine charm sealed the deal. He handed her his phone with a kind, of course. Want me to wait? That's really kind of you, Hazel sniffled. Just a quick call. My uncle's probably freaking out. She dialed Jacob Blackthorne's emergency number. It rang 3 times before he answered, sounding distracted. Hazel, hi, she said quickly. Don't panic. I'm back. In Los Angeles. But you're not. Right, Jacob said, as if he'd just been reminded. I'm in Boston. Interview. There was a special on Amtrak. Of course, he was. She hung up with a sigh, thanked the nice man, and let him escort her to the nearest police station. It had seemed like the responsible thing to do. Till she walked inside and one of the officers looked at her a little too closely, like he knew she didn't belong on any missing persons list. Nope, not doing this today. Hazel slipped out the door when no one was looking and bolted into the nearest alleyway, her spell cloaking her steps. Once she was in the shadows, she exhaled and reached into her coat pocket. A flick of her wand. Periculum. Red sparks burst into the sky like a flare. To a mortal, it was just someone illegally playing with fireworks. But to a magical on patrol, it was a clear distress signal. Hold position, said the taller one. A broad-shouldered wizard with a trimmed beard and stormy gray eyes. He kept his stance defensive. The woman beside him's light, with black hair in a thick braid down her back, stepped forward slowly. Are you hurt? She asked. Her voice was calm but cautious. Hazel shook her head and gave them a watery smile. Not really. Just lost My tour group left without me. The Aurors exchanged a quick look. The man kept his wand raised. What's your name? The woman asked. Hazel Potter, she replied. I'm from New Rome. It's a semi-magical locality, kind of protected. I'm part of the Jupiter Orphan Initiative, studying at Hogwarts on scholarship. The man frowned. Never heard of a Jupiter Initiative. Kind of obscure, Hazel admitted. We mostly keep to ourselves. I don't know my teacher's number. But if you take me near Caldecott Tunnel, someone from home will find me. They'll call my teachers and tell them I'm safe. The woman still looked wary, but something in Hazel's tone, firm and quietly vulnerable, convinced her. All right, she said. We'll take you close. But if you're playing us, I'm not, Hazel said earnestly. I just want to go home. The man finally lowered his wand. Name's Orar Kenton Price. This is Orar Livia Gallowglass. Livia gave her a small smile. Hold tight. One side-along apparition later, they dropped her a block from the tunnel, just within magical obscurity range. Thanks, Hazel said, patting her bag to make sure everything was still there. For not sending me to Magical Child Services. Livia chuckled. Just don't vanish on us again, all right? Kenton gave a short nod. When your teacher contacts you, send up blue sparks so we know you're safe. We'll pass the message along to the ministry. Hazel nodded quickly. I will. Thank you. She ran ahead, into the entrance of Camp Jupiter, and waited about 15 minutes. Once the coast was clear, she stepped trees by the entrance, pulled out her wand, and raised it to the sky. A bright burst of blue sparks bloomed overhead. She heard the distant pop, indicating the Aurors had left. Hazel didn't have time to waste. She ran, with her backpack on her back, to the Praetors' building. Apparently, they hadn't expected her back so soon. The Praetors' audience chamber was empty when Hazel arrived, echoing with the faint clack of her boots on the tiled floor. She sat down on the carved wooden sofa near the side wall, fully intending to wait. But she'd been in the Underworld for 15 days, and she hadn't slept or eaten for those 15 days. And that sofa was really comfortable. She drifted off. The next thing she knew, a warm hand was gently shaking her shoulder. Hazel blinked awake to find Junia standing over her with one eyebrow raised and a bemused expression. You weren't expected until next week, Junia said dryly. You gave the guards a fright. Hazel rubbed her eyes and sat up, stretching her stiff shoulders. Sorry. Things went faster than expected. Junia gestured for her to follow. And together they walked into the main hall. Marcus was already there, arms folded, expression sharp with interest. Well, he asked. Hazel didn't waste time. She told them everything. The Mons, Churs she and Jacob fought in Los Angeles. How she ended up crossing half the West Coast, walking into DOA Studios, and made it all the way to the Underworld. How she got roped into giving Charon Neural. Why 50 denarii? Because a Roman never breaks her word, she added with a pointed sigh, and her meeting with Morse, the god of death himself. Her voice dropped as she mentioned Morse's request and requirements. How someone in Britain had cheated him 7 times, and now he wanted retribution. Then, finally, she told them of Pluto, the quiet conversation, and the dark amulets he'd gifted her. When she finished, there was a long pause. Hazel cleared her throat. So, I'd like to request permission to leave Camp Jupiter. Permanently. I need to return to Britain. Hogwarts. Junia didn't answer right away. Instead, she and Marcus exchanged a long, silent look, the kind only 2 seasoned warriors could have. Full of half-spoken thoughts and long-formed instinct. She's younger than any legionnaire who's asked to leave, Marcus said at last. Not yet 12. She's got more lines on her arm than some of our veterans, Junia replied evenly. And she's just completed a quest in the Underworld. Alone. Hazel stayed quiet. She knew better than to interrupt when decisions were being weighed like this. Finally, Junia turned to her. You'll attend the feast tonight. It's tradition to honor a successful quest. After that, we'll speak with the Centurions and make our decision. Marcus nodded in agreement. If they approve, and we do as well, you may leave. But your name will remain on the rolls of the 12th Legion. Hazel inclined her head. Understood. Junia's expression softened slightly. Go get some rest. You look like you wrestled a fury. Hazel gave a crooked smile. Close. I pet Cerberus. Junia blinked. You pet Cerberus. Just a little. Hazel muttered, already backing toward the door. She left them still staring after her, half stunned. It was good to be home. Even if not for long. Camp Jupiter knew how to throw a feast. Banners of purple and gold fluttered from the columns of the forum. Legionnaires filled the dining square, plates piled with food, cups full of nectar or mortal-friendly cider. And music drifting through the air courtesy of a couple of musical demigods and a lyre enchanted to harmonize with itself. Torches burned bright into the dusk, their flames dancing with magic as twilight sank over the hills of California. At the head table, Hazel sat flanked by the praetors. Marcus was scrawling furiously into a scroll with one hand and drinking from his goblet with the other. When he stood, the entire feast quieted, dozens of faces turning toward them. He cleared his throat and unrolled the scroll with a practiced flourish. Romans, let it be known that Hazel Lily Potter, daughter of Neptune and cohort of the 12th Legion Fulminata, has returned from her sanctioned quest, to and from the realm of Pluto himself. He paused as murmurs rippled through the crowd. Let it also be known that she did not falter, did not abandon her duty, and did not break a single promise. She showed Roman valor, Roman wit, and Roman loyalty, even when confronted by the god of death himself. Marcus turned, inclining his head to Hazel. In honor of her success and in recognition of her continuing service, we grant her the place of guest of honor. Hazel, may your name be spoken with pride. Cheers broke out. Legionnaires pounded their fists on tables, and Hazel gave a small nod, the faintest of smiles ghosting across her lips. She could handle applause. It was attention she didn't have to fight for. And tonight, it actually felt earned. Augustus, the camp's augur, rose next and approached with his ceremonial staff. Hazel Lily Potter, he intoned, stepped forward. Hazel stood and held out her arm. The augur drew a shining stylus that pulsed faintly with golden light and touched it to the skin below her shoulder. Two glowing lines etched themselves into her tattoo, one for the successful quest, and another for her academic year of magical study abroad. When he was done, Augustus nodded. You've gone far, Hazel. May the gods continue to watch your steps. She nodded. Thank you, sir. Later, as the music played and the feast stretched into the night, a few older legionnaires approached her, faces from her earliest years at Camp Jupiter. Once, they'd corner her during training sessions or mocked her when anything happened. Some had gone out of their way to be cruel. They came in pairs and threes now, avoiding eye contact. Hazel, we were wrong, one muttered. Back then, you've more than earned your place. She tilted her head, regarding them calmly. Thank you, she said, voice cool but steady. She didn't snap, didn't sneer. She just nodded, because she could forgive, but she would not forget. By the time the fires were burning low and most of the cohort had stumbled off to bed or another round of singing, Hazel retreated to her bunk. She kicked off her boots, didn't even change out of her jeans and shirt, and collapsed onto the mattress. She was asleep before her head hit the pillow. Hazel awoke to the gentle, persistent rapping of knuckles on wood. Up, Junia called. Toga day. Hazel groaned but obeyed. She pulled on her deep blue toga, fastened it at her shoulder with a silver brooch shaped like a trident, and adjusted the folds with the ease of long practice. Her dark, wavy short hair was pinned back simply, and she left her sword belt on the peg beside her bed. She had a pretty good idea where this was going. The praetors, centurions, and senators were already assembled when she stepped out. They moved as a formal procession, silent, serious, full of ceremony. Hazel walked near the back with Junia, her sandals thudding softly against the stone. At the boundary line to New Rome, they paused. Terminus, the armless god of borders, stood on his marble pedestal, his eyes scanning each person meticulously. Name, rank, tattoo, weapons. Hazel Lily Potter, she said, holding out her arm. Terminus sniffed, or at least made a sniffing sound. Toga regulation compliant. Brooch is decorative but not ostentatious. Tattoo accurate. Hair neat. And no weapons. Good. Proceed, young lady. A breeze curled around her as she passed a fresh scent of sea salt and foam. She smiled faintly. The Senate Hall loomed ahead. It looked, as it always did, like a large high school lecture theater. A semicircle of tiered marble seats surrounded a dais with a podium and 3 carved chairs. The chairs were empty. It was where the praetors and the augur would sit. Hazel had stood before the Senate twice before, once, when she asked to leave for Hogwarts, and the second time, when the quest to the Underworld was assigned to her. Both times had been brief. Death, after all, wasn't something Romans argued be different. Today, she knew, there would be debate, opinions, politics, and delays. Hazel took a breath and squared her shoulders. At least she had the praetors on her side. And Augustus, hopefully. The rest, well, she could handle them. The Senate hall buzzed with murmurs as Hazel took her place near the center of the dais, below the empty chairs of the praetors. The first row of stone benches was filled with the 10 cohort centurions and 10 senators in full ceremonial togas. Above them sat a scattering of ghostly vet, arans transparent and fidgetant, a few living elders from New Rome, faces weathered with age and tradition. Most wore expressions that said, "What in Jupiter's name is this child doing here again?" Augustus, as always, stood to the side with his ceremonial knife in one hand and, today, a plush deer tucked under his arm. He seemed prepared to consult with the gods of prophecy, dreams, or bedtime stories. The knife gleamed ominously. The deer had glittery antlers. The debate began formally enough. Hazel stepped forward, cleared her throat, and spoke with the confidence born of stubbornness and actual experience. "I'm requesting permission to return to Hogwarts," she began. "Permanently. I've completed my first year there. It's a magical school with higher education opportunities. I've made contacts. I've seen the risks and the potential. I can learn more magic there than here, and I believe that knowledge will help the Legion." She paused. "Also, I'm not dropping my loyalty to camp. Just the geography." Junia stood with perfect posture, hands behind her back. "She is 12. An old senator grunted. 12, truly. She is the youngest demigod in known Legion history to attempt permanent relocation," Junia continued crisply. "The distance is considerable. Communication across the Atlantic is unreliable at best, and she lacks consistent adult guardianship. It would set a precedent one we may not want to set." "And yet," Marcus murmured beside her, "she has completed a quest." "Yes," Junia said sharply, "but that doesn't make her invincible." Hazel crossed her arms. "I never said I was." More senators spoke up. Some were in favor, citing her record, her intelligence, and her loyalty to the camp. Others protested that if they let this 12-year-old leave, what next? Would they send toddlers to Camp Jupiter Prep in the Wolf House? Hazel refrained from mentioning she was a demigod toddler in the Wolf House 6 years ago. Junia and Marcus both moved to the center, trying to shout over the voices. "It is not about personal feelings. She's not even requesting Roman citizenship. She already has it. Quintus, check your ledgers." Silence. Junia barked, but no one listened. Hazel sat back down and folded her arms, trying not to yawn. Then she smelled it. Sunlight. Warm, golden, impossible sunlight rolling through the enclosed hall like the scent of a summer meadow. Hazel straightened. Augustus, who had been suspiciously quiet, tilted his head. His expression slackened, not blank, but distant, as if he were listening to a conversation no one else could hear. He stepped forward, past the arguing senators, past the stunned praetors. He raised his staff, but it was the bang of his bare arm slamming onto the podium that finally stunned the room into silence. The plush ear slipped from under his elbow and fell to the floor with a squeaky sound. Everyone stared at him, and then Augustus began to speak. But it wasn't his voice. Not entirely. It was deeper, echoing, layered with something older. A shadow of death curled into every syllable. 7 soul fragments twist the thread, the firstborn child and his sister, led. 3 years swifter, 7 slow. The serpent's debt must meet its woe. In Isle of Mist, where death first failed, the sundered soul remains unveiled. Ring, diadem, cup, and chain. A piece in flesh, and one arcane. For each you burn in ash or flame, a soul returned if earned by name. Yet should all 7 reach death's hand, then Hallows New shall heed your stand. Choose your path, but tread with care, else fade like smoke in stagnant air. The echo faded. No one moved. Hazel sat frozen. She hadn't told a soul about the prophecy. She'd assumed foolish ly, perhaps that something that serious had to be kept private. Augustus turned to the assembled chamber. Face lined with exhaustion but voice steady now. "This daughter of Neptune has been given a quest. By Morse himself." The living senators blanched, while Senator Larry's turned so pale they might have been made of mist. Unless any of you wish to argue with him, Augustus spread his arms, I suggest we allow her to proceed. In her own way, say, if you will grant her freedom, on the condition that her loyalty will remain with us forevermore. For a moment, only silence. Then a senator muttered, aye. One by one, the rest followed, a tired chorus of resignation and reverence. Aye. The ghosts in the gallery, murmuring among themselves, faded like smoke. The last one winked out with a whisper of, well, death always gets the last word. The mortals stood. The session was dismissed. Hazel remained seated, still blinking, heart rattling like pebbles in a tide pool. If I'd known I could say it, she muttered to Augustus as he passed her, I wouldn't have kept it private. The augur shrugged and picked up his plush deer from the floor. Most of us don't know the rules when it comes to death, he said mildly. But Morse isn't someone you trifle with. And honestly, he gave her a lopsided smile. In the end, the debate was mostly pointless. Hazel exhaled and stood. Tell that to the senators. Augustus winked. I believe you just did. The next 3 days passed in a blur of planning, packing, and quiet goodbyes. Hazel barely had time to breathe. First, she visited the forge district of New Rome, the air thick with smoke and hissing enchantments. A son of Vu, Elkan, a grizzled man named Dario with a tattoo of gears running up his neck, welcomed her in with a grunt. She commissioned 2 small bronze braziers, no bigger than a salad bowl. The first was functional. It would be linked to the MSS Service Mercury scroll service for all legionnaires who pursued futures beyond the valley. It would allow her to receive missives and news, and for the Legion to track her location in case of an emergency. The second was her own idea. This one, she said, laying a diagram on the table, will house a flame from Vesta's temple. I want it enchanted to stay lit unless I snuff it out myself. Dario didn't ask questions. He merely nodded and got to work. Next, she went to the temple of Vesta, stepped barefoot across the threshold, and knelt in front of the eternal flame. With careful reverence, she coaxed a sliver of it into a flameproof crystal, one she would later place into the second brazier. She whispered a promise to the goddess. I will always carry the hearth with me. I may never need you, Hazel said bluntly, but if I do, I'll you. Bill me only for the help you give. The man, who wore robes patterned like a pinstripe suit and smelled faintly of enchanted parchment, nodded. Reasonable. Quote. After that, she sent a formal request to Makusa for a portkey to London and made sure it would link safely to the British ministry. Her next stop was the Magical Bank in California, the same one she'd visited with the Ilvermorny liaison. She entered Vault 003 once again and collected currency, magical and Roman, calculating the costs of supplies, transport, and the unexpected. The tellers eyed her curiously, but didn't question her. Hazel also ordered a magical suitcase with expanded internal space, with the help of Jacob's secretary, who had a contact at an enchanted luggage shop in San Francisco. It wasn't extravagant, just a simple, charcoal gray suitcase charmed to open into a cavernous interior large enough for all her clothes and books. Not that Hazel had time to pack it properly. She was on a tight schedule. So, with all the grace of a fleeing demigod, she unzipped the new suitcase and shoved her already packed bags, bundles, and scrolls inside it. Now, she would only need a backpack with a change of clothes and toiletries. Then came the part no one asked her to do. Hazel visited each temple in the Temple Hill, starting with the ones most neglected. Bologna's had gathered dust. Portunus. Door squeaked. Janus. Offering bowl was half cracked open and full of wrappers from offerings long since stolen by raccoons. She cleaned the altars with her own hands. Left fresh offerings coins, pomegranate seeds, a book for Minervon, prayed silently, not asking for favor, only offering respect. That night was her farewell feast. Older legionnaires were already half drunk and entirely rowdy by the time Hazel arrived. There were chants, sparklers, enchanted banners reading Savet Vale, Hazel Lily Potter, and at least one foe. Fight between 5th and 4th cohorts. Hazel stayed long enough to smile, share bread with her cohort, and raise a toast to Camp Jupiter. Then she slipped out. Marcus and Junia found her just past the steps of the Principia, where the mist cooled the stone. Marcus looked tired, older than he had all year. By this time next year, Junia and I'll be gone too. College. We've arranged emergency contacts, Junia added. And your records, all quest logs, observations, prophecy notes will be made available to future predators. Hazel tilted her head. In case you die. Junia gave a sharp smile. Or retire. But yes, only then. Hazel accepted that in silence. That night, she lay in her bunk in her clothes, her bag already packed by the door. She barely slept, spending most of the hours drawing out her plans. Sketching magical glyphs on her enchanted cards, and noting locations in Britain. Just in case. By dawn, she was bleary-eyed but ready. The Makusa representative appeared at the gates with a nod and a sealed portkey box. You're packed? He asked. Hazel nodded. Everything's packed, tagged, and catalogued. Let's go. The portkey activated, glowing blue between them. And with a tug just behind her navel, Hazel vanished from California, and landed moments later at the British Ministry of Magic, whose bureaucratic procedures took far longer, finally allowed her to take a second portkey directly to Privet Drive. Surrey at lunchtime, where her story would resume. By dawn, she was bleary-eyed but ready. The Makusa representative appeared at the gates with a nod and a sealed portkey box. You're packed? He asked. Hazel nodded. Everything's packed, tagged, and catalogued. Let's go. The portkey activated, glowing blue between them. And with a tug just behind her navel, Hazel vanished from California. And landed moments later at the British Ministry of Magic, whose bureaucratic procedures took far longer, finally allowed her to take a second portkey directly to Privet Drive, Surrey at lunchtime. Where her story would resume. Hazel hoisted her suitcase trunk, she corrected herself, as the Brits called it. Either way, she slung the backpack over her shoulder, adjusted the ENC. Handed handle of the trunk suitcase to lift it more comfortable, and climbed the steps to number 4 Privet Drive. She rang the bell. It took a minute before the door cracked open to reveal a sweaty, grimy Harry. His shirt clung to him like a damp rag, and his face was streaked with dirt. But the moment he saw Hazel, his face lit up. He stepped forward instinctively, then hesitated when he remembered the state he was in. Hazel didn't care. She dropped her suitcase with a thud and hugged him tightly. After a surprised beat, Harry returned the hug. From inside the house, a gruff voice bellowed, "Boy! Who's at the door?" Hazel pulled back and gave Harry a long once-over. Her expression cooled. "Are they treating you well, brother?" Harry gave a half shrug. "Better than they ever have. I mean Till get less food than Dudley and more chores, but no beatings. No frying pans to the head either." He offered a weak smile, like it was meant to be a joke, but Hazel didn't laugh. She picked up her suitcase again and muttered, "Let's go greet our lovely relatives, shall we?" The living room looked like it had been scrubbed in anticipation of the Queen herself except for the corners where Harry's half-hearted cleaning hadn't erased the grime. Vernon Dursley stood directly in front of the television, fists clenched at his sides, face already blotchy with contained outrage. Petunia hovered at the edge of the armchair like a brittle decoration, a doily clutched in her white-knuckled grip. Dudley, mercifully, was not present. Vernon squinted at Hazel as though she were a tax collector made of poison ivy. "And who in blazes are you supposed to be?" Hazel stepped over the threshold without asking for permission. Her boots echoed against the linoleum. "Hazel Lily Potter, Harry's sister. Magical. Here for the summer." Vernon's mustache twitched like it might leap off his face in protest. "Another one. Another freak under my roof." Petunia gasped. "You can't just barge in like this." "I rang the bell," Hazel said. Her voice clipped and flat. "It was answered. And now I'm here." "That's not how this works," Vernon shouted, stepping forward. His bulk moved like a bear preparing to charge. "We took the boy in under duress. Mind you, but there was no agreement about you." Hazel didn't flinch, though he towered over her like a storm cloud ready to burst. "Perhaps not," she said, chin tilted upward, tone steely. "But I'm here all the same. And while I'm here, there are going to be some changes." Vernon's face darkened to a dangerous shade of puce. "You don't give the orders in this house. I don't care what unnatural nonsense you do at that shul under this roof, I make the rules." "Do you?" Hazel asked softly. Behind her, the room seemed to hum. "I'm not asking for much," she continued. "Just basic human decency. Harry will no longer be your unpaid servant. No more chores unless your son is doing them too. No more skipped meals. No more. He's lucky we haven't thrown him out. Vernon roared, now inches from her face. Spit flew as he bellowed. You think you can waltz in here with your freakishness and your arrogance and... There was a sudden, sharp crack, not magic, but the sound of pressure failing. Or perhaps the sound of Hazel's patience snapping. A pipe behind the wall near the kitchen gave way with a groan and a hiss. Water burst through the baseboards, spilling onto the floor like a ruptured artery. Petunia shrieked. Vernon froze, mid-rant. Hazel didn't move. Her gaze remained steady, her tone flat and chilling. It isn't arrogance, she said, if you can back it up. The water pooled at her feet, then rose, drawn not by gravity but by something deeper, older. It slithered upward in elegant spirals, coiling around her ankles and wrists like liquid cuffs. The Dursleys stared, transfixed, as the tendrils of water lifted and spun mid-air, defying every natural law they understood. I haven't cast a single spell, Hazel said, her voice quiet, emotionless. But don't mistake that for helplessness. The water surged forward not wildly, but with precise, deliberate force. One coiling strand extended and shaped itself into a translucent hand. It hovered for a breathless moment, then slapped Vernon across the face with a wet smack, just hard enough to sting and humiliate. He stumbled back, stunned, a hand flying to his cheek. Hazel's expression never changed. You've made Harry's life a prison, she continued, her words razor sharp and calm as ice. You've done everything short of locking him in chains and branding him. I don't care what excuses you've whispered to yourselves over the years. It ends. Now. Petunia had backed halfway behind the armchair, pale and rigid. Vernon stood frozen, with drenched clothes, quivering. His fury had nowhere to go. Box. Ed in by something he didn't understand and couldn't control. Hazel exhaled. The water dropped. It crashed harmlessly to the floor in a soft splash. Then flowed backward, disappearing under the baseboards like it had never been there at all. She turned toward Harry, who stood silently by the stairs, his eyes wide, his expression unreadable. Come on, Hazel said, her voice finally softening. Let's go. Find wordlessly grabbed her trunk handle. A grin threatened the corner of his mouth, but he bit it back. Together, they walked up the stairs, leaving Silence and damp, trembling Dursleys in their wake. Inside the room, Harry's grin couldn't be contained any longer. Okay, that was beyond cool. What was that? Hazel sat on the edge of the bed, her posture calm and collected. It's not something I can explain right now. But give me some time, and I'll prove it to you. First things first, Thaw, would you mind giving me a tour of the house? Preferably the outside first. Oh, and after you change. Please. I'll wait outside the door. With a nod, Harry stepped back, and Hazel made her way to the door, stepping out of the room to give him privacy. A minute later, Harry reappeared, dressed in more casual clothes. Looking slightly nervous but intrigued. They walked downstairs, ignoring the Dursleys who were still speechless and stiff from the earlier confrontation, and stepped out through the front door. The fresh air outside felt like a relief, a stark contrast to the tension inside the house. Now, Hazel said suddenly, her voice low and purposeful. I need you to grab something. Go back ins. I'd get a tape measure and some glue from my backpack. It's by the door, in your room. Harry hesitated but then nodded, heading back into the house. He returned shortly with the items, and Hazel wasted no time. Once she had the measurements, she took a piece of paper from her pocket and used the glue to affix it to the exact center of each of the boundary walls, including the gate. Each paper bore a symbol, strange and ancient looking. When she reached the gate last, she pressed her palm to the paper, feeling the connection between her and the wards she was about to activate. Hazel's voice lowered as she began chanting in Latin. Domum abscondi, praesentium magorum in ea abscondi, praesentium magia in ea abscondi. For a brief moment, a shimmering golden dome materialized above them, faint but unmistakable. It blinked out as quickly as it appeared, leaving Hazel looking slightly winded but determined. She turned to Harry, who was watching her intently, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and disbelief. Now, Hazel said, her voice firm but tinged with exhaustion, as long as I'm in the house, no other magical being will be able to detect anything herbed our existence, or the presence of magic. In short, we can practice magic in this house without the ministry knowing, and even if the Dursleys try to complain, no one will believe them. She offered him a small, knowing smile. Cool, isn't it? Harry's grin was wide, his amazement obvious. That's amazing. Hazel returned his smile, though it was more subdued, and headed back toward the door. Come on, let's go back inside. Together, they stepped back into the house, the quiet hum of Hazel's words settling over them like a second skin as they crossed the threshold. Behind them, the Dursleys remained in their stunned silence, unaware of just how much the world had shifted around them. Back in the bedroom, they both sat on the bed. The room was sparse, just a set of old cupboards along the wall by the door, a single weathered desk and chair. Hedwig's cage beside it, a bed meant for one, and a small nightstand. A single window looked out over the quiet street. The bathroom, Hazel noted, was out in the hallway. Hazel turned to Harry. Before I answer any of your questions, she said, I need you to swear an oath. You'll never reveal my secrets to anyone I don't explicitly allow. Understood. Where's your wand? Harry slid off the bed without a word. Curious, Hazel followed as he knelt on the floor, pried up a loose floorboard beneath the bed, and pulled out his wand. Hazel chuckled and sat cross-legged beside him. Raise your wand, she said. Now repeat after me. I, Harry James Potter, hereby swear on my life and magic to keep Hazel Lily Potter's secrets, to never reveal them to anyone else without her express permission. So I swear, so mote it be. Harry echoed the words, wand steady in his hand. Hazel leaned back slightly, her eyes serious. Now, you'll find it physically impossible to tell anyone any of the things I mark as secret. You can try, if you want, but the moment you try to force it, you'll feel a growing sense of dread. And if you ever reach a point where you'd rather die than keep the secret, you will. You won't be able to stop it, and you still won't be able to speak. Harry paled slightly. Hazel softened. Yes, that's scary, so let me reassure you. She raised her own wand. I, Hazel Lily Potter, hereby swear on my life, my magic, and my entire existence that I mean Harry no harm. I will do all I can to protect him. I swear never to push him into anything harmeth. Unless I am certain he can recover from it completely. So I swear, so mote it be. She flicked her wand. Lumos. A glowing orb of light rose from the tip of her wand, bright and pulsing. Nox. The light vanished. Hazel lowered her wand and met Harry's gaze. Satisfied, Harry nodded slowly, eyes wide but trusting. Good, she said. Now I'll tell you my story. And after that, you can ask me anything. Everything. Okay. Hazel took a deep breath. Her voice, when she began, was quiet, not hesitant, but carefully measured. All right, I'll start from the beginning, or at least, the earliest memory I have. She looked out the window as she spoke, as though the view of Privet Drive might melt away and reveal distant mountains and wolf-haunted woods. There are gods in this world, Harry. Real gods, not just the ones in wizarding books or myths people tell for fun. The Roman gods are very much alive and powerful. They still walk among us, in their own strange, subtle ways. They're not always kind, they're not always fair, but they are real, and I belong to that world. She paused, trying to find the right words. I was raised by wolves. Literally. My first memories are of the wolf house, an old, ruined place deep in the wilderness. I don't remember anything before that. No parents, no name. Just the cold, the stone, and a she-wolf who trained me, tested me, judged me. Eventually, I passed her trials, and she allowed me to travel south with one of her kin. We walked for weeks until we reached a place called Camp Jupiter. That's where I learned who I was. Hazel glanced at Harry, her voice steady, but softer now. I'm a demigod, a daughter of Neptune, a god of the sea, of storms, and earthquakes. And that, it hasn't made life easier. She gave a quiet, humorless laugh. At Camp Jupiter, children of Neptune are seen as omens of disaster. We're not welcome, not really. People whisper behind our backs, blame us when things go wrong. Plus, I am a witch, so quite often, inexplicable things happened around me. I didn't care much, honestly. I thought I could bear it forever, if it meant I belonged somewhere. Her eyes darkened slightly. Every year, our whole camp would make a pilgrimage to Olympus. That's where the gods dwell. I went, every year, hoping my father might see me. Say something. Acknowledge me. 5 years I waited, prayed, begged. And still nothing. Not a glance. Not a word. Just silence. She looked down at her hands, as if they could still feel the weight of that silence. It would have been easier if he hated me. At least then, I'd know I meant something. But this indifference. She shook her head. That hurts more than I ever expected. See, if it were just me being ignored, I wouldn't care as much. I'm used to being overlooked. I've spent most of my life that way, and I've survived. But watching the way the Dursleys treat you. Her jaw tensed. I couldn't let that keep happening. I don't want you growing up like I did. I want you to know what it's like to be seen. To be loved. And if they can't give you that, then I will. A beat passed. Then, quieter. Hazel took another breath, steadier this time. The fact that my father's a god that I Vey divine blood means we're not technically full siblings. But as far as I'm concerned, you're my only family on this side of the ocean. The only one who matters. She'll have others I look up to, Apollo and Diana. The twin gods of the sun and moon, respectively. I only ever saw them in person a handful of times, but they always treated me like I mattered. Like I wasn't invisible. They feel more like siblings to me than deities. Then, gently, she rolled up her sleeve and showed Harry the tattoos inked into her arm. 7 crisp lines, a bold trident, and smaller. Symbols of the twins. These marks, they're proof. The lines represent the years of served Rome. The trident marks me as Neptune's daughter. And the others, they're symbols of Apollo and Diana. My patrons, my guides. She explained He structure of Camp Jupiter's towering temples on Temple Hill, the wide training fields, the bustling city of New Rome tucked safely behind its golden gates. She described the cornucopia that fed the legion daily, and the rituals of honor, devotion, and sacrifice. Then she reached into her backpack and pulled out a small bundle, carefully unwrapping it to reveal a few bound tomes. These are my grimoires, she said reverently. Gifts from Trivia, goddess of magic, and Lupa, goddess of wolves and the mother of Rome. They teach ancient rites, old spells, deeper truths. I don't use them lightly. Magic, real magic, always comes with a cost. She motioned toward the small bronze braziers nestled in the corner. I use those to give offerings and receive messages. The gods who care about me won't mind if I take a break for a while. But I'd still like to offer something at least twice a week. Keeps the bond strong. Keeps me strong. At last, she grew quiet. There's one more thing. She turned toward him fully, serious now. Sometimes, I dream. Not like regular dreams, these are visions. Sent by Apollo. And this summer, I went on a quest. Sanctioned by Camp Jupiter and its official augur or seer, he occasionally gets prophecies from Apollo himself. It took me to the Underworld, Harry. The land of the dead. She paused to let that settle. There, I met Morste, god of death. He gave me a prophecy, and a task. It's not optional. I have to complete it, and there's a deadline. The ultimate goal is to destroy Voldemort. Not just beat him, but end him, forever. That's what I'm working toward. I have a plan, but I'm still figuring things out, and I'm trying not to rush it. For now, I just need time. She met his gaze, her voice calm but firm. I'm telling you this not because I need help, or protection, but because you deserve the truth. You deserve to know who I am. And I trust you. Now, any questions? Hazel had just finished speaking when Harry, who had sat through her entire story without interrupting once, finally shifted on the bed and asked softly, "So, do you have weapons? I mean besides a wand?" Hazel smiled a little, amused by the question. Do I have weapons? Hazel stood up and reached into her backpack. Standard Camp Jupiter gear includes a gladius made of imperial goldgear, bright, and forged in the forges of Rome. That's what most of us use. But me, she held up a weapon wrapped in worn leather. With a flick, the leather peeled away to reveal a gleaming, silver sword. This one's a gift from Diana. A blessed silver whip sword coils when not in use, lashes oot in a stream of enchanted steel when I want. It cuts through monsters like butter. I usually wear it as a belt, and yes, I had it on all last year at Hogwarts. She set it aside gently and held up a standard-looking bow at first glance. But as the light caught it, a golden sheen shimmered across its surface, revealing intricate sun-patterned designs worked into the curve. "This one's from Apollo," Hazel said softly. She raised the bow and stood in a classic archer's stance. As she drew the string back, an arrow of imperial gold materialized between her fingers, perfectly notched. The bow's imperial gold, but the arrowheads shift gold or silver depending on what I'm aiming at. Monsters, spirits, curses, each responds differently to different metals. With practiced grace, Hazel released the tension in the string, and the arrow dissolved into a soft flare of sunlight. Then she revealed 3 throwing knives, one dull silver, one glowing faintly with a golden hue, and one with a warm bronze glint. "These are my precious ones. Silver, for magical creatures that shy from the moon's purity like werewolves or ghosts. Imperial gold for monsters. Celestial bronze." She paused and ran her thumb gently along the last knife's flat. "Very rare. Nearly extinct. This one was one I found buried deep in the dirt in front of my father's altar. I treasure it more than any other. I intend to START carving runes or placing permanent charms on these this year." Harry leaned forward, fascinated. "You said celestial bronze is rare. But what about the others? Are there more magical metals?" Hazel nodded. "There's one more. Stygian iron. Forged in the river Styx, quenched in death itself. It can trap souls and slice through incorporeal beings. It's used only by demigods with underworld blood, children of Pluto, Hades, Thanatos, or Morse himself. It's powerful, but dark. Dangerous if used without purpose and permission." Harry stared at the knives again, clearly awed. "And these? They kill monsters?" Hazel nodded. "Most monsters don't stay dead forever, not unless you kill them with divine metal. Otherwise, they just reform after a while, might take weeks, months, or even years, but they come back." "Have you ever fought one?" Harry asked. "Plenty." Hazel shrugged. "Manticores, Telkines, Dracinae, Empauci. Even a Hydra once, though that wasn't a solo battle. There's a lot out there, and they're not just stories. They roam the world, especially where the veil between worlds is thin." She pulled out a gleaming golden coin the size of a galleon, but thicker and heavier. Harry leaned closer. One side bore the profile of a stern-looking man with a thunderbolt-crowned Jupiter. The other showed a matronly woman, Juno. "This is a denarius, Roman currency. We use them at Camp Jupiter. Each coin is worth a lot. These aren't for everyday spending. They're proof of service, of worth, and we don't just throw them away." Harry turned it in his fingers, and Hazel watched his expression shift between wonder and confusion. He handed it back gently. "What did the prophecy say? The one from death?" Hazel's smile faded. She sat straighter, her tone more formal, almost ritualistic, as she recited the words. 7 soul fragments twist the thread, the firstborn child and his sister, led 3 years swifter, 7 slow. The serpent's dead must meet its woe. In Isle of Mist, where death first failed, the sundered soul remains unveiled. Ring, diadem, cup, and chain. A piece in flesh, and one arcane. For each you burn in ash or flame, a soul returned if earned by name. Yet should all 7 reach death's hand, then Hallows New shall heed your stand. Choose your path, but tread with care, else fade like smoke in stagnant air." She exhaled slowly. "I've got a few plans forming. Nothing I want to say just yet, not until I'm sure. But I promise I'll explain everything when the time comes." Harry sat quietly, absorbing it all. "Neptune never talked to you, not even once?" "No," Hazel replied softly. "I've felt his power, his anger, but not him. Not really. The sea answers me when I call, but it's like calling out into a storm. You hear the wind, but not a voice." "And Apollo, Diana?" he asked next. "Apollo sends dreams, visions, memories, sometimes warnings. He's like a doting older brother, has always given me small stuff, chocolates, a badly written poem, something. Diana's more distant, but she's offered me sanctuary when I needed it, and gives the best hugs. They're the closest thing I've had to family. Until now." She gave him a small, warm smile. By the time they finished talking, the sky outside had turned deep blue, and the shadows in the room had stretched long across the floor. A knock came at the door. Petunia's stiff voice followed. Dinner. They headed downstairs. The air was thick with the Dursleys' disapproval. Hazel's calm, composed presence had not gone over well, the table without a word. Dudley glanced at his plate, then scowled. Why am I getting less food just because of another freak? Before Vernon or Petunia could respond, the water in Dudley's glass. He was the only one with water suddenly shot straight up his nose. He shrieked, spluttering, and Hazel blinked innocently while Petunia rushed to dote on him. Dudders, are you all right? What happened? Too dunno. It flew into my nose. Hazel reached for her mashed potatoes without looking up. You should chew slower. Water's dangerous when provoked. Harry struggled not to laugh as he took a bite. The food was dull and underseasoned, nothing like the warmth of Hogwarts or the hearty meals at Camp Jupiter, but it was filling. Sustenance. And for the first time in this house, Harry was smiling over his dinner plate, because he wasn't eating alone. Hazel was completely knackered by the time she rolled out her sleeping bag. The emotional drain of the day, not to mention the deep conversation with Harry, had worn her down to the bone. Still, with a flick of her fingers and a murmured breath, she cast a lyrical ward. One that felt older than the language it was spoken in. Sleep, thief of threat and foe, let none but peace come near this door. The air shimmered, just a hint of gold and silver light. Before it vanished into the wood like a sigh, the magic settled into place, forming a quiet but potent boundary. Anyone who tries sneaking up on us now, she murmured to Harry with a tired smile, out cold. I'll teach it to you tomorrow. Then she curled into her bag, her arm tucked under her head, and let exhaustion finally claim her. The next morning, Hazel woke with a stretch and a yawn, blinking at the quiet morning light. As she sat up, she wasn't entirely surprised to see a rather large obstacle in the hallway. Uncle Vernon was snoring on the floor, sprawled out with his head tilted awkwardly and one socked foot half in the air. Hazel blinked once, twice, then, without ceremony, jumped over him. Downstairs, Petunia was curled in a kitchen chair, arms crossed and head resting on her chest. Dudley, blessedly, was still shut in his room. Hazel padded into the bathroom, splashed her face, and stepped into a heavenly warm shower. The sudden ding-dong of the doorbell rang out just as she wrapped a towel around her neck. She froze. Not one to dawdle when magic tingled at the edge of her senses, she dressed quickly and raced down the stairs. Vernon was awake now, sitting stiffly in front of the television as though he'd been there all night, eyes bloodshot but determined not to acknowledge anything strange. At the dining table, Harry sat across from a man in a gray suit with a dark blue tie and a leather satchel by his feet. His salt and pepper hair was styled to the side neatly, and he had the polite, practiced smile of someone used to dealing with things that required immense patience. Petunia was back in the kitchen, briskly preparing eggs. Hazel padded in, still barefoot in her socks, and slid into the seat beside Harry. Who's this? She asked with a curious tilt of her head. The man stood and extended his hand. Gregory Lawrence. I'm a solicitor with Granger and Granger Dental Practice. Daniel Granger asked me to check up on Harry every so often. Hazel blinked in surprise, then stood and shook his hand politely. Hazel Potter. Please tell Hermione I've arrived safely in Britain, and we'll see her soon. Thank you so much for checking up on him. Of course, she'll be relieved to hear it. He offered a courteous nod, then made his exit before breakfast was even served. Later that day, back upstairs, Harry and Hazel changed and tackled their summer homework. Quills scratched, parchment curled, and Hazel muttered something in Latin every time a charms essay threatened to collapse in on itself. But midway through lunch, as she stirred her mashed potatoes distractedly, Hazel's spine prickled with familiar pressure. A magical presence crossed her ward, gentle, not hostile. She set down her fork. Someone's here, she said, already rising. When she opened the door, a second man stood there, this one dressed in sharp robes glamored to look like a modern gray business suit. His eyes were keen behind rimless glasses, and his polished shoes didn't scuff the welcome mat. Miss Potter, he asked with the hint of a bow. Alberic Dawlish, solicitor for Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Apologies for arriving unannounced, but I was instructed to deliver correspondence personally. Hazel blinked. You're just in time for lunch. He offered a wry smile. I'll wait. Please don't let me intrude. To everyone's mild astonishment, he sat down in front of the TV, turned it on, and began watching the midday sports report. After lunch, the Dursleys, clearly unsettled by the magical intrusion, decided to go for a nice long drive. Once they were gone, Harry and Hazel sat on the sofas, facing Dawlish as the TV continued to hum softly. "So," Harry began, "what's the update?" Hazel blinked. "Grimhollow. I remember him, fierce guy. I hope he's being careful. He's quite competent," Dawlish assured her. "Your letters now arrive twice a week, untainted, and are passed to me for personal delivery." He opened his satchel and pulled out a thick sheaf of letters and a few neatly bound documents. "You also requested financial statements. Based on that review, we discovered 3 properties under your name, Mr. Potter." He laid out a document map. "Oh, nay. A small but well-situated apartment near Diagon Alley, safe house potential, used briefly by a group known as the Marauders." Hazel raised an eyebrow. "Who are they?" Harry shrugged. "My dad and his friends. We don't yet know the identities of the rest of them." 2. The ancestral Potter estate, a mansion on the outskirts of Godric's Hollow. Badly damaged, near uninhabitable, but restorable. Quote. 3. A cottage, where your parents lived after marrying. It was destroyed in the attack on Halloween 1981. The land is still under your ownership, but the ministry has converted the house into a sort of museum, and conducting tours in it. Quote. Hazel felt her chest tighten slightly. "There's also your primary vault at Gringotts," Dawlish continued, "and 2 active trust funds for each of you. Your Hogwarts fees have been paid in full by James and Lily Potter." Hazel froze. She stared down at her hands, and then slowly looked at Harry, whose mouth had opened in quiet disbelief. "They paid for me," she whispered. Dawlish nodded. "They set the accounts up themselves shortly after your birth. Both your names are listed." Later, when they were back in their room and Harry was quietly sorting through the letters, Hazel sat on her sleeping bag and whispered, almost to herself, "I finally feel like I actually have a father, even if he's not around anymore." Somewhere, faintly, she felt a rip. Lee, like the sea turning cold for just a moment. Hazel narrowed her eyes at the window. "Don't start, Neptune," she muttered. The evening before their birthday arrived hot and stifling, made worse by the tension settling over number 4 Privet Drive like a wet towel. Vernon Dursley was marching about the house, face purpling with stress, fussing over everything from the placement of doilies to the shine on his shoes. His long-anticipated business dinner with Mr. and Mrs. Mason was finally happening, and he intended for it to go off without a hitch. Hazel and Harry had both been summoned downs, chairs and briefed like prisoners about to be locked up. "You will not be seen. You will not be heard. And by all that's decent, do not come down here unless someone is dying." Vernon snapped, tugging at his tie. Petunia, unusually polite in her stiffness, nodded along and even gave Hazel a forced, sugary smile. "Just stay quietly in your room, dears. Read something. Do nothing. Pretend you don't exist." Even Vernon gave her a strange look at that. Hazel tilted her head, clearly resisting the urge to turn someone into a potted fern, and said sweetly, "Of course. We'll be ghosts." Hazel was surely climbing up the stairs when she stopped cold, her hand tightening a small silver knife she'd kept in her pocket. Something was wrong. She narrowed her eyes at the room in front. There was a of pressure in the air, uneven and skittering, like spider legs tapping just beneath the skin of reality. "Something's here," she said, her voice low and sharp. Harry turned from the washroom just as Hazel crept forward, knife poised. She pushed open the door to Harry's bedroom, stepping in slowly, and stopped short. Perched on Harry's bed like a nervous gremlin made entirely of tennis balls and regret was a creature neither of them had seen before. It was small, barely 3 feet tall, with spindly limbs, enormous bat-like ears that drooped like deflated sails, and wide, watery green eyes that shimmered with intensity. He wore what looked like an old pillowcase tied at the shoulders with fraying string. His long fingers twisted anxiously in his lap as he blinked up at Hazel and the blade in her hand. Harry peeked over her shoulder. What is that?" The creature flinched and immediately launched into a warbled, high-pitched introduction. "Harry Potter, sir. It is an Honorsic and honor to meet you." Hazel didn't lower the knife. "Who are you?" she asked flatly. The creature looked up at her with wide, terrified eyes. Dobby, miss. Dobby the house elf. And Dobby has come with a warning. Hazel glanced at Harry, who gave her a small nod. Reluctantly, she lowered the knife and slipped it back into her belt. Together, the siblings stepped fully into the room and closed the door behind them. A house elf, Harry echoed. What kind of warning? Dobby's ears flopped as he wrung his hands like he was squeezing water from them. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts. Great danger awaits. Evil is being plotted, terrible things. Dobby cannot say more. Sir, he mustn't, but Harry Potter must not return to school. Hazel crossed her arms, still watching Dobby like he might explode. You broke into our room just to say that? Harry asked, more confused than angry. Dobby means no harm, sir. The elf cried. Dobby only wants to protect you. But Harry Potter is noble, and brave, and will not listen. No matter what Dobby says. Hazel narrowed her eyes. What did you do? Dobby flinched. Dobby has been hiding your letters. To make Harry Potter believe he had been forgotten, so he would not want to return. You what? Harry snapped, stepping forward. With a sniffle, Dobby pulled a few letters from behind his back. Hermione's neat writing, Ron's familiar scrawl. For a week, I thought something was wrong with the owl post, Harry muttered, grabbing the letters. I even wrote to the Gringotts solicitor to ask, mention something called an owl ward. If Harry Potter will not promise to stay away, Dobby wailed, then Dobby must act. And before either of them could blink, the elf launched himself toward the door, slipping through like a bar of soap. They heard a shriek downstairs, followed by a spectacular crash of shattering porcelain. Downstairs, the Masons were screaming. A chocolate pudding hovered in midair for a second, then crashed spectacularly over the table, splattering Mrs. Mason's dress. Petunia screamed. Vernon looked like he might pass out. No owl came. Dobby blinked, confused as he stared out the window. The ministry didn't. There was no. Hazel whacked him on the back of the head with a pillow, hard enough to knock him out cold. Harry, take the elf upstairs. Harry scrambled to drag Dobby's unconscious form out of sight while Hazel descended into the fray. The Masons were shrieking, and Vernon was redder than his tie. In the confusion, Hazel worked quickly. Her hands moved in slow, graceful circles as she summoned the mist, weaving illusion into truth. Of course he did, Petunia was muttering seconds later. That pudding was not for now. Dudley thought he could eat it early, Hazel whispered into the fold of the illusion. He tripped over the rug. Vernon repeated dazedly. The boy's a menace. A pudding menace. By the time Hazel slipped back upstairs, her expression calm and innocent, Harry was still propping the unconscious Dobby onto the floor near the wardrobe. They bought it? He asked. Hazel grinned as she shut the door behind her. Dudley the dessert saboteur. It's practically believable. They can't even yell at us now. And just like that, the evening faded into quiet. No punishment, no letter, no trace of Dobby but the stack of stolen letters and the quiet sound of his snoring. Dobby stirred with a whimper, his long ears twitching as he groggily sat up from the corner where Harry had laid him, a small pillow under his head and a blanket half slipped from his tiny shoulders. Hazel stood nearby, arms crossed, eyes sharp. The bedroom was dim, lit only by the fading light from the window and the soft golden glow of Hazel's wand tip. Oh good, she said evenly. You're awake. Dobby blinked, then scrambled to kneel, wringing his hands. Dobby is sorry, miss. Dobby only wanted to keep Harry Potter safe, but the magic Dobby does not understand. No ministry owl came, and the pudding Dobby is a bad elf, very bad. Hazel knelt in front of him, her expression unreadable. You're not a bad elf, she said softly. Just misguided. You tried to protect Harry. I respect that. Dobby's eyes filled with tears. You do. Yes, she said, but you've made a mistake. Dobby flinched. Dobby meant no harm. Hazel leaned in, voice calm but firm. You think I don't know what's coming? That we haven't already begun preparing? She let the words hang in the air, her tone heavy with quiet power. You're not the first to tell us, and you won't be the last. Dobby's trembling slowed. Why, you've seen it too. I have. I know about the chamber. I know about the monster. I know about the diary. The elf gasped, nearly falling backward in shock. You don't need to say anything, Hazel continued smoothly. But understand this, Harry is not alone. And whatever danger lies ahead, we are ready. So thank you, Dobby. Thank you for your warning. But it's time you returned home before your masters notice you're missing." Dobby stared at her in awe, his bottom lip trembling. Slowly, reverently, he reached into the folds of his pillowcase and drew out a small bundle tied with string letters. Harry's name written in familiar, beloved hands. These were meant for Harry Potter. Dobby kept them to stop him from going back, but Miss Hazel Potter has a plan. Dobby sees that now. Hazel nodded once, and Dobby gently placed the letters on Harry's bed, then looked between them both. "Be careful," he whispered, his voice choked. "Dobby will go now. Dobby has said too much already." With a sharp snap, he vanished. Silence returned to the room. Hazel looked at the spot where the elf had stood and let out a long breath. "Well," she said, brushing off her knees and turning to Harry with a smirk. "That went better than expected." Harry was still staring at the letters, stunned. You knew about the chamber." Hazel shrugged. "I told him I did." Which is almost the same thing. "So what is this chamber with a capital C?" Hazel chuckled. "Trust me on this, I'll tell you later." She handed him the bundle of letters, then flopped backwards onto her sleeping bag. "We'll read those after dinner. For now, let's enjoy the fact that we're not the ones scrubbing pudding out of the carpet." The next night, Hazel spotted the light's first a strange, flickering glow out in the sky that was definitely not an aircraft. Moments later, the soft thrum of the Ford Anglia's charmed engine became clearer, until headlights blinked between the clouds and the old blue car hovered beside their bedroom window. RRY opened it with a mix of awe and relief. "Harry, Hazel," came Ron's voice in a hiss. "Come on, quick, happy birthday." Three distinct exuberant voices shouted into the dead of the night. Hazel laughed and picked up her trunk. Fred and George leaned halfway out of the back seat, ropes already tied off. "Fancy a midnight flight." As the twins began hauling the trunk and cage toward the car, RGE cheerfully tried to toss a handful of sets into Dudley's room. "Tung-ton toffees for the road," he whispered, but Hazel flicked open a water bottle, and the water shot out. The toffees paused in midair, suspended like glittering bait wrapped in water ropes. Then they reversed, whirling neatly back into her hand. "That's Muggle abuse," she said sternly. "We don't give clearly magical items to people who don't understand magic. That's how magical law violations happen, and worse, it's how we end up looking like bullies." Fred blinked. "Well, when you put it like that," she offered a sly grin. "Here, instead, try this one." Drawing her empty hand in a little circle, she cast a whispering spell that shimmered like morning frost. Deeds returned, both foul and fair, threefold bound through word and air. Let cause and cost come home to stay, return the jest they dared to play. A warm gust of wind swirled around them, then faded. George blinked. Poetic justice. Literally, Fred agreed. Thankfully that afternoon, Hazel had already prayed to Zeus to let her fly. She'd slipped into the Dursleys' kitchen like a shadow, plucked a fresh loaf of bread from the pantry, and padded back. Kay upstairs with the silent triumph of a demigod on a heist. Vernon snored in the armchair. Dudley, tragically grounded, was suffering in his room with unlimited cartoons and a bowl of crisps. Upstairs, Hazel knelt beside her travel-sized bronze brazier, its enchanted coals crackling with quiet anticipation by the open window. She placed the bread into the flames with the care of a seasoned supple. "I can't stand the casual flair of someone who regularly bargained with Olympians." "Lord Zeus," she murmured, head bowed just enough to count as respectful, "please don't blast us out of the air tonight. I don't fancy being a shooting star." She added a few bay leaves and a splash of olive oil for good measure. The brazier hissed once, then the bread vanished into a plume of golden smoke that curled skyward, vanishing into the hot July haze. With the offering sent and the prayer spoken, Hazel dusted off her hands, gave the sky a hopeful glance and went to pack. Hazel, squeezed between Ron and a cackling Fred in the backseat, kept her trunk secure between her knees. Hedwig soared nearby in the night air, occasionally gliding alongside the car with a regal screech of approval. "All your stuff's in my trunk," Hazel told Harry, casually tossing a bronze key between her fingers. "Figured we might need to pack light." "Cheers," he said, peering down at the dark countryside far below. Think the ministry will catch us? Not unless they've got eagle eyes and a sensory charm. George grinned from the front. We're technically just a misbehaving invisible car at the moment. Ron gave a little laugh, still gripping the wheel. Mum's going to murder us, though. Hazel leaned back, wine-tossing her curls. Better her than the Dursleys, she muttered, and the others chuckled. So, you sent a letter? Fred asked her curiously. Asking to be rescued. I requested sanctuary, Hazel corrected primly. Your house is safer and significantly more bearable than being surrounded by flammable prejudice and weak tea. And if your mum's cooking is anything like her fudge brownies, I wouldn't mind living in her house for the rest of my life. Hazel, Harry gasped, trying not to laugh. She's got a point, said George. You're both welcome, of course. We'll explain it to Mum, Ron promised. Eventually. And Mum's cooking is the best, almost better than Hogwarts food. You'll love it, trust me. Burrow rose like a storybook painting out of the misty countryside, its rickety chimney puffing sleepy spirals into the dawn air, its patchwork roof glowing amber in the rising sun. Crooked walls leaned at impossible angles, as though the house had kept growing to fit the size of the family inside it. Chickens clucked sleepily in the yard. Gnomes peeked from the garden hedges. Everything about it screamed magic but the warm, homely sort, like wool sweaters and jam jars and mismatched teacups stacked with love. Hazel was smiling before the car even touched down. The Ford Anglia settled to the ground with a creaky thump, wheels bouncing gently on the grass. Hedwig glided down from above to perch on a nearby fence post, giving a low hoot of approval. Hazel's trunk thudded in the back as the car doors popped open. They crept across the yard, shoes squelching faintly in the dew, and had barely made it through the back door when. Where have you been, Mrs. Weasley stormed into the kitchen like a summer squall, hairnet askew. Flour on her apron, and a wooden spoon clutched like a scepter. A kitchen clock pointed all its hands to mortal peril. Hazel's eyes widened at that weird clock, BEF. Or a shrill voice pulled her attention away. I've been worried sick. Bed's empty. No note. Car gone. You could have died. You could have been seen. You could have lost us everything. Fred, George, and Ron stood frozen, shoulders drawn up like guilty gargoyles. Then Mrs. Weasley caught sight of the two new arrivals, Harry with his untidy hair and wide eyes, Hazel with windblown curls, her hand still on her trunk. Oh, Harry, dear. She breathed, voice softening like melting butter. And, oh my, you must be Hazel. Yes, of course. Hazel barely had time to blink before Mrs. Weasley swept them both into a fierce, enveloping hug. Welcome, both of you. You must be exhausted. Then, sharply over her shoulder, Ronald Weasley, how dare you steal that car? Mum, please. No, Ron, absolutely not. You wait until your father gets home. He's facing an inquiry at work, you know. And what do you three do? You fly the car halfway across the country in the middle of the night. Merlin's beard, if you'd been seen. Mum, George tried. We were careful. Oh, that's rich. Do you think the ministry cares about careful when they see three Weasley boys soaring over Bristol? Hazel leaned toward Harry and whispered. She's magnificent. It's their birthday. Ron interrupted loudly. Mrs. Weasley paused, chest heaving, and added in a huff, all of you, up to bed. You've got 3 hours before breakfast. Go, now. Belated happy birthday, dears. I'll bake a cake for lunch tomorrow. Now go to bed. Ron looked mildly betrayed. Wait, we're not in trouble anymore. Oh, you're in so much trouble. But right now you're in no state to hear about it properly. They didn't need to be told twice. Mrs. Weasley pointed Harry to Ron's room and gently steered Hazel toward Ginny's. She's still asleep. You can share, if you don't mind. I don't, Hazel said, hugging a pillow. Thank you. The sun had barely stretched above the hills when Hazel sank into the cot beside a sleeping Ginny's bed and pulled a quilt up to her chin. Harry was somewhere above her in the attic room, and for the first time in weeks, there were no bars on his window, no shouting, no cold stares. Just the gentle creak of the house and the far-off crowing of a rooster. Hazel exhaled slowly, her smile soft and sleepy. The late morning after Hazel and Harry arrived at the Burrow, everything felt softer, warmer, louder in the best possible way. The house was humming with magic and life. Floorboards that creaked with purpose, pots that stirred themselves on the stove, and a cuckoo clock that occasionally exploded in protest. Harry sat at the scrubbed wooden kitchen table, scribbling a letter while Hazel stirred sugar into her tea. Harry scribbled something down quickly at the kitchen table, Hedwig perched on the windowsill. Waiting impatiently, he folded the letter and glanced up at Hazel. "I've written to Neville and Hermione," he said, rolling the parchment. "Told them we're at the Weasleys. And they're both invited over for a few days." Hedwig gave a proud hoot from the windowsill, fluffed her feathers, and took off with the letters, wings flashing silver in the early sun. By that afternoon, two unfamiliar but instantly likable redheads had swept into the Burrow like a warm summer wind. Bill was all dragonhide boots, sharp cheekbones, and effortless charm. Charlie had a brawny build and Orar's. His laugh like a thunderclap. "Hazel," Charlie greeted with a grin, giving her a firm handshake. "Heard you stabbed a troll with a bathroom door-turned needle." "Honestly impressive." She shrugged modestly. "It was mostly improvisation. Never underestimate a good door." Honestly, Ron was the real hero. He nailed a spell he'd been struggling with all day and brained the troll. Harry piped up, grinning. "How's Norbert?" Charlie chuckled. "Still by tea. Tried to take on a horntail last month. Oh, and it's Norberta now. Turns out she's got ambition." In the middle of laughing over a particularly ridiculous story, Harry let slip. "Well, at least Hazel's door has wards. No, would have been nice to have when the troll showed up." That caught Bill's attention instantly. He turned toward Hazel, brows raised. The easy charm in his expression sharpening into professional curiosity. "Wait, you warded a door?" Hazel, mid-bite of treacle tart, froze. Sort of." Bill leaned forward slightly, his interest piqued. "What kind of warding are we talking about?" "Basic protections. Trigger runes." Hazel looked a bit sheepish. "It was more concealment, really. A variation on hiding magical presence." Bill's eyes lit up. "That's advanced work. You'll have to show me." Later, out by the broom shed, Hazel hesitated before pulling 4 folded slips of parchment from her pocket, each marked with a carefully drawn sigil. She pressed one onto each of the barn's walls. Then, taking a steadying breath, she muttered in Latin, "Domum abscondi, praesentium magorum in ea abscondi, praesentium magia in ea abscondi." As she finished the incantation, golden runes shimmered to life along the edges of the barn. The walls pulsed with a soft, ethereal light, and for a moment, the air felt heavy with magic. Bill stepped forward immediately, eyes narrowed with focus. He began tracing the glowing symbols with his fingers, muttering under his breath as he examined the structure of the enchantment. After a few minutes, he stepped back, clearly impressed. "This," he said slowly, nodding to himself, "this is excellent work. You've layered the concealment with precision. There's a subtle interweaving here. It's almost like a mini Fidelius charm. But without a secret keeper. The place isn't just protected, it's hidden from magical detection altogether." Hazel flushed, her ears going pink. "Just something I picked up." Bill gave her an approving smile. "You've got a real instinct for this kind of magic. If you ever think about curse breaking or magical security, I'd be happy to put in a word. Talent like this doesn't come around often." True to her words, Mrs. Weasley had prepared a beautiful 2-tiered cake for the family to have, with lively cream designs and elegant writing on top. For the first time, Harry and Hazel cut a birthday cake together, surrounded by hearty wishers and smiles. The cake was empty within the hour. Both the Potters had cream on their faces. But their smiles were blinding. The next day was garden duty. "Numbing," Molly declared, handing out baskets and gloves like it was Christmas morning. Hazel discovered, quite quickly, that gnomes were not cute. They were angry, potato-shaped demons with pointy teeth and the stubbornness of goats. Fred and George tried to bowl them like bludgers. Ron got bit. Hazel flung one so far it cleared the orchard fence. Charlie let out a low whistle. "Got an arm on you." "Javelin team," Hazel replied breezily. "Best in my age group. Unfortunately, I was competing against people both older and stronger than me." At lunch, Mr. Weasley cornered Hazel. "So," he began, eyes gleaming with curiosity, "I've been meaning to ask what's the magical scene like in America. I've heard about Ilvermorny, of course, but technomages." Hazel laughed. "Yeah, they're a big deal. Half their gear runs on enchanted circuit boards and spirit batteries. Your flying car would go for thousands of galleons there. Maybe tens of thousands if you threw in cloaking. Arthur Weasley looked as if he might faint with joy. In the evenings, they did chores under Molly's bustling supervision. The laundry sorted itself badly, the brooms swept the kitchen floor with attitudes. And the dishes refused to cooperate. Hazel sang a few old sea shanties and did them by hand. In between chores, she and Harry tag-teamed Ron into doing his summer homework. "Come on," Hazel wheedled. "Even Percy's willing to help." "I'm helping." Percy blinked. "You are now," Harry added. "We'll give you the rarest chocolate frog card we've got." To everyone's surprise, Percy turned out to be a brilliant tutor, clear, focused, and genuinely helpful. "You ever think about teaching?" Hazel asked one afternoon, leaning back on her elbows as they quizzed Ron on transfiguration theory. "You're already better than Binns. And you're not dead, which is a bonus." Percy flushed scarlet but ducked his head with a pleased little smile. The Weasley family rhythm was chaotic and comforting. Ginny alternated between running into her room every time she made eye contact with Harry and peeking at Hazel with wide eyes. Ginny was too busy being shy, and Hazel was too awkward, so they simply didn't talk much. Every time either Harry or Hazel tried to talk to Ginny, she either placed her elbow in the butter dish, broke a utensil, or bolted away. Fred and George played escalating pranks. Their room constantly had loud bangs and exploding noises that everyone seemed to shrug off, making Hazel think they were quite common. Molly's shouting could curdle milk, but she also knit socks wit. Out looking and made the best treacle pudding and fudge brownies Hazel had ever tasted. Hazel even sneaked a tray full away to give as an offering to the gods. Poor Ron got scolded for that. Arthur A.C.C. accidentally made a toaster explode trying to enchant it to dispense a different wizard sweet each day. Once he sneaked Harry and Hazel into his shed, where he kept his muggle items. Hazel left Harry behind that time to explain to Arthur the uses and differences between different types of plugs. One morning, a pair of letters arrived in the beaks of Neville's grandmother's regal eagle owl. Hermione's was tidy and enthusiastic, and quintessentially Hermione. She mentioned their homework twice, and asked Ron to complete it. She had already read all her advanced books, and was looking forward to going to Diagon Alley with the Weasleys. She also raised her concerns about all the books in the list. Neville's was shorter but warm. "Thanks for inviting me. I'll bring a plant. It's safe." "Probably." Neville. Their Hogwarts supply lists arrived a few minutes after Hermione's letter. Hazel scanned hers at the breakfast table, munching toast. "Why does this list have the entire Gilderoy Lockhart collection?" she asked, frowning. Harry looked over her shoulder. "Blimey. Voyages with vampires. Gadding with ghouls. Self-obsessed show pony," muttered George, walking by. "Language, George," Molly called from the stove, not looking up. That evening, as the sun melted behind the hills and the air turned syrupy with the hum of insects, Hazel and Harry sat on the back steps. Fireflies blinked in the hedgerow, and the garden smelled of rosemary and broom polish. Hazel leaned against the railing, watching gnomes rebuild what appeared to be a tiny protest fort behind the well. "Feels like home, doesn't it?" Harry asked softly. She glanced sideways at him and nodded. "Yeah, chaotic, loud, and occasionally on fire. But home." He laughed. The Weasleys arranged a trip to Diagon Alley 2 weeks before September 1st. The morning began with toast and tea at the Burrow. Still, Hazel's nerves were far too active to eat much. Of all the absurd things she'd done riding Pegasi, wading through the Underworld, surviving Neptune's watery tantrumsnone had prepared her for magical fire teleportation. "Flow powder, Mr. Weasley said cheerfully, holding up a ceramic pot filled with what looked like crushed emeralds and ash. Hazel blinked at the fireplace, then at the green powder. "We're going through fire, Mr. Weasley beamed. "Yes indeed. Perfectly safe." Hazel stared, curve of sacred horror creeping down her spine. The idea of using fire like this as a doorway, a tunnel, felt like desecration. Vesta's flames were meant to warm homes. Vulcan's forges forged weapons. Neither was meant for teleportation. Ron went first, stepping into the fireplace and vanishing in a rush of green flame after clearly enunciating Diagon Alley. Then Mr. Weasley followed, with a practiced spin and a whoosh. Harry stepped forward, nervously clutching his handful of powder. He glanced back once at Hazel, then disappeared in a gust of green. They heard a thump and a faint cough. Did he say it right? Percy asked, concern leaking into his tone despite himself. Mrs. Weasley pursed her lips. Of course he did. Don't be silly. But Hazel caught the quick look she exchanged with Percy. A flicker of worry, quickly masked. Then it was Hazel's turn. She stepped into the fireplace with all the poise of someone preparing for a duel. Her hand clenched around the flow powder. With a steady breath, she dropped the glittering dust at her feet. Diagon Alley. Flames shot up around her. Her heart stuttered as the world was swallowed in green fire. She was yanked forward through a twisting tunnel of spinning fireplaces and voices and flickering images. It was like being dragged backward through someone else's memory. The soot bit at her eyes, the spinning made her stomach lurch, and just when she thought she might vomit, she tumbled out of a fireplace into a wide, sunlit shop. A pair of arms caught her before she could hit the ground. Mr. Weasley. Whoa, there we are. Well done, Hazel. She swayed, dizzy and disoriented, blinking furiously. That was unholy, she muttered. Before she could fully recover, the fireplace flared behind her again. Wah! Ginny barreled out with the full velocity of a cannonball and slammed into Hazel, nearly sending them both sprawling. Hazel managed to catch her balance, arms around Ginny's shoulders as they tottered. Oh my God, sir, you all right? Ginny was giggling. That was brilliant. Hazel burst into laughter, the tension finally breaking. Sure, let's go with that. One by one, the remaining Weasleys popped out of the fireplace behind them. Mrs. Weasley fussed over Percy's collar. Fred and George, still dusty, began nudging each other and whispering mischief. Ron looked pale but proud. But Harry wasn't in the shop. Hazel's smile dimmed. She glanced around the room, brushing soot from her tunic, and walked to the door, scanning the crowd. People bustled past, owls hooted from nearby cages, and the smell of ink and parchment filled the air. But no Harry. A moment later, Mrs. Weasley appeared and bustled them all toward the brick wall in the back. She tapped the bricks rhythmically, and with a low rumble, the archway to Diagon Alley unfolded like magic. As they stepped through the threshold, Hazel paused. To her left, emerging from a narrow alley, was a sight she hadn't expected. Hagrid, massive, wild-bearded Hagrid marching toward them with Rye dangling from one large hand by the back of his shirt, like a mother lion carrying a disobedient cub. Harry looked more annoyed than scared, his glasses askew. I told you it was a mistake, Hagrid. Ye shouldn't be wandering off like that. Hagrid barked. Not with them places next door. Hazel ran to meet them. Harry, where were you? Mrs. Weasley's voice snapped from behind her. Hazel Lily Potter, do not run off like that. Hazel winced and stepped aside as the rest of the Weasleys caught up. Hagrid gave a genial nod to the family. Found. I am in Nocturne Alley. I did. What? Mrs. Weasley gasped, her hand flying to her chest. I fell, Harry said emphatically. Through the wrong grate or something. It wasn't on purpose. Fred and George leaned in with identical looks of hungry curiosity. Nocturne Alley, said Fred. What's it like? Added George. Is it true they sell cursed eyeballs? Ron looked wildly jealous. You actually saw it, Mrs. Weasley rounded on them all. Absolutely not. You are not going there. Any of you. Rotten place, Hagrid grumbled, brushing soot off Harry's shoulders. Ye don't belong there, Harry. Bad magic, that is. Hazel stayed quiet, but Our hand brushed the hilt of her hidden knife. She hadn't seen what was down that alley, but judging by the energy clinging to Harry's cloak, it hadn't been good. Come along, Mrs. Weasley said, ushering them all into the street. We've got shopping to do and very little time for nonsense. Hazel walked close to Harry as they stepped deeper into the bustling alley, keeping an eye on the crowd. The IR buzzed with excitement as the group stepped into the cobbled heart of Diagon Alley. Colorful signs swung overhead, cauldrons steamed in shop windows, and the scent of parchment, sugar, and something vaguely dragon-like filled the air. They hadn't gone 10 steps before they spotted the Grangers. Mr. Weasley bounded forward, delighted. Dentists. Fascinating. Do tell me, what exactly is a dentist? as Hermione and Harry tried and failed to explain Pact to Mr. Weasley, Hazel stepped over to Emma and Daniel Granger. "Thank you," she said quietly, "for sending the solicitor. It meant a lot." Emma smiled. "We were glad to help. And thank you for looking out for Hermione." Hazel gave a slight, self-conscious nod before Mrs. Weasley began organizing everyone like an overbooked general. "Right. Gringotts first, then robes, books, pets, wands, and no, Fred, you may not add a joke shop detour until after the essentials." At Gringotts, the party split. Hazel and Harry went with a goblin escort down to the Potter Trust vaults. The Grangers exchanged Muggle money at the counters, and the Weasleys, led by Mr. Weasley, peeled off to visit their vault. The cart ride was as horrifying as Hazel remembered. To save time, Harry and Hazel both took money from the same vault. She staggered off with as much dignity as she could manage while muttering something about sea trenches being preferable. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny soon set off toward Madame Malkin's to sort out everyone's robes, Percy escorting Hermione and her parents toward Flourish and Blots. Ron grabbed Harry's sleeve. "Pet store first, then broomsticks." "I'm not buying a broom." "Doesn't mean we can't stare longingly." Hazel followed the boys toward the magical menagerie but slowed as they reached the mouth of a quieter alley. She stepped in close to Harry and Ron. Her voice low. "I'll catch up. I need to stop by an artificer's shop." "Everything all right?" Harry asked. Hazel smiled. "Yeah, just getting some gear." The shop's IGN was elegantly burned into dark cedar, its script flourished and old-fashioned. Ingot and ivy. Practical enchantments and custom gear. The bell above the door gave a polite little chime as Hazel stepped inside. The scent of iron, sage, and varnished wood wrapped around her like a familiar cloak. It was quiet, not in the lifeless way Nocturne alley shops were quiet, but reverent. Like a temple to craftsmanship. Shelves rose high on every wall, stacked with enchanted gadgets, protective charms, compass-like instruments that shimmered with latent spellwork, and an entire display of lockboxes that growled softly when she walked past. Behind the counter, a tall, wiry wizard with a spectacularly bushy mustache was polishing what appeared to be a self-warming kettle. "Ah," he said, glancing up. "A Potter. I was wondering if you'd ever wander in. Not the flying type, are you?" Hazel blinked. "That obvious. Your stance says, run, more than, fly, and you've got a look about you, someone who plans for trouble before it happens." She offered a sheepish grin. "That's not wrong." "Well then," the wizard said, setting the kettle aside. "Name's Bramble. What are you in the market for?" Hazel walked slowly through the shop, trailing her fingers over the edge of a display case. "Something for travel, long-term. I've got school, yes, but also other commitments." "Ah," Bramble said knowingly. "One of those lives." She paused at a stack of rolled-up sleeping bags, each labeled with a glowing rune. "These have warming charms. SHD cushioning. Won't flatten no matter how rocky the ground. And they come in colors, makes organizing a group easier." "I'll take 5, she said, lifting one in orange. "Orange, blue, maroon, green, and yellow. Coordinated camping?" Bramble asked with a raised brow. "Let's just say I like to be prepared. For a team." He nodded approvingly and led her to a sturdy trunk displayed behind enchanted glass. "This," he said, tapping it gently, "is one of our limited space security trunks. Rune lock coded to its owner, and you can customize the compartments. It's heavy duty, not the kind you lose off a broom midair." "I'll take it," Hazel said without hesitation. "Do the compartments resist summoning?" "They resist summoning, slicing, freezing, and basic hexwork." "You're thinking ahead. I have too." They moved on to a rack of rolled-up tents in silver-threaded bundles. "Expanded space tents?" she asked. "Indeed. This model has magical camouflage blends into natural surrounding sand and adjustable climate charm. Seats 6 comfortably, sleeps 4. Sold." Finally, she picked up a drawstring pouch made of thick, dragon-hide soft leather. It was lined with intricate embroidery. "This one, expandable interior," Bramble explained. "Warded against pickpockets and accidental spills. Name-binding enchantment 2 only opens for the rightful owner." Hazel nodded. "Perfect." As Bramble began wrapping her items in protective paper and charm-sealed bags, he gave her a curious glance. "Planning something big, are you?" "Not yet," Hazel replied, digging into her coin pouch. But I will be, and when I am, I'd rather not be caught short. Bramble chuckled and handed her the last package. Well, Potter, you've got a good head on your shoulders. And taste in gear. Keep your receipt at doubles as a maintenance log. Hazel tucked the receipt into her pouch, then paused. I'll be back next year. Maybe sooner. He tipped an invisible hat. We'll be here. Try not to get set on fire until then. With her purchases shrunk and tucked away in the drawstring pouch, Hazel made her next stop, Ollivander's. The moment she entered, the pale-eyed wandmaker appeared from the shadows like a summoned spirit. Miss Potter, he said, peering at her wand hand. Cyril, why you haven't broken your 13½ inches, rowan wood and phoenix feather wand already? Hazel smiled. No, thank the gods. I'm here to strike a bargain. She pulled from her pouch a small glass vial with 5 shimmering strands. Unicorn hairs, she said. A gift. In exchange, give a generous discount to the next 2 Weasleys who come for a wand. Convincingly, Ollivander examined the hairs with reverent fingers. Exquisite. These were freely given. They were. His pale eyes gleamed. Then yes, I'll ensure their value is honored. With that, Hazel slipped out into the sunshine again and found Ron and Harry practically glued to the window of quality Quidditch supplies, ogling the latest brooms like starving kids at a bakery. Done shopping? Ron asked. For now. Together, the trio headed toward Flourish and Blots. Books and chaos waiting just around the corner. The bookstore was packed wall to wall, shelves heaving, voices rising, and camera flashes going off like firecrackers. At the center of it all stood a grand velvet-draped table, positively groaning under towers of glossy blue books and bouquets of self-congratulation. Gilderoy Lockhart, resplendent in periwinkle robes, and enough hair product to classify as a potion ingredient, beamed for the press. Hazel, arriving with Harry and Ron, spotted Percy and Hermione struggling under the weight of 7 full sets of Lockhart's works. Overkill, much, Ron muttered, watching Percy correct a teetering stack with the reverence of someone handling a magical artifact. Hermione huffed. They're required reading. For who? All of Hogwarts. As if summoned by sarcasm, Gilderoy Lockhart spotted Harry. Harry Potter, he boomed, teeth blinding under the chandelier lights. Front and center. Ladies and gentlemen, look who's come to see me. Before Harry could backpedal, Lockhart had seized him by the shoulder and dragged him into a one-armed photo embrace. And this, Lockhart reached for Hazel's arm. Bad idea. With a flash of green eyes and a firm twist, Hazel pushed him back, not hard, but with such precise force that the man landed unceremoniously on his rear, peacock blue robes puffing around him like a collapsed pastry. The room fell silent. The press leaned forward. Cameras clicked in delight. Hazel crossed her arms and spoke in a loud, clear voice, her words slicing through the clamor. Why are all 7 ears of Hogwarts supposed to study the same 7 books? Does that mean first years and 7th years are getting the same knowledge? Or are we just paying for vanity? Lockhart scrambled to his feet, brushing himself off with forced dignity. Ah well, you see, my experiences are so universally applicable that they defy curriculum logic. Hazel tilted her head, completely guileless. The press absolutely ate it up. Quills scratched furiously. Under that attention, Lockhart's smile twitched, then faltered. Well, perhaps, yes, perhaps a tiered syllabus could be introduced, age-appropriate additions, yes, excellent idea. Mr. Blots, red-faced and muttering behind the counter, looked about ready to combust. Hazel turned her innocent gaze on him and asked, sweet as sugar and twice as dangerous. And you'll refund the students who already bought the full sets, won't you? Mr. Blots stared into those green eyes, narrowed ever so slightly. The silence stretched. Then, with the enthusiasm of someone being hexed by a pixie swarm, he grunted, fine. Reporters scribbled like mad. Hermione looked like she wanted to cheer and correct Lockhart's bibliography at the same time. Which ones are we still buying then? Ron asked, eyeing the towering book stacks. Year 2 Travels with Trolls, 1986. Year 3 Wandering with Werewolves, 1987, Year 4 Voyages with Vampires, 1988, Year 5 Year with the Yeti, 1989. Year 6 Break with a Banshee, 1990, Year 7 Holidays with Hags, 1991. All Years Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests 1983 quarters. Percy began restacking immediately with a determined frown. And Hermione dove into organizing sets by year level. Then, a yell echoed from the back of the store. A crash, shouting, the unmistakable sound of a fight breaking out. Hazel straightened. What now? Ron grinned. Wanna go find out? Quote. Hazel exchanged a look with Harry equal parts dread and curiosity. And nodded. Obviously. They burst out of the bookstore just in time to see Mr. Weasley usual. Lee, the picture of soft-spoken wizardly curiosity, throw a wild punch at a man in dark robes. Dad, Ron yelped, eyes wide. That's Mr. Malfoy, he added, louder now, first stunned, then furious. Without thinking, Ron surged forward and swung at Draco, who had just stepped from the crowd beside his father. His punch wasn't well aimed, but it caught Draco's chin just enough to send him stumbling back. You filthy blood traitor, Draco hissed, and swung in return, landing a blow on Ron's shoulder. Hazel stepped forward, but then, clatter. In the scuffle, Ron's wand slipped from his pocket and hit the cobblestones. He reached for it, but crack. Lucius Malfoy's boot came down hard and deliberate. The wand snapped cleanly under his heel, brittle as dry kindling. Oh dear, Lucius drawled, brushing imaginary lint from his sleeve. Perhaps next time your parents will consider buying something new, instead of handing down scraps. Ron froze, staring at the broken pieces. Draco smirked. Hazel felt AF. Amelia cold fury twist in her chest, silent, sharp, and dangerous. She stepped forward again, but by then, the whole street had noticed. The twins flanked Ginny, who looked 1 second away from biting Draco. Mrs. Weasley wrung her hands, muttering about reputation, and what Lockhart will think. And Lockhart ever helpful was already giving quotes to a reporter. And of course, I stepped between the two gentlemen when things turned hostile. He declared, far too loud. Always calm in a crisis. That's right, ace maker of the hour. Write that down, dear. The real peacemaker, however, came in the form of Hagrid, who barreled through the crowd and seized both men by the collars like they were brawling schoolboys. Enough, Hagrid bellowed. Ye wanna duel, take it to the ministry like proper wizards. Lucius sneered as he straightened his robes. His pale eyes locked with Hazel's for the briefest moment, sharp and appraising. She met his gaze without blinking, expression flat and icy. Then, with a final tug on Draco's collar, he swept away into the crowd. Mr. Weasley stood red-faced and still breathing heavily, but he was glowing. Fred thumped him on the back. Ron grinned, bruised but proud. Percy looked like he might faint. Hermione was visibly torn between horror and admiration. Ginny beamed. They made their way back into the shop to pay for the newly revised book list, arms full. Hazel hovered near the counter, muttering under her breath as Mr. Blotz tallied the prices far too fast for her liking. I swear we're being overcharged, she said to Hermione. Absolutely, Hermione agreed, checking her own slip. But there's no law here about listed prices, just the suggested total. It's not like the Muggle world. Hazel sighed. How do people live like this? When they were done, they spilled out into the sunlight again. Arms full of fluttering receipts and book bags. Ron lingered near the edge of the alley, trying very hard not to sniffle as he crouched and picked up the two broken halves of his wand. Hazel walked over silently, stood beside him, and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. He did it on purpose, Ron muttered. I know. He didn't look up. That wand, it was Charlie's. Mum said we couldn't afford a new one yet. Hazel hesitated, then reached into her pouch and handed him a folded parchment. What's this? Ron asked. A voucher, Hazel replied simply. Ollivander's. For a new wand. Ron blinked. But how? Don't worry about it. I traded for it. Just make sure you pick something that suits you. Ron looked like he was about to protest, but then Ginny quiet. Lee stepped forward and peered around their shoulders, curious about what's going on. Hazel handed her a second voucher. Ginny's eyes went wide. But Hazel, these must have cost. Hazel gave a faint smile. Let's just say I made a deal. And I think it's a good one. Moments later, above the crowd, magical sparklers erupted over the shop's entrance, announcing the last surprise of the day. Standing atop A conjured pedestal was Gilderoy Lockhart himself, gleaming like a discount deity in bright peacock blue robes. He struck a dramatic pose, one hand on his hip and the other raised in flourish. "My dear readers," he called, loud enough to make several passers-by wince, "I have splendid news. This year, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry shall receive the rare privilege of my expertise. That's right, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, am your new defense against the dark arts professor." There was scattered applause. Someone in the crowd groaned. Hazel rolled her eyes and muttered, just loud enough for Ron and Harry to hear. "Not if I can help it." Ron snorted. Harry grinned. Hagrid looked concerned. Lockhart just kept waving like a beauty pageant winner, blissfully unaware that at least 2 of his future students were already plotting his downfall. That very night, after the Burrow had gone quiet and the stars above twinkled over crooked chimneys, Hazel slipped out of bed. Under the cover of darkness, she moved soundlessly across the creaky floorboards to Ginny's bedside. The youngest Weasley was asleep, curled around a diary she'd clutched tight to her chest, as if it were a treasure. It was, to Ginny, it was brand new, a thoughtful gift from someone who had noticed how often she wrote in scraps and on napkins. But Hazel knew better. She'd watched the moment Ginny opened it, saw the way. Her smile faltered just a little when she flipped to the first page and read the name Tom Riddle scrawled neatly there in faded ink. If it weren't for that stupid name, Ginny had sighed wistfully, it would have been perfect. Hazel whispered now, almost apologetically, "Sorry, Ginny. I'll buy you another one. I promise." Gently, she coaxed the diary from Ginny's arms. The girl stirred but didn't wake. Hazel turned the book over in her hands, plain black leather, unremarkable, but already feeling cold and wrong against her fingers. She tucked it quickly into her enchanted drawstring pouch and dropped that pouch into the depths of her American-made magical trunk. That trunk had layers of protections woven in, and Hazel trusted it more than anything else right now. The newer magical trunk, the one she bought just that morning, had been carefully packed and gifted to Harry after dinner. She wanted the thing out of his reach and Ginny's, and the best way to do that was to keep it close, yet buried. The diary would tempt them to write. Hazel could feel it like an itch in her mind. But she could resist for the 2 weeks before school, at least. And she had made a choice. She would not bring death into a house that had offered her warmth and kindness and more potatoes than even she could eat. Back in the Diagon Alley, after the Flourish and Blots debacle, Mrs. Weasley had been very surprised by the vouchers. Hazel called them that, but they were really just 2 slips of parchment bearing both Ollivander's elegant inked signature and his magical imprint, a shimmering mark that glowed faintly when touched. "It's too much, dear Mrs. Weasley had said, fretting with the paper in hand. Hazel had argued, quietly but firmly, while Ron and Ginny stood nearby with their most hopeful faces. In the end, it was their wheedling and Hazel's calm stubbornness that won her over. "Well, Mrs. Weasley had sighed at last, folding the slips and tucking them away, "we'll just have to give you an extra helping of dinner." And she did. Hazel's plate had come out piled high: extra roast potatoes, a second scoop of stew, and even the last of the fudge brownies. As she lay back down that night, Hazel pressed a hand over her belly and let out a slow breath. She would keep watch. She would carry the weight. And she would not let that diary hurt anyone again. The next morning, chaos descended upon the Burrow like a flock of Cornish pixies. Ginny was in full panic mode, turning over cushions, rifling through drawers, and even crawling beneath the couch in search of her beloved diary. "I had it. I remember I definitely put it under my pillow," she insisted, her hair frizzing with static and frustration. Hazel's guilt gnawed at her like a niffler with a gold toothache. "We'll find it," she promised, dropping to her knees to check behind the bookshelf. "It has to be somewhere." All 4 Weasley brothers joined in the hunt, Fred and George turning it into a game, loser does dishes, Ron muttering about gnomes stealing it, Percy trying to keep order with a clipboard and absolutely no authority. Still, after a full morning of upending furniture and nearly knocking over Mrs. Weasley's prized teapot collection, the diary remained missing. Hazel waited until the house had calmed after dinner and borrowed Hedwig, scribbling a discreet letter to the same artifacts shop she'd visited yesterday. "Need a diary, black leather cover. Privacy charm keyed to the user's wand only. Urgent, please deliver before September 1st. For Ginevra Molly Weasley. She sealed the letter, then jumped when Bill, back from Gringotts, plucked it out of her hands from over her shoulder. Buying something for Ginny? He asked, one brow arched. Hazel looked up sheepishly. Just a replacement diary. She was so happy with the last one. Without hesitation, Bill reached for his coin pouch. Then I'm paying. You lot already fixed Ron's wand situation and got Ginny one to let me do something for my little sister. Hazel tried to argue, but Bill had the soft but unshakable stubbornness of the oldest sibling. A few hours later, Hedwig returned with a note from the shopkeeper saying it would take about 2 weeks to craft and enchant the diary. And it would arrive at the Burrow the TS Express left. Bill sent a return message with the full payment and an extra tip. 2 weeks vanished in a blink, wrapped in the smell of home-cooked meals. The heat of late summer afternoons, and laughter that spilled through every crooked doorway of the Burrow. Hazel spent mornings helping Mrs. Weasley with chores and afternoon NS playing with the Weasley kids or sitting cross-legged near Mr. Weasley's garage shed hybrid, watching as he muttered to himself while upgrading the enchantments on the Ford Anglia. It's got a self-heating tea dispenser now, he said proudly, holding up a teacup that levitated beside the steering wheel. Hazel beamed at him, eyes wide in amused approval. September 1st arrived with a burst of excitement and a lot of toast. Trunks were dragged downstairs, last-minute socks were packed, and Scabbers was almost left inside a shoe again. Hazel was tempted to convince Ron to leave him behind. A post owl had arrived the previous evening. With Ginny's new diary, she was so happy with it, she had jumped at Bill and Hazel to thank them. They left just after sunrise, the car groaning under the weight of school trunks, owl cages, broomsticks, and siblings. The 3-hour drive to London was full of car games and singing, mostly off-key, thanks to the twins. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley sat in the front, and the backseat had been enchanted to have more space than in reality, enough to fit 7 children and their trunks. Hazel insisted on Ginny going through the barrier at platform 9 3/4. RS first, with Harry and Hazel right behind her. Just in case, she murmured to Harry. She knew Dobby wouldn't interfere anymore, but it didn't hurt to be sure. On the other side, steam billowed from the Scarlet train, and the platform buzzed with laughter, hugs, and owl hoots. Warm goodbyes followed MRs. Weasley squeezed Hazel tightly, while Mr. Weasley pulled Harry into a half-hug and tousled Ginny's hair. Then, like magic, they were aboard. Hazel, Harry, Ron, and Ginny found their friends and clustered into compartments. Ron and Neville settled into a card game with Dean and Seamus. Fred and George stopped by twice. Once to show Lee's tarantula, which sent Ron into screaming hysterics, and again to offer them a snack, which was refused by everyone because of Ron's and Ginny's vigorous headshaking. Percy gave them all a lecture on responsibility, which was ignored in every way imaginable. The train ride was a happy blur: pumpkin pasties, chocolate frogs, and chatter. Hazel drifted to sleep somewhere after lunch. Curled against the window, she didn't even notice when the mountains of Scotland began rising in the distance. By the time she woke up, the Hogwarts Express was pulling into the Hogsmeade station. And she was not changed into robes yet. But she was smiling, because Hazel Lily Potter was home again. The air outside the Hogwarts Express was cooler than expected. Clouds clung low to the mountains, and mist curled around the students' ankles as they gathered on the darkened platform at Hogsmeade station. "Furs years, this way." Hagrid's voice boomed somewhere in the distance. Hazel stood beside Harry, both of them shivering from the cold. "This way for the carriages." A prefect called. The second years and above headed for the line of carriages, clustered at the edge of the station. Ron was in the middle of a joke about Fred enchanting a toilet seat when he stopped short. Harry did too. Hazel had stumbled on a pebble, reached out, steadying herself with a hand on the carriage, or rather, on the creature pulling it. "What the?" Harry whispered. It was like something out of a graveyard fairy tale. A skeletal black horse, its leathery wings folded like a bat's, with eyes that shimmered white and bottomless. Its skin clung tightly to its frame, like shadows had been sewn into muscle. It turned its head and looked directly at Hazel, then snorted. "You smell like storms and blood." The voice murmured in her head. Not in English, more like feeling given shape in her head. "Got meat." Hazel didn't respond aloud, only raised an eyebrow and gave a subtle nod. Later, she promised silently. Okay, not funny, Ron said, glaring at her. You and Harry pretending to see something just to mess with us. Hermione looked puzzled. There's nothing there. They've always been pulled by magic. No, they haven't, Harry said slowly, staring at the creature. You just can't see them. Hazel traced her hand along the Thestral's bony face. It nuzzled her palm, and its war. Breath carried the scent of damp leaves and something faintly coppery. Hazel, Hermione said carefully. There's nothing there. They're real, Hazel said softly. Just not for everyone. You can't see them, Harry questioned, his face pale. An older Ravenclaw girl walking past overheard and stopped. Her dark robes were damp from the mist, and her prefect badge glinted in the lantern light. They're called Thestrals, she said, her voice gentle. You can only see them if you've witnessed death. She glanced between Harry and Hazel with a strange kind of understanding, then continued toward her own carriage. The group fell silent. Even Ron, who usually couldn't be serious for more than 10 seconds, looked thoughtful as he climbed into the carriage. Hermione followed, her brow furrowed with worry. Hazel and Harry lingered a moment longer. The Thestral nudged Hazel's sleeve again. Later, Hazel said aloud this time. You'll get your meat. The creature blinked slowly, accepting the promise. Then, together, the Potters climbed into the carriage, while the Thestral silent and invisible to most spread their wings just a little and began their slow pull toward the castle. Hazel didn't listen to the Sorting Hat's song. It wasn't out of boredom or rebellion, it was simply that her mind was elsewhere, already mapping the month ahead with military precision. She had a soul to hand over, a monster to handle, and a professor to get rid of. Everything had to move like clockwork. Quick, clean, and subtle enough that the fabric of time wouldn't wrinkle in protest. When the song ended and the new first years began to be sorted one by one, Hazel leaned into her elbow and sipped pumpkin juice, barely noticing. Somewhere, Gilderoy Lockhart was being introduced as the new defense against the dark arts professor, complete with a gleaming smile and dramatic hair toss under the enchanted ceiling. There was applause, and Lockhart stood to wave like he was unveiling a new statue of himself. Hazel muttered, "Not if I can help it," under her breath. That night, once the feast was done and she'd guided Ginny to Gryffindor Tower with her new friends, Hazel finally let her exhaustion pull at her bones. She climbed into her bed, drew the curtains, and whispered softly, like a spell, "Let what I seek through shadow gleam, guide me true within the dream." She lay back on her pillow, feeling her heartbeat slow. A breeze not of this world stirred her blankets, and then she drifted down. Morse was waiting for her, as if she had simply walked into a different room. Hazel stood beneath the sky at shimmered with stars but cast no light, the edge of Hogwarts silhouetted against the void. The god of death didn't say hello. He extended a hand, and Hazel instinctively handed over the black leather diary. Somehow, it was already in her dream hand. He snatched it from her fingers without ceremony. "I was supposed to have this 2 weeks ago," he said coldly. "I have gods of war and trickery who are more punctual." Hazel blinked up at him. How did I forget he was this beautiful? The memory of his divine presence never quite settled into her waking thoughts, like her brain refused to store too much of his impossible perfection. But in dreams she was overwhelming. Shadow and moonlight, wings of shadow and velvet. "Sorry," she muttered, genuinely chastened. "I didn't want to bring death into a home that wasn't mine." He paused, considering that, acceptable. Then, without waiting, he turned and flapped his wings, once leaping into the air and soaring across the moonlit silhouette of Hogwarts. Hazel summoned her own wings, black feathered and swift. They bloomed from her back, and she followed. They flew through a window, landed on the floor inside Hogwarts, near a tapestry Hazel didn't recognize. She landed lightly beside him, and asked, "What was it, really?" "That book." Morse tapped the diary once with a clawed fingertip. "A Horcrux or soul phylactery. A piece of soul, not the whole. Just the part that tore when the boy performed his first true murder. His soul fractured, and instead of healing, he tore it again. And again." His voice was calm, too calm. Hazel frowned. "Why not just leave it broken?" "Because those who regret killing, magical or not, can eventually begin to heal. Time, guilt, reparation. It takes lifetimes, but the soul finds its shape again. But some don't want healing. They want permanence, immortality. He held the diary up between two fingers. They seal the fragment, place it in an object precious to them. That object becomes the anchor for that piece of soul. A Horcrux. Hazel stared at it. The Egyptians started the theory, Morse continued. Their 5-part soul system. They believed preserving each piece was vital to the journey beyond. But they honored death. Voldemort did not. He broke his soul and flung it across the aisles like trash. And that's why you need me, Hazel murmured. Yes, unless someone is dying nearby, or summoning me with true intent. I cannot gather the fragments. But you are a walking doorway. You blur the line between life and after. You can. They landed again inside the castle, this time in front of a heavy tapestry of dancing trolls in pink tutus. Morse stopped her with a hand. There are 2 more pieces within Hogwarts. One is close on this very floor, yet not quite here. You'll need to approach it. Get close. Hand it to me. Hazel nodded. And the other? She asked, though she already had a hunch. Morse looked at her with that terrible, gentle understanding. It cannot be taken. Not by you. Not by me. It is bound to your brother. And only the one who placed it there can remove it. Hazel's breath hitched, but she said, I know. I have a plan. If anything goes wrong, I want to use my first boon to bring him back. Even if he never knows. She nodded. It's enough that I will. Death smiled just once, and it was awful and beautiful and weightless all at once. Then the dream spiraled into mist and ink and shadow. Hazel woke up to the soft scent of soap and rosewater. Parvati was in the shower, singing something in another language and haunting in a lilting voice that curled through the bathroom door and curtains like a lullaby in reverse. Hazel rubbed her eyes, then sat up in bed. The month had begun, and her shadow work had officially started. The morning sun glimmered across dewy greenhouse windows as the second years shuffled in behind Professor Sprout, trailing through the garden paths of the Hogwarts grounds. Hazel walked in step beside Neville, brushing her fingers along the waxy leaves of a nearby shrub that shivered faintly at her touch. Greenhouse 3 today, Professor Sprout called cheerfully. We're starting with something a bit loud. Ron squinted at the locked door as they approached. Not more Devil's Snare, is it? Hermione looked far too excited. I believe it's mandrakes. Hazel raised a brow. Are they as bad as the books say? Professor Sprout opened the greenhouse door, and the warm, earthy scent of damp compost wafted out in waves. The room was filled with rows of large terracotta pots, each holding a small, muddy green plant with thick leaves. At each plant's base was a fleshy root that looked suspiciously like a baby. Now then, Professor Sprout said, donning a pair of fluffy pink earmuffs and handing similar ones down the line. Can anyone tell me the properties of mandrakes? Hermione's hand shot up. Of course. Mandrakes, or mandragora, are used to return people who've been transfigured or petrified to their original state, she recited, practically bouncing on the balls of her feet. But they're dangerous in their immature state. Their cries are fatal to anyone who hears them. Excellent, Miss Granger, Sprout beamed. 10 points to Gryffindor. Hazel slipped her earmuffs on, adjusting them to fit over the leather-wrapped sheath of her sword belt. She glanced at Harry, who gave her a thumbs up. Across the room, Draco Malfoy made a face like he'd been asked to muck out a stable. Professor Sprout raised a hand and spoke slowly and clearly. When I give the signal, we'll remove the mandrake from its pot. Hold on tight, they don't like being uprooted. You'll repot them into the fresh compost. Work in pairs. Hazel ended up with Neville, who was looking eagerly at the potted plants in front of them. They put on fuzzy earmuffs. Hazel's a soft baby pink and Neville's a bright leafy green. On the signal, they yanked the plant U-panned immediately. A greenish, muddy baby with leaves for hair let out a silent, furious scream. Its face screwed up like it was mid-tantrum and it flailed its stubby arms wildly. Hazel wrinkled her nose as she stuffed the thing back into the fresh compost. Charming little monsters. Neville tamped the soil gently. They're worse than my cousin's toddlers. At least toddlers can't kill you by crying. Sprout made her rounds, nodding approvingly at each pair. Excellent work, Miss Potter, Mr. Longbottom. 10 points each. Quote. Hazel gave Neville a triumphant look. Teamwork, my friend. Ron, meanwhile, was covered in dirt and had somehow ended up with a mandrake slap to the face. RMI1 was fussing over her compost ratios, and Draco Malfoy was pretending not to be scared while Goyle nearly fainted. After 20 minutes, the entire class had successfully repotted their mandrakes. Now safely muffled in their new homes. Sprout removed her earmuffs, and the students followed suit. Mandrakes are a vital part of magical healing, she said proudly. When they mature, we'll harvest them for restorative drafts. But until then, they must be handled with the utmost care. Hazel nodded to herself. Useful knowledge, she thought. Especially with what I need to do this year. As they walked back to the castle, Hazel caught up with Harry and Ron. Ron was still brushing compost out of his sleeves. Remind me why magical plants are worse than magical monsters? He asked bitterly. Hazel smirked. Because monsters try to eat you. Plants just scream you to death. Great. Just great, Ron muttered. Hermione jogged to catch up, practically glowing. Wasn't that fascinating? Hazel elbowed Harry lightly. She's going to ask for extra homework, isn't she? Harry grinned. Definitely. And with that, they headed back toward the castle, shoes muddy, hair disheveled, and minds hour. 80 buzzing with what the next class might hold. Hazel had been dreading this. Not because defense against the dark arts was difficult for her. In fact, it was one of her strongest subjects, but because she'd already tried to read Magical Me 3 times. Each time, she'd had to stop halfway through to stop herself from setting the pages on fire. Now, as she settled into her seat between Harry and Hermione, she eyed Gilderoy Lockhart with a wariness she usually reserved for monsters and very annoying river spirits. Pop quiz, Lockhart declared the moment everyone had sat down. Hazel blinked. Oh no, she muttered. The parchment that fluttered down to each desk read, Gilderoy Lockhart. Quiz 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's ideal birthday gift? And 47 more equally irrelevant questions. Hazel dutifully wrote down, Forget-me-not blue, for the first answer, only because it was on the book cover. By question 12. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite shampoo scent? She dropped her quill and slid down slightly in her seat. Hermione, naturally, was scribbling away like it was her NEWTs. I give up, Hazel said, staring at question 21. This is just a shrine. Harry snorted. Ron looked genuinely insulted. This man is a walking narcissism spell. After collecting the tests and praising her the questions right, Lockhart beamed and clapped his hands. Now, let's test your mettle. Time to meet some real dark creatures. He flung open a cage with a flourish. Say hello to the Cornish pixies. Chaos erupted. Tiny electric blue creatures zipped into the air, shrieking and laughing, pulling at hair, overturning ink bottles, and yanking Seamus's bag up onto the chandelier. One stole Dean's quill and used it as a javelin. Another was dragging Neville by his collar toward the top of the bookshelf. Hazel drew her wand immediately, ducking as a pixie flew past and flung her textbook out the window. Right, she growled. Now I'm mad. Lockhart waved his wand vaguely. Pescipixie pesternomi. Nothing happened. Absolutely nothing. 2 pixies stole his wand and started dueling with it like it was a twig. He squeaked and dove under his desk. Hazel glared. You are the adult, sir. Hermione, lips tight, pointed her wand. Immobilis. A single pixie froze midair and dropped like a stone into her open palm. Hazel's eyebrows lifted. Nice. Then, stepping forward and raising her own wand, she murmured, Immobilis totalis. A shimmer pulsed out from her, a wave of cold silvery light that rippled across the entire classroom. Everything stopped. Everyone froze. Pixies mid-flight, chairs mid-topple, Ron with his mouth half open. Even Lockhart, mid-cower, his expression hilariously panicked. Hazel took a deep breath. The room was completely still. Well, she said into the silence. That worked. She moved quickly, plucking each pixie out of the air and tossing them, one by one, into their cage. When she got to Neville, who had been lifted 3 feet off the ground by 2 pixies, she carefully eased him to the ground and laid him flat so he wouldn't cramp up. Then she sprinted out into the hallway. Professor Flitwick, she called as she reached the charms classroom, panting. Flitwick poked his head out, his robes dusted with chalk. Yes, Miss Potter. Bit of a pixie problem. Lockhart's class. Total chaos. I froze the room, but I'd like it very much if someone with a teaching license would help unfreeze the people. Flitwick blinked once, then again. He assigned reading to the students and turned to Hazel. Lead the way, he said brightly. Back in the Dada classroom, he waved his wand with a practiced flick. The shimmering effect vanished, and the room burst back to life mid-scream, trip, and general confusion. Hazel, back in her seat, watched calmly as Lockhart stumbled up, blinked in confusion, and tried to pretend the whole thing was part of the lesson plan. Well, he said, that's one way to handle pixies. Just what I was going to recommend next, actually. Hazel rolled her eyes so hard it might have caused a gust of wind. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat. 10 points to Gryffindor for Miss Potter's excellent use of the Immobilis charm and for demonstrating sound judgment in fetching a teacher. Hermione beamed. Ron gave her a low thumbs up. Hazel leaned over to Harry. If he releases Boggarts next week, I'm lighting the room on fire. Harry chuckled. Fair. Ron leaned in. Let's just hope he doesn't bring in werewolves. Or Wersephans of his books. After a long day of classes, Harry and Hazel were brisk walking down the corridor towards the Great Hall, when Hazel felt a sense of mildly impending doom in her gut. It began, as most disasters did, with Lockhart's teeth. They sparkled as he swooped down the corridor, cloak billowing dramatically as if he'd timed it with a breeze spell. Hazel suspected he had. Ah, Harry, Miss Potter, he called out, beaming like a chandelier with too much self-esteem. Just the pair I wanted to see. Hazel shared a look with her brother. Harry's eyes already screamed save me. Lockhart reached them, clapping a hand on Harry's shoulder and steering them to the side of the corridor like a concerned uncle. A passing second year nearly walked into a suit of armor trying to avoid the scene. Now, Lockhart said grandly, completely ignoring Hazel's raised eyebrow. Harry, Hazel, I know what you're going through. Hazel blinked. Seasonal allergies. What? No. Lockhart chuckled indulgently. Fame, my dear girl. Fame is a fickle friend. Is it? She asked, tilting her head. Because I always thought it was the fans who were fickle. Harry made a noise that was definitely not a snort. Lockhart puffed up. When I was your age, the attention was intense. You wouldn't believe how many girls tried to send me love potions. And reporters, always asking me about the Bandon Banshee or at pesky werewolf pack in the Black Forest. Hazel nodded slowly. And did they ever ask for proof? Proof. Lockhart faltered, then waved a hand airily. My dear child, my word is proof enough. She said, tapping her chin. I suppose that works if you're aiming for a biography, not a testimony. Harry pretended to cough, covering a wide grin with his sleeve. Lockhart soldiered on. Now, I don't expect you to understand yet. It's a burden, being admired. But you must always remember that with great power comes great responsibility. Didn't Merlin say that? Hazel asked sweetly. Well, I don't recall. Or maybe it was Spider-Man Uncle Ben, she muttered. Harry wheezed, trying and failing to stifle a laugh. Lockhart frowned, but valiantly continued. Anyway, it's no surprise people compare you two to me. The hair, the headlines, the haunting expressions of those who have witnessed and performed greatness. Hazel narrowed her eyes. Do those haunting expressions low? Okay, more like awe, or deep secondhand embarrassment. Lockhart blinked. Well, hard to say from this angle. But what I mean to say, Harry, Hazel, if you ever need guidance, a role model, someone to talk to about the weight of celebrity, I'm here. Hazel looked at him solemnly. Thank you, Professor. We'll be sure to let you know if we're ever trapped by a banshee, a mirror, or our own egos. He beamed proudly. Excellent. That's the spirit. Wait, what? Nothing, Harry gasped, turning red with the effort of not bursting out laughing. As Lockhart strutted away, clearly convinced he had just GI. Then the motivational speech of the century. Hazel leaned closer to Harry. Do you think he practices these speeches in front of a mirror? Harry nodded, with applause charms set on loop. They walked off together, Hazel muttering. Great power, great ego, more like. Harry's laugh echoed all the way down the corridor. Hazel had waited long enough. She'd known about Sirius Black's true story for Vera year ever since her dreams had first hinted at shadowed truths and whispered names in firelight. But last year, she'd lacked the tools, the access, and most importantly, the permission of the gods to act. Now, everything was aligned. For the past week, her dreams had sharpened into clarity-detailed maps of dark tunnels out in the sea, half-flooded routes underground, and a hidden port deep underground. The final destination: a small, black speck in the icy North Sea. Azkaban. It was Friday night. The castle was quiet, and most students were either asleep or staying up with weekend chatter in the common rooms. Hazel had vanished hours earlier. Down in the kitchens, she packed her satchel. A generous pouch of bloody raw meat courtesy of some very confused house elves alongside a bundle of spell-charmed snacks, bottled water, enchanted drafts, and several weapons hidden on her. She tucked her divine wand safely into the silver sheath at her hip and draped her invisibility jacket over her shoulders. Her breath fogged faintly in the cool night air as she slipped out of the castle's front gate, down the path to the edge of the forbidden forest. It was a new moon night, utterly dark away from modern civilization. She crouched among the trees, opened the bloody sack, and laid its contents in the clearing. It didn't take long. With the sound of leathery wings and crunching leaves, they came, emerging from the shadow like living specters. Hazel smiled as the Thestrals circled her, sniffing at the blood-soaked ground. Some stepped cautiously, others muzzles to her hand like loyal hounds. "You bring gifts again," one murmured, its mental voice rough but curious. "I need to fly," Hazel whispered. Far, fast, north, over the sea. The herd stirred, stamping the earth. Two of them stepped forward, taller than the rest, sleeker, with wide wings and powerful limbs. One nudged the other aside, clearly the faster of the two. A second followed close behind, head held high. Hazel nodded. "You too, then." She vaulted onto the back of the lead Thestral. It was bony, but strong beneath her. Her gear shifted slightly with the motion, and she tightened the straps of her satchel and belt. "Ready." The Thestrals reared once, then surged into the air. Hazel ducked low against her mount's spine, her fingers entwined in the bristled mane as the forest dropped away below her. Behind her, the second Thestral followed as backup. Wind roared around them. The stars wheeled overhead. The world shrank behind her, and Hazel Lily Potter vanished into the night sky. An invisible girl on invisible wings, flying toward a prison no one dared approach, with a rescue only she could attempt. As the chill wind scraped across her cheeks, Hazel crouched low against the Thestral's back, mentally seeking through the list of gear she'd packed for this mission. A pre-charged stack of Effigium fragile cards check. Basic nutrition potions check. Sword belt, bow charm, wand, 3 knives check, and check. Snacks in a magically lightened satchel obviously. And most importantly, the 2 Stygian iron amulets, gifted by Hades himself. She touched her pocket briefly, to reassure herself it was still there. Below them, the coastline curved away, and ahead, nothing but ocean. The Thestrals stalled, hovering on beating wings at the cliff's edge. Hazel didn't need to ask, they wouldn't fly over water. Not like this. Not this place. With a deep breath, Hazel slid off the lead Thestral's back and dropped into the icy water. Her body hit with barely a splash. But she was her father's daughter as much as she disliked it. Her instincts reached, tuned to the pull of the ocean floor, and even without her wand, she felt the only landmass for miles. A hard, grim heartbeat of stone and sorrow. Azkaban. Hazel swam through the black water, slicing through waves like a blade. As she neared the island, she reached into her coat and pulled on one of the Stygian iron amulets. The metal kissed her skin with a cold so sharp it felt like a burn. Her breath hitched. 1 hour, she whispered to herself, mentally starting the countdown. She made landfall in silence, slipping onto the shadowed rock. The air was damp and miserable. The very stone beneath her boots seemed to shudder with centuries of despair. Dementors circled the parapets above. Human guards patrolled below. None of them saw her. The amulet shielded her made her feel like a ghost drifting past ghosts. With each corridor and stairwell, her steps followed the dream-etched map she'd memorized. She passed narrow cells of the medium and high security wings, souls broken long ago. It felt like walking through a mausoleum. By the time she reached the maximum security level, Hazel's heart twisted. 10 minutes left. She swallowed down her panic and veered from her plan. Darting through a secondary hallway, one she remembered from an earlier dream. There, that cell. A gaunt, black dog lay on the floor, unmoving. Hazel hissed, "Sirius." His ears twitched. He turned toward her with narrowed eyes, already curling into a defensive posture. She pulled the locket from her coat pocket and held it up to the bar. "From Harry," she said softly. The transformation was almost immediate. Bones shifted, fur receded, and then a wild-eyed, emaciated man pressed himself to the bars, trembling hands reaching for the locket. Inside it were still Ph. Ottoson of James and Lily smiling in their wedding robes, the other of a current-sized Harry and Hazel, grinning. Sirius choked, eyes damp. Is it real?" Hazel only nodded. "We have to go, now." She reached into her coat, pulling out the second Stygian amulet and slipping it over her neck. The hour had nearly run out. They had to be gone before the next patrol noticed. He shifted back into Padfoot, tucking the locket into his mouth, and stepped out of the prison bars as Hazel pulled out a silver knife. "I'm so sorry," she whispered, and made a quick slice across his foreleg. Sirius yelped softly. Hazel caught the blood in her cupped palm and let it drip over the effigium fragile cards, the magical proxies that now bore his essence. With a flick, she hurled the stack through the bars of the cell. As they scattered across the stone floor, they shimmered faintly, activating the contingency she'd set. Anyone who looks into Sirius prison will see him still in one corner, body created by the mist, just convincing enough to not make them question it further. It should last about a year. She uncorked a vial of unicorn draft and poured it over the gash, watching it fizz and seal. "Sir." Hughes whimpered but otherwise stayed silent. "Nutrient potion. Drink," Hazel ordered, tipping it carefully into his mouth. "We leave now." On their way out, a Dementor slowed in midair, twisting toward Sirius. Sirius whimpered and tried to fold in on himself. Hazel didn't breathe. The amulet around her neck pulsed with freezing clarity. Then the creature turned away. Hazel had to pull Sirius to get him to move. They broke out into the cold sea night. Hazel plunged into the ocean with Sirius clinging close beside her, conjuring a bubble around them as they sank below the surface. They moved underwater by Hazel's power. Minutes passed like hours. Hazel's limbs were shaking by the time they reached the shore, where two waiting Thestrals watched from the clifftop. Hazel let out a sharp whistle. Sirius collapsed onto a rock beside her, panting. "Come on," Hazel murmured, tugging him to his feet. "We're not safe yet." The Thestrals leapt down. Hazel mounted the lead one, lifting Sirius carefully onto the second's back. With a powerful flap of wings, the herd launched into the sky. Behind them, the sea swallowed the island whole. Azkaban vanished into the mist. They didn't look back. The flight back to Hogwarts was long. Silent at first save for the rush of wind and the steady beat of Thestral wings. Sirius, curled on the back of one mount in his animagus form, shifted midair as they glided above the gray sea. Hazel whistled low, and he shifted back into a man. Hazel leaned slightly toward him from her Thestral. "We have time," she called. "It's a long ride." Sirius didn't speak for a moment. His face was haggard, lined with grief and exhaustion, but his eyes still sharp watched her closely. "You said your name was Hazel." She nodded. "Hazel Lily Potter." Sirius gave a bark of Saint. Und laughter that dissolved into a choked gasp. "Hazel. Merlin, you certainly have her tenacity and determination. But your eyes have changed. They were a bright, clear blue when I saw you last." Hazel said nothing, letting him sit with the emotion. Finally, she began telling him the story of last year's madness, of the Philosopher's Stone and their battle with Quirrell, a brief of her life before Hogwarts without the godly stuff. And how she'd come to love Harry as a brother. Sirius listened with rapt attention, occasionally muttering, "James would have been proud," or, "I should have been there." When Hazel told him about Peterlive, in animagus form, Sirius's body tensed like a drawn bowstring. He was the secret keeper. "Not me." James switched it last minute, Sirius growled. "No one else knew. That's how the Fidelius works. If I'd been the secret keeper, I'd be dead because I wouldn't have told them." His voice cracked. "Peter did. He's why they died." Hazel didn't interrupt. She let him vent the fury that had likely been boiling in him for over a decade. As the first golden rays of sunrise kissed the edge of the horizon, Hogwarts came into view, turrets glowing faintly in the light, the black lake shimmering below. Hazel turned toward Sirius. Don't go in yet, she warned. The forest, or maybe Hogsmeade. Stay low. Rest. Why? I need help. Proper help. You will get it. Hazel hesitated. I know someone. A doctor in America. You'll like him. He's discreet, kind, and he's seen a lot. He's Muggle, but knows of magic. Sirius raised an eyebrow. You trust him. With my life. And your mental health. They touched down on the forest's edge, Sirius slipping into the trees like a shadow. Hazel stood a moment longer, watching him vanish beneath the boughs before stumbling inside the castle, utterly exhausted. Not having slept a single second. That evening, under Twilight's cover, they flew again, this time toward London. Hazel had made plans and discovered the perfect family, Muggle tourists with an old dog. Charmed easily by the mist. A little nudge to memory here, a touch to perception there, and they were convinced they had 2 dogs instead of 1. Documents shuffled themselves under her hand's guidance. Hazel's illusions were flawless. No one questioned them at the airport. The family boarded a flight to Florida. Sirius remained silent in his dog form until just before boarding. Hazel crouched to hug him tightly. You'll be safe, she whispered. At the gate near the exit, you'll run. He'll be waiting and he'll tell my name. Through the Mercury Scroll service. She'd sent word ahead to a Legionnaire graduated psychiatrist. A demigod who'd left behind the battlefield to help heal minds. Though he lived in the mortal world, he kept up with magical news and honored oaths older than Hogwarts itself. Hazel had told him everything. Sirius's story, his trauma, his innocence. By Monday morning, a scroll appeared on her MSS brazier, sealed with silver wax, beery. Ing Asclepius staff and smelling faintly of time and ink. Sirius is safe. No complications. I met him near the gate as promised. We talked for hours. I've got him settled. He has a new outfit, a wand, and for now, a room of his own here at the facility. He's agreed to stay under care for a year. You did the right thing. You saved him. All further communication can come through me. Dr. Arnold Elian, MD, MM. Hazel folded the letter, tucked it into her belt pouch, and leaned back with a sigh of relief. Sirius was free. Now, maybe, he could heal. The Gryffindor Quidditch team had just touched down on the pitch. Brooms slung over shoulders, when the Slytherins arrived. 7 figures in green and silver strode out onto the field like they owned it, each one mounted on a brand new broomstick GL. Eaming with polished wood and black bristles. The Nimbus 2001. Flint sneered. Clear off, Weasley. We've got the pitch booked. Angelina stepped forward, her braids swinging. You can't have it. We've got it booked for today. Marcus Flint smirked, displaying teeth that seemed a bit too sharp. Easy mistake. I'm sure we could all look at the schedule and sort it out. Oliver Wood growled. We did look. It's ours. Draco Malfoy stepped forward then, his expression radiating smug superiority. Well, we had to train our new seeker. Me. So we got a signed form from Prof. 3 Snape, giving us access to use the pitch today. Hazel's eyes narrowed. New seeker? Fred asked, incredulous. You, even with a nose that sharp, you still won't spot the snitch, George muttered. Draco just smirked. Jealous, Weasley? He asked, eyeing Ron with contempt. At least my family can afford more than hand-me-down robes and second-hand wands. Ron flushed, but Hermione stepped in, voice firm. At least no one on the Gryffindor team had to buy their way in. They got in on pure talent. Draco's face twisted. No one asked you, Mudblood. Silence fell. Fred and George stiffened. Wood looked horrified. Hazel and Harry looked just as confused as Hermione. What did you say? Ron demanded, voice deadly quiet. Draco opened his mouth, but didn't get the chance to repeat himself. Expelliarmus. Ron shouted, wand pointed dead on. The spell hit Draco squarely in the chest. He was blasted off his feet, his broom clattering to the ground as he flew backwards and landed in a heap on the grass. A moment of stunned silence passed. Then, Merlin's beard, Fred breathed. You blasted him, George said, awed. Draco groaned, trying and failing to sit up. Madame Hooch had come jogging over from the castle steps, clearly having witnessed the end of it. What happened here? He used a slur, Katie Bell said coolly, gesturing to Hermione. Ron responded Draco, Flint spluttered, was attacked. After he used the worst slur in Wizarding Society, Wood snapped. You really want to argue this? Madam Hooch raised a brow. Enough. Slytherin. Off the pitch. Now. But we had it reserved, Flint began. Hospital. Now. I'll be reporting this. The pitch was booked for the Gryffindors under my purview. Ron stood frozen, still gripping his wand. Hermione touched his arm gently, and he blinked out of his shock. You okay? She whispered. Didn't mean to hit him that hard, Ron mumbled, still a little stunned. But I'm not sorry. Hazel patted his shoulder. Don't be. He had it coming. Besides, she cast a glance at the retreating Slytherins, hauling Draco between them. Better aim than I expected. The Gryffindor team erupted in laughter. With the Slytherins gone, Malfoy carried off like a limp rag doll. The air felt lighter. Madam Hooch lingered for a few moments, giving the Gryffindors a stern nod before striding back to the castle. Oliver clapped his hands together, beaming. Right, back to it. We've got the pitch, and we're not wasting it. Harry blinked. Weren't we just going to practice? Wood grinned. Practice and tryouts. We need reserves, remember. I'm not getting caught unprepared this year. The tryouts began with Ron and Harry's old broom, the Nimbus 2000, since his own was slower than the castle ghosts. He was red in the face but determined, and while he wasn't exactly graceful, he had solid instincts. By the end of the drills, he'd blocked 4 out of 6 shots, enough for Wood to declare him reserve keeper. Not bad, Weasley, Angelina said, surprised. Luck, Ron muttered, sliding off the broom and nearly tripping on his landing. Still counts, Hazel said cheerfully, tossing him a bottled butterbeer. Cormac McLaggen showed up late and arrogant, strutting across the grass like he'd already been selected. To everyone's annoyance, he was good, muscular, aggressive, and loud. He thinks he's auditioning for a one-man Quidditch musical, George muttered as McLaggen looped the pitch again. Despite his personality, he made a few impressive chaser goals and was promptly added as the reserve chaser. No one cheered. Next came the beater tryouts. Fred and George watched with increasingly furrowed brows as applicant after applicant missed easy swings or nearly knocked themselves off their brooms. Finally, the twins exchanged a look and muttered, guess third-year Davies and fourth-year Alden are the least likely to break their own skulls. Hazel, meanwhile, was Eve. We're trying out for each position just for fun. She swooped like a seeker, scored like a chaser, and cracked a bludger so hard it broke a goal hoop. Bloody hell, Fred whispered. She could replace us. George crossed his arms. We keep her as a reserve joker. All positions. Agreed, said Wood, already scribbling on his clipboard. Once the tryouts were over, Oliver gathered the new reserves. Welcome to the team. Reserves or not, you'll be training with us. Full intensity. Hazel stepped forward with a bright smile. Congratulations, everyone. You'll need all the luck you can get to survive Oliver's training schedule. Hazel, Oliver sighed. Just managing expectations, she said sweetly. The group laughed nervously. Ron groaned. Do I have to do the full cardio drills? He whispered to Harry. Hazel nodded solemnly. He'll chase you with a bludger if you don't. After a round of cheers and stretching, the team changed and made their way across the grounds. The sky was turning gold with the late afternoon sun, and the cool breeze from the Forbidden Forest rustled the trees. Larry said, "Think he's got any rock cakes left?" Ron asked, already regretting the words. "I think they're still in circulation." Hazel deadpanned. As emergency building material, they headed down the familiar path to Hagrid's hut, laughter echoing behind them and the smell of fresh cut grass still clinging to their robes. Hazel, lingering behind the group just a little, glanced up at the sky. A few thestrals circled above the forest, barely visible in the dying light. One dipped its wings in greeting. She smiled faintly, then jogged to catch up with her friends. The warmth of Hagrid's hut was a welcome contrast to the brisk air outside. The fire crackled in the grate, casting dancing shadows on the walls. And Fang thumped his tail against the rug when the 6 of them piled in. Ron nursed a mug of hot cider. Hermione sat close to the fire, still quiet. The word had been echoing in all her heads since the Quidditch pitch, mudblood. It's not just an insult, is it? Hermione finally said, breaking the silence. Hagrid's face turned grave. No, it ain't. Mudblood is one of the worst Things ye can call someone in our world. Means someone born to Muggle parents, like ye, Hermione. It's nasty dirty word for something that ain't dirty at all. But why would anyone think that matters? Neville asked, frowning hard. Hagrid sighed, stirring the fire with a poker. Some folks reckon magic should stay in certain families-old pure bloodlines and such. Load of rubbish, if ye ask me. Some of the best witches I ever met were Muggle-born. Hazel reached over and squeezed Hermione's shoulder, her expression calm but firm. Blood doesn't decide how powerful you are. We all know you are as Muggle-born as they come. Yet are the overall highest-scoring student in our year. Draco Malfoy can go suck on his pureblood lollipop. That made Hermione crack a smile, and even Hagrid chuckled. Well, enough dark talk, Hazel said. Standing. Let's visit someone who never judges based on blood. Who? Asked Ron warily. Fluffy. Harry blinked. The three-headed dog. He's a good boy, Hazel said fondly. Terrible breath, but very loyal. They set off with a basket of enormous snacks from Hagrid's pantry. Hagrid looked hesitant at first, but relented when Hazel pulled out enchanted skay. AKY bones and honey roasted meats the size of cauldrons. As they entered the edge of the forbidden forest, the trees loomed tall and silent. Fluffy's clearing was still hidden under a thick tangle of vines and ancient stone. But Hazel moved confidently, having visited a few times under the radar. When they reached the Hagrid-made den, Fluffy perked up immediately, three heads turning toward the scent of roasted ox bones. Hiya, boy, Hagrid said gently, stepping forward. Fluffy let out a triple-throated bark and thumped the ground with one massive paw, making the trees tremble. Hazel grinned and tossed the first bone. It was gone in seconds. As the others sat at a safe distance, Neville still keeping a tree between himself and Fluffy, Hazel turned to Hagrid. I wanted to ask you something. There's someone I know in the States. He runs a secure, magical wildlife sanctuary. The place is enchanted, protected, and he's had experience with Cerberuses before. Hagrid blinked. He has. Yeah, his last one, Spot, is still with him. Got steak dinners, enchanted massages, puzzle toys that could outsmart most wizards. And a private enchanted lake all to himself, Hazel said gently. He wasn't just cared for, Hagrid. He had a purpose. She rested a hand on Hagrid's arm, careful and steady. Where Fluffy's going, it's similar. He won't be alone anymore, he'll be guarding a major entrance, with important people in charge of him. The kind who understand magical creatures, respect them. There'll be a lot of company, no more hiding in the forest with acromantulas for neighbors. He'll be around others his size, his strength. And he'll have a job again. Something meaningful, something only he can do. Hazel smiled, a bit wistfully. The praetors at Campbell'll be responsible for him. And Terminus too. He's a bit fussy. But he won't let anything go wrong. Fluffy will have a routine, a duty, and more companionship than he's had in years. She looked up at Hagrid. He won't just be safe, Hagrid. He'll be happy. Hagrid hesitated. But, Fluffy's my responsibility. And you've taken great care of him, Hazel said gently. But Hogwarts isn't going to need him forever. And I don't want him stuck in a dungeon or put down by someone who doesn't understand what a good dog he is. The others were silent. Even Hermione, who usually opposed magical creature handling outside regulation, nodded slowly. Fluffy licked Hazel with all three tongues at once. She staggered back with a laugh, covered in drool. When they finally left the forest, the sun was dipping low over the hills, and the castle glowed golden in the distance. They stopped at the gate, and Hagrid turned to look back toward the trees. I'll think about it, he said gruffly, his massive hand resting on Hazel's shoulder for a moment. A place like that, maybe Fluffy would like it. Hazel smiled. He'd love it. They made it to the great hall with just minutes to spare before dinner, windblown, muddy, slightly drool-soaked, but in better spirits than they'd been since Hagrid told them the meaning of the word. The great hall blazed with floating pumpkins and flickering candlelight, laughter echoing off the high rafters as the St. Udence tucked into a feast of candied apples, treacle tarts, and pumpkin pasties. But 2 seats at the Gryffindor table sat empty. Just like last year, Hazel and Harry had chosen not to go down for Halloween dinner. They sat instead in the cozy quiet of the Gryffindor common room, its usual warmth now tinged with a solemn hush. Hazel had brought up some spiced cider from the kitchens, and Harry sat cross-legged on the couch. Hedwig perched nearby, preening her feathers. Hazel checked and made sure that Scabbers was in the dorms, fast asleep under the influence of Hazel's sleeping draught. Hazel stirred her cup, gaze flicking to the window where the shadows of the forbidden forest stretched long under the moonlight. "Harry," she began quietly, "I need to tell you something." "About Sirius Black." Harry straightened, eyes sharp. "The one who betrayed my parents." Hazel shook her head. "No, that's just what everyone thinks. He didn't. He was Dad's best friend. More than Thathi's our godfather. Like human godfather, not divine." Harry blinked. "What? He was supposed to be the secret keeper," she said, "for our parents. But he switched last minute. Gave the secret to someone else so Voldemort wouldn't come after him directly. That someone was Peter Pettigrew." Harry's brow furrowed. "But Pettigrew died, didn't he?" "That's what everyone says." Hazel hesitated. "That's what they say. I don't know what happened to him exactly. It wasn't a lie, not technically." Harry looked down, digesting the information. "So Sirius is innocent." "As far as I believe, yes. He went to Azkaban without a trial. Lost 12 years of his life. And he's not, well, not entirely okay right now, but he's safe." Harry's voice was tight. "I want to write to him." Hazel nodded. "I expected you would. He's under a different name for safety, and all letters have to go through someone I trust, a doctor in Florida. His name's Drive, Arnold Ellion. He's sort of like me. He knows how to keep magical things hidden. And Sirius is staying with him for the time being, getting better, mentally and physically." Harry stood up, crossed to his trunk, and rummaged through it. He pulled out 2 crumpled envelopes, yellowed with time. "I wrote these last year," he said, holding them out. "One to Remus Lupin, the other to Peter Pettigrew. The only names I could get out of Hagrid at the time. Hedwig wouldn't take the one to Peter. Just kept turning her head away." "That makes sense," Hazel said quietly. "And the one to Lupin?" Harry asked. "She tried," he admitted. "But I think he's too far, or in hiding. She couldn't find him." Hazel took the letters gently. "Lou, we're going to send something to Sirius. It has to be safer than this. Ordinary parchment can be intercepted." "Read." "Faked." Harry frowned. "Then what do we use?" "I'll get something better," Hazel promised. "Enchanted parchment. It'll only reveal its message to the person it's meant for. Like a blood lock, or intent-based reveal charm. I'll charm them myself." Harry nodded slowly. "Okay. But we're sending them soon." "Soon," Hazel said, "but not tonight." The fire crackled in front of them. Outside, faint music from the great hall drifted up through the stone corridors. Harry leaned back on the couch beside her, 1,000 thoughts racing behind his quiet eyes. Hazel stared into the flames. She had told him the truth, but not the whole of it. Not yet. Peter Pettigrew's secret was still curled tight in her mind like a coiled snake, one she wasn't ready to release into the world. Not until she had a plan for what came next. That evening, the Gryffindor common room buzzed with the usual post-feast energy, students comparing suites, arguing over who had seen the best costume, and reenacting bits of the Ghost Orchestra's eerie performance in the Great Hall. Harry and Hazel had retreated to a quieter corner near the fire, still deep in quiet thought from their earlier conversation. Hazel was flipping through her grimoire, the one given to her by trivia plans for the enchanted parchment, and Harry was absently tossing a chocolate frog back and forth between his hands. The portrait hole creaked open, and Hermione climbed through, followed by Ron and Neville. They looked chilly and a bit pale, like they'd spent the last few hours in a walk-in freezer. "Hey," Harry greeted, sitting up. Hermione looked relieved. "Oh good, you're both here. You survived?" Hazel asked dryly, noting Ron's scrunched-up nose. "Barely," Ron muttered, flopping into an armchair. "I think my soul tried to escape halfway through that charred cheese platter." "The cake had maggots." Hazel. "Maggots." Hazel blinked. "Sounds memorable." Hermione ignored Ron's dramatics. "Nearly headless Nick invited us to his 500th Death Day party. He especially asked for you too," she added, glancing at Harry and Hazel. "Said he wanted Gryffindor House represented properly. But when I told him that you two wouldn't be attending, that it's your parents' death anniversary, he seemed to understand. He was disappointed, but he didn't press." "Good," Hazel said softly. Thanks for telling him. Hermione nodded. The party was interesting. Lots of ghosts. The Wailing Widow was there. And the Headless Hunt barged in midway, even though Nick specifically said they weren't invited. They chased a ghost juggler around the chandeliers, Neville added, still wide-eyed. Hermione gave him a look. Yes, and we would have stayed longer, but Ron started gagging next to a table full of decomposing fish heads, Neville finished helpfully. In my defense, Ron grumbled. That table smelled like someone had buried a troll, dug it up, and served it raw. We slipped away and had dinner in the Great Hall, Hermione said, once we were reasonably sure the ghosts wouldn't notice. Harry smirked. Next time, we're switching places. You get the fire and cider. We'll take the rotten fish. Hazel shook her head with a faint smile. Not it. Ron pointed at Hermione. She's the one who dragged us there. She's going next time. Hermione huffed, but there was a fondness behind it. It was a historical event that we could have learnt from. The cultural differences that ghosts have. Ron gagged again, theatrically. Hazel didn't comment, just tucked away her notebook and gazed into the fire again, her fingers resting on the arm of the chair. The Death Day party might be over, but the real weight of the day still lingered. Halloween night. The perfect time for a quiet little adventure at least, that's what Hazel told herself as she slipped into her invisibility jacket. Still protective in its layers of magic. She knew exactly where she was headed, Myrtle's washroom. Myrtle wasn't there, probably sulking at nearly headless Nick's Death Day party. It gave Hazel the perfect opportunity to visit someone else, someone much more slithery. Hazel crept silently through the halls, her boots making no sound against the cold stone floors. The torches flickered weakly, their flames casting odd shadows as she approached the door to Myrtle's restroom. She whispered the spells to herself, layering them as a safety net: invisibility, silence, stealth. The door to the bathroom creaked open before Hazel could even reach for the handle. She froze. Of course, it had to be him. Lockhart. Honestly, she ducked quickly inside a cubicle, cursing under her breath. She couldn't let him ruin this, especially not now. She waited, listening to his ridiculous self-importance as he shuffled into the bathroom, his voice too loud and obnoxious for her taste. An idea flickered in Hazel's mind, and she grinned. This could be better than expected. Stepping out of her hiding spot, Hazel made sure to brush a few stray tears from her eyes, letting the act come naturally. She was the perfect picture of sorrow, though it was all fake. She staggered toward him, deliberately sniffing a bit too dramatically. "Professor Lockhart," she said, voice trembling. "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have taken credit for your discovery. I know you found the Chamber of Secrets, not me." Lockhart blinked at her, his face brightening instantly with that patented smile of his. "Well, yes, of course. Naturally, it was me who found it, but, you know, dear, it's a shame no one else seems to recognize that." Hazel let out a tiny sob, forcing her voice to crack. Didn't know what to do. I thought there might be treasure inside, and now I'm here, and it's my fault. Please, Professor, forgive me." Lockhart puffed up like a peacock, obviously basking in the attention. Well, it's good to see such a humble student. Now, tell you what, if you can manage to get this door open, I'll even give you 10% of the credit after all. You've been a part of this grand discovery, haven't you? He practically patted himself on the back. Pompous ass. Of course, I came prepared, Hazel said, playing her part. She gestured toward the sink and, using a whisper of Parseltongue, pretended to press the tiles in the pattern to deceive Lockhart. A low rumble echoed beneath their feet. The ground shifted as the entrance to Slytherin's chamber began to open. The sink creaked, dust settling from the edges of the hidden passageway. Lockhart blinked, his eyes wide. What is this? It's amazing. The hidden passage. She jumped first, sliding down the mossy, dusty chute. The walls were ancient, coated in layers of grime but strangely unbroken, as if the place hadn't been touched in centuries. When she reached the bottom, she stood on solid ground. Dust swirling in the dim light. The chamber around her was surprisingly clean for something so old. There were no cobwebs, no signs of decay, just dust and piles of stones, some large, others small, scattered across the floor. But, of course, that wasn't what Hazel had planned. With a careful wave of her hand, she used the mist to create the illusion of piles of gold and sparkling gems. They shimmered in the dim light, shining as if they had been untouched for centuries. Hazel shouted up the slide. "Oh, you should come down, Professor. There should be more treasure down here than you could ever dream of." Well, look at this place," Lockhart said, still admiring himself. "It's incredible, but I'll be the one to take the credit, naturally. And I'll be sure to call a lot of reporters. Imagine it, Gilderoy Lockhart, discoverer of the Chamber of Secrets." Hazel rolled her eyes. This man was so predictable. He turned to face her, wand in hand, and before she could do anything, he shot the Obliviate charm straight at her. Hazel had been waiting for this. She drew her shining celestial bronze knife from her boot, and as the spell came toward her, she reflected it back toward him. Watching the brightwist bounce like a mirror, Lockhart's eyes widened. The spell hit him square in the face. He blinked, once, twice, and then he looked around, confused, as if he didn't even know who he was. "What? Who am I?" His voice was meek now, like a confused child's. Hazel sighed, her tone sharp. "You're an idiot, that's who you are." She took the rope from her backpack and tied him to a large rock nearby, careful to make sure he wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon. She glanced back at Lockhart, his bewildered face twisted in confusion. "Don't worry," Hazel muttered. "No one will miss you." And with that, she stepped inside, ready to face whatever lay beyond. Hazel stepped inside the Chamber of Secrets, the heavy door groaning shut behind her with a finality that echoed through the dark, cavernous space. The air was damp and stale, thick with the scent of ancient stone and forgotten magic. The walls were lined with intricate carvings, their details worn smooth with time, depicting strange and twisted scenes, serpents entwined with wizards, battles, and long-forgotten rites. The ceiling stretched high above, lost in shadow, but the dim, flickering light from her wand revealed a massive statue in the center of the room. A balding man with a serpent's staff, his eyes fixed in eternal watch, stood frozen, as if waiting for someone to break the silence of centuries. Hazel felt a weight in her chest, a feeling she couldn't quite place. Her breath caught as she approached the statue, the events of her dreams still haunting the edges of her mind. She hesitated, the words of the prophecy mingling with the reality of what she had to do. The statue's eyes seemed to follow her, and with a heavy heart, she hissed loudly, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." At first, there was nothing. Then, the mouth of the statue creaked open with a long, grinding noise, revealing a darkened passage within. Hazel held her breath, waiting for something to appear. But before anything could materialize, she added hastily, "If you're in there, stay there." Her words echoed off the stone, her voice trembling as she hoped the basilisk, if it truly could understand, would heed her command. A sleepy, raspy voice hissed back from deep within the statue. "Are you here to kill me?" Hazel's heart twisted. She swallowed the lump in her throat, forcing the words out. "I am." A long pause followed, the tension thick in the air. Finally, the voice replied, softer this time, "Please, make it painless, if possible." Hazel's voice faltered as she asked, "Do you truly want to die?" The basilisk's answer was slow, a whisper through the stone. "I do. I have lived alone for over 1,000 years, alone, charged with the last line of defense for this school. But the last time I was allowed outside, I killed one of those I was meant to protect. I do not want to live like this anymore." The basilisk's voice cracked, something resembling sorrow seeping through the words. "Many times I have woken, to find bite marks upon my own skin. I've harmed myself, youngling. Like a caged beast, I do not know what will happen if I lose consciousness again. If I hurt another child." Quote. Hazel's chest tightened as she listened to the basilisk's pain. Her hand clenched around the hilt of her celestial bronze knife. "Close your eyes," Hazel whispered. "Come out, and I will grant your final wish." The silence hung in the air, and then, with an eerie shudder, the basilisk emerged from the statue's mouth. Its massive form slithered into the chamber with a soft thud, sending a ripple through the dust-laden air. At over 60 feet in length, the basilisk was more magnificent than anything Hazel had imagined. Its scales shimmered like polished emerald, its body coiling with serpentine grace. Hazel stared up at it, awe mingling with a heavy sorrow. She didn't know if she could kill it painlessly, not with such a creature. She cleared her throat, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm not sure if I can kill you without causing pain. Is it all right if I put you to sleep first? The basilisk's massive head tilted as it regarded her. Haze. Elle's breath caught in her throat as she prepared herself, reaching into her pack to pull out a smooth moonstone, glowing faintly in the dim light. With a soft, steadying breath, she whispered the incantation. Dormia's sub nocta midissima. The stone pulsed with a soft glow as she touched it to the basilisk's scales. The basilisk's massive form shuddered, its eyes drooping as it sank into a deep, dreamlike slumber. Hazel stepped back, her heart pounding as she readied herself for the final act. Next, she drew her bow and nocked an arrow. The words of the spell came easily, as if they had been waiting on her lips. Night that sleeps in silver flame, end the storm and end the name. The arrow glowed with a pale, celestial light, the air around it humming with divine energy. Hazel closed her eyes for a moment, gathering every ounce of her resolve. She released the arrow, watching as it soared through the air, glowing brighter with each passing second. But this wasn't just one arrow, it multiplied, each one springing forth, forming a storm of glowing projectiles that rained down upon the basilisk. Hundreds of arrows, each imbued with the divine power of Hazel's magic, rained upon the basilisk's eyes, each arrow striking true, penetrating through the basilisk's magical hide. Hazel's breath caught as the arrows sunk into the creature's skull, their divine energy sinking deeper, reaching its brain. It was the best method she could think of on short notice. The basilisk's hide was nearly impenetrable to most spells, and its venom was one of the most toxic substances in existence. This was the quickest, surest way to end it, before it could wake and kill again. The basilisk let out one final, mournful hiss, and then, its massive form went still, the light fading from its eyes. Hazel took a step back, her breath shaky, and her heart heavy. She had granted the basilisk's wish, but it didn't feel like a victory. It felt like a loss, another life taken, another soul freed, but at what cost? She didn't know how much more of this she could bear. For a moment, she simply stood there, watching the giant serpents still form. The chamber was silent now, its dark, ancient air pressing down on her. Hazel didn't move, didn't speak. She just stood there, as if waiting for something, for anything, to make sense of it all. A few moments after Hazel had stood still, watching the basilisk's massive form, it began to crumble away. The creature turned to dust. This was the way of monsters when slain by a demigod. It was as if the very essence of the creature was being drawn into the earth. The dust settled in serpentine patterns across the stone floor, marking the place where the basilisk had once lain. In the center of the dust, something caught Hazel's eye. Where the head had been, 3 vials lay now, half the size of her arm, each filled with a greenish liquid that glowed faintly in the dim light. A glance was enough to confirm what she already knew: basilisk venom. Hazel bent down, dusting off the vials and carefully slipping them into her bag. The weight of what had just happened settled on her chest again, and she turned away, her heart heavy but her resolve still firm. The basilisk's end had been merciful, but there was no joy in it, only a lingering sadness. She moved toward the exit, the echoes of her footsteps the only sound in the chamber. When she stepped back into the hall, her gaze fell upon Lockhart still tied to the stone where she'd left him. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Now, how do I bring this idiot out? She walked toward the slide she had descended earlier, her mind already racing. I doubt Salazar Slytherin always slid down these like a waterslide, she mused with a half-hearted chuckle. Maybe I could ask for stairs. She hissed softly, stairs, and with a grinding sound, the slide morphed before her eyes, reshaping itself into a staircase. Hazel couldn't help but smirk. Well, that's very convenient. She untied Lockhart, who seemed utterly roundings, and led him toward the newly formed stairs. It didn't take long for Hazel to realize that, as expected, Lockhart's stamina was dreadful. He huffed and puffed after her, his pace unbearably slow. Several times, she had to stop to let him catch his breath. Hazel continued up the stairs with newfound speed, leaving him behind. After a few moments, she reversed the spellsyn by 1, before using the mist to erase his memory of her face. When he finally regained full awareness, all he could recall was the endless climb up the stairs. With that done, she made her way back to Gryffindor Tower, her energy drained. The night had taken a lot out of her, and there was still the lingering weight of the Basilisk's death on her shoulders. Barely real. Pineapple, she said, the password tumbling out effortlessly. The fat lady blinked, taken aback for a moment by the change in tone, but eventually swung open to let her pass. Hazel stepped through and made her way to her dormitory. Once inside, she collapsed onto her bed without ceremony, the weight of the night's events pulling her into a deep, immediate sleep. She didn't wake until noon the next day, utterly drained and exhausted. Thankfully, it was a Sunday. She would have a full day to recover, though she knew, even as she drifted back into the peaceful quiet of her rest, that the memories of the Chamber of Secrets would linger for much longer than she cared to admit. It took 3 whole days for the staff to find Professor Lockhart. Hazel had simply left him in the girls' washroom after closing the sink. Sunday passed without comment, understandably so. The castle seemed to exhale in relief, as though even the stones themselves were grateful not to hear the man's incessant prattle. Most presumed he was taking an extended nap or had gotten lost in one of the moving staircases, and, frankly, no one wanted to be the one to go looking. By Tuesday, however, concern began to creep in slowly, reluctantly. Hermione, ever dutiful, was the first among the students to voice it aloud. Surely someone should check on him, she had said, to which Ron responded with a shrug and a mouthful of treacle tart. Maybe he finally vanished himself. But by dinner that evening, the castle's gossip network came to life. It began when Moaning Myrtle, delighted to have a new and thoroughly confused occupant in her bathroom, finally mentioned the matter to one of the other ghosts. "There's a man in my cubicle," she'd said smugly, which caused a flurry of whispers among the dead. Within minutes, every portrait and the poltergeist knew. 10 minutes later, so did a staff member. Dumbledore ended dinner early. His face, usually so composed, showed the briefest flash of alarm. He rose to his feet, robes billowing behind him like a thundercloud. "I expect all students to remain in their common rooms," he said, voice heavy with warning. "Anyone caught wandering the corridors will face severe consequences." And with that, he swept from the Great Hall, most of the professors in tow. The prefects sprang into action, herding their charges with the efficiency of battle-hardened shepherds. Percy Weasley seemed to take particular joy in keeping a hawk-like eye on Fred and George, who wore matching expressions of injured innocence. Back in Gryffindor Tower, things were oddly calm. Fred and George were hunched over a scrap of parchment in the corner, whispering animatedly. Ron, Harry, Neville, Hermione, and Hazel had miraculously secured the coveted seats in front of the fireplace. No older students had tried to displace them, perhaps sensing something unspoken in Hazel's posture or Hermione's expression. The fire crackled gently. Ron and Harry launched into wild theories about Lockhart's disappearance, ranging from Dragon abduction to a secret plot involving sentient quills. Hazel listened to them in silence, the words blurring together like wind through trees. Ron and Hermione were working on their potions homework. The warmth of the fire seeped into her bones, and before long, her head tilted sideways against the couch cushion. She drifted into sleep without meaning to. One of the 7th-year prefects tried to wake her, nudging her shoulder gently, whispering her name. Hazel didn't stir. In the end, the prefect carefully lifted her up and carried her to the girls' dormitory, no small feat, considering Hazel read something about just 5 more arrows, and reflexively reached for a non-existent bow in her sleep. She was tucked into bed, still wearing her clothes, and left under the soft glow of enchanted candlelight. That night, for the first time in days, Hazel slept without dreams. When morning came, it was Hermione who gently woke her for breakfast, her voice soft and a little concerned. Hazel blinked awake, momentarily disoriented, but feeling lighter somehow, as if a great weight had finally settled instead of floating endlessly above her. It was Wednesday, and for the first time in a long while, Hazel didn't dread the day ahead. The Great Hall was quieter than usual. Students murmured among themselves in low tones, interrupted only by the occasional clink of cutlery or the distant call of an owl flying overhead. The golden plates on the tables remained mostly untouched. Even Ron was unusually still, his toast lying forgotten on his plate. All eyes were drawn to the staff table, where P. Professor Dumbledore stood with his hands folded gently before him. He waited until the hall had gone completely silent before he began to speak. "Good morning," he said, his voice solemn, calm as ever. "Before classes begin today, I must inform you all of an unfortunate incident regarding Professor Lockhart." The murmurs started up again, soft, unsure. Dumbledore raised a hand. "He was discovered yesterday evening in the second-floor girls' lavatory, where it seems he had been residing for some time. 3 days, at least. He let that hang in the air for a bit too long. Though he is unharmed physically, it appears Professor Lockhart has suffered a complete loss of memory. He does not recall how he ended up there, nor anything about his time at Hogwarts. There were no traces of struggle, no magical residue, nothing amiss in the washroom itself." Hazel, seated between Hermione and Neville, kept her eyes carefully on the table, running a fingertip over a scratch in the wood. Hermione had gone still beside her, her expression unreadable. "Professor Lockhart is currently under the care of our colleagues at St. Mungo's. We hope he may recover his memory in time. Until then, I ask for a moment of silence. Should anyone have any information about this incident, no matter how small, please come forward." The silence was deep and complete. Hazel didn't move. No one did. After a few seconds, Dumbledore nodded once. "Very well." He glanced down the table, then back to the students. "In light of recent events, classes for the remainder of the day will be suspended. Use the time to rest, or reflect, or if you must speculate wildly in corners of the castle, I trust you will do so with kindness." A few scattered chuckles broke the tension, but they didn't last long. "As for the defense against the dark arts position," Dumbledore continued, "it seems the curse upon it remains persistent." That drew more than a few glances and whispered remarks. "Beginning next week, we will be inviting a rotating cast of Aurors and Orar trainees to Hogwarts. Each week, they will conduct extended sessions on practical defensive magic. This is an experimental measure, but one I hope will prove both useful and enlightening. You may learn something new from each of them and perhaps see that true defense begins not with showmanship, but with preparation and humility." His gaze swept the room, lingering for a half-second longer on the Gryffindor table. "On Hazel, thank you." He sat down. For a moment, the silence held. Then, as though a cork had been pulled from a bottle, the hall erupted into chatter. Students leaned across tables and seats, voices rising, speculation thick in the air. 3 whole days in Myrtle's loon tap water. Reckon the ghost talked his ear tea enough. Didn't even leave a trace creepy, that is. That's 4 years in a row the Dada professor's gone mad or worse. I swear this job's cursed." Hazel remained quiet, peeling an orange slowly as her friends talked around her. Harry was already theorizing that Lockhart might have accidentally hexed himself. Ron was laughing at the idea that Myrtle might have kept him as a pet. Hermione's eyes were narrowed in thought, but she said nothing. Neville mentioned that the biggest reason for the Aurors coming was likely because the minister respects Dumbledore and wants to stay on his good side. Hazel kept peeling, the curl of the orange rind falling into her palm like a coiled snake. She said nothing either, but even as the noise in the great hall swelled around her, she felt no guilt. She'd spent a moment perhaps two considering whether she ought to. Whether she should feel something for the man left in a lavatory, drinking tap water and staring into the middle distance with a hollow smile. But no, the man had built a career on lies. Stolen from others 2 days to remember. He had made a life out of erasing other people's truth. How many brave witches and wizards had he silenced, rewritten, destroyed without consequence? Hazel had met monsters. She'd fought them. This one just wore cologne and teeth-whitened grins. No, she would not waste her pity on him. She let the rind fall onto her plate and reached for a second orange. The first match of the season arrived on a cold Saturday morning, air sharp with wind and nerves. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The usual rivalry had only deepened over the summer, sharpened by Malfoy's smugness and the fact that several Slytherins had managed to get upgraded brooms courtesy of generous donations from their parents. Hazel had half a mind to trip Malfoy in the corridor, or just to knock him off his high horse and onto his high-priced broomstick. She sat in the stand cheering with Hermione and Neville and Ron, wand tucked up her sleeve. The game was brutal as always. Bludgers flew like angry hornets. The crowd roared with every save and goal. Then Harry spotted the snitch. He leaned forward on his broom, flying like a lightning bolt, and Hazel found herself standing before she realized it. Every ounce of her focus locked onto him. And then, a blur of green, a shove. Hazel gasped as Harry tumbled forward, overbalanced and spinning. His broom pitched violently. He didn't fall so much as he crashed headfirst into the Slytherin goalpost. The stadium went still for a second too long. Then screaming. Hazel was already halfway down the stands before Madame Hooch even blew her whistle. By the time she got to the pitch, Madame Pomfrey had reached him and was muttering quickly under her breath, her wand glowing at the tip. Harry sat up, dazed and sore, but clearly more embarrassed than anything else. "It's broken," he mumbled. Was, I think." Madame Pomfrey sniffed. "It was, yes. Set now. But you also have a concussion, so you're staying under observation until dinner." No arguments. Hazel exhaled slowly, still watching the Slytherin keeper with narrowed eyes. She didn't have proof. Didn't even have a clean line of sight from where she'd been sitting. But she knew. She'd seen plenty of fouls disguised as accidents in both Quidditch and combat drills. The Slytherin keeper's hands had moved at the exact wrong moment. Hazel could feel it in her bones. Still, she had no proof, so she said nothing, but she made a quiet note to herself to shadow Harry's next few games more closely. Just in case. The rotating cast of Aurors and trainees was a brilliant idea, and everyone knew it. Their presence brought a strange sense of safety to the castle. Tough, laughing figures in worn cloaks, hands on wands like second instincts. They walked with the kind of calm that came from having seen too much, and still showing up. The younger trainees looked more rattled, more eager, more unsure of how to wear their fear. But they all had something the students clung to like lifelines: experience. So, of course, they demanded a dueling club. Flitwick, a former champion himself, was delighted. Snape, less so, but Dumbledore appointed them both anyway, claiming it was on Lee temporary, until we find someone more permanent. Hazel thought that was hilarious, but wisely kept that to herself. The first dueling club. The great hall had been cleared of tables and filled instead with buzz and clatter. Wands gleamed in hands too eager to stay still. Hazel leaned against a pillar with crossed arms, scanning the room. The floor had been enchanted to absorb minor spellfire. Everything else was fair game. Draco Malfoy looked like he'd been waiting his whole life for this moment. So when he was paired off against Harry Potter, he didn't even try to hide his smirk. Hazel Tay. NSED as the duel began, only to see Harry fire off a mild disarming charm, and Draco respond with a snake. A hissing, coiling, spitting snake. It landed on the floor with a heavy thud, reared its HEA. Dan turned toward Justin Finch Fletchley. Hazel was already reaching for her wand, but Harry got there first. "SS's stop," Harry hissed in a voice not entirely his own. "Don't hurt him." Hazel stepped in beside him and hissed too, softer. "Calmer, an old trick for handling monsters with minds still half animal." The snake's head turned. Its tongue flicked toward Hazel. "I think you've had your fun," Hazel said in Parseltongue. Then added in English, "Go back to where you came from." Snape stepped forward, his wand flicking silently, and the snake vanished. But the silence in the hall didn't. It spread, heavy and strange. Whispers started. "Did you hear that?" They spoke to it like it understood. "Isn't that what Slytherin could do?" Hazel could hear them, even when they didn't think she was listening. By the time Harry turned toward the crowd, his face uncertain, the damage had been done. Hazel's jaw clenched. She wanted to say something. To scream that not everything strange was dark, and no. Every power came from the bloody Slytherin line. But there was nothing she could say that wouldn't raise more questions. After Alshid hissed too, and people would ask why. So instead, she met Harry's eyes, nodded once, and looked away. The rumors, of course, began to swirl faster than the autumn wind outside. Whispers about Harry being the heir of Slytherin, about how no normal wizard could speak to snakes. Hazel caught them in corridors, between classes, in the space between one breath and the next. But there was nothing to be done. Harry couldn't deny it without looking guilty. And Hazel couldn't correct them without raising suspicions she couldn't afford. So together, they did the only thing they could. They ignored it, let the rumors rise like smoke, and hoped they would burn themselves out. It took some convincing. Not much, but enough. When Hazel told Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville that she wanted to show them something beneath the castle, something old, something secret, they didn't question her intentions. They just blinked, glanced at each other, and followed. The walk down was silent, the kind of silence that pressed in around them like mist. Hazel led the way with confidence, past the third-floor corridor, down spiraling staircases, and through damp, forgotten passageways that seemed too narrow for grown wizards to use anymore. Eventually, they reached the entrance to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Hazel raised a hand to silence the questions already rising behind her. It's not what you think. Trust me. They followed her in, past the cracked mirrors and dripping taps. Myrtle was nowhere to be seen. Hazel had checked beforehand. She crossed to a specific sink and tapped the side, then hissed softly in Parseltongue. Open. The sink slid aside with a grinding hiss of stone, revealing the gaping maw of a vertical tunnel. Ron stepped back. Bloody hell, how far does that go? Long way, Hazel said simply. She tossed down a smooth pebble. It clattered for far too long before fading from hearing. You've been down there? Harry asked, voice low. Hazel nodded. Yes, and I came back. Without another word, shted. Neville made a sound halfway between a yelp and a protest. But Hazel had told them to trust her. And so, one by one, they followed. The landing was rougher for some than others. Hazel caught her breath and helped Neville to his feet. They were in the tunnel now, long, echoing. The floor slick with ancient grime. Hazel led them without hesitation, past bones of small things long dead, and around the slow curve that opened into the vastness of the chamber. It took their breath away. Stone pillars loomed on either side, carved with serpents twisted in impossible knots. The entire hall echoed with the weight of forgotten time, its ceiling lost to shadow. At the end, the statue of a balding man stood, sentinel-eyes hollow, mouth slightly parted. Slytherin, Hermione whispered. That's him, isn't it? Hazel nodded. This is the chamber. Harry walked forward slowly, his eyes wide with a quiet kind of awe. You really came down here alone? No one else could, Hazel said. The entrance only opens to Parseltongue. That's why I brought you. I kind of found it by accident. And wanted to show you all. They explored the space together, reverent and awestruck, voices echoing in the emptiness. Near the edges of the chamber, Hermione found something curious. Thin seams in the wall. With some coaxing and a bit of Parseltongue, they opened narrow exits, passageways that led far from the bathroom. One took them to a hallway not far from the potions classroom. Another curved beneath the dungeons and emptied behind a forgotten tapestry on the 4th floor. Brilliant, Ron muttered. It's like Hogwarts is hiding its own skeletons. It is, Hazel said. It always has been. They returned to the central chamber, all 5 of them standing beneath the gaze of Slytherin's statue. We should tell someone, Hermione said at last, her voice tight. Maybe Professor McGonagall, or, no, Hazel said. Not yet. Harry frowned. Why not? Hazel crossed her arms. Because this place is powerful. And dangerous. If someone else finds it, someone who knows how to open it could be used again. And right now, none of the professors can protect it the way we can. So, we just, don't tell anyone. Neville asked. Hazel nodded. Not yet. Not unless we absolutely have to. And if someone else does find it? Harry asked. Hazel's tone was calm, but certain. Then we'll know first. And we'll be ready. They stood there a moment longer, surrounded by stone and silence. Then, without another word, they agreed. The chamber would be their secret for now. And the castle would give up more of its forgotten corners to them alone. It didn't take long for curiosity to outweigh caution. Once they agreed to keep the chamber secret, exploration became inevitable. Ron and Neville wandered toward the nearest set of doors behind a serpentine column, debating if they led to another storage room or an Hopidan armory. Hermione stayed behind to examine the inscriptions near the base of the massive statue, her wandlight glinting off runes half swallowed by grime and time. Hazel, meanwhile, stepped forward, alone. The mouth of the statue still open, still gaping, waited like a tunnel into the throat of some ancient beast. Without hesitation, she climbed up the carved beard, gripping a protruding tooth as she hauled herself into the dark. Harry watched with a worried glance, but Hazel gave him a short nod before slipping fully inside. The inside of Slytherin's statue was enchanted to be large and cool. The ceiling was about 10 feet above her. The tunnel curved slightly downward, rough and uneven. Her fingers brushed over rock and dry dust as she moved, wand light sweeping side to side. She had expected something: an altar, a journal, an ancient wand humming with dark power, but it was just stone. Rock and rubble, a few shed snakeskins curled in the corners like abandoned cloaks. They weren't no longer than a garden hose, some thicker than others but nothing like the titanic serpent she had put to rest. A hollow ache opened in her chest. So much build-up, so much fear, and legacy, and whispered myth, and in the end, it was just a glorified tunnel. A decaying monument to a man who built a monster and left it to rot in the dark. Hazel crouched there a while, breathing in silence. Then she backed out and jumped down with a soft grunt, brushing dust from her knees. Ron looked over from behind one of the columns. Anything in there? Hazel shook her head. Just rocks, and a few snakeskin scraps. Shame, Neville said. Would have been cool if it was, like, a secret treasure vault. We've got enough treasure in the walls, Hermione murmured. Look at this. She'd called Harry over to help her read the inscriptions carved into the serpentine coils along one of the far walls. There were dozens of them, some in Latin, others in old, slanted Parseltongue script. Harry translated aloud what he could make out. Hazel read the Latin ones. He who commands the tongue of serpents may pass, and here. Guarded beneath by the scales of death, he path coils onward, that sort of thing. Poetic, Ron muttered. Creepy, but poetic. More exits revealed themselves the longer they looked, thin seams in the rock that hissed open when Harry or Hazel whispered to them. One path led up a spiraling shaft Hazel guessed might link to the astronomy tower. Another curved toward what might be the lake's edge. They decided not to go too deep today. Not without marking their paths. They reconvened beneath the statue, faces lit by the soft amber of wandlight. Hazel glanced once more at the mouth she'd climbed through, then at the open tunnel leading to Myrtle's bathroom. I'll head back up through the bathroom, she said. I left the entrance open, and Myrtle's likely to come floating around soon. It's better if someone closes it properly. And we'll go back through the eastern path. Harry nodded. There's a passageway that we managed to open that way. Don't know where it leads, but we can explore it. We'll look around and meet you by dinner. Hazel paused. You sure? Harry nodded. Better we split. If something goes wrong, at least one of us can speak Parseltongue and get help. Hazel looked to the others. Ron looked reluctant but trusting. Hermione had already noted the plan in a small notebook. Neville gave a short, firm nod. All right, Hazel said. Just don't touch anything cursed. No promises, Ron grinned. Hazel snorted and turned toward the bathroom path. She climbed the stone incline that once held the great slide, now reformed into stairs by her earlier command. Behind her, the others disappeared into one of the dark side corridors. Their lights growing fainter. Hazel glanced once over her shoulder. The chamber felt different, not less like a tomb, and more like a secret waiting to be understood. She whispered a coo, "Iet thanks to the stone walls for holding their peace." Then she ascended, step by careful step, back into the world above. Hazel was halfway up the winding stairs when she glanced back. The quiet stretched behind her like a long shadow. And she was relieved Hermione hadn't insisted on tagging along. Much as she loved her friend, Hermione's thoroughness would have doubled the return time. Worse, she would have likely taken notes and tested the walls for structural integrity on every step. Hazel, on the other hand, was already thinking about where she could set up a practice range. By the time she merged in Myrtle's bathroom and whispered the sink shut behind her, she already knew. She wanted to use the chamber not just as a secret, but as a sanctuary. A place where she could be herself, a demigod, a warrior. Not just Hazel the student. Her muscles were aching for movement, her bow hand twitching with disuse. She swore silently, to the gods and to herself, that she'd return daily to keep her edge sharp. Makeshift dummies, targets, even enchanted moving ones. If she got good enough, she would make this work. The passage Harry and the others had taken ended in a dusty old classroom near the library. Its windows long boarded up and shelves cracked with age. There were signs it hadn't been touched in Dee's chamber was last opened. Over the next 2 months, exploration became their routine. Whenever they weren't in class, drowning in homework, or dodging the occasional ghost or filch, they found new winding paths that led from the chamber to half-forgotten alcoves and ruined corridors. Most were too damaged to travel far. Cave-ins, cracked enchantments, and collapsed ceilings marked their limits. But it didn't matter. They'd already found something better. The chamber became theirs. Zell transformed one corner into a training ground. She'd conjured hay bales into rough dummies, outlined weak points in chalk, and hung targets of enchanted parchment that sang when hit. Her arrows flew with crisp satisfaction, thudding into their marks like drumbeats. When she was alone, she sparred with phantom illusions she summoned from mist and memory, fighting centaurs, dracinae, and imagined giants. Ron grumbled every time an arrow whizzed past while he was trying to nap. Hazel had told them that before Hogwarts, she was training to be an athlete in swimming and archery. Opposite her training zone, the others began to carve out their corners. Neville tended to a strange assortment of magical plants growing in cracked pots or along the edges of the chamber's damp walls. Hermione had claimed a smooth patch of stone near the statue for reading and research. She laid out scrolls and parchments like she was curating a museum exhibit. Harry often sat with her, sketching the map of the chamber's tunnels, eyes sharp with silent curiosity. Their greatest triumph, however, was the table. It had been Hermione's idea to create a shared study space. It would help us stay organized, she had said. Hazel and Harry had agreed. Ron had not. There's already a library, he had groaned. With tables and actual light. There's also Madame Pants, Hermione replied flatly. It had taken a full week of planning, but in the end, Ron had been the one to create the greatest distraction. A full 5-minute conversation with Madame Pants about magical ink compatibility with unicorn hair parchment. Conversation so painful Hazel thought he deserved an award. She and Neville, invisibility cloak at the ready and spells on their tongues, had floated a massive oak table and 4 chairs out of the back corner of the library and down the secret tunnel in the room beside it. The chairs still creaked like angry ghouls, but the table stood solid. Maybe we should start cleaning up the chamber, Hazel said one evening, twirling an arrow between her fingers as she eyed a growing pile of shed parchment and herb clippings. Hermione straightened. Yes, it's about time. I've been meaning to scrub the statue. I'm not sure what to use on 1,000-year-old stone. Water, Ron offered, lounging with his legs up on a chair. Or just leave it. It'll get dusty again by next week anyway. That's because you never clean up anything, Hermione snapped. Harry chuckled. We could probably charm the place a bit. I remember Aunt Petunia made me clean the oven with bar dish soap. Worst 3 hours of my life. Hazel smirked but stayed silent. She didn't mind a little dirt, but the place did deserve better. Then Neville, sitting cross-legged beside a sprouting puffapod, lit up. Wait, house elves. Everyone blinked at him. We could ask the house elves to help us clean it up. Quietly. They won't tell Anya. They're great at keeping secrets if you treat them well. We'll be respectful, and maybe bring them something nice in return. They'd probably be happy to help. For a long moment, the group was silent. Then Hermione frowned. That's actually not a bad idea. Ron let out a long sigh. Blimey, if it means I don't have to scrub 1,000-year-old snake slime, I'm in. Hazel grinned. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, we go to the kitchens. And bring snacks, Harry added, stretching. Can't ask for favors on an empty stomach. Hazel looked around at the 5 corners of their secret world, the arching pillars, the old stone, the statue looming like a forgotten god. And thought, yeah, this place could be more than history. It could be ours. And so it began. A hidden home beneath the castle. A sanctuary for secrets, training, study, and shared laughter echoing down ancient halls. Even the darkness seemed to feel a little lighter. Unfortunately, it wasn't until after Christmas break that they managed to speak with the house elves. Between exams, weather charms gone rogue, and a growing pile of transfiguration homework, time had slipped away. Then the holidays crept in, and for a while, the chamber lay undisturbed, quiet, still, waiting. Originally, Hazel and Harry had planned to stay back at Hogwarts. Sirius was still in touch, faithfully replying to every letter they owled, even when international magical postage cost them a lot of their allowance and a full 3 days to reach Sirius. Hazel suspected Hedwig had taken offense at not being used and was deliberately pecking the delivery parchment in protest. But Sirius had to get better. The visit would have to wait. They hadn't thought much of it, really. Hogwarts in the winter was peaceful, especially when it emptied. They figured they'd practice, sneak around a bit, maybe charm the suits of armor into singing carols again. That was, until Neville invited them. It had been very formal. Almost comically so. He'd stood in front of them in the common room, cleared his throat, and said, "I'd like to invite all of you to spend the Christmas holidays at my home. My gran said it's quite all right." Hazel blinked. Harry nearly dropped his quill. Ron was already half packed before anyone said yes. Of course, they agreed. Hermione looked ready to cry from how touched she was. Hazel didn't say much, but her grin said it all. Even she had to admit after everything they'd done that term, a warm house, home-cooked meals, a magical fireplace sounded like paradise. As thanks, Hazel and Hermione composed a letter to Madame Longbottom. Hazel added a sketch of a mistletoe-wreathed niffler and slipped in a bouquet of flowers they'd collected from the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a careful blend of winter bloom and magical weeds. Neville insisted it wasn't necessary. But when they arrived in King's Cross Station, Madame Longbottom wore the bouquet in her hat. The holidays passed in warm rooms and greenhouses filled with snow-dusted vines. "Augusta Longbottom, call me Gran," she'd said with a warm smile that made Neville light UPWAS absolutely delighted to have a full house for the holidays. For once, Longbottom Manor echoed with laughter, mischief, and the sounds of young feet running through the halls. On Christmas Eve, Ron and Hermione had returned home to their families. Ron returned to the manor with Hermione on the 27th, dragging along a bag of homemade fudge and stories about his brother's latest prank war. The Grangers joined them for dinner, Hermione's parents more intrigued than alarmed by the magical manor. They stayed the night, charmed by Augusta's stern politeness and Neville's excited stories. Then drove back early the next morning. On the first night back after Christmas, Neville had finally told them about his parents, about what had happened to them, why they lived in St. Mungo's, and the silent, painful truth that weighed on him. He didn't cry, but Hazel noticed his hands trembled a little. No one interrupted, not even Ron. When Neville finished, Hermione gently reached out and took his hand. Harry murmured something about strength. Hazel didn't say anything, just nodded once and scooted closer. After that, things felt different. Closer, sharper, somehow. Hazel had been itching to practice again, her limbs too still. Her instincts dulled from too many warm meals and too few battles. Harry longed for his broom, often staring wistfully out windows as snow gently fell. Hermione had more ideas than she had parchment for, and Ron grumbled endlessly, though Hazel often caught him smiling when he thought no one was looking. Still, the biggest victory came not from snowball fights or study sessions, but from a long, determined discussion in Gran Longbottom started with Neville's hesitant, "Gran, do you think I could maybe get my own wand?" What followed was a joint offensive from Harry, Hazel, Hermione, and Ron. It took every ounce of charm, logic, and well-placed guilt they could muster. Wouldn't it be better to keep Mr. Longbottom's precious wand safe? Hermione had asked gently. Hazel added, "And while he's still alive, his wand won't truly bond with anyone else. It might even be resisting Neville without him realizing it." "Ron used to use Charlie's wand in first year," Harry said helpfully. "And he wasn't very good at practicals." "Hey," Ron squawked. "But now that he has his own wand," Hermione started. "He's honestly one of the top 10 students in our year at practicals." "Still needs work in theory though," Hazel finished with a grin. Ron crossed his arms. "What is it? Pick on Ron Day." Harry leaned forward. "When I went to Ollivander's, he told me, it's not the wizard who chooses the wand, but the wand that chooses the wizard. Maybe Neville's wand just hasn't found him yet." Hazel folded her arms. "Neville's improving in theory by leaps and bounds. But his practicals could really use a boost, and the right wand would make a world of difference." Gran had looked at them long and hard, then at Neville, who was sitting up straighter than Hazel had ever seen him, eyes wide and hopeful. Finally, she nodded. "All right, Neville may have his own wand, but only if he promises to work harder than ever before. And come end-of-year exams, I expect him to be one of the top 10 students. In both theory and practicals. Neville looked stunned. Ah yes, Gran, I promise. When they returned to Hogwarts in early January, full of roast dinners, peppermint tea, and freshly inked New Year resolutions, they were already making plans. And finally, with January's chill in the air and homework assignments just beginning to creep back up, they made their way to the kitchens. Hazel knocked on the brass plate with the back of her knuckles and waited. It was time to clean the chamber and bring it fully to life.